Chapter 1. The Western Sea. Flower-gourd island Kahn sat by the shore, morosely flipping through the somewhat translucent pages of the book in his hands. Kahn was a denizen of Earth. He had traversed into the world of One Piece 3 days prior. As is customary for one who crosses realms, he had acquired a book of sins. The purpose of this book of sins was to imprison criminals and accumulate a measure of sin value. The efficacy of sin value was such that it could double his training speed. 1 point of sin value would augment his training speed for 1 minute by a factor of 2. 2 points of sin value could either double the training speed for 1 minute or maintain the original speed for 2 minutes, with a maximum potential of escalating to 10 times. The training speed for 1 minute upon receiving this book of sins, Kahn had initially been filled with exhilaration. However, that enthusiasm quickly waned. His physique was lamentably weak. He could not even best an ordinary person in combat. The notion of capturing someone to extract sin value was utterly implausible. During the past 3 days, he had meandered through the village where he resided, discovering that the villagers possessed varying amounts of sin value. Some had as little as 1 or 2 points, while others boasted as many as 18. Should he manage to capture these villagers, he could amass 400 to 500 points of sin value. Yet he found himself beset by frustration. He needed to incapacitate others before he could imprison them with the book to siphon their sin value, and those villagers, how could he possibly overpower them? Thus, acquiring their sin value remained an arduous task. Last night, he had mustered his courage and, brandishing a stick, had attempted to ambush a villager with whom he shared a friendly rapport, only to be soundly defeated and subsequently taught a lesson by that very villager. Now, his left eye socket still bore the marks of that encounter. Reflecting on this, he felt a deep sense of misfortune. By the coast, he flipped through the empty pages of the book, letting out a resigned sigh, lamenting why fate had not bestowed upon him an invincible system. This book of sins was hardly of assistance in rendering him swiftly formidable. Alas, he muttered how vexing. Kahn tucked away the book of sins and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it towards the sea. He threw and threw, lost in thought, until he suddenly spotted a naval ship on the horizon. Sailing towards him, a naval ship? Kahn was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Of course, I shall join the Navy, and any criminals they capture can be tossed into my book of sins. My sin value would surely soar. In due time, I shall reign over the seas, effortlessly besting the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals of the Navy. With this thought igniting his excitement, Kahn gazed at the distant naval vessel as though it were a trove of treasures. He sprang to his feet and dashed towards the port on the island. Flower-gourd Island was but a small isle on the island. There exists but a single village, and consequently, only one port. After a brief run of several minutes, he arrived at the village's harbor, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the naval vessel. 10 minutes later, the warship approached the shore. As Kahn discerned the appearance of the ship, a frown crossed his brow. The sails of the warship were somewhat tattered, and the hull bore signs of damage. It appeared that the vessel had endured a battle. He recalled the notorious pirates that plagued the West Sea, and a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the naval crew had been eliminated, their ships seized by those merciless marauders? In the village, he had heard tales of pirate ships disguising themselves as naval vessels to launch surprise assaults on the island. After a period of contemplation, Kahn resolved to conceal himself for the time being. He intended to observe who disembarked from the ship before making any decisions. Having traversed such a distance, he was not keen on meeting an untimely and unjust end. Nearby the port was a small grove, into which he swiftly darted to hide and spy on the harbor. 10 minutes elapsed, and the warship drew closer. Crew members began to disembark, and by their attire, they appeared to be naval personnel. However, it remained plausible that these were pirates donning naval uniforms. Thus, he recognized the necessity for continued observation. As he watched intently, a figure clad in the uniform of a naval commander emerged at the ship's bow, and Kahn's eyes widened with recognition. It was a familiar face, none other than the Pirate King. Kahn had seen him numerous times on Earth. The naval officer disembarking from the warship was none other than Admiral Kahn. The Akainu before him seemed somewhat youthful, and his attire suggested he was merely a rear admiral at this time. It was likely that Akainu had not yet ascended to the rank of admiral, remaining as a rear admiral. Given that this was Akainu, it was improbable that he was a pirate in disguise. With that realization, Kahn emerged from his hiding place and approached the port. That naval personnel were busy at the harbor. Some were repairing the ship, while others prepared meals. As Kahn drew near, 2 Navy soldiers stood in his path, blocking his way. Possessing the book of sin, Kahn could perceive the malevolent values of both humans and animals. Upon nearing the port, he observed the naval officers, noting that some bore as few as 200 units of malevolence, while others exhibited far higher levels. Particularly, Akainu's head was marked by a significant malevolence value, which exhilarated Kahn immensely. If he could absorb the malevolence values of these individuals, His ascension would be assured with a few years of cultivation. Attaining the rank of Rear Admiral would be well within reach, however. Such aspirations were merely fanciful at present. Incurring the wrath of Akainu and his comrades could very well cost him his life. "Hey kid, do you need something?" One of the soldiers barked, impeding Kahn's advance without courtesy. Regaining his composure, Kahn replied, "I am Kahn, a resident of this island. I believe I have just seen Rear Admiral Akainu, and I wish to speak with him." The obstructing naval officer cast a glance at Kahn and inquired, "Do you seek our Rear Admiral for some matter?" Kahn straightened his chest and proclaimed, "I have heard numerous tales of the illustrious deeds of Lord Akainu. I wish to join the Navy and assist Lord Akainu in eradicating pirates." Upon hearing this, the two naval officers erupted in laughter. One waved his hand dismissively at Kahn, stating, "Our Navy conducts a stringent selection process for recruitment. Your admiration for our Rear Admiral does not guarantee your acceptance." Kahn, feeling dissatisfied, glared at the two. "You are not Lord Akainu. On what grounds do you reject me?" "I shall ask Lord Akainu myself." "Haha, indeed." One of the officers chuckled, preparing to dismiss Kahn, but the other spoke first, addressing Kahn, "Young man, if you wish to meet Lord Akainu, you must first withstand 3 of my strikes. Should you succeed, I shall make an exception and introduce you to the Rear Admiral." Kahn was at a loss for words. He was merely a weakling. He could not even best an ordinary villager, let alone a seasoned naval officer. To associate with Lord Akainu, one would need at least the strength of a lieutenant. Kahn pondered anxiously. Encountering Akainu could be the best opportunity he would have at this stage. If he let it slip away, such an opportunity would be hard to come by again. This chance must not be missed. As Kahn's thoughts raced, he recalled the powers of the Devil Fruit and boldly declared to the naval officers, "I am a Devil Fruit user. Lord Akainu will surely welcome me into the Navy." "The Devil Fruit user?" The two naval officers paused, astonished. As they gazed at Kahn, they had not anticipated that someone in such a humble locale would possess knowledge of the Devil Fruit. Moreover, there was a user among them. A Devil Fruit user, regardless of the quality of their abilities, would possess unique powers, and the Navy would certainly recruit such individuals to serve. Given that Kahn was a Devil Fruit user, his potential enlistment was not a matter to be decided by two ordinary naval officers exchanging glances. One of them turned to Kahn and said, "Please wait here. I shall inform the Rear Admiral." Kahn nodded and stood still, awaiting his fate. On the warship, at the bow of the deck, the naval officer who had spoken to Kahn approached Akainu, saluting respectfully. "Rear Admiral, there's a young man named Kahn on this island who wishes to meet you. He claims to hold you in high regard and desires to join our Navy." Akainu furrowed his brow, ready to reprimand the officer for bringing him trivial matters. Yet the officer continued, "That lad claims to be a Devil Fruit user. We felt it inappropriate to make a decision without your input. Rear Admiral, please take a moment to assess the situation." "A Devil Fruit user?" Upon hearing this, Akainus' expression softened somewhat as he glanced in Kahn's direction and remarked, "A user of a Devil Fruit, is it? Then I shall go and take a look." The Marine nodded in agreement. Guiding Akainu off the ship, they walked straight to Kahn's presence. Akainu observed Kahn's eyes, sparkling with excitement as he gazed at him, and inwardly acknowledged that the youth must indeed be a fan of his. After all, such a fervent expression could not stem from mere chance. Realizing he had a fan, Akainu thought that if Kahn were truly a Devil Fruit user, he might as well take him under his wing, for it was only right to care for his admirers. Akainu mused for a moment before casually addressing Kahn. "I have heard you are a user of a Devil Fruit. What is your ability? Could you demonstrate it for me?" At that moment, Kahn was immensely excited. He gazed at Akainus' infamy score and fantasized about incapacitating him to seize all of his wickedness. However, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, for even a mere toe from Akainu could easily end his life. Suppressing his exhilaration, he saluted Akainu, stating, "Lord Akainu, my Devil Fruit ability was acquired just 3 days ago, and I am yet unaware of its nature. Currently, all I can do is seal someone away." Akainu paused, surprised as he regarded Kahn. "You've only just obtained the powers of a Devil Fruit, and yet you're aware of your status as a user? Have you encountered other Devil Fruit users?" Kahn straightened his expression and, looking earnestly at Akainu, replied, "I have long admired you, Lord Akainu. I often read about your exploits in the newspapers, which informed me that you were a user of a Devil Fruit. Thus I sought to learn about them and their extraordinary capabilities. 3 days ago, while I was playing along the shore, a black pineapple fruit drifted ashore. I presumed it to be a Devil Fruit, and thus retrieved and consumed it. Since then, I have been experimenting with my newfound abilities, preparing to set sail and join the Navy, ultimately hoping to serve alongside you, Lord Akainu. I never anticipated such good fortune to encounter you today, which compelled me to rush over in hopes of joining your ranks." Upon hearing this, Akainu nodded. Slightly. Kahn's account bore no flaws. A simple inquiry on the island would reveal the truth. He regarded Kahn thoughtfully before stating, "Show me your ability, Kahn." Feeling somewhat awkward, glanced around at the surrounding Marines and hesitantly replied, "Lord Akainu, my ability is still in its nascent stages. I can only currently seal unconscious individuals or animals. And there are none of that sort." Akainu frowned slightly, contemplating before instructing a nearby Marine, "Go fetch the pirate we captured from the ship. Let him test his ability." The Marine, having received the command, promptly turned and headed back to the ship. Meanwhile, Kahn was filled with anticipation. Akainu is truly a benevolent individual, having even sent a pirate over to him. A single pirate, undoubtedly one notorious for his malevolence. This must entail a considerable amount of evil points, presenting him with a lucrative opportunity. Contemplating this, he could not contain his excitement, observing Kahn's enthusiasm. Akainu felt pleased with his admirer. If Kahn could indeed seal individuals away, he would be a valuable addition to the Navy. Capturing pirates often comes with its own set of complications, and if Kahn's abilities could restrain a pirate's power, it would prove to be quite advantageous, particularly in the transportation of captured foes. Amidst Kahn's exhilaration and Akainu's reflections, two Navy soldiers approached, dragging an injured pirate before Kahn. The pirate's evil points totaled 2863. Kahn's excitement surged as he beheld the captured pirate. In a moment of fervor, Akainu delivered a punch that rendered the pirate unconscious, then turned to Kahn, urging, "Try your ability." Kahn wasted no time, sprinting to the unconscious pirate and crouching down to place his hand upon him. 3 seconds later, the pirate's form vanished without a trace. Akainu, astonished, glanced at Kahn and inquired, "Is this what you refer to as sealing? Where has that pirate gone? Can he be released?" Kahn rose and bowed to Akainu, explaining, "Master Akainu, the pirate has been sealed in a different dimension within that space. He cannot move, nor will he feel hunger or thirst. He could be released, but it will require a half-hour wait. Incapacitated? No need for sustenance? This ability is rather impressive. It is exceptionally suited for the transport of prisoners." After a moment of contemplation, Akainu regarded Kahn thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, your ability is quite useful. I shall make an exception this time and allow you to join my ranks. One more thing." He added, "How many individuals can your sealing ability accommodate?" Kahn's excitement soared as he envisioned the influx of evil points surging towards him. Overwhelmed by anticipation, he saluted Akainu and declared, "Thank you, esteemed sir. My sealing ability can currently contain 72 individuals, and it may increase in the future." Akainu, observing Kahn's fervor, felt satisfied with his devoted fan. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Very well. Go home and bid farewell to your family. We shall remain here for 3 hours. Return in 3 hours' time." "Thank you, sir. I shall return in an hour." Kahn expressed his gratitude before swiftly making his way back towards the village. He needed to accompany Akainu, after all, and it was imperative to bring along the scant resources he possessed. As for his parents, he was an orphan, having not seen them since childhood. Akainu observed as Kahn fled, and after the latter had distanced himself, he turned to one of his commanders and said, "Mod, go follow that boy to the island and ascertain whether he belongs there." Mod nodded and proceeded toward the village. Although Akainu held a certain admiration for his young admirer, he recognized the necessity of adhering to protocol. Failing to do so and bringing a spy back to Marine headquarters would be a significant disgrace for him. Once his subordinate departed, Akainu began to contemplate. Kahn possessed the remarkable ability to seal 72 individuals, a rather impressive number. Initially, he had captured 2 batches of wanted criminals, intending to return to Marine headquarters. However, with Kahn's power at his disposal, he believed he could apprehend even more pirates to bring back, as sealing them would alleviate any concerns about their potential escape. If there is indeed a matter at hand, he merely needs to take Kahn and return all the wanted criminals to the naval headquarters. By the coast, Akainu sat, having just finished a light meal. Upon completion, Maud returned to Akainu's side, stating, "Sir, there is no issue with Kahn. He is an orphan who has grown up on the island. It is said that his parents were killed by pirates, so it is only natural for him to wish to join the Navy." Hearing that Kahn posed no threat, Akainu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Since there are no concerns, his abilities can certainly be put to use. Our purpose in this venture is to capture pirates, and his skills are quite impressive. He will aid us in apprehending a greater number of them. When that lad arrives, instruct him to seal all the pirates on board. And after we capture a few more, we shall return to the naval headquarters." Those who followed Akainu were staunch and unwavering members of the Navy, unhesitant in their pursuit of pirates. Maud readily responded, "Sir, if we are to continue capturing pirates, we need to locate a larger island to replenish our supplies. Akainu waved his hand dismissively. You may handle that. Simply find a suitable island to land on. Maud nodded and saluted before departing. After he left, Akainu rested for a while longer and soon spotted Kahn approaching the port with a backpack. He beckoned to Kahn, and as the young man drew closer, he said, "Release that pirate so I may assess your capabilities." Kahn did not refuse. He released the pirates without hesitation. Akainu observed the unconscious pirate on the ground and crouched down to examine him. To his surprise, the pirate's condition was identical to what it had been an hour prior. It appeared that those who were sealed away experienced no changes in their physical state. He nodded and addressed Kahn, saying, "Let us seal him again. Furthermore, there are 4 additional pirates aboard the ship. Please ensure that they are sealed as well." Kahn was overjoyed. To him, Akainu was akin to a deity of fortune, and he could hardly contain his desire to embrace Akainu with a kiss of gratitude. In his excitement, Kahn eagerly turned to Akainu and declared, "My lord, let us proceed with our tasks." Akainu, visibly pleased, gestured towards a naval officer nearby and instructed, "You shall escort him to subdue those pirates. His strength is more than sufficient to incapacitate them." The officer, having been summoned by Akainu, calmly addressed Kahn, saying, "Please, follow me." Kahn nodded eagerly, following the naval officer with a lively step. As they made their way to the ship, Kahn inquired of the leading officer, "Excuse me, sir, what is your rank and name?" The guiding officer glanced at Kahn and replied, "You may call me Rear Admiral Harry." Kahn nodded repeatedly, inquiring, "Major Harry, did you embark on this mission to combat pirates?" As he walked, Harry replied, "We received orders to eliminate a particular pirate crew, and having accomplished our task, we were initially set to return. However, the Vice Admiral has altered the plan, intending to capture additional pirates before we head back." With a sidelong glance at Kahn, Harry continued, "This is all due to you. Our vessel cannot accommodate so many prisoners. We were supposed to deliver them to Impel Down, but with your capabilities, we can apprehend even more pirates now." Kahn was overjoyed. He never expected Akainu to be so admirable. To help him accumulate evil points, he was tirelessly capturing pirates. It was as if he were his very own progenitor. In the future, when Akainu passed away, it would be only fitting to erect a memorial tablet in his honor. With palpable excitement, Kahn rubbed his fists together and proclaimed, "Truly worthy of my admiration, Lord Akainu. His relentless pursuit of pirates is commendable. I believe we should capture and eliminate every pirate in the world, leaving not a single one to escape." Harry glanced at the exuberant Kahn and chuckled. "You certainly resonate with us. Our Rear Admiral is committed to eradicating all pirates." Kahn nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." It was the news of Admiral Akainu's merciless pursuit of thieves that ignited my admiration for him. As they conversed, they boarded the ship. After Harry stepped aboard, he chuckled and remarked to Kahn, "Your abilities are quite impressive. Surely, the Vice Admiral will take you along on future missions." Kahn was eager to accompany Akainu. With Akainu's relentless work ethic, he was bound to apprehend numerous pirates. In due time, the bounty would undoubtedly soar. Just the thought of it nearly made his mouth water with anticipation. After a moment of exhilaration, Kahn turned to Harry and said, "Major General Harry, once we have sealed those pirates, could you possibly teach me the art of combat? I have no one on the island to guide me, and I yearn to learn a skill to vanquish pirates." As they walked, Harry replied, "Training requires a gradual approach. Your physical condition is rather inadequate. It would be wise for you to first focus on the fundamentals. I shall arrange for someone to instruct you shortly. Mastering the basics is indeed essential." Kahn nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He proceeded to follow Harry into the interior of the ship, arriving at a grim iron cell. Within this chamber, 4 individuals were shackled in chains, their demeanor unmistakably sinister. The sheer magnitude of their malevolence thrilled Kahn to his core. Their sin values were as follows: 4653, 6259, and 3869. The cumulative worth of these transgressions was sufficient to amplify his cultivation speed tenfold for a duration of 27 hours. He envisioned the strength he would attain, akin to that of a commissioned officer, and the thought filled him with exhilaration. As Harry entered the cell, under the fierce glares of the 4 captives, he swiftly rendered them unconscious before turning to Kahn and stating, "All right, collect them." Kahn was unreserved. The 4 individuals were cast into the Book of Sin. Having accepted them, he eagerly turned to Harry and inquired, "Major General Harry, may I have someone to guide me in my cultivation?" Harry glanced at Kahn and smiled, "Indeed, there is a certain vigor about you. However, you must possess the perseverance to endure. Cultivation is not merely a casual endeavor. With tenfold cultivation experience, I could practice for 3 days and nights without a moment's rest. Kahn pondered silently for a moment before confidently proclaiming, I shall train diligently. Harry chuckled softly, turned around, and said, Come along, I will introduce you to someone. Kahn followed Harry onto the deck. At the bow of the ship, Harry shouted towards the shore, Cullen, come here. On the shore, a sailor hurriedly made his way to the deck. Upon his arrival, Harry introduced him to Kahn, saying, This is Sergeant Cullen. He is responsible for organizing the training of the soldiers. You will learn the basics under his guidance. Upon hearing this, Kahn promptly saluted Cullen, saying, Good day, Sergeant Cullen. Cullen, a stern and unyielding individual, regarded Kahn with a slight nod, remarking, By your appearance, it seems you possess merely the physical attributes of an ordinary individual. Let us first engage in 3 months of foundational strength training. Yes, Sergeant Cullen. Kahn responded with utmost respect. Cullen, satisfied, nodded and added, We shall be departing from this location shortly. It is not the most opportune moment for training. You may rest for now. Once we set off, I will teach you some fundamental training methods. Very well, Kahn acquiesced, then inquired, Is there anything I can assist with at the moment? I would like to help the others. Cullen shook his head, stating, You have just joined the Navy. Without proper training, your efforts may inadvertently hinder rather than assist. There remains over an hour before we depart. Perhaps you could take this time to familiarize yourself with your fellow shipmates. With that, Cullen's words were final. Kahn did not refuse. He exchanged a few words with Cullen and Harry, who soon departed due to other matters, leaving him to engage in conversation with the idle sailors. The sailors exhibited a rather favorable attitude towards Kahn, as they had all observed the cordial demeanor of Akainu towards him. Since Kahn was favored by Akainu, they naturally refrained from offending him. Thus, it was established. Kahn became acquainted with the majority of the naval personnel aboard the ship. The Red Dog and his crew intended to stop at Zucchini Island, having sustained some damage to the vessel after eliminating a group of pirates earlier that morning. They decided to make a temporary halt at Zucchini Island to effect repairs. Among the 5 captured pirates was a particularly notorious individual with a criminal rating exceeding 3,000, who was apprehended during their recent operations. The remaining 4 were designated targets from the naval headquarters. The aforementioned criminal, with a bounty of 72 million, was infamous for having assassinated the king of a small kingdom, prompting the naval headquarters to dispatch the Red Dog to deal with him. Otherwise, the Red Dog would never have ventured into the West Sea. It was indeed fortunate for Kahn to encounter him. At Zucchini Island, the naval personnel dedicated 3 hours to effecting repairs on the ship before officially setting sail. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the increasingly distant Zucchini Island, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. So soon, are you yearning for home? Just as Kahn was lost in thought, Kulin approached him and inquired. Kahn inwardly scoffed. He held no affection for the island, for his soul was no longer that of Kahn. It merely inhabited Kahn's corporeal form. As for the island's villagers, they were nothing more than ordinary to him. Aside from the food the village chief provided before he turned 10, which spared him from starvation, he had since relied on assisting others in agricultural endeavors in exchange for sustenance. Thus, the only individual on the entire island to whom he owed gratitude was the village chief. As a means of repaying the debt of this body that once belonged to Kahn, Kahn pondered for a moment before eagerly expressing to Cullen, There is no time to waste. I must hasten my training to grow stronger and eradicate the pirates. Sergeant Cullen, please train me at once. I can scarcely contain my anticipation. Cullen patted Kahn on the shoulder, affirming, Excellent. Your ambition is commendable. Let us commence. Having spoken, Cullen led Kahn to the stern deck of the ship, where he imparted an entire regimen of foundational training techniques. This regimen was quite elementary, encompassing basic movements such as squats, jogging, push-ups, and sit-ups. However, despite their simplicity, each movement adhered to stringent standards. Improper execution could easily result in bodily harm. Cullen devoted a full hour and a half to instructing Kahn, even administering a few corrective blows to ensure Kahn's training conformed to the required standards. With other responsibilities awaiting him on the ship, Cullen eventually left Kahn to train independently, fully immersed in his practice. Kahn noted that the criminals imprisoned within the Book of Sin had their malevolent points diminished by 1 each minute. Currently, Kahn held 5 inmates, thus accruing 5 malevolent points per minute. Initially, this amount of malevolent points was insufficient for him to train at tenfold speed. However, he had previously amassed over 500 points, which would suffice for an hour of accelerated training. Notably, utilizing malevolent points for training does not deplete physical stamina. Kahn, undeterred by fatigue, diligently commenced his training session. Engaging in a series of movements with remarkable tenacity, the training accelerated at a tenfold pace, allowing him to perceive his progress with every fleeting moment. This invigorated his practice, rendering him increasingly reluctant to pause for rest. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and his accumulated malevolence was entirely expended. He could then only continue his training at a fivefold speed. With 5 transgressors at hand, the malevolence consumed during his training perfectly matched the malevolence he absorbed. Thus, he persisted in his rigorous training until dusk. "Young man, you possess considerable perseverance. Splendid." In the evening, K'un approached Kahn, praising his efforts before adding, however, "One must not train for extended periods, as it may jeopardize one's health. Approximately 3 hours of training at a time is sufficient. Now, go and enjoy your dinner." Upon hearing K'un's words, Kahn ceased his cultivation. At this moment, he realized that he had overexerted himself, potentially drawing attention to his unusual state. He was still feeble and could not afford to have others notice his abnormal physical condition. In the future, it would be wiser to cultivate for 2 hours. Take a brief respite, and then continue. Regaining his composure, Kahn hurriedly feigned exhaustion, seated himself on the deck, and remarked, "I became so engrossed in my training that had it not been for your call, Sergeant K'un, I might have pushed myself to the point of injury. Thankfully, you intervened. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." Sergeant K'un regarded Kahn and advised, "One must balance work and rest. Do not jeopardize your health in the pursuit of cultivation. In future sessions, it would be prudent to train for 3 hours followed by an hour of rest, allowing your body to relax and recuperate. Continuous training is not advisable." "Understood," Kahn replied, then coughed lightly and turned to Sergeant K'un, saying, Sergeant K'un, I find myself rather fatigued and reluctant to move. Could you possibly reserve a portion of food for me? I will eat once I have sufficiently rested." Kahn's dedication to his training did not escape K'un's notice. Indeed, he had not sought solace even for a fleeting moment. K'un held a favorable impression of soldiers like Kahn, who were earnest in their pursuit of improvement. Observing that Kahn was reluctant to move, he directly proposed, "Allow me to bring you a meal. After all, dining in the mess hall is merely a matter of individuals consuming their sustenance. You may as well partake of your meal here." Upon hearing this, Kahn hurriedly expressed his apologies to Sergeant Cullen, thanking him profusely. Cullen waved his hand dismissively and departed from the stern of the ship. The stern had always been devoid of personnel, as those tasked with surveillance were stationed within the observation tower, while the remaining soldiers rested to conserve their strength for the impending battle. During their departure, Kahn recalled Harry mentioning that they were bound for an island to eradicate the pirates that plagued the area. Thus, apart from the soldiers responsible for monitoring the maritime conditions, no other naval personnel wandered aimlessly on the deck. This explains the situation. Kahn practiced for over 3 hours, undisturbed. Of course, there were those who caught sight of Kahn during his training, but they merely happened upon him, unaware that he had been engaged in his discipline for such an extended period. However, there were also those who kept a vigilant eye on him, such as Kieran and Akainu, who occasionally glanced at Kahn's practice. Kieran had the leisure to steal a few glances, while Akainu observed from a distance, utilizing his observation hockey. Presently, Akainu felt a sense of satisfaction towards this young admirer, appreciating his tenacity and the potential of his devil fruit abilities. It seemed plausible that Kahn could ascend to the rank of a school-level officer in the future. Yet, Akainu believed further evaluation was necessary. It was possible that Kahn might lose interest in his training after a while, which would diminish Akainu's regard for him. Such were Akainu's thoughts. Kahn remained oblivious. He watched as Cullen departed, then reclined on the ground to rest, gazing absently at the sky. He contemplated that it would be best to follow Akainu and continue pursuing pirates, avoiding a return to the Navy headquarters until he had attained the strength of a lieutenant. Only then would he possess a modicum of self-preservation. Given sufficient time, he believed he could successfully flee if necessary. Lost in these thoughts, Cullen soon returned with dinner. Though Kahn's physical exertion had been minimal, he was undeniably famished. Cullen brought him a meal, which Kahn devoured in a few swift bites. Cullen, initially intending to depart, lingered for a moment upon observing Kahn's rapid consumption of his dinner. Once Kahn had finished, Cullen collected the empty meal container and remarked, "I have arranged a room for you. If you wish to rest, please proceed to room 5 in cabin number 2. Do you wish to rest now?" Kahn waved his hand and said, "Sergeant Cullen, you may carry on with your tasks. I shall take a moment to rest before training. My foundation is far too weak. I can only catch up with you all through diligent practice." I do not wish to be a mere spectator while you engage in battle. Cullen regarded Kahn with appreciation and replied, very well, focus on your training. I shall take my leave for now. Kahn nodded. Cullen departed. Half an hour after Cullen's departure, Kahn felt sufficiently rested and resumed his fundamental training. In the evening, a Marine approached the stern to enjoy the sea breeze and observed Kahn diligently practicing. He merely jested with Kahn a couple of remarks, without approaching him any closer. And that was all. Kahn trained for 2 hours, followed by a 1-hour respite. He diligently engaged in the cycle thrice. As the clock approached 2:30 in the morning, having just completed his 3rd round of training, Kahn settled down to rest, preparing for another session. At that moment, Major General Harry appeared before him, smiling as he remarked, well done, young man. We are impressed by your tenacity. However, do not overexert yourself. It would be wise to return to your quarters and rest. Kahn cast a glance at Harry and rose to salute. Major General Harry, I am not fatigued yet. Allow me to complete another round of training before I retire for rest. Harry, with a reassuring pat on Kahn's shoulder, replied, very well. Return to rest now. This is an order from the Lieutenant General. Only after proper rest can one engage in training with renewed vigor. The order from Akainu? It seems he has been consistently mindful of my well-being. Kahn contemplated silently for a moment and feigned excitement as he said, since it is an order from Lord Akainu, I shall take my leave to rest. Farewell, Major General Harry. He bid farewell to Harry. Kahn returned to the cabin and discovered the room that Cullen had arranged for him. He opened the door. Kahn discovered that it was, in fact, a single room. This revelation filled him with astonishment, for on the warship, such accommodations were reserved solely for high-ranking officers, like Harry and Akainu. As a mere soldier, he felt that he was being afforded an undeserved privilege. After a moment of surprise, Kahn finally came to an understanding. His situation was unlike that of others. Within him lay the seal of 5 criminals. It was only reasonable for him to be placed in solitary confinement, as there was no certainty regarding whether the seal might unexpectedly break, allowing the criminals to escape. Hence, he was assigned a separate room. With this realization, he hesitated no longer. Upon entering the chamber, he discovered his bag had already been placed there. After taking a shower to wash away the sweat, he lay down to rest. While cultivation does not deplete physical strength, it does consume mental energy. As soon as he reclined, he swiftly drifted into slumber. In the adjacent room, Admiral Akainu sensed that Kahn was asleep and turned to the recently arrived Harry, remarking, this lad shows promise. If he is able to maintain his training until we return to the Navy headquarters, you should take him as your disciple and impart your marksmanship skills to him. He continued, his devil fruit ability is peculiar, rendering hand-to-hand combat somewhat inappropriate, as it might lead to his capture and the subsequent release of the sealed criminals. Firearms would be more suitable for him. Harry comprehended Akainu's concerns. The Admiral feared that if Kahn engaged in close combat and was captured, it could result in the release of the criminals. Using firearms for ranged attacks would mitigate this risk. Harry nodded, responding, understood, Admiral. I shall take my leave to rest now. Akainu affirmed, yes, remember to keep a close watch on him. Be cautious of his sealed individuals escaping. We still cannot ascertain the extent of his abilities. After a moment's contemplation, Harry inquired, Admiral, since you are apprehensive about the possibility of others breaking his seal, should we not inquire with headquarters regarding the nature of this devil fruit? He did mention its appearance. Akainu replied calmly, I have already contacted headquarters. They are still investigating the matter. It is unlikely we will receive any results soon. If they had known, they would have informed me long ago. There are far too many chaotic devil fruits for headquarters to be aware of them all. Harry understood and refrained from further discussion, saluting Akainu before departing. As night descended, the warship continued its voyage, albeit at a speed approximately half that of the daylight hours. Kahn, having taken a brief respite within the confines of his chamber, was roused by the gentle vibrations of the vessel. Upon awakening, he glanced outside the window, noting the subtle illumination of dawn breaking. After assessing his mental clarity, which had fully returned, he resolutely rose and made his way to the stern of the ship to continue his training. His movements did not go unnoticed by Akainu, who quickly sensed Kahn's diligent efforts. Observing Kahn's dedication to his practice, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. However, as a vice admiral of the Navy, his schedule was demanding, and he did not dwell on Kahn's training, which he deemed less arduous than his own past endeavors. Thus, he merely appreciated Kahn's tenacity without further contemplation, considering it was merely the first day. Whether Kahn is worth cultivating depends on his ability to persist over the long term. The next 2 days will be crucial. Kahn slept merely 5 hours each day. The remainder of his time was devoted to rigorous training. After 2 days, he felt that his physique had reached the level of an ordinary naval soldier, which brought him immense satisfaction and further fueled his motivation to train. The only source of his regret stemmed from the diminishing value of his malevolence, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Among the 5 criminals, 2 possessed only a little over 3,000 points of malevolence, since their malevolence had been fully extracted. His own malevolence dwindled to a mere 3 points per minute. This predicament made him eager for Akainu to commence his work, capturing more pirates to extract their malevolence for his training. However, when he inquired with Rear Admiral Harry, he learned that they were tracking a pirate crew, and the timeline for their pursuit remained uncertain. All he could do was wait. Although the Book of Sin could still detain those whose malevolence had reached 0, it no longer facilitated the extraction of malevolence. Thus, Kahn chose not to release the prisoners, continuing to hold them in custody during this waiting period. Kahn also inquired with the Navy about the current situation on Zucchini Island. Kahn's original self possessed a limited understanding of this world, which resulted in Kahn's lack of comprehension regarding the current circumstances after his transmigration and absorption of memories. Over the past few days, he inquired about the situation and ascertained the present timeline. It is now the 20th of July in the year 1499 of the Ocean Circle calendar. Just last year, the notorious pirate king, Roger, was executed, heralding the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Admiral Akainu is pursuing pirates in the West Blue due to their rampant proliferation. In an effort to maintain stability upon the seas, the Navy has been relentlessly chasing and suppressing these pirates. Over the course of this year, the Navy has suffered considerable losses while endeavoring to quell the piracy that plagued the 4 seas, finally achieving a semblance of order compared to the chaos of a year prior. Nevertheless, the seas remain tumultuous, necessitating frequent missions for Akainu. It is now approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 21st of July. Kahn was engrossed in his training when, suddenly, the sound of a gathering call pierced the air. Instantly, he became alert, ceasing his exercises and sprinting towards the bow of the ship. Ordinarily, there would be no assembly aboard the vessel, so this summons undoubtedly signified a significant development. It was plausible that Admiral Akainu had pursued a band of pirates, now cornering them. If that were the case, he would have the opportunity to apprehend another group of pirates, providing ample resources for his training. Upon reaching the bow, he found the Navy personnel already assembled. Kahn stood at the rear, gazing ahead at Major General Harry. Upon noticing that everyone had gathered, Harry spoke. "Prepare yourselves. Our headquarters has confirmed the location of the Silver Serpent pirate crew. We shall advance at full speed to eradicate them. Ensure you are ready for battle." The sailors, filled with fervor, erupted into enthusiastic shouts. Kahn eagerly followed them, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Harry issued his orders, and the naval personnel commenced their preparations. They meticulously inspected the artillery emplacements and readied the ammunition. Kahn found himself with little to occupy his time, having devoted himself entirely to training without engaging in any other pursuits. Consequently, he approached Major Harry and inquired, "Major Harry, do you believe there is any way I might be of assistance?" Major Harry glanced at Kahn and replied, "At this stage, you are hardly more than a recruit. It would be best if you refrain from causing us any hindrance. When the battle commences, you may wish to conceal yourself." Kahn felt an immediate sense of dissatisfaction, however. Internally, he experienced a sense of relief. At this stage, the adversary of Akainu was not one he could contend with. Abstaining from combat was, for him, the wisest course of action. Nonetheless, he could not outwardly exhibit his reluctance to engage in battle. Thus, he expressed his discontent by saying, "Major General Harry, surely I can assist in firing a cannon?" Harry cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and replied with equanimity, "This is an order from Admiral Akainu. As a member of the Navy, you should adhere to our directives. Your duty is to seal the defeat of the pirates. Remember your responsibilities. Only when you earn recognition will you be permitted to take to the battlefield and slay the enemy." Kahn feigned displeasure and reluctantly remarked, "Since it is Lord Akainu's command, I shall heed it. However, once I grow stronger, you must not continue to regard me merely as a mere escort for prisoners." Harry chuckled softly and replied, "All right. I am quite busy. You should find a place to hide for now." With that, Harry exchanged a couple of words and hurriedly departed. Kahn feigned a sigh as he wandered about. The prospect of cultivation seemed utterly impossible. The ship was teeming with industrious sailors, leaving him with no space to practice. Once the assembly call resonated, the warship altered its course, swiftly advancing towards the southeast. Kahn took the opportunity to inquire about the situation from those passing by, questioning several familiar sailors. They provided him with information regarding certain pirates, the Silver Serpent pirate crew, boasting a crew of over 200, with a captain whose bounty stood at a staggering 86 million. Additionally, there were 2 pirates aboard with bounties around 30 million. This was the extent of the information he managed to gather, as the sailors were not privy to further details. Perhaps Akainu or Harry might know more. But he was reluctant to ask them. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with what he had learned. A pirate with a bounty of 86 million must surely possess a sin value exceeding 10,000. The thought thrilled him. After clarifying the situation, he settled down to rest, awaiting the onset of battle. 2 hours later, the warship arrived near an island. At the bow of the ship, Kahn spotted a pirate vessel anchored along the distant coastline of the island. However, he had yet to discern the true form of the pirate ship. Just then, Akainu arrived at the bow and launched an assault towards the heavens, invoking the meteor volcano. Kahn gazed at Akainu, who was launching magma projectiles towards the sky. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he recalled the grandiosity of the magma boulders unleashed by Akainu's meteor volcano in the anime, which were colossal in size. However, the magma stones now appeared no larger than basketballs, utterly incomparable to their animated counterparts. Thus, in his eyes, the spectacle lacked any significant impact. Yet, pondering the matter, he reminded himself that this was Akainu from 20 years earlier. It was only natural that his strength was not on par with that of his future self. As Akainu unleashed his meteor volcano, the pirate ship far along the coastline was suddenly bombarded by celestial projectiles. Within a mere 10 seconds, the vessel was left in tatters. Witnessing the devastation, Akainu bellowed, "Close in. Not a single pirate shall escape." The destruction of the pirate ship invigorated the morale of the Navy, who were now poised for battle, ready to storm the deck at any moment. "You, back to the cabin." Kahn heard a voice beside him as the excitement among the Navy surged, and it was Curran, who had approached him with a remark. Kahn gazed at the approaching coastline, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Is it all right if I stay here? Surely, they cannot reach the ship." Kulun shot Kahn an exasperated glance, retorting, "Do you really think the cannons aboard their vessel are mere decorations? Their ship may be damaged, but it is certainly not sunk." "Ah, quite a valid point." Kahn pondered for a moment and sighed. "Very well, I shall retreat to the cabin." Seeing Kahn's despondency, Cullen gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Cheer up. Once you have honed your skills, there will be ample opportunities to take to the battlefield and vanquish pirates." Kahn curled his lip in disdain. He felt a sense of gloom, not due to his inability to step onto the battlefield, but rather because the pirates had been slain. The thought of the immense amount of malevolence points wasted saddened him, and thus he appeared rather despondent. Kahn returned to the cabin, discreetly observing the situation from behind the door. 2 minutes later, the sound of cannon fire erupted as both sides commenced their artillery duel. However, the pirates' cannons were evidently inferior to those of the warship. Following a barrage from the naval vessel, the cannons of the pirate ship fell silent. Subsequently, the warship unleashed yet another round of cannon fire. Kahn beheld the pirate ship, shattered and beginning to sink under the relentless bombardment. With the vessel in ruins, the warship ceased its assault and swiftly approached the shore. Once the Navy vessel docked, the sailors leapt from the ship, following Akainu as they surged towards the pirates along the coastline. Kahn secretly observed aboard the ship, feeling rather bored. The pirates were notably timid, merely fleeing rather than engaging in battle. It appeared that they were acutely aware of Admiral Akainu's formidable reputation, which deterred them from confronting him head-on. After witnessing the Navy pursuing the pirates deep into the island, Kahn shook his head and approached a stationed naval soldier, inquiring, "Blake, were your previous encounters always like this?" Blake glanced at Kahn and chuckled softly. "For the most part, yes. Admiral Akainu's renown is quite formidable. Few pirates dare to face him directly. As for the truly powerful pirates, they are seldom encountered, but when they are, it results in a genuine and fierce battle." Kahn nodded slightly. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Have you encountered any formidable foes of late?" Blake shook his head, responding, "The powerful pirates have mostly fled to the Grand Line. For the past year, we have been subduing various pirates across the 4 seas. It is said that once we restore order in the 4 seas, we shall turn our attention to the pirates of the Grand Line." Kahn was suddenly enlightened. The 4 seas constitute the foundational territory of the world government. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the primary objective of the world government is to maintain stability within the 4 seas. Only with stability in the 4 seas can they effectively contend with the pirates of the Grand Line. Aboard the warship, Kahn waited for a while and soon observed the Marines returning in groups. Before long, A comatose pirate was unceremoniously tossed at Kahn's feet. With a bounty of 6 million, it was quite a decent catch, promising some merit points upon return. It was Sergeant Buck who spoke, laughing cheerfully as he presented the man to Kahn. Kahn gazed at the pirates sprawled on the ground, their malevolence exceeding 2,400 points, and promptly collected their bounty. After securing the captives, he eagerly inquired of Buck, "Buck, how many bounty criminals are there in the Silver Serpent pirate crew?" Buck pondered for a moment before responding, "There should be 8 or 9. The rest are merely lowly minions." 9 bounty criminals, indeed. That translates to 9 sources of malevolence. Just think about it. Kahn felt a surge of exhilaration. However, the thought of the fallen pirates stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Furthermore, it is not necessarily the bounty criminals who possess the highest levels of malevolence. It is conceivable that a mere subordinate could have a more elevated degree of wickedness than a notorious outlaw. He contemplated that in the future, he must assume the role of captain himself to apprehend pirates, as this would ensure optimal profitability. After a moment of introspection, he pondered further. Kahn sighed and addressed the crowd, expressing his desire to join them in battle. Buck patted Kahn on the shoulder and replied with a smile, encouraging him to train diligently. For there would be ample opportunities to fight alongside the esteemed Major General, and perhaps he would find himself engaged in relentless combat against pirates day after day. Kahn shook his head, sighing without uttering another word. Buck and the others disembarked to tend to the damaged pirate ship. The pirates had been eradicated, and thus the treasures aboard the vessel naturally belonged to the Navy. According to the Marines, they were entitled to a 30% share of the confiscated pirate wealth, while the remainder was to be submitted to headquarters to support the Navy's provisions. Kahn did not venture to plunder treasures. He remained at the bow of the ship, awaiting the arrival of the wanted criminals delivered by the Navy. 5 minutes passed. Kahn had apprehended 2 notorious fugitives, their infamy quantified at 2,321 and 3,852 points respectively. After securing these individuals, Akainu returned to the ship with an unconscious accomplice in tow. The sight of the captured individual ignited a spark of excitement within Kahn, who hurriedly approached to seal the captive. Akainu handed over the subdued figure to Kahn without uttering a word, merely informing the crew that they would set sail in an hour before retreating to the cabin for rest. Upon Akainu's return, the others gradually rejoined, bringing with them 5 more fugitives whose infamy points were as follows: 6232, 4536, 4863, and 1563. With the addition of these 5, the Silver Serpent pirates were effectively eradicated. The remaining lackeys fled, posing no substantial threat. While the Navy dismissed the escape of these minor criminals, Kahn remained deeply concerned, recognizing the significance of their infamy points. The thought weighed heavily on him, a source of great distress. Regrettably, the Navy focused solely on capturing the most wanted, as only such individuals could yield commendations. Ordinary lackeys were deemed inconsequential. The sheer number of pirates in this world rendered the Navy incapable of managing the lesser criminals. Following the annihilation of the Silver Serpent pirates, the Navy seized some of the pirates' treasures and resources before setting their warships on course for the next target. After departing, the Navy celebrated their success with a grand feast, indulging in a lavish meal. Kahn also participated, unwilling to be an outcast or face rejection from others. After the banquet, he eagerly rushed to his training, for his accumulation of malevolent energy had reached a substantial level. Now, he was training at an estimated speed tenfold beyond the norm. A day passed swiftly. The following noon, they encountered an unknown pirate crew upon the sea. Consequently, Kahn reaped no benefits whatsoever. The Red Dog unleashed a meteor volcano from a distance, sending the pirate ship directly into the depths of the sea, which resulted in the Navy capturing not a single pirate. This predicament left Kahn in a state of profound frustration, casting a gaze filled with resentment towards the Red Dog. On July 23rd, at approximately 11 o'clock in the morning, Kahn was immersed in his training when the alarm sounded once more. The loudspeaker announced that a pirate ship was sailing 2 kilometers to the left ahead. Upon hearing this, Kahn could no longer contain himself. He was truly reluctant to squander the nefarious points accumulated from those pirates. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and approached the busy Rear Admiral Harry, exclaiming, "Rear Admiral Harry, I have something of significance to discuss with you." Harry cast a glance at Kahn, furrowing his brow, and replied, "You wish to partake in the battle once again, do you not?" Kahn waved his hand and said, No, I want you to capture the pirates alive." Harry was taken aback, staring at Kahn in astonishment. "What are you planning to do? Are you intending to bring them here for you to kill? That simply won't do." "Not at all," Kahn replied earnestly, Recently, after sealing away a dozen pirates, I sensed that my fruit's abilities seem to have unlocked some new potential. I wish to gather a number of pirates to test this. The more, the better. A new ability of the fruit? Harry exclaimed, gazing at Kahn with curiosity. What new ability? Do share. Kahn, with a sense of resignation, remarked, General Harry, had I possessed the knowledge I seek, I would not have approached you for the pirate test. I merely harbor a vague intuition about it. Harry glanced at Kahn, contemplated for a moment, and replied, I shall speak to the Vice Admiral about it. Kahn hurriedly saluted Harry, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Major General. Harry waved his hand dismissively. Please wait here. I shall speak with the Lieutenant General. After exchanging a brief word with Kahn, Harry swiftly made his way to Akainu. Upon reaching Akainu, he relayed the matter concerning Kahn. After listening attentively, Akainu cast a distant glance at Kahn and remarked, It appears that his fruit may possess additional abilities. In that case, we should capture some live specimens for him to test. However, we must ensure that it does not interfere with the battle. We cannot afford to incur losses among our own while attempting to capture live ones. Any surviving specimens after the fight can be left for him. Harry nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I shall return to inform him. With a wave of his hand, Akainu signaled for Harry to proceed. Harry then returned to Kahn and conveyed Akainu's response. Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a surge of relief wash over him. Although he could not capture every pirate to absorb their malevolent energy, he could at least increase his tally to some extent. As the days passed, only 4 out of the 13 pirates remained steadfast against his efforts. If he failed to apprehend more, he would soon find it impossible to sustain his 5-fold training speed. This predicament was far from desirable. Kahn contemplated for a moment, then relaxed and expressed his gratitude to Major Harry, saying, Thank you, Major Harry. Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder and turned to leave, remarking, All right, I have things to attend to. With that, Harry departed. The warship was drawing near to the pirate vessel, which had also noticed the approaching ship and was frantically attempting to escape. However, the speed of the pirate ship was evidently no match for that of the warship. Approximately 5 minutes later, the pirate ship entered the range of the warship's cannons, which began to bombard it relentlessly. The pirate vessel was soon shattered and rendered incapable of further escape as the warship advanced, preparing for an offensive. 2 minutes later, the warship drew closer, and gunfire erupted from the pirate ship as the pirates launched their attack. The subordinates of Akainu possessed considerable combat experience, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary firearms to strike them. As the warship approached, they charged forward under Harry's command, swiftly overpowering the pirate crew. This particular pirate band appeared to be relatively inexperienced. With just a dozen men, Harry dispatched all the pirates, concluding the entire skirmish in under 10 minutes. While the naval personnel were scouring the pirate ship for supplies, Harry gestured to Kahn aboard the warship, saying, Young man, come over and collect the prisoners. Eagerly awaiting this moment, Kahn leapt onto the pirate ship, where the pirates had all been rendered unconscious. Kahn surveyed the pirates with a sense of satisfaction, albeit tinged with a hint of exasperation. These marauders were novices, their infamy not particularly formidable. The most notorious among them boasted a mere 1326 points of infamy, while the others languished at a paltry few hundred. Their malevolence was almost laughable. Nevertheless, even the slightest gain is still a gain. Thus, he gathered the 30-odd pirates into his fold. Once Kahn had concluded his collection, Harry approached him, inquiring, So, after acquiring such a multitude of pirates, do you feel any different? Kahn cast a glance at Harry, pondering for a moment before speaking. It seems I felt nothing when capturing them. The sensation was most palpable when I seized that silver serpent. Harry furrowed his brow and contemplated before responding. It appears that your devil fruit may only be effective against the strong. These pirates are simply too feeble, which is likely why you felt nothing. Upon hearing this, Kahn nodded repeatedly. Harry had already devised an excuse for him, thus sparing him the trouble of concocting a pretext to appease Akainu. Indeed, it should be this way, Kahn concurred, stating that perhaps capturing a more formidable opponent next time would yield clearer answers. Harry chuckled and nodded in agreement. Let us endeavor again next time. However, what do you intend to do about the pirate you have sealed? Is it not true that your sealing space accommodates only 72? Kahn feigned contemplation and remarked, I shall conduct some research first. If they prove to be of no utility, I shall release them and eliminate them directly. Pirates deserve nothing less. Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder, saying, Excellent. That bears the hallmark of our esteemed admiral. When you deem them useless, let us indeed release them for their demise. As for the pirates, they possessed the potential for reutilization. To slay them outright would be a grave waste. Kahn merely uttered the words of death for the ears of Akainu. His intention was to absorb the evil value shortly thereafter and cast them into the sea, allowing them to fend for themselves. Should they survive, it would be deemed their good fortune. Should they perish, it would be considered their misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn remarked to Harry, "That truly is a hassle. Once I thoroughly examine it, I shall simply cast them into the ocean to feed the fish." A few pirates were present, but Harry seemed indifferent. He nodded in agreement with Kahn's statement, saying, "Do as you wish. I shall not interfere while I am here." Kahn then decided to return to his studies. After nodding in acknowledgement, he made his way back to the warship, greeting the naval personnel before retreating to his quarters. The sailors were still busy scouring for supplies. It was not until approximately half an hour later that they returned to the ship to continue their voyage. In his room, Kahn settled in. Kahn remained until 9 o'clock in the evening. After the majority of the pirates' malevolent energies had been thoroughly absorbed, he emerged from the cabin and proceeded to the stern of the ship, where he unceremoniously discarded the useless bodies into the sea. The pirates, with their depravity values generally exceeding 200, undoubtedly had committed heinous acts such as murder and arson. Their demise, he believed, was entirely justified. Thus, he felt no remorse in casting them into the depths. Besides, he was no saint. Those deserving of death would inevitably meet their end. The only discomfort he experienced was the cries for help from those who fell into the sea, which he found rather bothersome, prompting him to return to the bow of the ship. Meanwhile, as Kahn disposed of the bodies, Harry and Akainu observed him closely. When they witnessed him casting the pirates into the ocean, they exhibited no particular emotion and instead hurried to the mess hall in search of food, feeling quite satisfied. Following Akainu amid embracing decisive action, the mere elimination of pirates was a trivial matter. Akainu now considered Kahn worthy of cultivation. He not only trained diligently but also did so at an impressive pace. Akainu could sense Kahn's power, which had more than doubled over the past 3 days, indicating a natural aptitude for cultivation. Such potential was certainly deserving of nurturing. After witnessing Kahn consume his meal, he returned to the stern to practice. And Akainu expressed his satisfaction to Harry, stating, "This lad is quite promising. He suits my tastes. I believe his strength is on par with that of a typical marine soldier. Tomorrow, teach him how to handle firearms." Harry, having not witnessed Akainu's capabilities, was unable to perceive Kahn's growth and strength, and thus hesitated before replying, "Colonel, hasn't he only been training for 3 days?" Akainu replied nonchalantly, "I am aware. This boy's rate of improvement is remarkable. Although he has only trained for 3 days, his strength has already doubled. This is likely a result of his devil fruit abilities. Did he not mention feeling something unusual when sealing the pirates? It is possible that sealing them aids in his rapid cultivation." Harry then understood, realizing the myriad possibilities that the powers of devil fruits could present. It is not surprising that Kahn possesses such a unique ability. Harry pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very well, I shall begin teaching him the art of shooting tomorrow." Akainu nodded in agreement. "Nurture him well. When I ascend to the position of admiral, I shall require a skilled crew to accompany me on the Grand Line. We cannot allow those wretched pirates to wreak havoc." Harry assented. Akainu was diligently occupied with the apprehension of pirates. This was no trivial endeavor. He was accumulating merit in preparation for the esteemed rank of admiral, which currently stood vacant. Akainu was indeed a formidable candidate. After parting ways with Akainu, Harry made his way to the stern of the ship. He observed Kahn training for 2 hours. And when Kahn finally sat down to rest, Harry approached and sat beside him, saying, "Young man, you are quite impressive. Would you be interested in learning marksmanship from me?" Kahn stood in stunned silence. The battles that Harry had fought in recent days weighed heavily on his mind. Kahn is clearly perceptive. His marksmanship can be described as infallibly accurate, exhibiting remarkable precision. However, Kahn believed that the sword was far superior and effortlessly impressive, leading him to never contemplate the cultivation of marksmanship. Now, Harry had come forth, expressing a desire to teach him the art of firearms, yet Kahn appeared somewhat hesitant. Observing Kahn's reluctance, Harry scoffed. "What? Do you look down upon my swordsmanship?" Kahn, regaining his composure, quickly replied, No. I have great admiration for Major General Harry's marksmanship. However, I have always been inclined towards the study of swordsmanship." Harry's expression softened slightly as he responded, "You still have the duty of guarding prisoners, so practicing swordsmanship may not be entirely suitable. Starting tomorrow, let us embark on the journey of learning marksmanship together." Kahn wished to say a few more words, but Harry turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a resolute declaration, "It is settled. This is the command of Admiral Akainu." Kahn felt utterly speechless. Yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he found himself in a position of weakness. Mastering the art of marksmanship would swiftly enhance his combat prowess. He resigned himself to the task. After all, he possessed the Book of Sin, which ensured that he would learn anything with remarkable speed in the future. After contemplating for a while, he resumed his training. Having spent the entire afternoon in slumber within the confines of the cabin, he had more than sufficiently rested. Now, with the tenfold augmentation of his training speed due to his sin value, he could not afford to delay. The sooner he grew stronger, the greater his freedom of action would be. He immersed himself in his training until the early hours of 4 o'clock. Kahn felt somewhat fatigued, so he retreated to his cabin for a respite. At 7 in the morning, he was summoned by Harry to begin his training in firearms combat. The initial lessons were rather straightforward. He was provided with a pistol to familiarize himself with its mechanics. Once he had grasped the structure of the weapon, he commenced practicing his marksmanship, engaging in target shooting. Harry dedicated the entire morning to instructing Kahn. When Kahn mastered the proper stance for shooting, Harry attended to other matters, instructing Kahn to devote 2 hours each day for the next week to honing his shooting skills, while allowing him to continue refining his foundational martial arts during the remaining hours. As time passed, 3 days slipped by. During this period, they encountered another ill-fated pirate crew, equally inexperienced as the previous one, which was swiftly eradicated by Harry and his men, contributing an additional 8,000 points to Kahn's notoriety. Furthermore, on the 4th day, at 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at a sizable island harbor, where they docked to replenish their supplies. Kahn also followed the sailors, disembarking at the quaint harbor town for a leisurely stroll. Thus, he arrived in the world of the Pirate King. Kahn had never ventured anywhere else. He spent 3 days on Zucchini Island, with the remainder of his time indulging in monotonous training aboard the warship. His arrival on the island filled him with exhilaration. Accompanied by his familiar companions, Kieran and Drew, they made their way to a tavern in the town. The trio settled at a table and ordered an assortment of food and drinks. After taking a hearty sip of his drink, Kieran exclaimed, "Refreshing. It's been half a month since I last had a drink. This has truly been a trial. If only I could have alcohol every day." On the warship, drinking was strictly prohibited due to the ever-present threat of pirate encounters, prompting Akainu to issue a decree forbidding all crew members from consuming alcohol on board. Kahn displayed little interest in the wine before him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a collection of individuals whose nefarious deeds scarcely exceeded a mere 50, which further diminished his enthusiasm. After taking a couple of bites of his meal, he inquired of Cullen, "Brother, shall we continue to drift aimlessly upon the sea? Is there truly no precise target for our assault?" Cullen, sipping his drink, replied, "Those formidable pirates are ever on the move, seldom settling in one location. We must await further instructions from headquarters before we can confront the more powerful pirate crews. Until we receive word from them, our only recourse is to meander the seas and engage in skirmishes with the pirates." Kahn found himself at a loss for words. "I was anticipating the opportunity to confront a formidable pirate to test my fruit's abilities. Merely dealing with a handful of underlings hardly stirs any excitement within me." Huron rolled his eyes. "Your power seems to merely amplify your training speed. Otherwise, there is no way your progress could be so remarkable." After saying this, Huron gazed at Kahn with a hint of envy. "I too desire a devil fruit. The rapid enhancement of your abilities as a devil fruit user is truly astonishing." 10 days of training. Kahn has expended over 60,000 points of malevolence. Presently, his physical condition surpasses that of the Marines aboard the ship. As for Cullen, he is responsible for Kahn's foundational training. Each day, he meticulously observes Kahn's progress in cultivation, thus possessing a clear understanding of the extent of Kahn's capabilities. Cullen believes that granting Kahn another week would be most beneficial. Kahn's comprehensive strength may indeed surpass his own. Amidst Cullen's envy, Kahn chuckled and remarked, "Once I become a general, I will undoubtedly procure a devil fruit for you, my dear brother, to make you even more formidable." Cullen rolled his eyes. The prospect of Kahn ascending to the rank of general seemed like a lifetime away. Thus, he chose not to engage in further idle chatter with Kahn and resumed sipping his drink. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kahn indulged in several hearty bites, satisfying his hunger. Once he was full, he stood up and said to Cullen, "Brother Cullen, I am off to wander freely in the town." The island where everyone had docked was a territory of the nations allied with the world government. With the Navy present on the island, there was naturally no cause for concern. Kahn intends to take a stroll, and Cullen casually remarked, "Return to the warship punctually. and do not wander too far." Kahn nodded and exited the tavern. The town outside remained quite lively. Kahn wandered through the town, indulging in some snacks. Subsequently, he continued to roam, scrutinizing the malevolent scores of passers-by. The common folk exhibited scores ranging from 1 to 10. Upon observing a few patrolling town guards, he noted their scores fluctuating between 20 and 50. The leader of the guard boasted a malevolent score of 225. This clearly illustrates that the individuals wielding power in this world are, in truth, not virtuous beings. Their malevolent scores are comparable to those of the ordinary pirates he had apprehended. Kahn gazed at the guards, yearning to seize them and accumulate a measure of sinfulness. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not act upon such impulses at this juncture. All he could do was salivate with desire. After meandering aimlessly for a while, constrained to mere observation without the ability to act, Kahn succumbed to boredom. He resolved to return to the warship to resume his practice of marksmanship. On the road back to the town, as Kahn was strolling, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight of a 6-digit malevolence value passing before him. He instinctively turned around to take a closer look. What on earth? Where did such a formidable individual come from? Could it be a high-ranking official from some military faction? Kahn instantly became alert, unable to resist the urge to follow the individual for a while, scrutinizing the malevolent aura emanating from above the person's head. His pursuit was soon detected by others. The individual turned to glance at Kahn, and upon noticing his naval attire, furrowed their brows slightly before vanishing from the street in a swift motion. The pursuer suddenly found himself alone. Kahn immediately glanced around, yet after scanning the area, he found no one. As he pondered the whereabouts of the individual, a sudden shiver ran down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his brow. Good heavens! I have actually been tailing such a formidable character. With just a mere flick of their finger, they could easily eliminate me. How utterly foolish of me to dare pursue someone like that. I truly do not know the meaning of danger. Fortunately, they have not sought me out for retribution. Kahn wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly dashed back towards the coastal port. No, he had to return swiftly. Strolling about the streets was no longer an option. Lingering could certainly invite trouble. Kahn fled in haste. The individual he had been trailing emerged from around a corner. Observing Kahn's sudden pallor and frantic escape, a grave expression settled upon his face. That naval officer. Has he recognized me? Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned so pale and rushed back. If Akainu discovers he is here, it would certainly spell trouble. It seems the deal must be abandoned. The man gazed at Kahn's receding figure, furrowing his brow in contemplation, before hastily departing the town. For him, no transaction held greater significance than his own life. Naturally, he etched the face of the naval officer who had recognized him deeply into his memory. He returned to the warship. Kahn remained haunted by lingering apprehensions. He felt as though he had been rather reckless moments ago, a realization that urged him to exercise greater caution in the future. With a sigh of resignation, he shook his head and returned to the stern of the ship to continue his cultivation. As he immersed himself in his practice, time swiftly slipped away. By evening, the naval personnel returned, and the warship set sail once more. After the fleet ventured into the open sea, Kahn inquired of Cullen regarding their destination. Cullen informed him that they were to patrol the vicinity of Baton Island, as their headquarters had relayed information indicating that the notorious Blackbird pirate crew, with a bounty of 86.5 million, was known to linger in that area. Their journey to Baton Island consumed 2 days, during which they encountered no pirates. However, upon their arrival at Baton Island, they observed 3 pirate ships anchored along the shore. Akainu, a man of unwavering resolve, could not overlook the presence of pirates. Regardless of their strength, he issued a command to attack, charging forward with valor. His devastating meteor volcano obliterated the ships, thwarting the pirates' escape. Following this, a barrage of cannon fire compelled the pirates to retreat to the island. Subsequently, the warships made landfall, engaging in fierce combat with the pirates. The 3 pirate crews, numbering around 300 to 400, did not showcase any formidable adversaries, save for one skilled swordsman who met his demise at the hands of Akainu, who delivered a fatal blow that pierced through his chest. Kahn watched in dismay, feeling a pang of regret as that amounted to over 700 infamy points. The chaotic skirmish concluded swiftly, culminating in a decisive victory for the Navy. Kahn observed the naval officers as they commenced the task of clearing the aftermath. He disembarked to lend a hand. Over 300 pirates had been involved, with more than 100 perishing, leaving only the wounded, who were subsequently apprehended by the Navy. Kahn gathered individuals into the Book of Sin, initially targeting those gravely injured and on the brink of death. Otherwise, if they succumbed, their sins would be erased. He prioritized collecting those of significance, and once he had absorbed their malevolence, he would cast them aside, allowing them to perish at their own fate. He then sprinted along the shore for a while. After Kahn had taken in the 17 severely injured pirates, he prepared to gather those who were less gravely wounded. However, before he could act, he observed a seriously injured naval officer who, despite the efforts of the military physician, remained on the brink of demise. Witnessing this situation, Kahn felt a stirring in his heart. He hurried over to the military doctor and inquired, "Doctor, how is he faring?" The military physician cast a glance at Kahn and sighed, "There is no hope. We lack the means to treat him here. Perhaps at headquarters. He might still have a chance." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the Navy officer lying on the ground managed a faint smile, saying, "It matters not. I have followed the Vice Admiral in vanquishing hundreds of pirates. Even if I were to perish in this life, it would be worth it." The doctor sighed again. At this moment, Kahn gazed at the over 900 points of evil on the severely wounded Navy officer's head and suddenly called out to Harry in the distance, "Master Harry, could you come here for a moment?" Upon hearing Kahn's call, Harry approached him, frowning as he inquired, "I am currently interrogating those pirates about their gathering here. What do you need me for?" Kahn pointed to the severely injured sailor on the ground and earnestly said, "Master, I have now discovered another facet of my abilities." Harry paused in surprise and inquisitively asked, "What new ability is this? Pray, do share." Kahn nodded and gestured towards the gravely injured sailor. "My ability allows me to seal living beings, and once sealed, their bodies will undergo no further changes. Dr. Shida just mentioned that he is beyond saving, and only upon returning to headquarters might there be a chance for recovery. Therefore, I believe that if I seal him now, once we reach the naval headquarters and release him, he may yet survive. Master, do you agree?" Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. He patted Kahn's shoulder and said, "Excellent. I shall entrust all those who cannot be healed to you for sealing, so that they too may have a chance at life." With that, Harry turned to Dr. Shida and remarked, "You heard Kahn's words, right? Entrust all the incurable ones to him, and we will take them back to headquarters for treatment." Dr. Shida nodded, rising to respond, "I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Upon witnessing the departure of West Germany, Kahn glanced at the severely injured Marine on the ground and remarked, "Eden, I am about to knock you unconscious and seal you away. Prepare yourself. To survive, who wishes for death?" Hearing Kahn's words, Eden chuckled and replied, "Kahn, you have saved my life. Once I recover, I shall treat you to a splendid meal, during which you shall savor my sister-in-law's culinary skills, and I will also take the opportunity to introduce you to my sister." Kahn rolled his eyes and remarked, "Given your severe injuries, you still have an abundance of words. Just wait while I fetch my stick to knock you unconscious and seal you away. No need for your trouble." Eden retorted, and upon hearing Kahn's words, he struck his own head with his gun, rendering himself unconscious. Upon witnessing this, Kahn was rendered speechless and promptly sealed Eden away. After receiving Eden, Kahn was approached by a West German doctor accompanied by several Marines, who brought forth 2 injured sailors. The doctor informed Kahn that these 2 were the most severely wounded, while the injuries of the others were treatable and would heal with time. Kahn nodded, sealing away the 2 injured sailors. Upon witnessing Kahn's actions, Harry patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done. Once we return to headquarters, I will ensure you receive due recognition for your efforts. With your capabilities, achieving the rank of private should pose no challenge at all." Kahn nodded, gazing at the captured pirates in the distance, and said, "Master, my sealing space is becoming somewhat insufficient. How shall we deal with those pirates?" Harry surveyed the pirates, pondered for a moment, and inquired of Kahn, "Are those fellows of any use to you?" Recently, even Cullen had surmised that the ability of his devil fruit to seal pirates could aid in his training. Naturally, Harry, as his mentor, was also able to deduce this. Kahn pondered for a moment and, no longer concealing his thoughts, stated, "It is somewhat useful, yet not significantly so. Only those of formidable strength can assist me in honing my skills further. I estimate that those individuals could only aid my training for 4 or 5 hours before becoming ineffective." Upon hearing this, Harry decisively remarked, "In that case, let us first confine them. Once you have extracted all their value using the fruits, we shall cast them into the sea." Kahn was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly saluted Harry, expressing his gratitude. Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder, saying, "Your devil fruit abilities are quite impressive, my boy. If you continue on this path, you may very well become a vice admiral one day. Just remember not to forget your master." Kahn chuckled and reassured, "Master, rest assured. I shall never forget you." Harry nodded in response, "Tend to your affairs. I shall inquire with those fellows about their gathering here. Surely, there must be something significant occurring. After exchanging a few words with Kahn, Harry swiftly departed. Kahn did not squander any time. He swiftly approached the captured pirates, instructing the Marines to incapacitate those with lower levels of malevolence for his sealing. His strategy was to first absorb the lesser evildoers quickly before discarding them. Subsequently, he intended to seal away the more malevolent ones, absorbing them gradually. The 76 sealing spaces were soon filled to capacity. Kahn's malevolence was rapidly escalating at a rate of 66 points per minute. After gathering a multitude of individuals, he commenced his foundational physical training by the shore. Approximately half an hour into his practice, Kieran approached Kahn and said, "Young man, Major General Harry has instructed me to inform you that you may continue your training at your leisure here, as we shall remain on this island for an extended period." Kahn ceased his cultivation, gazing in astonishment at Kieran. "Why have you stopped so abruptly?" Kieran gestured towards the imprisoned pirates. Major General Harry inquired about certain matters and mentioned that there seems to be a legend of treasure on this island. It appears that Admiral Akainu intends to lie in wait here, intercepting the pirates before the information regarding the Blackbird pirate crew reaches the headquarters. Kahn was taken aback. He said, somewhat speechless, "Is there treasure on this island? Has no one ever mentioned it before?" Kulong replied, "Don't ask me. I am not certain. It seems that Admiral Akainu contacted headquarters before deciding to stay. If you have any questions, you should direct them to the Admiral." Kahn curled his lip, indifferent to the inquiry. His current reservoir of malevolence was ample, and he was preoccupied with his cultivation, disinterested in meddling in unnecessary affairs. Furthermore, the prospect of intercepting pirates here was precisely what he desired. Ideally, he would have a fresh batch of pirates delivered to him daily to absorb their wickedness. Thus, he succinctly stated, "Understood. I shall continue my cultivation. Brother Kieran, please bring me my meal later. I shall not return to the ship." Kieran rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "I feel as though I have become your caretaker." Kahn chuckled and remarked, "Once I become a great leader, I shall repay you." Kulun merely scoffed and turned away, harboring doubts about Kahn's potential ascendance. Nevertheless, the entire crew of the Navy demonstrated genuine care for Kahn, as they recognized that, in times of dire need, it might be Kahn who would be their savior. After all, delivering a meal to Kahn was a trivial task, easily undertaken by others. Akainu resolved to remain vigilant, while the Navy dispersed their ships to conceal them elsewhere. The sailors spread along the coastline, keeping a watchful eye on the accessible landing spots. As for Kahn, he relocated to a docked warship to engage in his training. With the pirates confined aboard the ship, he periodically needed to rotate the crew, transferring the pirates, whose evil values he had absorbed, to his comrades for disposal. Tossing them into the sea was no longer feasible, as they were now on shore. They would easily survive such an act. It was only appropriate to cast them into the depths of the ocean, far from land. As time drifted by, after savoring his evening meal, around 9:30, Kahn, engrossed in his training, suddenly halted, his face alight with excitement. His absorption of evil value had reached a staggering 100,000 points, elevating the Book of Evil to level 2, and expanding the sealing space to accommodate 365 entities. A new function had been unlocked, the Judgment of Evil. Judgment of Evil. The subject of judgment shall experience an equal measure of the evil they have committed, a reflection of their past misdeeds. Success in judgment results in the clearing of judgment values, with the host gaining the training experience of the judged, who will forever live in fear of the host. Conversely, failure results in unchanged evil values, with the judged strength increasing based on the duration of the judgment, simultaneously amplifying their animosity towards the host. This revelation surged into Kahn's mind, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. He understood that the capabilities of the Book of Evil were far more profound than mere assistance in training. The advent of this new ability intrigued him greatly. A successful judgment would benefit him, while a failure would favor the judged. However, subjecting the judged to their past misdeeds would likely prove too challenging for most. Only those with formidable mental fortitude could withstand such an ordeal, like Akainu, who would certainly endure the judgment. Thus, this judgment ability might not yield favorable results against confident strongholds. After a period of contemplation, Kahn continued to ponder the implications. Kahn eagerly opened the Book of Sin. Indeed, the tome had expanded to a total of 365 pages, and the number of souls he could bind had increased. However, that matter could wait. For now, he would first attempt the judgment of sin. Kahn leafed through the tome of malevolence and stumbled upon a page dedicated to a pirate, notorious for his over 6,000 sins. He then proceeded to click on the judgment of sins inscribed upon that page. Upon his selection, the previously unconscious pirate's visage contorted in agony, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie of unrelenting cruelty. 1 minute passed, then 3, followed by 5. And still the pirate writhed, his expression a tapestry of torment and struggle. Kahn understood that this trial would likely be protracted and difficult to conclude in a short time. Thus, he began to cultivate his skills while awaiting the resolution of the trial. After practicing for over 20 minutes, the Book of Sin suddenly illuminated. Kahn swiftly opened the Book of Sin. On the page dedicated to the pirate, the judgment of wrongdoing was confirmed, allowing for the extraction of cultivation experience. Cultivation experience, indeed. For an individual with a sin value exceeding 6,000, their strength must be formidable. This cultivation experience would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. Consequently, he hastily opted to extract the cultivation experience and made his selection. Within Kahn's mind, a succinct memory of cultivation emerged, an ancient sword technique once wielded by a pirate. Now absorbed into his consciousness, Kahn casually picked up a branch and executed a complete set of sword techniques. As he delivered the final strike, the branch collided with a tree, snapping into 2 pieces and leaving a distinct indentation on the bark. Indeed, impressive. Had he wielded an actual sword, he could have effortlessly cleaved a person in 2. Remarkable. With such formidable judgment of sin, he would no longer need to practice martial arts. By merely enhancing his strength and absorbing the abilities of others, his prowess would increase rapidly. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn gradually regained his composure. Mastery of swordplay and marksmanship remained essential pursuits. Extracting the training memories of others would only grant him their past experiences. To become a true powerhouse, he must forge his own path. However, at this stage, his strength was relatively feeble. Utilizing the combat methods of others would certainly be advantageous. Once he attained the might of a general, he could then embark on his own journey. He reflected quietly. Kahn eagerly commenced the trial of the 3 individuals whose malevolence exceeded a threshold of 10,000. As for those with insufficient malevolence, their cultivation experience was deemed inconsequential. He was disinclined to squander time on their judgment. After a span of 46 minutes, Kahn has acquired a new martial art. A secret technique that enables him to unleash quintuple his inherent strength in an instant. However, this art is quite taxing on the practitioner's stamina. Given Kahn's physique, he can only execute 8 strikes before reaching his limit. 68 minutes later, he obtained a set of swift-wind swordsmanship, which allows him to unleash a blade of tempestuous energy. Nevertheless, Kahn's physique is exceedingly frail. He is incapable of unleashing sword energy, relying solely on sword techniques. By around 2 in the morning, the last of the nefarious individuals was successfully judged, bestowing upon Kahn a similar set of Gale sword techniques. However, his Gale sword techniques wield a potency surpassing that of the previous one, potentially elevating him to the threshold of a sword master. Kahn recalled that his bounty exceeded 80 million, which was quite reasonable given his prowess akin to that of a master swordsman. He had assimilated the cultivation experiences of 3 individuals. Kahn returned to the ship to rest, withholding the matter of the sinful judgment from the others. At present, he resolved to enhance his physical prowess, relegating the practice of marksmanship to a secondary concern. After all, once Akainu apprehended skilled gunmen, he could leverage sinful judgment to acquire proficiency in firearms. Thus, for future confrontations with adversaries, he intended to observe their combat styles meticulously. By discerning which techniques resonated with him, he would apply sinful judgment solely to those who exemplified the strongest abilities. This approach would prevent a recurrence of the inefficiency he experienced today, where he had wasted time judging 2 individuals who both employed the Gale swordsmanship, when he ought to have focused solely on the mightiest among them. Moreover, a high sinfulness value does not inherently indicate formidable strength. Some may possess a low sinfulness, yet exhibit considerable combat experience. Take, for instance, Luffy and his crew from the original narrative. Their reluctance to kill would surely keep their sinfulness values low, yet their combat expertise is undeniably vast. Naturally, he could apprehend any individual for judgment. But Kahn deemed such actions unnecessary and potentially conspicuous. After all, those who face judgment would harbor great fear of him. Should he release these individuals to the Marines, their evident terror would likely raise suspicions regarding his capabilities. Consequently, it was more judicious to selectively judge those who proved useful. After a night's rest, he had nearly drained the sinfulness values of over 100 pirates. He handed over the non-bounty pirates to the Marines for processing and ventured into the forest to continue his training, eager to expedite the enhancement of his physical condition. This period of training extended over 2 days. During this time, Akainu and his crew had vanquished 2 pirate crews seeking treasure, capturing 125 individuals for Kahn to absorb their sinfulness values. Among these crews was a commendable marksman, whose sinful judgment Kahn utilized, thereby accelerating his marksmanship experience. Now, he could strike an apple from 20 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. Armed with this shooting skill, he felt sufficiently equipped to deal with some lesser foes. He began to reduce the time spent on marksmanship practice, opting instead to devote more hours to the cultivation of his physical abilities. On the 3rd day, at 4:30 in the afternoon on Badon Island, he continued his endeavors. Kahn was engrossed in his training when Drews hurried into the forest and exclaimed, "Kahn, we must gather and set off immediately." Kahn paused his training and, walking alongside Drews, inquired, "What is the situation?" Drews replied as they walked, "We have just eradicated another pirate crew and obtained information regarding the Blackbird pirates. Vice Admiral Akainu has ordered us to set off immediately in pursuit of the Blackbird pirates, leaving the local pirates unattended for the time being." Upon hearing this, Kahn nodded thoughtfully. He then inquired eagerly, "By the way, have you captured the pirates you vanquished?" Drews smiled and reassured him, "Rest assured, your master, Admiral Harry, has brought them all back. Once aboard the ship, you simply need to seal them away." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a sense of relief. Recently, his sin value had been depleting at an alarming rate. Now, even during his cultivation, he could only attain a triple cultivation speed, which left him quite disheartened. There were pirates he did not wish to let escape. With Harry's assistance in bringing them back, he felt the need to express his gratitude to Harry. As they conversed, they returned to the warship. Just as they boarded the vessel, Kahn spotted Harry, who was preparing to wave him off, saying, "I am quite occupied. Do not disturb me. After you deal with those pirates, proceed to the office of the Rear Admiral. He has matters to discuss with you." Kahn was taken aback, pondering whether Akainu had sought him out due to the discovery of his secret. For the past 3 days, he had been training in the depths of the forest. He believed that the secret of the sin judgment would remain concealed, as Akainu's observation haki was not particularly formidable. In the forest, he was situated at least 800 meters away from Akainu, making it improbable for him to sense Kahn's presence. Kahn pondered for a moment and concluded that Akainu's summons was not due to the discovery of his secret. Thus, he first retreated to the cabin, ensnaring the pirates within the Book of Sin, before hastening to the door of Akainu's chamber to knock. "Admiral Akainu, it is Kahn," he announced. "Enter," came the response from within the room. Kahn opened the door and entered the room. Inside, Akainu was seated at the table, sipping a cup of coffee. On the table lay a nautical chart, suggesting that Akainu was contemplating his next destination. Kahn approached the table and saluted Akainu, proclaiming, "Sir, I have arrived." Akainu set down his coffee cup, cast a brief glance at Kahn, and nodded slightly, remarking, "Indeed, your prowess has advanced quite swiftly. It appears your devil fruit abilities are commendable." As he spoke, Akainu tapped the table and continued, "Your strength has reached that of a junior officer. It is high time for you to partake in battle and hone your skills amidst life and death. This evening, we shall engage the Blackbird pirates on an unnamed isle, and you shall accompany Harry into combat." "Yes, sir," Kahn replied, saluting Akainu once more. "I have awaited this moment for a long time. I shall not disappoint you." "Sir Akainu." Akainu nodded slightly. "Excellent. Once we have eradicated the Blackbird pirates, we shall return to the Navy headquarters. The Admiral has a keen interest in your abilities, and you will have the opportunity to undergo training at the Navy training camp. After a year of rigorous training, you will emerge capable of standing on your own." Kahn was overjoyed, but soon his brow furrowed in concern, for there were no pirates at the naval training camp to furnish him with the necessary infamy. Akainu, perceiving Kahn's hesitation, calmly remarked, "The Admiral is already aware of your abilities. Rest assured, he will make the necessary arrangements for you." Kahn was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts swiftly drifting to the criminals imprisoned in the underwater prison. The warring states marshal sought assistance in locating pirates, and the depths of the oceanic jail were replete with them. With this realization, he pondered further. Kahn felt a surge of excitement. The underwater prison. If he could sweep through it and capture all the pirates contained within, he would instantly transform into a wealthy magnate. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Eagerly, he saluted Akainu, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, once I graduate, I shall return to serve you and assist in eradicating the pirates of the seas." Akainu nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "We are all soldiers now. Henceforth, you must obey orders. The Admiral will make arrangements for your matters. For now, go and focus on your training." Kahn could discern that Akainu was exceedingly pleased with him. This uplifted his spirits, and after saluting Akainu, he exited and returned to the deck. Kahn observed that everyone was preoccupied with their tasks. Thus, he retreated to the stern of the ship to continue honing his fundamental martial arts skills. As night fell, around 10 o'clock, the warship anchored near an island. After everyone disembarked, he followed Akainu into the forest on the island. Kahn is set to partake in the battle as well, accompanying Harry closely in their endeavors. As they walk, Harry advises Kahn, "Be cautious, my young friend. In the heat of combat, bullets do not discriminate, and I would not wish for you to be harmed." Kahn drew his twin pistols, twirling them skillfully in his hands before confidently proclaiming, "Master, rest assured, no one can approach within 20 meters of me." Such flamboyance! Harry remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Do not treat your firearms as mere toys. One must possess reverence for the weapon, or you shall never master the art of marksmanship." Kahn chuckled lightly. "Master, rest assured. I comprehend." Harry glanced at Kahn, shaking his head, and spoke to a nearby naval officer, Lieutenant Marlin. "Keep a close watch on this lad, and ensure he does not stray." Marlin smiled and patted Kahn on the shoulder, saying, "Worry not. This young man is indeed our treasure. We will safeguard him even if we encounter trouble." Harry smiled back, choosing not to speak further. Kahn's abilities are truly life-saving. Everyone is eager to protect Kahn, as doing so significantly increases their chances of survival on the battlefield. After exchanging a few words, they swiftly followed Akainu. Moments later, the pirates on the island seemed to have discovered their presence. Suddenly, the island was illuminated with flames. Akainu wasted no time and unleashed his meteor volcano towards the source of the firelight. As dawn broke, the sound of astonished cries echoed from ahead. "Damn! It's the Red Dog! Everyone, retreat! Who exposed us? I swear, I'll kill them!" The winds howled as the pirates shouted in panic and fled. Their escape route led them towards the coast, for the pirates knew that to evade Akainu's pursuit, their best chance was to leap into the sea. Fighting Akainu on land was akin to courting death. As the pirates fled, the Navy pursued them. The Harry Brigade split into 5 teams and commenced their relentless hunt for the pirates. Kahn followed Harry, keeping a keen eye on a group of pirates as they pursued them. After 2 minutes of relentless chase, they caught up with a few of the marauders. The gunfight commenced in earnest. Kahn followed closely behind Harry, observing as Harry incapacitated a lowly henchman with a single shot. He remained at Harry's side, also taking aim and eliminating several pirates. The act of taking lives, Kahn remained remarkably composed. During this period, the number of pirates he had cast into the sea had nearly exceeded 200. Initially, he experienced some emotional fluctuations when discarding them, but now it had become as mundane as disposing of refuse. After vanquishing a number of pirates, Harry set off in pursuit of others, leaving Kahn to seal away the gravely injured who had survived. Only after that did he proceed to follow Harry. After all, it was a matter of merit points, and he could not afford to waste them. Trailing behind Harry, Kahn collected a considerable number of pirates along the way. While apprehending these pirates, he encountered an ambush. One of the nearly defeated pirates fired a shot at him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Kahn must have anticipated this. With his formidable strength, akin to that of a warrant officer, evading mere bullets was a trivial matter, thus he sustained little harm. After pursuing for approximately 10 minutes, he came to a halt. Ahead, Harry was engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable adversary. The pirate wielded a massive sword measuring nearly 1.5 meters, effortlessly deflecting Harry's bullets. With a single swing, he could create a substantial crater in the ground. The opponent's culpability was significantly greater than that of those sealed by Kahn. If he could capture this foe, he would be able to cultivate with 10 times the experience for 3 consecutive days and nights. "Master, persevere. Conquer him." Kahn, from a distance, silently cheered for Harry. "You coward, if you have the guts, don't run. I shall cleave you in 2 today." The pirates battling against Harry, witnessing his erratic movements and distant shots, furiously berated him. However, Harry remained unfazed. As a marksman, engaging in close combat would be utterly foolish. Kahn observed for a while and concluded that Harry would find it challenging to determine a victor in a short span of time. Thus, he first ventured to other locations to gather the injured pirates who had survived. Encountering wounded sailors, he also took them in. He then roamed through the forest in a state of disarray. In Kahn's sealed space, more than 100 individuals had gathered, the majority being pirates, while a small number comprised severely injured Navy personnel. After a thorough search, unable to find anyone else to seal, he returned to check on Harry's situation. At that moment, Harry's opponent was gravely wounded, riddled with multiple gunshot wounds, yet still stubbornly fighting against Harry. However, it was evident that he would succumb within 10 minutes. Kahn decided to wait nearby. Soon, Harry's adversary was struck by 3 more of Harry's bullets, and due to excessive blood loss, he could no longer steady his weapon, which fell to the ground. Subsequently, Harry shot to incapacitate the opponent's limbs, neutralizing the threat. Harry then approached the pirate, seized the pirate's large blade, and rendered him unconscious before calling out, "All right, you can come out now." Kahn promptly sprang into action, hastening to secure the pirates. Kahn inquired of Harry, "This fellow does not seem to belong to the Blackbird pirate crew, does he?" Harry nodded. "He is the infamous Butcher Bazan, a solitary figure with a bounty of 63 million. The Blackbird pirate crew is orchestrating some scheme and has summoned a gathering of pirates here to engage in their plans." "Butcher?" Kahn mused. No wonder his infamy is so pronounced. While Kahn contemplated, Harry made his way toward the coastline. "We must hurry to assist. It has just been reported that the captain of the Iron Arm pirate crew and the captain of the Blackbird pirate crew are clashing with Admiral Akainu at the shore." "2 captains? Their infamy must be exceedingly high." Kahn immediately became intrigued and followed Harry, inquiring as they walked. "The bounty on those 2 individuals must be quite substantial. Wouldn't you agree?" Harry nodded in affirmation. "As you are aware, the bounty on Blackbird stands at an impressive 126 million, while Iron Arm's bounty is 79 million. Combined, their prowess is indeed noteworthy." Kahn was already aware of Blackbird's bounty of 126 million and Iron Arm's 79 million. Such figures are commendable, especially for the lower-ranked supernovas of the next 2 decades. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn curled his lips in disdain, remarking, "A mere bounty of 79 million pales in comparison before Lord Akainu. I dare say by the time we arrive, they will already be deceased." Harry chuckled softly. "Indeed, that may be the case. However, the strength of those 2 individuals should not be underestimated. If they were to join forces, there remains a possibility of their escape." Kahn nodded slightly. "The current Akainu is not the same as the Akainu of 20 years hence. While the 2 pirates may not be able to overpower him, there remains a possibility of their escape." Kahn and Harry hastened to the shoreline, only to encounter the aftermath of a naval skirmish. There stood Akainu, smoking a cigarette, his foot resting upon the unconscious form of a man. Behind him lay another individual, grievously injured, with half of his head missing. Truly, Akainu was a fearsome figure. It was indeed a pity about the man who had lost half his head. Such a loss meant the forfeiture of countless points of infamy, perhaps amounting to tens of thousands. Observing that the battle had concluded, Harry rushed over to assist the Marines, dispatching those who continued to resist. As for Kahn, he eagerly approached Akainu and saluted, exclaiming, "Lord Akainu, allow me to take care of this." Akainu remained silent, simply lifting his foot. Kahn hastily concealed the individuals, thereby accumulating a modicum of malevolent points. However, it is evident that not all individuals are created equal. One's prowess does not necessarily correlate with the level of malevolence. Take, for instance, the notorious killer Bazan, whose strength pales in comparison to that of the captain of the Blackbird pirate crew. Yet his malevolent score far surpasses that of the latter. He had successfully ensnared another. Kahn observed that the red dog showed no intention of speaking, so he hurried back to gather the captured pirates. This way, the naval soldiers would not need to oversee the prisoners and could lend assistance to others. Once he had rounded up most of the individuals, he drew his twin pistols and joined in to help. After a flurry of activity, the pirates either perished or were apprehended, and the battle gradually came to a close after Harry withdrew from the fray. Kahn has ceased to engage in battle, opting instead to gather those pirates who have not yet perished completely. After this endeavor, his 365 sealing spaces are nearly filled to capacity. This brings him immense satisfaction, particularly as several of the captured possess a level of malevolence that exceeds the norm, making them prime candidates for judgment. Consequently, his combat experience is poised to undergo a significant enhancement. After Kahn finished gathering the crew, he proceeded alongside Harry and the others along the coastline, making their way back to the warship. As for Akainu, he had already departed before the battle concluded. The island's forest still harbored a multitude of pirates, yet neither Akainu, Harry, nor the Navy pursued them, considering them mere insignificant foes. Only Kahn felt a profound sense of regret. After all, those were valuable sin points, and it seemed a tremendous waste. Although their individual culpability was minimal, collectively they could amount to several thousand. Such a pity. Kahn followed the others back onto the warship. Subsequently, they busied themselves with various tasks, administering treatment to the wounded and taking time to recuperate. Kahn also released the injured sailors, allowing them to seek medical attention. Unfortunately, their conditions were deemed incurable. He gathered them once more and dispatched them to the naval headquarters for treatment. Engaged in his duties until the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning, everyone finally found a semblance of calm, and the warship set sail, heading towards the doldrums of the Great Sea route. After the vessel departed, Kahn finally found a moment of respite. Just as he was preparing to train and pass judgment on the pirates, Harry approached him and said, "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Harry indeed had something to convey. Kahn followed him to the stern of the ship. Once they arrived, Harry turned to Kahn and said, "In 3 days, we shall return to the naval headquarters. At that time, you may begin your training at the headquarters. For the next 2 days, you will practice marksmanship with me, and I shall impart all that I know to you." Kahn was deeply moved. Harry had been exceedingly kind to him. He felt compelled to confine him for a time, allowing him to undergo a trial of moral reckoning. He believed that Harry would undoubtedly endure this trial, and in doing so, his strength would surely flourish. As Kahn contemplated ways to assist his master, Harry gently patted Kahn on the shoulder and said, "Go rest for now. When noon arrives, we shall commence our training in earnest." Kahn nodded and followed Harry back to the cabin to rest, as he needed to hone his marksmanship under Harry's guidance. He lay down and fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken at noon when Harry called him. Subsequently, Harry led Kahn to the stern of the ship to practice shooting. Given that they had only 2 days for training, Harry did not provide Kahn with formal instruction. Instead, he imparted all his shooting techniques to him. Additionally, he shared insights from his own experiences in physical training. Throughout their teaching and learning, the warship traversed the calm belt of the West Sea, entering the waters of the New World. They then abandoned the warship, crossed the Red Earth continent, and arrived at the Bide archipelago, ultimately reaching the Navy headquarters. Thus, their journey unfolded. Kahn harbored a desire to admire the realm inhabited by the celestial dragons atop the Red Line. Yet regrettably, Akainu, leading their group, offered little opportunity for lingering. They swiftly traversed the Red Line, leaving Kahn with only a distant glimpse of the celestial dragon's abode. Upon descending the Red Line and nearing the Bide archipelago, the situation remained unchanged. The naval headquarters vessel awaited their arrival, and Kahn could merely cast a fleeting glance at the Bide archipelago, deprived of any chance to explore its wonders. At the naval headquarters, Admiral Sengoku sat in his office, taking a moment to rest. The turmoil instigated by Roger the previous year had resulted in Steelbone Kong relinquishing his position as fleet admiral, allowing Sengoku to ascend to this demanding role. Initially, as a vice admiral, his responsibilities had been relatively manageable, but upon assuming the mantle of fleet admiral, he discovered the arduous nature of the positions, compounded by the rampant pirate upheaval unleashed by Roger, which left him exhausted daily. Over the course of the past year, the weight of his worries had even turned a few of his hairs gray. At long last, he had managed to quell the fervent pirate tide somewhat, leading to a gradual stabilization across the seas. He intended to wait another year, until the seas were entirely pacified, before addressing the pirates of the Grand Line and the New World, a task that would necessitate a cadre of formidable individuals to suppress those marauders. Following the intelligence report from Akainu regarding Kahn, Sengoku found himself intrigued by the latter. After thoroughly investigating Kahn's identity and confirming its legitimacy, he instructed Akainu to bring Kahn back, eager to inquire about his specific capabilities. If Kahn could indeed harness the power of sealing pirates to acquire rapid training experience, then this devil fruit would prove exceedingly potent. Sengoku could entrust captured pirates to Kahn for sealing, thereby enhancing his strength in a short span of time. Thus, a year hence, they would possess an additional ally to confront the pirates of the Grand Line. As Admiral Sengoku pondered these matters, Tsuru, standing by the window, interjected, "Sakazuki and the others have returned. Do you wish to see them?" Regaining his focus, Sengoku replied, "Is the medical team prepared?" Tsuru chuckled, "You doubt my efficiency? They are already waiting at the port." Sengoku nodded, smiling as he remarked, "That young one's abilities for saving lives are quite remarkable. We should make use of them to assist us in our humanitarian efforts." Tsuru laughed lightly. Utilizing his abilities solely for healing would indeed be a tremendous waste. Sengoku nodded in agreement, shifting the topic. "Let us remain here for a while. This afternoon, I shall arrange for personnel to assess that young man's specific abilities." Tsuru nodded, remaining silent. At the naval headquarters, the port awaited their next move. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the imposing naval headquarters before him, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Such a design would undoubtedly be a 5-star attraction on Earth. Let us go, kid. There will be plenty of time to admire it later. Just as Kahn was lost in contemplation, Harry called out to him. Kahn regained his composure and followed Harry down the ship. As they disembarked at the port, a Navy officer clad in medical team attire approached Harry and saluted. Major General Harry, we are here to receive the wounded. Harry nodded and glanced at Kahn. Please release our personnel. Kahn nodded and laid the 9 severely injured sailors on the ground. A group of military medics hurried over to carry the 9 away for treatment. After watching them depart, Harry tugged at Kahn, urging him to hasten their departure, as the marshal was still awaiting their arrival. You better show some respect when the time comes, he added. Kahn turned to look around, searching for Admiral Akainu, but he was nowhere to be seen. Harry, walking alongside Kahn, remarked, the general left the moment you were observing the headquarters. He has likely already reached the marshal by now. You should hasten your pace. Oh. Kahn nodded and followed Harry into the naval headquarters. He felt a tinge of excitement about the naval headquarters. As he walked, he glanced to the right and left, taking in the surroundings. Eventually, he received a couple of admonitions from Harry before quickening his pace. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of the main building. Kahn finally decided to take matters seriously. Sengoku was a strategist of great intellect, unlike Akainu. Any slight hint of weakness on Kahn's part could easily be detected by Sengoku. Moreover, there was also a crane by Sengoku's side, not someone easily deceived. On his way to the headquarters, Kahn contemplated numerous ways to appease Sengoku, but ultimately found flaws in each. Thus, he resolved to speak the truth, albeit selectively. For instance, he must not disclose his lack of fear of water. Additionally, he could reveal a bit about the sin judgment, which would garner Sengoku's greater attention. In this manner, he could secure more advantages. Deep in thought, he continued to ponder. Kahn followed Harry into the building. Inside the headquarters, there was a considerable number of staff present. At this moment, Kahn's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the staff around him. However, after a brief observation, he found it rather dull. The personnel in this department were all civilian employees, their level of culpability barely surpassing that of common pirates, making him disinclined to assess their moral transgressions. In stark contrast, the naval officers at the port had significantly higher levels of infamy, which still held a modicum of interest for him. With a slight shake of his head, he followed Harry to the entrance of the marshal's office. The door to Admiral Sengoku's office stood ajar. Harry paused at the threshold and called out, Admiral, Kahn has arrived. Inside the office, Sengoku glanced at Kahn and noticed his expression, which seemed tinged with disappointment. This reaction piqued Sengoku's curiosity. Most individuals either regarded him with fear or reverence. Yet here was Kahn, appearing disillusioned. Truly, this was an unusual young lad. After a moment's contemplation, Sengoku smiled and said to Harry, you may attend to your matters. I shall take good care of your pupil. Harry nodded, then playfully punched Kahn on the head, admonishing, you little rascal, have you forgotten what I just told you? Show some respect to the Admiral. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Harry saluted Sengoku and departed. Kahn rubbed his head, regaining his composure. Upon entering, he saluted Zhanghua, exclaiming, good day, Marshal. Zhanghua scrutinized Kahn for a moment, then chuckled, you seemed rather disappointed upon seeing me just now. Is there something about me that does not meet your expectations? Kahn pondered quietly, his disappointment stemming from the dismal comparison of Sengoku's culpability, which paled in insignificance next to Akainu's formidable infamy, amounting to less than 200,000. However, such sentiments were best left unspoken. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and inquired, is this something I can truly express? Sengoku offered a slight smile, encouragingly replying, feel free to speak your mind. I shall not take offense. Thus emboldened, Kahn remarked, oh, how gracious you are, Commander. In my heart, I believe a commander should possess the same commanding presence as Akainu. Sengoku found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond, and could only reflect inwardly on the unwavering loyalty of Akainu's admirers. After a brief silence, Sengoku shook his head and gestured towards a nearby seat, saying, very well, let us sit and converse. Kahn was unceremonious. He approached and took a seat. His composed demeanor left the warring states in quiet astonishment. After observing Kahn's tranquil visage for a moment, the warring states finally broached the subject at hand. Kahn, your abilities have already been reported to me by Sakazuki, yet I would still prefer to hear you articulate the specifics of your capabilities. Kahn nodded. With the assistance of Lord Akainu, I have conducted numerous experiments on many pirates, and now I have gained a modicum of insight. Sengoku's interest was piqued. Please elaborate further. Kahn nodded and said, as my physical prowess increases, so too does the number of individuals I can seal. I am now capable of sealing over 300. Furthermore, I can utilize those I have sealed to expedite my own cultivation. However, through my encounters with numerous pirates, I have unearthed a profound secret. It is not necessarily the mightiest of pirates that assist me in my training, but rather. Kahn hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the warring states. Perceiving his hesitation, warring states responded with unwavering clarity. Just speak plainly. Kahn nodded thoughtfully. This aligns with my own conjecture. It seems that the more malevolent the pirates are, the more advantageous their presence becomes for my cultivation. It is not merely a matter of strength. For instance, in recent days, did not Admiral Akainu capture the notorious killer, Bazan, and the captain of the Blackbird pirate crew? I have the impression that Bazan significantly enhances my training, while the captain of the Blackbird crew falls somewhat short in comparison. After contemplating Kahn's words for a moment, Sengoku remarked, it appears that your devil fruit ability is indeed quite extraordinary. To grow stronger, one must apprehend wrongdoers. It seems you possess a natural affinity for the role of a Navy officer. Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately responded, I too believe it is so. Perhaps the heavens have sent me to eradicate pirates, which is why that devil fruit appeared before me. Sengoku pondered quietly. If Kahn's abilities were indeed as he described, it was entirely plausible that he had been chosen by fate to eliminate pirates. It had been said in the past that devil fruits would autonomously seek out their rightful hosts. Kahn's situation seemed to exemplify this phenomenon of selection. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku inquired, are these the only abilities your fruit grants you? Kahn hesitated for a moment and said, there should be other abilities, but I have not yet fully developed them. Recently, I have sensed a certain power oscillating in my mind, yet I cannot quite grasp the situation. Perhaps I will need to elevate my strength further to attain a clearer perception. Zhangguo observed Kahn deep in thought, his hand absent-mindedly stroking the head of a goat nearby. The marshal remained silent, prompting Kahn to inquire, Zhangguo, snapping back to attention, replied, does the bounty criminal sealed within you still hold any significance? The bounty criminals within Kahn's body have all been eradicated from his moral ledger. He has also passed judgment upon Blackbird and Bazan, extracting from them valuable insights into knife techniques and body skills, thus reaping considerable rewards. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, he replied directly, it is futile. They can no longer assist me in my training. Sengoku nodded in agreement, stating, since they are of no use, someone will come shortly to escort them away. Additionally, you will be provided with 10 more criminals for your use. This afternoon, you shall train with them, and there will be designated personnel to assess your training progress, evaluating the effectiveness of these criminals on your development. Kahn stood and saluted General Zhangguo. Zhangguo glanced at Kahn, then picked up the telephone on the table and dialed. After a brief conversation, he instructed, send someone to escort Kahn. He will undergo an assessment of his abilities this afternoon. A voice responded affirmatively before the call ended. Zhangguo turned to Kahn and assured him, your affairs will be properly arranged. Simply follow their lead this afternoon. Should anything arise, I will have someone reach out to you. Kahn saluted once more in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance and saluted Zhangguo. Zhangguo nodded in acknowledgement and said to Kahn, you may leave with him. Very well, Kahn replied. Kahn complied and followed the middle-aged man as he departed. After walking a short distance from the office, Kahn inquired, may I ask who you are, sir? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly, continuing his stride as he replied, you may call me Germ. Kahn nodded and inquired, Mr. Jim, where are we headed now? As they walked, Jim replied, first, we shall proceed to the temporary prison to release those criminals you have sealed away. There are still 10 more within the confines that await your sealing. After that, I will take you to lunch and arrange accommodations for you. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will head to the training ground, where individuals will meticulously document your progress in cultivation. Jim articulated the itinerary with remarkable clarity. Kahn no longer inquired further. He now harbored a sense of anticipation that those 10 criminals would bestow upon him an immediate influx of malevolent merit. Kahn pondered silently as he followed Jim into a subterranean chamber. They traversed through 3 heavily guarded gates, ultimately arriving at a prison, where they paused before the entrance of a cell block monitored by a dozen naval officers. Once they halted, Jim turned to Kahn and instructed, release them one by one. Kahn glanced at the naval officers surrounding him, each equipped with handcuffs and poised for action. Consequently, he began to release the captives one by one. As he liberated an individual, the naval officers promptly secured another. In no time at all, concealed space was emptied. The Navy officers cast the captured pirates into the prison cells. As for the pirates, they neither struggled nor resisted, for they were either still unconscious or on the verge of death. After releasing the pirates, Jim turned to Kahn and said, "Follow me. We shall proceed to another location to gather more individuals." Kahn hurriedly followed suit. They turned 2 corners within the cell and arrived at the entrance of another room. Jim halted at the door of the cell, gesturing inside as he inquired, "There are 2 here. Shall I render them unconscious, or will you take care of it yourself?" Kahn cast a glance at the prison cell. Within, 2 individuals were shackled by iron chains, exuding an ominous aura. Their crime scores stood at 8,636 each, which were rather notable. Kahn was observing 2 pirates. One of the pirates glared at Kahn and exclaimed, "What are you staring at, brat?" Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately became displeased, casting a sharp glare at the audacious individual who had spoken. "How dare you be so arrogant? Just wait and see if I don't put an end to you." The pirate, reprimanded by Kahn, was exceedingly furious, struggling incessantly, causing the iron chains to clank ominously. Kahn, indifferent to the other party, directly inquired of Jim, "May I eliminate them?" Jimmy was momentarily speechless, reflecting on Kahn's unwavering admiration for Akainu. His propensity for violence was indeed striking, revealing a ruthless disposition. After a brief contemplation, Jim cleared his throat and responded, "Allow me to handle this. You merely need to capture them. Once they become obsolete, they must be delivered to the undersea prison." Kahn curled his lips in disdain, refraining from uttering a word. Jim, not wishing to waste any time, instructed a nearby sailor to unlock the prison cell. Upon entering, he swiftly incapacitated the 2 pirates with a couple of well-placed punches. Kahn observed, somewhat astonished, for just moments ago, the fist of Jim was enveloped in a dark hue. That was the manifestation of armament hockey, and its potency was remarkably formidable. Otherwise, such fierce individuals would not be easily incapacitated by a mere punch. He remained in awe for a while. Kahn swiftly entered the cell, sealing away the 2 criminals. Without wasting a moment, Jim accompanied Kahn to other cells, where they proceeded to seal an additional 8 prisoners. The inmates prepared for Kahn by the warring states possessed sin values predominantly ranging from 600, likely selected for their bounties of approximately 30 million. The variation in sin values stemmed from the differing natures of the individuals, some being particularly vicious, while others were more tranquil. Thus, they secured a total of 10 individuals. Kahn followed Jim as they departed from the prison, proceeding to the cafeteria at headquarters where they shared a midday meal. Subsequently, Jim escorted Kahn to the residential area, where he arranged for Kahn to reside in a modest single room within an apartment building, allowing him to rest and await further summons. After Jimmy's departure, Kahn was left to himself. Kahn reclined in the room, indulging in a moment of repose. He pondered over his encounter with Sengoku earlier that day, contemplating whether any flaws had been exposed. After a considerable period of reflection, he concluded that he had left no discernible traces of vulnerability. The sole aspect that might arouse Sengoku's suspicion had already been preemptively addressed. With the enhancement of his own powers in the future, this potential weakness would become inconsequential. This particular weakness pertained to those he had judged, who would undoubtedly display intense trepidation upon encountering him. Should Sengoku uncover this detail, he would certainly harbor doubts. However, Kahn had already conveyed to Sengoku that he felt the emergence of new abilities. If inquiries arose, he would attribute them to a nascent skill of interrogation he was on the verge of developing, omitting any mention of his capacity to absorb the cultivation experiences of others. This necessity for clarification stemmed from his current inadequacy and strength. Had he possessed the prowess of a vice admiral, no explanation would have been required. Sengoku's skepticism was rooted in the understanding that as long as Kahn continued to combat pirates, he would refrain from probing further. Sengoku, being a sagacious individual, would never press a formidable adversary to divulge their secrets. After all, every formidable being harbors their own enigmas, much like the significant secret that Garp concealed regarding Roger's son. After lying in the room for a spell, Kahn perused the Book of Sins, casting a glance at them. Judging them now seemed rather premature. He resolved to await the completion of the warring states' trials before truly embarking on his training, at which point he would gradually commence their assessment. He pondered aimlessly as time slipped away. Around 1340, a knock echoed at the door. "Kahn, I have been sent by the marshal to escort you." Upon hearing of the awaited arrival, he rose swiftly and made his way to the entrance. There stood a young soldier, who saluted Kahn and proclaimed, "Please follow me." Kahn nodded. Following the young soldiers, he arrived at a modest training ground. Within the confines of the training area, there were no individuals engaged in practice. Only a few staff members lingered by the sidelines, tending to various machinery. Upon entering the training ground, Kahn was approached by a staff member who presented him with 4 peculiar guards, saying, "Please put these on, one for each hand and foot, secured around your thighs and upper arms. These devices will monitor the fluctuations in your physical attributes during your training, allowing you to ascertain the extent of your enhanced training speed." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a wave of nostalgia. Truly, it was no surprise that the naval headquarters could procure such advanced technology. After a moment of reflection, he donned the equipment. As soon as Kahn was fully equipped, a staff member informed him, "You may now commence your regular training, which will last for half an hour each session. We will monitor your progress." With that, the staff member handed Kahn a dossier, stating, "This contains the profiles of the inmates. Please discuss with us prior to your training with anyone." Kahn perused the documents and, as he had anticipated, discovered that they primarily concerned criminals with bounties around 30 million. The lowest bounty amounted to 23,500,000, while the highest reached 41 million, all within a similar range. After reviewing the materials, Kahn comprehended the specific objective of the test, which was to ascertain the individual with whom he trained would yield the greatest increase in cultivation speed. With this understanding, he resolved that during the upcoming training session, he would engage with individuals possessing lower malevolence values to achieve a cultivation speed of 1 to 3 times, while training with those of comparatively higher malevolence would allow for a speed of 3 to 5 times. In this manner, he could validate his previous statement to Sengoku, wherein he claimed that those with darker dispositions could expedite his cultivation process. As for a cultivation speed exceeding 5 times, it was currently unfeasible due to the low strength of the 10 individuals, unless Sengoku provided him with a few whose malevolence values surpassed 200,000. He would be unable to demonstrate the 10-fold cultivation speed. He contemplated this thoroughly. Kahn returned the documents to the staff and remarked, "Let us commence with that Cherokee." The staff accepted the materials, nodding in agreement, and replied, "Very well, you may begin your training now." Kahn nodded, setting his pace to double the usual training speed, and began to sprint around the training ground. He ran for 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of push-ups, and then executed a set of fundamental boxing techniques for another 10 minutes. After half an hour, he informed the staff of a prisoner change and opted for triple the training intensity, continuing with the same regimen as before. This approach was essential to ensure the accuracy of the equipment's results. Each of the 10 prisoners was required to undergo 5 hours of rigorous training in total. Kahn took a half-hour break, and by the time his test concluded, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. The test was completed. Kahn approached the training ground's edge and inquired of the staff, "Has the testing concluded? I am off to have a meal. I haven't eaten anything after an entire afternoon of training." The staff member glanced at Kahn and nodded, "It is finished. You may return to rest. We will inform the marshal of the results, and he will reach out to you." Kahn nodded slightly before turning elegantly to leave. The naval headquarters resembled a small town, complete with shops, taverns, and restaurants, embodying all the quintessential elements of a lively community. Kahn departed from the training grounds, cheerfully entering a restaurant to order a meal. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, the results of Kahn's training assessment arrived. After perusing the documents for a moment, Sengoku handed them to Tsuru, stating, "The findings align closely with what was conveyed. Those prisoners can indeed aid in enhancing his training speed. However, he has concealed one detail during his training. His physical stamina remains entirely intact. This may be an ability bestowed by the devil fruit." Tsuru examined the information with a smile, responding, "It appears to be the case. Yet, the matter he concealed is not particularly significant. Perhaps he himself has not taken note of it. After all, his training consists primarily of fundamental exercises rather than high-intensity workouts, so he may not even be aware of his boundless stamina." Sengoku nodded slightly, chuckling, "Indeed. Now that we have confirmed this young man's abilities, we must devise the most rigorous training regimen for him. Ideally, by next year, he should attain the rank of Rear Admiral." Tsuru returned the documents to Sengoku, remarking, "His temperament is still somewhat unstable. Is it wise to allow him to lead troops after just a year of training?" Sengoku rubbed his temples, acknowledging, "I understand your concern, but we are currently short on personnel. Once he has honed his skills, he can operate independently. After all, he will undoubtedly exert himself to capture pirates in pursuit of strength." Tsuru chuckled, "That is true. His devil fruit is inherently designed for capturing criminals. If left to his own devices, he will undoubtedly strive to fulfill his duties." Sengoku shook his head, reflecting, the abilities granted by devil fruits are indeed marvelously diverse. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Tsuru and said, "In the coming days, I will draft a stringent training schedule for him. Please liaise with the underwater prison to select the most heinous individuals available for his training." Tsuru glanced at Sengoku and inquired, "What about the 6th level?" "The 6th level?" Sengoku hesitated before shaking his head. "It would be best not to disturb them. Those individuals are far too brutal. If even one were to escape, it would pose a significant problem. Let us select training resources from levels 1 to 5 instead." Tsuru nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will make the arrangements." Sengoku glanced at the documents on the table, smiling as he mused. "I never anticipated we would uncover such a promising talent. Let us hope he does not disappoint our expectations." Tsuru replied nonchalantly, "He likely will not. His animosity towards pirates is undoubtedly genuine. He has claimed the lives of over 300 of them. Moreover, even if he were to betray us, he would still seek to capture pirates for the sake of power. With such a devil fruit ability, he is destined to be at odds with pirates throughout his life." Sengoku nodded, contemplating the extraordinary abilities of that unique fruit. He concluded that Kahn was indeed worthy of significant cultivation. As for betrayal, he deemed the likelihood to be minimal. Kahn's willingness to rescue injured sailors indicated that he possessed a sense of right and wrong. After all, the Navy had nurtured him, and he would undoubtedly harbor some sentiments of gratitude. After a moment of reflection, Sengoku put away Kahn's evaluation materials and began to devise a training plan for him. Seeing this, Tsuru took her leave to attend to her own matters. In the dining hall, Kahn was indulging in a meal when Harry suddenly approached and took a seat beside him, inquiring, "Hey, has the test concluded?" Kahn looked at Harry with curiosity and inquired, "Master, why are you not resting at such a late hour?" Harry chuckled softly and replied, "Where do we have the leisure you possess? Tomorrow, we embark once more. The sea is turbulent, and we have no time to rest." Kahn sighed with a sense of regret, lamenting, "What a pity. I feel I should continue venturing with you. Those pirates are truly a waste." Harry shot Kahn an exasperated glance, retorting, "You fool, is there a shortage of pirates for you to train with back at headquarters?" Kahn scoffed, "While the pirates may be scarce, I doubt the Marshal would permit me to eliminate them. It vexes me that such scum are beyond my reach." Hearing Kahn's words, Harry patted him on the shoulder. "Focus on your training. I believe Admiral Sengoku will recognize your potential. Once your training concludes, you will have ample opportunities to capture those pirates." Kahn placed the food down, shaking his head with a sigh. Despite the enhancement in his training speed, he found it exceedingly difficult to stand on his own. It seemed improbable that he would achieve any significant progress within a year or two, as his innate talent for cultivation was rather limited. Perhaps even a genius like Admiral Akainu, who lacked the ability for accelerated training, would experience a training pace comparable to his own. Harry was left speechless. Indeed, individuals like Akainu, with extraordinary gifts, had always displayed remarkable speed in their cultivation from a young age. Kahn possesses the ability of the fruit, yet if one's talent is lacking, one may swiftly encounter a plateau, leading to a lifetime of mediocrity at the rank of Rear Admiral. After a moment of silence, Harry patted Kahn on the shoulder and remarked, "All right, enough of your musings. The fact that we have attained the rank of Rear Admiral is already commendable. Look at our Navy headquarters. There are only around 200 Rear Admirals. Should you attain that rank, you would indeed be considered among the upper echelons of the Navy." Kahn scoffed, "A lieutenant general? A high-ranking officer? They are merely cannon fodder in my eyes. If one is to aspire, it ought to be for the rank of a general. What significance does a lieutenant general hold?" Harry gave Kahn a playful thump on the head. "You little rascal. Do you think you can look down on lieutenant generals? Even Admiral Akainu holds the rank of lieutenant general. Do you not regard him?" Kahn's expression turned serious. "It is quite different. Admiral Akainu's strength already rivals that of a vice admiral. He simply lacks the official rank. I believe that within a year at most, Admiral Akainu will attain that status." Harry retorted with a chuckle, "You seem quite adept at flattering Vice Admiral Akainu." He then rose, stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Focus on your training. I shall await your graduation from the training camp." Upon witnessing Harry's departure, Kahn settled the bill and departed alongside Harry. Following Kahn, they engaged in conversation for a while longer on their way back to the residential area. At the final intersection, they bid farewell and parted ways, with Kahn returning home to rest. After lying down, he took a moment to relax. Kahn glanced over the 10 criminals. Ultimately, he chose not to interrogate them. They were merely pirates with a bounty of 30 million. Their cultivation experience held little significance for him. There was no need to expose his ability to extract confessions for such a trivial gain. Once he entered the naval training camp for a while, revealing his prowess would pose no issue. At that point, Sengoku would likely seek to win him over rather than create trouble. After contemplating for a moment, he contentedly closed his eyes to rest. The following day, Kahn arrived at the port, bidding farewell to Akainu and Harry as they departed. Subsequently, he devoted the entire day to rigorous training at the training ground. The following 2 days mirrored the first, consumed by relentless practice. On the morning of the 4th day, just as he rose, a soldier knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Kahn, the marshal requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Kahn swiftly rose to his feet and tidied himself up before making his way to Admiral Sengoku's office, where his naval comrades awaited. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Crane also present within. He promptly saluted, exclaiming, "Good day, Marshal." "Good day, Vice Admiral Crane." Sengoku cast a glance at Kahn and beckoned him closer, stating, "We have already arranged your training regimen. You may now commence your formal training." Kahn was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Sengoku in puzzlement. "This, Commander, I heard from my master that I might be training at Admiral Zephyr's camp. Why does it seem, according to your words, that I am to remain here for training?" Sengoku responded calmly, "Your abilities are exceptional, necessitating frequent transfers of prisoners to you. Zephyr's location is too distant, and the transport of criminals could lead to complications. Therefore, I have arranged for you to cultivate your skills at the underwater prison, where it will be considerably more convenient." An underwater prison? Kahn's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly suppress the drool at the corners of his mouth. The underwater prison, a notorious haven for criminals, appeared to him as a sanctum for cultivation. If he could interrogate the formidable beings within that abyssal fortress, his cultivation experience might surpass that of the warring states, potentially elevating him to the rank of a general. Observing Kahn's exuberance, Warring States cleared his throat and remarked, "Let us first review your training regimen. Should you fail to adhere to the prescribed training schedule, I shall have no choice but to recall you from the underwater prison." Kahn regained his composure and glanced at the materials before him. Without hesitation, he approached to examine them more closely. The more he observed, the darker his expression became. It was evident that Zhangguo regarded him with little respect. This training regimen seemed designed to push him to his limits. His daily routine consisted of merely 5 hours of combined eating and sleeping, while the remainder of his time was consumed by intense training, which would only escalate in intensity as his strength grew. In comparison to his recent training, the regimen devised by Zhangguo felt akin to the disparity between kindergarten and university. After perusing the training plan, Kahn cast a glance at Sengoku and said, "Commander, are you intent on bringing about my demise?" Sengoku calmly replied, "You see, during the time you train with the prisoners, you exert no physical energy whatsoever. I perceive no issue with this training regimen. After all, do you not wish to set sail soon to capture pirates? If you endure this year of training, I shall grant you a special promotion to Rear Admiral, allowing you the freedom to pursue pirates at will." Unexpectedly, the fact that my training does not deplete my physical strength is something I am more aware of than Sengoku himself. I have been somewhat careless during yesterday's testing. It would have been prudent to refrain from using my evil points for a while to allow my stamina to diminish. Nevertheless, judging by Sengoku's demeanor, it seems he does not intend to hold this against me. I feel a sense of relief wash over me. Kahn contemplated quietly, sincerely saluting Sengoku. "As long as I can become powerful, I implore you, Marshal, to train me relentlessly. I shall harbor no grievances." Sengoku, satisfied, glanced at Kahn and replied, "Well said. I shall not hold back. Tomorrow, a designated individual will escort you to the underwater prison for your training. You will adhere strictly to their directives, as they are professional trainers." "Yes," Kahn responded, then coughed lightly. Gazing at Sengoku, he inquired, "Marshal, is it permissible for me to inadvertently eliminate a few pirates during training?" Sengoku shot Kahn a stern look. "You are there to train. The fate of the pirates will be judged by others. Do not concern yourself with that. Return and rest." Kahn sighed in resignation as he saluted Sengoku and departed. Once he was gone, Sengoku turned to Crane and inquired, "What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Crane replied, "Based on my observations over the past few days, he possesses a relatively cheerful disposition and does not seem to be a bad person. He is merely somewhat fixated on eradicating pirates, likely stemming from witnessing the brutal murder of his parents by pirates in his youth." Sengoku pondered for a while before exhaling deeply. As long as he is not of a malevolent nature, he is worth nurturing. The Navy is in dire need of personnel at the moment. Let us arrange for him to begin training tomorrow. I hope he can achieve something remarkable. Crane nodded in agreement and exited Sengoku's office. Kahn refrained from further training. Tomorrow, he would embark on a grueling regimen, leaving no time for respite. He wandered around the naval headquarters, but encountered no familiar faces. It appeared that the renowned figures had yet to ascend beyond mere foot soldiers and had not yet graced the headquarters with their presence. Those of his age, such as Smoker and Tina, were still ordinary sailors undergoing training. As for Akiji and Kizaru, Kizaru had recently been promoted to admiral, while Akiji held the rank of vice admiral, akin to Akainu. In essence, within the naval headquarters, he encountered no characters of significance, only unfamiliar visages, excluding Sengoku, Crane, and Akainu. After spending an entire day at the headquarters, Kahn returned home for dinner and rest. Lying in bed, he contemplated his impending visit to the underwater prison. A thought that filled him with excitement. Sengoku would not allow him to act recklessly. However, he had no intention of being obedient. He was determined to seize the criminal value of the underwater prison. Yet, he understood the necessity of exercising patience. Currently, he was too weak. And should he cause any trouble, Sengoku would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Once he attained the strength of a vice admiral, minor indiscretions would pose no concern, as Sengoku would not trouble him over trivial matters. With these thoughts, he smiled and drifted into slumber. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, he awoke. Kahn arrived at the port, awaiting the arrival of his instructor, who had been communicated to him by the Warring States the previous day. He reached the port at 7:20, and, by precisely 8 o'clock, a stern-faced middle-aged man approached him, stating, "You must be Kahn. I am your instructor, Heishui. For the next year, you shall train under my guidance, and your graduation will be contingent upon your ability to defeat me." Heishui exuded an air of strictness, as his countenance clearly conveyed his uncompromising nature. Kahn saluted after glancing at Blackwater, saying, "Greetings, Instructor Blackwater. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Blackwater, displaying an air of indifference, proceeded towards the port, stating, "Let us move. We are set to depart." Kahn muttered under his breath, "How arrogant. Just wait until I defeat you. I shall take you captive and interrogate you." Kahn gazed at the over 400,000 points of wickedness within the black waters, feeling quite displeased as he silently grumbled to himself. Kahn remained with Blackwater and boarded the naval vessel at the port. As soon as they stepped onto the ship, it set sail immediately, heading towards the Gate of Justice. The journey from the naval headquarters to the underwater prison via the exclusive passage of the world government would take less than an hour and a half, leaving them with little time aboard the vessel. Kahn boarded the vessel, finding solace at the bow. Upon reaching the formidable Gate of Justice, he could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of its creator. Such a massive portal could scarcely have been erected by human hands alone. It was highly probable that a user of a devil fruit had wielded their powers to construct it. After a moment of reflection, the warship entered the swirling currents of the Gate of Justice. Once caught in the whirlpool, the ship required no further navigation, as it was propelled forward at an exhilarating pace. In less than 50 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of another Gate of Justice. Beyond the political gate, less than 1,000 meters ahead, lay the imposing shape of the underwater prison. Even from the bow of the ship, Kahn could discern its formidable silhouette. After passing through the gate, they reached the entrance of the underwater prison within 8 minutes. The warship halted at the threshold, and Kahn was greeted by a familiar figure from the narrative, Magellan, the vice warden and a user of the poison fruit. Magellan, still quite youthful, regarded them with a cold demeanor as he acknowledged Blackwater's presence, stating, "The marshal has already informed me of your situation. Arrangements will be made for you. Do not seek me out unless necessary." His attitude was decidedly unwelcoming. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving 2 prison guards to escort Blackwater and Kahn through the entrance. Magellan's demeanor was indeed rather ungracious. Kahn is indeed capable of understanding. It is likely that he harbors a disdain for outsiders, treating the underwater prison as his personal training ground. After all, Magellan regards the underwater prison as his own abode. When others come to train in his domain, it is only if he is in a good mood that they might have any hope. Thus, Kahn witnessed Magellan's departure without uttering a word. He then followed Heishui into the depths of the grand prison beneath the sea. 2 guards escorted them to the threshold of a chamber, where one of them addressed Heishui, "My lord, this shall be your resting place, and henceforth all provisions will be delivered punctually to you here." With that, the guard produced a set of keys and handed them to Heishui, saying, "These keys grant access to the cells from the 1st to the 5th floor, and I now entrust them to your care." Heishui accepted the keys and gestured for the 2 guards to depart. He then turned to Kahn and inquired, "Are the 10 sealed criminals sufficient for your cultivation today?" Kahn shook his head, declaring, "No, their energy has been completely depleted by me." He glanced at Kahn, and with a cold scoff, Blackwater retorted, "Your previous training was a mere waste of time. From now on, I shall impose rigorous training upon you, should you choose to betray me. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Kahn smiled faintly. "I have reviewed the training plan. Once I give my word, I shall not retract it." Haijui scoffed. "I hope you uphold your promise. I will not show any mercy. Let us proceed to the 5th floor and capture some pirates to provide you with the necessary energy." Upon hearing this, Kahn was instantly intrigued. "Let us depart. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Blackwater showed no hesitation either. Without even stepping into the lounge, he promptly escorted Kahn to the 5th level of the prison. Along the way, Kahn casually surveyed his surroundings. The development was rather akin to the narrative, which diminished his interest. The two proceeded onward until they reached the 5th level, the frozen hell. Blackwater located several prisons still inhabited and, without hesitation, knocked the individuals unconscious before instructing Kahn to seal them away. Kahn was thoroughly exhilarated this time. The 5th level of the underwater prison was indeed extraordinary. The average level of malevolence was around 50,000, with the highest individual boasting an astonishing 246,000, the most he had ever encountered. The others ranged from tens of thousands to 20,000, all in heaps. Following closely behind Blackwater, Kahn could hardly contain his grin. As for the identities of those pirates, he held no interest. They were strangers to him, and he had no desire to concern himself with their backgrounds. His sole intention was to seal them away and absorb their malevolence. After an hour and a half, Blackwater, accompanied by Kahn, had gathered a third of the inmates from the 5th level, finally filling Kahn's ceiling space to capacity. When Kahn declared that the ceiling was full, Blackwater bluntly remarked, "Then let us depart. The training officially commences. First, run 100 laps around the 4th level. You must maintain a speed of 6 seconds per 100 meters within 4 hours. Any slacking will not be tolerated." As he spoke, a shadow flickered in Blackwater's hand, revealing a black whip. He looked at Kahn and said, "This is the whip of agony. It will not injure you, but the pain will be excruciating. I hope you do not compel me to use it." Kahn's expression quivered slightly as he gazed upon the dark whip wielded by the black sailor, sensing that it must be a manifestation of a devil fruit's power. It was either that the black sailor had consumed a devil fruit or that the whip had fused with one. In the depths of the underwater prison known as the Red Lotus Hell, situated on the 4th level, the inmates bore witness to an unspeakably brutal scene today. The sheer savagery of it rendered their daily toil akin to a mere vacation. The new inmate, subjected to the lash of the whip, suffered grievously, his piercing cries of anguish striking a chord of dread in the hearts of the other prisoners. Ultimately, they turned their backs to the wall, choosing to feign ignorance to the harrowing sounds emanating from the unfortunate soul. This wretched figure was none other than Kahn himself. Initially, when he had commenced his training after sealing away the pirates, he encountered no difficulties, as the training did not deplete his energy in the slightest. Thus, during the first hour, he sprinted with remarkable agility, remaining remarkably composed. However, after more than an hour of relentless running, his spirit began to wane, causing his pace to falter, and it was then that the black water struck him with the whip. The pain was excruciating, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. As Kahn quickened his pace, a mournful cry escaped his lips. After that lash, he dared not slacken his efforts, pouring every ounce of strength into his run. However, his mental fortitude could not be sustained indefinitely. After all, he was merely an ordinary man on Earth, and maintaining unwavering concentration for prolonged periods proved exceedingly difficult. Approximately every 10 minutes, he was met with another crack of the whip from the dark waters, the agony causing him to scream in despair while simultaneously cursing the inhumanity of the dark waters. He unleashed every conceivable epithet he could muster against them. Ultimately, overwhelmed by his frustration, he halted, intent on confronting the dark waters with fury. The result was dire. He was forcefully pinned to the ground and received a brutal 100 lashes. His continuous, heart-wrenching screams tore at his throat, yet the dark waters showed no mercy, relentlessly compelling him to continue his run. In the end, he could only rise, begrudgingly resuming his pace until he had endured 4 grueling hours. Following that, he faced another exhaustive 8 hours of training. During this span, he endured over 100 additional lashes. By the end, his voice had become hoarse from the shouting, leaving him to glare at the dark waters in silent fury as he continued his arduous training. In the early hours of dawn, Kahn's training had concluded. He returned to his resting place and fell asleep almost instantly. At that moment, he was entirely disinclined to ponder the extent of his strength enhancement. All he desired was slumber. His body was not fatigued, yet his mind was profoundly weary. The torment inflicted by the whip was excruciating, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. He rested for 4 hours. Kahn was abruptly roused by a whip from Blackwater. Once awake, Kahn rose and glared at Blackwater, exclaiming, "Is it not my designated rest period?" Without a hint of courtesy, Blackwater retorted, "Get up and train immediately, or I shall continue to whip you." Kahn felt a surge of frustration. However, realizing he could not best the Blackwater team, he begrudgingly rose to join them for training. The grueling special training commenced anew. Unable to surpass the formidable Blackwater, Kahn was left to endure a torturous regimen of training. 2 days later, at 9 in the morning, Kahn continued to scold while running. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated. The accumulation of sin points had reached 1,000,000. The pool of sin was now accessible. When a sinner enters the pool of sin, their strength diminishes in accordance with the quantity of sin points they possess. One cannot enter the pool of sin if their sin points are 0. The host may enter the pool of sin, utilizing it to extract the sin points from the sinner's body to enhance physical strength, consuming 100 sin points per minute. The judgment of sin assists in augmenting his cultivation experience. The pool of sin aids in increasing physical strength. Together, they provide a remarkable means of effortlessly amplifying one's power. However, it remains uncertain whether the physical strength gained from the pool of sin, given the same amount of sin points, surpasses that acquired through diligent cultivation. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Alas, Kahn was jolted back into reality by a whip from that scoundrel in the black water, causing him to slow his pace. Kahn uttered a curse and quickened his pace. As for the sin pool, he resolved to conduct his experiments later in the evening during his rest. For the time being, he cast 9 criminals into the sin pool, allowing it to absorb their malevolent essence, thus preparing for his nocturnal trials. The sin pool possesses the capacity to accommodate 9 individuals at once. The criminals he had thrown in would lose 100 points of malevolence each minute, while their strength diminished at an equally rapid rate. Kahn observed for a while as he trained, eventually ceasing to concern himself with anything else. He focused solely on his training. Enduring the lash of the black water, he persevered until the early hours of the morning, then retreated to his room to rest. Kahn reclined and eagerly opened the Book of Sin, revealing a newly added page. This additional page depicted the pool of iniquity. Kahn glanced at the 2 characters inscribed on the page and gently tapped them. In an instant, Kahn felt the sensation of his body and swiftly plunged into a hot spring, experiencing an overwhelming sense of comfort. After a moment of relaxation, he regained his focus and contemplated the effects of the pool of iniquity on his cultivation. Upon reflection, he furrowed his brow slightly. The consumption of 100 points of sin value per minute was not significantly enhancing his strength. In fact, it was less effective than the gains he attained through his training in the black water. Nevertheless, it did yield about double the improvement compared to his basic training. It appeared that he could not afford to rest on his laurels just yet. He would need to continue with the black water training to conserve more sin value. The potential of the pool of iniquity was not something he could utilize at this moment. Perhaps in the future, when he accumulated more sin value and sought to take a break, he might find it useful. He had already tested the capabilities of the pool of iniquity. Kahn momentarily lost much of his interest, although the relentless extraction by Blackwater left him in a state of desperation. It is undeniable that training under their supervision was the most expedient method for his advancement. This was, indeed, the reason he could endure the ordeal. Were it not for the prospect of gaining strength from the extraction, he would have long sought a means of escape. He set aside the matters concerning the abyss of sin. Kahn's harrowing training persisted, with each passing day in the underwater prison. The prisoners and guards, who initially regarded Kahn with sympathy, gradually transformed their sentiments into reverence. This admiration stemmed from their recognition of Kahn's burgeoning prowess, which seemed to escalate daily. The training under Blackwater grew increasingly rigorous, while the instances of Kahn's punishment diminished, making it evident to even the dimmest minds that Kahn's strength was swiftly advancing. Yet, despite this veneration, none were willing to endure the grueling regimen that Kahn faced. Even Magellan and Shiryu, upon witnessing his ordeal, recoiled at the thought of enduring such brutality. It was simply too horrific, too overwhelming for any human being to bear. On November 8, 1499, in the 5th level of the underwater prison, within the frigid depths of the ice-hell forest, this grim reality unfolded. Kahn wielded a pitch-black longsword. engaging in a fierce battle against Blackwater amidst the molten lava of the fiery abyss, while Magellan, Shiryu, and several guards observed from the periphery. Shiryu, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Magellan inquired, his gaze fixed on the clash between Kahn and Blackwater. Shiryu, puffing on a cigarette, replied with a disdainful snort. If only I could possess his devil fruit, I would be the chief now, while he remains a mere insignificant fool. Magellan shot a surprised glance at Shiryu, exclaiming, You are actually envious. Shiryu's expression darkened as he retorted, I merely feel that the devil fruit is wasted on him. His talent does not merit such a gift. It should belong to someone more capable, especially with a vice admiral already in the Navy. Magellan chuckled softly, aware that Shiryu was indeed envious, albeit too proud to admit it. Shaking his head, he continued to observe the battlefield, stating, I believe he has performed admirably. After being humiliated so severely last month, he has persevered. This indicates he possesses some talent. A vice admiral cannot simply be dismissed. Shiryu scoffed in response, firmly convinced that Kahn was utterly useless. He fantasized that had he been bestowed with Kahn's abilities, he would easily overpower Magellan. Meanwhile, above the lava pool, Kahn and Blackwater continued to engage in their intense duel, both employing graceful moonwalks as they fought. Their struggle had endured for a solid 3.5 hours, and both combatants were nearing the limits of their stamina. Their garments, once intact, were now tattered and charred from the searing heat of the lava, leaving them looking quite disheveled. After another 10 minutes of relentless fighting, Kahn took 2 steps back and looked at Blackwater with a proud demeanor, saying, Blackwater, you foolish bird. Today is the moment I shall defeat you, you imbecile. Allow me to demonstrate the most formidable swordsmanship I have just grasped. Blackwater gazed at Kahn calmly and replied, Then let me witness your prowess. Kahn's expression grew serious, as torrents of fierce winds enveloped him. Amidst the tempestuous gusts, flashes of lightning danced incessantly. The swift wind and thunder sword, wind and thunder flash. With a fierce roar, Kahn vanished in an instant. In a mere half-second, he appeared before Heishui, delivering a powerful blow to his chest with a single sword strike. The impact sent Heishui hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall. As he was propelled through the air, swirling blades of wind and arcs of lightning enveloped him, incessantly slicing and shocking his body, leaving him with no strength to resist the force of the impact. Thus, Heishui was embedded into the wall. After a moment, Heishui, having been thrust into the wall, unleashed a furious cry, as if a surge of power shattered the blades of wind and lightning that surrounded him. He then sprang forth from the wall. At this point, Heishui was in a rather dire state. Deep gashes marred his arms, nearly exposing bone, and his body was riddled with countless small wounds. The injuries on his arms were the result of blocking Kahn's sword with them. Had it not been for his formidable armament hockey, his limbs would have been severed. Emerging from the wall, Heishui glanced at the scars on his arms and coolly regarded Kahn, suspended in midair, remarking, Well done, you may graduate now. Upon hearing this, Kahn curled his lips and descended back to the ground. Meanwhile, Magellan, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, dispatched 2 doctors to attend to the injuries of the Blackwater. He approached Kahn with a smile and said, Young man, you are finally free. Are you preparing to return to headquarters tomorrow? Kahn cast a glance at Magellan and derisively remarked, What? You do not welcome my presence? Magellan, rather forthright, replied, Indeed. You have hastened the demise of nearly 1,000 souls within the prison walls. Your actions have exceeded our annual quota for fatalities. And when it comes time to draft next year's report, our director will undoubtedly face reprimand. Kahn smirked upon hearing this, a bunch of pirates. They die and then rise again. What is there to be concerned about? Magellan shot Kahn a disdainful glance. You insolent brat. Your lack of responsibility renders you indifferent. The director, however, bears a weighty duty. We must uphold his authority. As for you, young man, you might as well pack your bags and leave tomorrow. He was instructed to leave. How could that be possible? The underwater prison consists of 6 levels, and he has yet to set foot in it. Over 2 months ago, he amassed a staggering 10 million points of infamy and acquired a new ability known as the Eye of Judgment. With this power, he is able to perceive the full extent of a criminal's abilities. Furthermore, he can expend his points of infamy to extract capabilities from the captured criminals, thereby augmenting his own strength. This includes the power of the devil fruit, which he is also capable of extracting. Initially, his training plan was aimed at achieving the rank of Rear Admiral within a year. However, The emergence of the Eye of Judgment has enabled him to accelerate his growth significantly. Of course, the consumption of infamy points has also surged dramatically. He has already drained the points of criminals from levels 1 to 5 of the prison, leaving only 47 individuals in his sealed space with infamy points exceeding 500,000. They can provide him with over 60,000 points of infamy daily, which is utterly insufficient for Kahn's daily expenditures. Alarmingly, among these 47, 32 individuals will soon be depleted within a month or two. Should he find himself without any criminals to capture at that time, his strength will stagnate. Currently, his power is equivalent to that of an elite rear admiral, proficient in physical combat, Kinbunshika Haki, Busashoka Haki, swordsmanship, and marksmanship, making him a versatile contender. However, he has refrained from revealing his skills in physical combat and Kinbunshika Haki, as the rapid enhancement of his swordsmanship and Busashoka Haki might raise suspicions within the world government regarding the legitimacy of his abilities. Thus, during his battles with Blackwater, he never employed Kinbunshika Haki, physical combat, or marksmanship, instead relying solely on his sword and Busashoka Haki for a month-long confrontation. Despite his formidable strength, the toll on his resources has been considerable. Over the span of 108 days, he extracted more than 50 million points of infamy. Of that, approximately 10 million was spent training alongside Blackwater, and over 40 million was utilized in extracting the abilities of criminals, including Busashoka Haki, Kinbunshika Haki, marksmanship, swordsmanship, and physical combat. By the time he defeated Blackwater, he had completely exhausted all points of infamy acquired through extraction. As for the Eye of Judgment's ability to extract other strengths, that remains a closely guarded secret known only to him, as he has eliminated all those whose powers he has extracted. In fact, to obscure this matter, he intentionally killed a few criminals for amusement, resulting in nearly 1,000 criminals dispatched within 108 days. As for the power of the devil fruit, he has refrained from extraction, as doing so would subject him to the inherent weakness of being vulnerable to seawater. He has no desire to possess such a flaw. Hence, he has never contemplated extracting the abilities of a devil fruit. Kahn was deep in thought when Heishui approached him and said, "Your strength has nearly matched mine. You can return tomorrow to report to the marshal." Kahn cast a piercing glare at Heishui and proclaimed, "What do you mean by similar? I have already defeated you. I am superior. Do not delude yourself with false accolades." Heishui shot Kahn a sidelong glance and scoffed, "If it were a battle to the death, do you truly believe you could best me?" The perpetually brooding Heishui surprisingly displayed an expression, piquing Kahn's interest as he remarked, "You are actually angry. It seems you are unwilling to accept defeat." Heishui's countenance darkened once more as he turned to leave, stating, "I shall report to the marshal. Do as you wish, for I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, Heishui departed. Kahn curled his lips and said to Magellan, "Do you see? He must be feeling indignant. That old man has been scolding me for 2 months. This is his retribution." Magellan looked at Kahn in silence. "Young man, he has been devotedly teaching you. It is one thing not to express gratitude, but why must you speak so derisively?" Kahn's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. "The moment I behold his face, I am reminded of the humiliation of being trampled underfoot and lashed with a whip. Such indignity is intolerable. I cannot forgive him unless he allows me to teach him a lesson in return." Magellan remained speechless. He contemplated his own feelings, realizing that if he were subjected to such treatment, he too would struggle to forgive. After a moment of reflection, Magellan sighed, "Very well. Let us proceed to the director and arrange for your departure." "Departure?" Kahn's expression shifted instantly as he addressed Magellan. "It is still a tad premature to depart. Within my sealed space, there remains the energy of 47 pirates yet to be exhausted. I intend to wait for 2 more months to fully deplete their energy before I embark. Otherwise, returning them in 2 months would undoubtedly become a cumbersome endeavor." Magellan responded as he walked, "This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. You should converse with the warden. If he grants his approval, then you may remain." The current warden of the underwater prison, Impel Down, is a man known only as Pooh. His true name remains a mystery. He perpetually wears a mask, and his infamy stands at an astonishing 32 million points, marking him as a formidable figure. Both Magellan and Shiryu show him considerable respect, underscoring his formidable strength. Pooh's demeanor is shrouded in an air of enigma. Kahn spent 108 days in the underwater prison, making but a solitary appearance during his initial confrontation with Blackwater. Subsequently, he vanished from sight. Preoccupied with his cultivation, Kahn did not seek out his adversary. remaining alongside Magellan. Kahn entered the director's office. He saluted the masked director and said, "Good day, director." The director cast a glance at Kahn and remarked, "Blackwater has already briefed me on the situation. You may depart tomorrow, however." "I sense that you are reluctant to leave." Kahn chuckled softly. "Well, Chief, my abilities are exceptionally useful here. I wonder if I could extend my stay for another 2 months, as I still have the energy of 47 inmates yet to be utilized." After a brief silence, Pooh replied coolly, "I suspect you are particularly interested in the inmates on the 6th floor." Kahn paid little heed to the remark. He chuckled softly, considering it a response. Pooh observed this and remarked indifferently, "The prisoners on the 6th floor are not to be trifled with. If you wish to engage with them, you must first obtain the marshal's consent." Upon hearing this, Kahn eagerly exclaimed, "Director, could you assist me in contacting the marshal?" Pooh glanced at Kahn, then produced a small communication device and tossed it to him, stating, "You may speak with the marshal directly. If he agrees, then all matters can be discussed." Kahn answered the intercom and promptly pressed the switch. BRRR. BRRR. The phone rang for 10 seconds before Sengoku's voice emerged. "Pooh, what is it now? Did we not just communicate moments ago?" Kahn cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Marshal, it is I, Kahn." Sengoku fell silent for a moment before retorting, "You cheeky rascal. You surely wish to remain in the underwater prison, do you not? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. I have invested considerable effort in nurturing you, not for you to squander it frivolously." The marshal's lament was laced with a peculiar tone. Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately grasped the implication. He scoffed, "Marshal, if you wish for me to undertake a task, simply articulate your request directly. There is no need for such cryptic insinuations." In response, the war state coughed twice. Maintaining an air of calmness as he stated, "Your training mission has been completed. From now on, if you desire us to provide you with resources for cultivation free of charge, that is simply not feasible. You must commence your duties forthwith." What an outrageous demand from the war state. To expect him to begin working now is utterly devoid of conscience. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Kahn expressed his dissatisfaction. "Marshal, even the sailors require 6 months of training before they can embark on their duties, and I have only been at it for 3 months. Warring states replied calmly, "While they may train for 6 months, they only consume 6 months' worth of rations. You, on the other hand, have spent 3 months in training, during which nearly 1,000 of our prisoners have perished. Hurry back and resume your duties. Our Navy is about to commence the eradication of the pirates on the Grand Line. Return swiftly to assist, and you shall have the liberty to choose your rewards from the captured criminals." Upon hearing this, Kahn was rendered speechless. With the matter being presented in such a manner by the warring states, he found it difficult to refuse any further. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he remarked, "Well, Marshal, before I depart, I would like to capture 100 prisoners from the 6th level for my training. Surely, this should not pose a problem, right?" Upon hearing this, warring states erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You and that insufferable brat, do not push your luck. Each of those 6th level prisoners is a terrorist. Releasing even one would create chaos, and you dare to request 100? Do not even entertain such a thought." Kahn immediately remarked, 80 of them. The warring states fell into silence. Kahn then remarked, "Those 60. The warring states responded with fury, "Get lost." Kahn remained undeterred. 50. Will 50 suffice? The warring states faction fell silent, and after a considerable pause, they retorted, "We can grant you a mere 10. Any more is utterly impossible. You must earn your merits for future exchanges." "Only 10? Kahn exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. The warring states replied with calm composure, "If you continue to prattle on, you shall receive nothing at all. Return to me by tomorrow morning and bring the communications device. I have matters to discuss. 10 is certainly better than none." Kahn curled his lip and handed the phone bug to Pooh. Pooh took the call, and Zhangguo said, "Select 10 prisoners for that lad, but refrain from choosing those of the restricted level. Do you grasp my meaning?" Pooh replied nonchalantly, "Understood." Zhangguo continued, "Very well. Ensure that young man is returned to me by tomorrow." "All right," Pooh responded before hanging up the phone. He then turned to Magellan and instructed, "Take him to the 6th floor to capture 10 prisoners. Avoid those numbered 30 and above." Magellan nodded and, with a smile, said to Kahn, "Come along, young man. I shall escort you downstairs." After Kahn and Poojing exchanged pleasantries, they followed Magellan down to the 6th level of the underground. Ah, the 6th level. What a gathering of formidable figures resides within. Is the Golden Lion Shiki still among them? He was only apprehended last year. It seems the World Destroyer Wald is also present. In the Red Count, he too should be within these confines. As for the subordinates of Blackbeard, his memory does not retain their information. Some of them must have been captured, though their identities remain unknown. Furthermore, others he recognizes, such as Pirate, Crocodile, and G-Bay, are still roaming the seas above. The four emperors stand tall, with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom wielding considerable power, while red-haired Shanks remains a lesser player in this grand scheme. Kahn pondered as he followed Magellan into the 6th underground level. Upon arriving, he regained his senses and exclaimed, "Magellan, before you select individuals, allow me to behold those infamous pirates. I find them utterly fascinating." Magellan, continuing his stride, replied, "You young fool. Capturing them is an impossible endeavor. They could easily outmatch even the Marshal, let alone you." Kahn chuckled softly. His current strength was at most comparable to that of Doflamingo more than 20 years hence. It was virtually impossible for him to incapacitate formidable figures like the Golden Lion or the Red Count. However, he believed that subduing Blackbeard's crew should pose no significant challenge. After his brief laughter, Kahn said to Magellan, "Take me to explore, and I shall undoubtedly frequent your establishment in the future, bringing with me delightful delicacies." Kahn is a frequent visitor, as Magellan is well aware. Kahn's capabilities render him exceptionally suited for the transportation of prisoners. Furthermore, even in the absence of such duties, Kahn often comes over for his personal training. Given his regular visits, it is indeed prudent to cultivate a good rapport. Magellan chuckled and remarked, "Since you're here, allow me to show you around." Indeed, the elite masters from the world of One Piece await. Kahn was immensely intrigued, particularly by the allure of their devil fruits. He himself had no desire to consume a devil fruit, yet he contemplated granting them to his subordinates. The ability of the Judgment Eye, when detached from another, manifested as a luminous orb. Not only could he wield it himself, but he could also bestow its power upon others. In the future, he envisioned nurturing his subordinates, enabling them to assist in capturing pirates while he leisurely amassed some points. The mere thought of it brought him comfort. However, at present, this ability must remain concealed. He resolved to wait until he attained the strength of an admiral before revealing his capabilities. At that juncture, should the world government seek to confront him, he would possess the means to escape. Currently, though, his power was somewhat insufficient. Should the Navy mobilize their full might, he risked being eliminated. Thus, he pondered deeply. Kahn followed Magellan deep into the bowels of the prison. As they traversed the corridors, the inmates within their cells regarded them with curiosity, wondering who the newcomer was that had been apprehended. However, upon recognizing only Magellan and Kahn, their interest swiftly waned, presuming that Magellan was merely escorting a rookie on patrol. After a while of navigating through the 6th level, Kahn finally encountered a familiar figure, the future subordinate of Blackbeard, the colossal battleship Saint Juan, the Evil Wolf. His physique was indeed immense, occupying an entire cell by himself. Subsequently, he also laid eyes on the likes of the Barrel, the Tyrant, and the Nine-Tailed Fox. These four individuals were undeniably malevolent, with none possessing a sin value lower than 2 million. Particularly, the colossal battleship Saint Juan, the Evil Wolf bore an astounding sin value of 8,630,000. Prompting Kahn to resist the urge to seal him away. Furthermore, within the 6th level, the majority of the others had sin values exceeding 500,000, with only a rare few falling into the hundreds or thousands. Their imprisonment was not due to malevolence, but rather a consequence of offending the world government, leading to their confinement in this place. Thus, the inmates of the 6th level. Kahn was largely unfamiliar with most of the individuals, including several confined within the first 30 cells. As he strolled, Magellan took the opportunity to introduce him to some of the criminals. Kahn harbored little interest in those individuals. Rather, he was profoundly intrigued by the malevolent aura that loomed above their heads. The first 30 prisoners admitted were indeed formidable characters, the majority of whom had been apprehended by Carp and Sengoku. Kahn gazed at them with great enthusiasm and soon arrived at the entrance of the cell where the Golden Lion was confined. Observing the majestic creature bound by chains of sea prism stone. Upon encountering the Golden Lion, Kahn paused to scrutinize the Golden Lion. This fellow, who would soon sever his own feet to escape, was indeed a formidable character. Observing his malevolent score of 468 million points, one could surmise that it was relatively substantial, based on the calculation that each human life extinguished equates to a malevolent score of 5 to 10 points. It follows that this individual has caused the demise of approximately 1 million souls, a rather exaggerated figure. However, malevolence points are not merely determined by the act of killing. This standard is Kahn's own assessment. The accumulation of malevolence points is not solely attributed to homicide. Rather, any act of taking a life, regardless of its nature, contributes to this tally. For instance, the slaughter of an animal also incurs a rise in malevolence points, albeit to a lesser degree than that of a human. Furthermore, if a human kills an animal out of necessity to stave off starvation, or if animals engage in mutual slaughter for survival, such actions do not augment the malevolence score. Only those who slaughter creatures indiscriminately for profit, without regard for survival, incur additional malevolence points. For example, the killing of 1,000 chickens for sale might yield an increase of 1 point. Moreover, if one commits an act that indirectly leads to another's death, without personally delivering the fatal blow, one may still accumulate a slight increase in malevolence points, albeit at a factor 10 times less than direct homicide. In essence, the origins of malevolence points are manifold. The elevated scores of the powerful stem from their ability to annihilate hundreds of innocents with a single strike, thus indirectly causing the deaths of potentially hundreds of thousands. Take the Golden Lion, for instance. He frequently lifts an entire island to smash his foes, resulting in the loss of countless lives on that island, justifying his formidable score of 468 million. As for the colossal warship San Juan, the wolf, its immense size has led to the destruction of several nations, rendering its score of 863 million entirely reasonable. Other offenders may not have engaged in widespread slaughter, yet their actions have nonetheless resulted in numerous fatalities, thereby continuously accumulating malevolence points. Reaching 1 million is hardly surprising. What, are you interested in him? Magellan inquired with a smile as Kahn pondered these matters. Kahn regained his composure and chuckled, saying, "The legendary pirate? Gold Lion Shiki? It's only natural that I would be intrigued. I heard he was captured just last year." Magellan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this fellow is a true legend. It took the combined efforts of the Marshal and Vice Admiral Karp 3 days to finally apprehend him. Kahn smiled lightly, saying nothing further. "You little rascals," he remarked. "I suppose you possess a modicum of understanding." As Kahn conversed with Magellan, the Golden Lion in the cell interjected. Magellan cast a glance at the Golden Lion and scoffed. "Even in legend, you were captured. You shall spend the remainder of your days in this place." The Golden Lion responded with a faint smile. "Is that so? I hardly feel disheartened. One day, I shall undoubtedly escape, and this world will be mine." Magellan chuckled derisively, for he held little faith that anyone could flee from this confinement. Kahn glanced at the Golden Lion, chuckled, and remarked to Magellan, "Pay no heed to this unfortunate soul. The helm upon his head is a testament to his perpetual misfortune. Let us explore the fate of other prisoners." Magellan, observing the helm atop the Golden Lion's head, erupted into laughter, agreeing, "Indeed, for such a wretched being, merely surviving is a commendable feat." The Golden Lion, overhearing their jests, was infuriated. An overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the entire 6-tiered prison to tremble with agitation. Magellan and Kahn, being in close proximity to the Golden Lion, experienced a greater impact. However, their formidable strength allowed them to withstand the formidable conqueror's haki without issue. Furthermore, the Golden Lion's haki was not exceptionally potent, withstanding the Golden Lion's overwhelming presence. Kahn glared furiously at him, exclaiming, "How absurd! You and the golden-haired Lion King have been captured, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly." Kahn turned to Magellan and said, "Magellan, teach him a lesson with your venom." Upon witnessing Kahn's fury, Magellan cleared his throat and replied, "It has been instructed from above that killing is not permitted." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Magellan, saying, "With me here, what is there to fear? If any issues arise, just shift the blame onto me. With my capabilities, the Marshal will only scold me a couple of times. It won't affect me in the slightest." However, Magellan paid no heed to Kahn's words and turned to leave, exclaiming, "Don't be the cause of my troubles." Upon seeing Magellan depart, Kahn sighed in resignation, his thoughts drifting to Magellan's incapacitation of the Golden Lion, pondering the possibility of seizing a favorable opportunity. The elusive fruit of the Golden Lion was something he yearned for deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the Golden Lion, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate. Old man, there will come a time when I shall come to end your existence. How dare a mere prisoner exhibit such audacity before me?" The Golden Lion seethed with fury, nearly on the brink of explosion. However, he refrained from speaking, having discerned that Kahn appeared to be of the direct lineage from the Warring States period. He was currently devising an escape plan, and any further injury inflicted by Kahn could jeopardize his chances of fleeing. Thus, he swallowed his anger, watching as Kahn departed. Yet, within the confines of his mind. He was already plotting to seek retribution against the young scoundrel once he was free. Kahn followed Magellan and paid a visit to the notorious Count Red. Upon encountering the Count, Kahn was profoundly disappointed, for the once formidable figure now exuded little authority, his malevolence merely tallying at a meager 700,000 points. Thus, after a brief observation, his interest waned. Subsequently, he accompanied Magellan through the 6th level, where they discovered 10 individuals whose wickedness hovered around the 3,000,000 mark, incapacitating them and taking them into custody. In total, they apprehended 10 individuals. Kahn returned to the 1st floor alongside Magellan, as the training had concluded. With a mere 16 hours remaining until dawn, he could finally recline and rest in peace, reflecting on the tangible growth of his abilities over the past 108 days. Closing his eyes, he organized his thoughts regarding his progress. Based on his assessment of the power hierarchy within the world of One Piece, he categorized his own strength as follows: swordsmanship, equivalent to a rear admiral of the headquarters; hand-to-hand combat, akin to an elite rear admiral; marksmanship, comparable to a commodore of the headquarters; armament hockey, at the level of a rear admiral; observation hockey, also at the level of a rear admiral. Overall, his strength could be deemed sufficient to qualify as a candidate for the position of admiral. With an increase of over 50 million in his infamy points, Kahn felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as this level of power afforded him a measure of safety within the perilous world of pirates. Should he encounter formidable foes such as Kaido, Whitebeard, or Big Mom, as long as he was not besieged, he would have a viable chance to escape, effectively alleviating most of his safety concerns. Indeed, this venture into the underwater prison proved to be worthwhile. The 2 months of relentless training under Blackwater, though grueling, were justified. After assessing his own condition, he lay down contentedly to rest. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was in good spirits. Initially, he had anticipated that Kahn would not be ready for deployment until a year had passed. However, under the rigorous training of Blackwater, Kahn had activated a 100-fold training speed, allowing him to reach the level of a rear admiral within a mere 3 months. This remarkable training speed was a pretext Kahn used to placate Sengoku. Otherwise, the rapidity of his power enhancement would have raised suspicions. Kahn's training speed has significantly increased. The Warring States period did not spare any effort. The techniques of the 6 forms of the Navy and the methods of hockey were all entrusted to Kahn by Blackwater, enhancing his combat prowess. 108 days have elapsed. The fact that Kahn could injure Blackwater greatly pleased Sengoku. Blackwater was an elite vice admiral of the headquarters. Even though Blackwater did not unleash his full potential, Kahn's ability to defeat him indicated that he was at least of vice admiral caliber. Such prowess was sufficient to establish a foothold in the New World. Sengoku intended for Kahn to refine his combat experience over a 6-month period in the Grand Line before sending him to confront the pirates of the New World. After contemplating for a while, he returned to his senses upon the arrival of Crane in his office, remarking, "You must have seen Kahn's report." Crane nodded. "Yes, I have. It's quite impressive. We are in need of personnel, so it's a perfect opportunity for him to assist." Sengoku smiled. "I share the same sentiment. Let him spend 6 months in the Grand Line, engaging in battles to hone his skills, and then he can venture to the New World." Crane also smiled. "Indeed. His strength should suffice for the New World, provided he avoids encounters with the likes of Whitebeard." Sengoku nodded, contemplating a few words of praise for Kahn. However, Crane cleared her throat, reminding him, nonetheless, that young man has a rather excessive tendency towards violence against pirates. It would be prudent to advise him against being overly ruthless. The thought of the over 1,000 pirates who perished in the underwater prison caused Sengoku to stroke his beard in vexation. That is indeed a troublesome matter. Despite his cheerful disposition, he shows no mercy in battle. It is evident he is a fervent admirer of Akainu, which is quite worrisome. Crane cast a glance at Sengoku, advising, "I feel that merely urging him to refrain from killing pirates would be unrealistic. We should approach it from the perspective of his training." Sengoku, astute as ever, quickly grasped Crane's implication. After a moment of reflection, he smiled. "That's an excellent idea. The underwater prison still harbors many usable individuals. It appears we must establish a stringent exchange policy to prevent him from easily acquiring them." Crane chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. Thus, the arrangements for Kahn were finalized. November 9th, 9 a.m., Navy Headquarters, Admiral Sengoku's office. Kahn entered and saluted Zhanghua, who then waved his hand towards the entrance. A naval officer presented a uniform before Kahn. Zhonghua pointed to the attire and proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall hold the rank of colonel in our department. This is the highest officer grade I can bestow upon you. If you aspire to ascend to the rank of general, it will require your diligent effort and hard work." Kahn glanced at the colonel's attire and nodded, saying, "No problem. I shall attend to my duties with utmost seriousness." The warring states nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kahn is resolute in his endeavors, a conviction he firmly holds. He understands that without a serious pursuit of pirates, his strength cannot advance. Thus, he is committed to enhancing his prowess. Kahn will also strive diligently. Looking at Kahn with satisfaction, the warring state said, "Excellent, from this moment on, you shall be a true soldier. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for patrolling the first half of the Grand Line. Given your unique abilities, I shall not assign you any subordinates. You are free to act as you see fit, as long as you accomplish the tasks we have set for you." Kahn cast a dissatisfied glance at Sengoku and remarked, "Marshal, don't all the other colonels have their own subordinates?" Sengoku let out a cold snort and replied, "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You are undoubtedly hoping for your subordinates to assist you in capturing pirates, allowing you to reap the rewards without effort. Am I correct? I cannot acquiesce to such a notion. The cost of capturing pirates alive is far too great, and I have no desire for the Navy to suffer excessive casualties on your behalf." "Very well. It seems that my intentions have been discerned by Sengoku. It appears that relying on the Navy's strength to assist in capturing pirates is unlikely. As for subordinates, that is a matter I must handle on my own." Kahn sighed. "Very well, I shall go alone." The warring states nodded in satisfaction at Kahn's concession and remarked, "Furthermore, from this day forth, if you desire prisoners from the underwater prison, you must bring me pirates of equivalent value in exchange. They must be alive. The deceased will not suffice." Kahn did not criticize Sengoku this time. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "If I have 2 items valued at 100 million each, can they be exchanged for one valued at 200 million? Sengoku nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Kahn immediately replied, "Then I have no issues. I shall commence my work tomorrow. Additionally, Marshal, please arrange for the Navy to escort me wherever I need to go. Otherwise, it will be quite inconvenient for me to travel alone." Zhonghua cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed, "Do not presume me a fool. As long as you are sealed with the presence of pirates, you can utilize the moon step for your journey as a form of training. Thus, you shall expend little to no energy, allowing you to traverse great distances at will. I shall categorically refuse to arrange any vessels for you. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly mobilize the Navy to serve your purposes." Kahn felt a sense of helplessness. He gazed at Zhonghua and remarked, "Marshal, must you always be so astute? Get lost." Zhonghua retorted sharply, "If I weren't astute, would I occupy this position?" "Understood." Kahn saluted and, with a cheerful demeanor, departed with his garments in hand. Observing this, Zhonghua shook his head, allowing himself to relax and resume his duties. With Kahn's assistance, he felt certain that his future would undoubtedly become a tad more effortless. Yet, he remained unaware of what lay ahead. Kahn's departure brought forth an equal measure of both anguish and relief as he made his way back to the naval headquarters. Kahn strolled through the streets, indulging in some snacks. He soon found a place with a payphone and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected, and the voice of Akainu resonated. "Who is this?" Kahn immediately exclaimed, "Admiral Akainu, it is I, Kahn. Today, I have finally graduated." Upon hearing the words of his admirer, Admiral Akainu's demeanor softened slightly. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Kahn smiled and inquired, "Where's Lord Akainu? I have some time to visit you." Akainu replied with a faint smile, "We are all soldiers. It suffices to follow the directives above. If fate allows, we shall meet naturally, so there is no need for you to come looking for me." "Very well," Kahn said somewhat regretfully. "I had hoped to work alongside Lord Akainu." Kahn's training has drawn the attention of Akainu as well. Thus, Akainu possesses a certain understanding of Kahn's capabilities. Upon hearing Kahn's words, he offered a faint smile, remarking, "Your strength is sufficiently formidable to stand on your own. There is no need to follow me. Simply go wherever the Admiral assigns you." "Understood," Kahn replied, but after a moment's hesitation, he added, "Lord Akainu, I have recently developed a new ability that can enhance one's strength, though it carries a degree of risk. I wonder if you would be willing to try it." "A new ability?" Akainu pondered in silence for a moment before responding, "Speak of it. I am listening." Kahn immediately remarked, "Indeed. My newfound ability allows me to conjure an illusion, immersing individuals in the sensations experienced by those they have slain in their final moments. Should one manage to endure this ordeal, both their mental and physical prowess would see a substantial enhancement. However, failure results in psychological damage, rendering any future growth and strength unattainable. Akainu remained silent for a considerable time before slowly responding, "Your ability is rather unique. It seems only those with unwavering conviction can withstand such an experience." Kahn nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have tested several prisoners, those with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet all attempts culminated in failure. Therefore, I have not disclosed this matter to the marshal, but instead confided in you, esteemed Akainu. I believe that with your unwavering conviction, you should be capable of withstanding such illusions." In response, Akainu's spirits were instantly lifted. Kahn confided this secret to him, yet did not disclose it to the warring states. This is quite evident. Kahn is indeed a devoted admirer. However, he is reluctant to personally test Kahn's abilities, as that would entail entrusting his life to Kahn. Nevertheless, Kahn's abilities are indeed remarkable. In the future, should one encounter formidable adversaries and wish to enhance their strength, Kahn's abilities are still worth utilizing. However, before proceeding, it is essential to ascertain their authenticity. He resolved to capture an individual with a steadfast belief to test Kahn. After careful consideration, Akainu informed Kahn, "I am aware of this matter. For the time being, refrain from discussing it with others. In due course, I shall send someone to you for a trial to ascertain the possibility of success." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to deceive Akainu, luring him into a trap to deliver his malevolent essence directly to him. The plan was to confine Akainu in a cell for a while, allowing him to absorb the wickedness. However, it appeared that Akainu was exceedingly cautious, rendering the prospect of ensnaring him nearly impossible. After some contemplation, Kahn composed himself and replied, "Very well, Lord Akainu." There was a brief silence on Akainu's end before he stated, "I will have Harry come over to speak with you." "Excellent. I too wish to converse with my master." Kahn responded. After some time had elapsed, Harry's voice finally reached him. "Young man, I've heard that you've ceased practicing my marksmanship." Harry's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Kahn chuckled and said, "Master, rest assured, I hardly had the time to practice my marksmanship during training. Now that I am out, by the next time you see me, my shooting skills will undoubtedly rival yours. Just make sure you don't lose to me then. That cheeky lad. He wishes to surpass me. I shall await that challenge," Harry replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation. It was only after approximately 10 minutes that they ended the call and contacted Akainu. Kahn found himself at a loss, gazing at his accumulated sin points, which amounted to 4.25 million. However, he regarded this sum as rather inconsequential. The only feasible extraction was a bounty of approximately 200 million, which merely offered him a modicum of power. This degree of strength seemed negligible and did little to enhance his capabilities. He would rather reserve it for future extractions of devil fruit abilities. As for cultivation, that avenue had also reached an impasse. Upon achieving the rank of elite general, he noticed a palpable decline in the efficacy of his training, indicating that he was nearing his limits. For an ordinary individual, reaching the general rank indeed marked the pinnacle of their potential. He did not presume to be a genius, acknowledging that encountering such barriers was commonplace. Currently, his training relied predominantly on extracting the experiences and capabilities of criminals, or alternatively, immersing himself in the pool of sin to bolster his physical attributes. Recent assessments revealed that soaking in the pool of sin yielded the most significant enhancement of his power relative to his sin points. Thus, he had taken to spending his nights submerged in its depths. As for extracting criminal abilities, he was reluctant to do so unless they were of particular interest to him, as he perceived it as a waste of sin points. It was far more prudent to preserve them for further indulgence in the pool of sin. Moreover, his current strength was already commendable. There was little need to squander sin points on hastily augmenting his power. With over 50 million sin points, he believed that a full commitment to the pool of sin would render him no weaker than an admiral. His previous impatience had cost him at least 20 million sin points, leading to a resolution to be more judicious in the future. He intended to conserve resources, as the next 2 decades promised to be devoid of significant events, providing ample opportunity to amass strength equivalent to that of the 4 emperors. Of course, the pursuit of pirates remained imperative, for without sin points, his power could not grow. After contemplating these matters, he resolved to proceed with caution. Kahn succumbed to sleep. Having not enjoyed proper rest for 108 days, now he yearned for an extended slumber. Moreover, sleep offered him the chance to cleanse himself of his transgressions while simultaneously enhancing his strength. The following morning, before Kahn could step outside, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a naval officer who presented him with a sword box, stating, "Colonel Kahn, this is a gift from the Marshal." Naturally, the box contained a sword, and one could surmise that a gift from the esteemed Marshal would be far from ordinary. Kahn accepted the box and, upon unveiling its contents, discovered a sword adorned with lightning patterns. The naval officer, smiling, remarked, "Colonel Kahn, this is a splendid blade known as Thunderstrike." "A splendid blade?" Kahn exclaimed, lifting Thunderstrike and brandishing it with a flourish, before scoffing, "The Marshal truly is stingy. He couldn't even part with the supreme blade for me." The expression of the officer delivering the sword twitched slightly. After all, there were scarcely a few supreme blades in the world. It was improbable that one would be given away casually. Such a gesture would only be conceivable if Kahn were a general, which he was not, merely a colonel at present. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," the officer concluded in his thoughts, suppressing his grievances. He bid farewell to Kahn, adding, "The Marshal has instructed you to act freely, without assigning you any tasks." With that, the officer departed, leaving Kahn to his own devices. Kahn sheathed his sword and returned to his room to gather his belongings. Setting forth towards the port, after a brief span of 10 minutes, he arrived at the harbor. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. In the office of the Marine Admiral, Sengoku stood by the window, observing Kahn take flight. He sighed to his companion, Crane. "I have an ominous feeling that this fellow will bring me considerable trouble." Crane chuckled softly. Youth and strength often attract chaos. It would be unusual if he did not stir things up. You were no less of a handful in your youth. Sengoku smiled wryly. "You speak the truth. As long as he can combat the pirates, a little commotion is welcome. I shall bear the burden." Crane smiled in response, choosing not to add further commentary. 2 hours later, above the Sabaody archipelago, Kahn located the naval base on the island and landed directly at the entrance. Upon witnessing Kahn's descent and noting his colonel's uniform, the naval personnel at the entrance promptly approached and saluted, inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Kahn cast a glance at the naval soldiers and said, "Provide me with a power distribution map of the Sabaody archipelago. I require it immediately." "Surely, you must have one here." The two sailors hesitated slightly. Although Kahn was clad in naval attire, they were entirely unfamiliar with him. Kahn demanded that they surrender the map of their territorial distribution. They were unable to comply. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, they replied, "Sir, could you kindly disclose your identity? We must inform General Habai before we can provide you with anything." Colonel Kahn nodded slightly, stating, "I'm Colonel Kahn, sent from headquarters. Just inform Sean." "Headquarters, Colonel, indeed?" The two Marines nodded and hurried back to report. Approximately 10 minutes later, a young man arrived at the base entrance. He surveyed Kahn and chuckled, "Colonel Kahn, I must say, I have grown quite weary of hearing your name lately." Kahn's activities within the underwater prison were unbeknownst to the ordinary Navy personnel, who considered such occurrences to be routine. However, among the ranks of the admirals, this was certainly common knowledge. After all, the transformation from an ordinary individual to a vice admiral within a mere 3 months is an inconceivable feat that would undoubtedly attract attention. After Kahn saluted General Habai, he chuckled and remarked, "Am I truly that famous, General Habai?" Habai smiled in return, saying, "If you are not famous, then there would be no notable figures in the Navy. You are indeed a newcomer under the watchful eyes of the world government." Kahn, however, did not pay much attention to it. He followed Akainu to the naval headquarters, fully aware of this preparation. At present, his strength was insufficient. He would not provoke the world government. If they truly commanded his obedience, he would comply. It would be only when he had gained sufficient power that he could rise against them. After pondering for a moment, Kahn turned to General Shibai and said, "General Shibai, I intend to eradicate the pirates on Sabaody Island. Could you provide me with a map of the area?" Shibai grasped Kahn's arm and guided him towards the base, saying, "Let us step inside and discuss this further. There is no need to rush into matters concerning the fight against piracy." After Kahn, to become an admiral, it is essential to navigate the intricacies of human relationships. His enthusiasm is truly remarkable. Kahn felt somewhat embarrassed to decline and accompanied Shibai to his office for a brief conversation. Their discourse consisted of trivial matters devoid of substance. After approximately an hour, Shibai presented Kahn with a map of the Sabaody archipelago and personally escorted him out of the naval base. The Sabaody archipelago bears little resemblance to its state 2 decades hence. The era of rampant piracy incited by Roger has transformed it into a haven for marauders. Currently, Areas numbered 1 to 29, 50 to 59, and 70 to 79 are fraught with chaos, teeming with pirate activity. While the naval base is situated within the confines of zones 60 to 69, Kahn departed from the naval territory and arrived at the tumultuous location of No. 70 next door, stepping into the realm of chaos. As Kahn took a few steps forward, he noticed 5 individuals with a sin value hovering around 500. Glaring at him intently, their expressions were exceedingly menacing, as if they harbored a palpable disdain for him. It was likely that had it not been for the Navy captain's uniform he donned, instilling a sense of trepidation in them, they would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to exact a thorough beating upon him. Pirates, though their sin value was merely 500, still constituted a threat. For even the legs of a mosquito hold some worth. Kahn beckoned towards the nefarious pirates. "You 5 scoundrels, come here momentarily. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Hurry up and approach me." The 5 pirates, already in a foul mood, bristled at Kahn's words. One of them drew his pistol without hesitation, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is our territory as pirates. Who do you think you are, a mere naval officer? To act so arrogantly? You better get lost and grovel before us." Kahn's expression remained unchanged as he approached the 5 pirates. Just as the armed pirate prepared to taunt him upon seeing his approach, Kahn's figure suddenly vanished, plunging the pirate into darkness and rendering him unconscious. Utterly pathetic. Kahn rendered 5 pirates unconscious and unceremoniously cast them into the abyss of sin, where their malevolent essence was swiftly absorbed. Kahn, indifferent to their plight, continued towards the vicinity of others. Upon encountering individuals, he would swiftly incapacitate any whose sin value exceeded 100, capturing them and casting them into the pool of iniquity to accumulate their transgressions. With his formidable prowess, none could withstand even a single strike from his blade. After a mere 20 minutes of wandering, he had apprehended over 100 individuals, sealing them within the Book of Seals. His exploration led him to Island 75, where he found rows of structures resembling inns. Kahn's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly made his way towards the inn street. For him, there was no need to discern between the virtuous and the wicked. Anyone with a malevolent score exceeding 100 was to be apprehended without exception. Thus, he could seize every individual present on the inn street. At that moment, it was still midday, and the thoroughfare was sparsely populated. Kahn stepped onto the street and observed that most of the individuals moving about possessed a malevolence rating between 100 and 1,000. Which immediately invigorated his spirits. "Hey, Navy, this is not your territory. Be gone from here." As Kahn reveled in his excitement, 2 pirates brandishing knives approached him. Kahn regained his composure and glanced at the 2 individuals before unsheathing his sword. "I too wish to ascertain the nature of this place," he exclaimed. The 2 pirates, noticing Kahn's weapon drawn, immediately became wary and shouted, "A Navy officer seeks trouble. Gather round and drive him away." The pirates, united against the Navy, heeded the call, rallying from every corner of the street. However, some, not wishing to incite conflict, began to flee. Those who escaped represented potential gains for Kahn, and he was loath to witness their retreat. Thus, he unleashed a single stroke of his sword, conjuring a tempest that swept through the thoroughfare. Within the fury of the wind danced flickers of lightning. Those caught in the gale were struck down as if by a blade, sustaining grievous wounds and collapsing to the ground in agonized cries, rendered immobile by the paralysis of electricity. Among the throng on the street, no formidable adversaries emerged. Under the might of his blow, over 100 lay prostrate. He then proceeded to collect those with a malevolent value exceeding 100, casting them into a space of confinement. Kahn orchestrated this spectacle, compelling the individuals within the hotels flanking the street to emerge and gaze upon him from their doorways. Kahn had finished gathering individuals and surveyed the newly emerged figures in the street. Those individuals boasted quite a commendable level of criminality. Thus, he calmly proclaimed, "Naval investigation. Everyone line up in an orderly fashion." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in silent curses. With Kahn's enigmatic ability to apprehend individuals, no one believed he was there for an investigation. It was evident he was there to capture them. Should they fall into Kahn's hands, they might very well vanish forever. Consequently, they all turned to flee, some leaping from rooftops, others escaping through back doors. Regardless of the direction, everyone was running, except in front of Kahn, where no one dared to move. The desire to escape was palpable, as it meant abandoning their precious resources for cultivation. Kahn unleashed a flurry of strikes with unrelenting ferocity. The tempestuous winds and crackling thunder swept over the fleeing individuals, leaving them sprawled upon the ground, writhing in anguish. Kahn's technique is a vast area of effect attack skill, specifically designed to target those of lesser strength. It possesses both lethal and paralyzing qualities, aiming to reap the weak in large numbers, thereby preventing them from absconding with resources during combat. However, since this swordsmanship is tailored for the less powerful, it proves ineffective against individuals with bounties exceeding 10 million. Consequently, even with his 4 sword strikes, many managed to flee. Thus, he ascended into the air using the moon step, unleashing formidable crescent lightning sword energies upon those still attempting to escape, crashing down upon the fleeing pirates. The unfortunate souls struck by the crescent lightning were mercilessly driven into the ground, their screams echoing in anguish. Kahn swiftly dispatched dozens with his blade. Observing the absence of fleeing individuals, he descended to the ground to collect the fallen. In a mere 5 minutes, over 300 souls were ensnared and cast into the Book of Seals. Once he concluded his collection, he approached the center of the street and addressed the trembling crowd with a calm demeanor. Please adhere to the rules and submit to inspection. Those who dare to flee shall not find my mercy. For those I have captured, fret not, for you will merely be taken to the naval base for inquiry. Rest assured, those deemed innocent will be released. The remaining individuals, having refrained from fleeing, obediently stepped forward. Kahn observed a crowd of 400 to 500 individuals and contemplated raising the threshold for his capture criteria. Otherwise, apprehending everyone with a crime value exceeding 100 could lead to capturing nearly 90%, which would inevitably result in complications should these individuals attempt to flee. Consequently, he established the standard at a crime value of 300 or above. However, his plan to apprehend individuals ultimately culminated in utter failure. While he had subdued 13 people and confined them, an unknown voice shouted "Run!" and the remaining crowd scattered, hastening towards the buildings. In light of this development, he decided to unleash his full might. Soaring into the air, he struck down anyone in his vicinity with precision, instilling fear such that no one dared to venture outside. He proceeded to scour the buildings, capturing all individuals with a crime value exceeding 100. Nonetheless, during his search, he failed to apprehend everyone. Some pirates discreetly slipped away while he inspected the premises. However, this was a mere handful, perhaps a dozen or 20, and thus he paid it little heed. His plundering yielded over 410,000 crime values, significantly uplifting his spirits. After concluding his search of the hotel district, he pursued the direction in which several pirates had fled. Suspecting they were headed to a location where they could find protection, following them would likely enable him to capture a substantial number. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Navy headquarters in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, Sengoku had just finished his lunch and was preparing to take a brief respite when suddenly, the telephone on his desk rang. Upon answering, he inquired, "Who is it?" "Admiral, it's me, Shiro," came the hurried voice of Shiro from the other end. After a moment, he lamented, "There's trouble in the Seaily archipelago. Colonel Kahn has engaged in combat with the pirate crews of the Poison Wolf, Ghost Sword, and Windblades. Their battle on Island 18 has left the area in chaos. It is estimated that several hundred individuals have perished, and reports indicate that over 2,000 have been captured by Colonel Kahn. The entire Seaily archipelago is in disarray." Sengoku was momentarily rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Kahn would stir up trouble, but he had not foreseen the extent of the turmoil. Kahn's speed in causing trouble is astonishing. However, the true extent of Kahn's abilities piques Sengoku's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Shiro. "Take your men and encircle the battlefield. Do not interfere in Kahn's battle. Simply capture any fleeing pirates." Shiro, somewhat bewildered, replied, "But, Commander, there is only one Colonel Kahn. Is it truly wise to stand by and watch?" Sengoku maintained his composure and commanded, "Follow orders," with a resigned tone. Shiro acquiesced, "Understood, Commander. It shall be done." Upon concluding the call, Sengoku promptly dialed another number to issue a command. "Vice Admiral Dolan, dispatch 5 warships to the coast of the Shambadi Islands, number 18, to provide support for Kahn." "Yes, Commander," came the reply from the other end, followed by silence. At that moment, Tsuru entered the office, smiling as she remarked, "That little rascal has acted swiftly. He truly is ruthless." Sengoku chuckled. "He has dealt with nearly all the criminals from the underwater prison. Now, he merely lacks cultivation resources. It is only natural for him to act swiftly. Once he has gathered sufficient resources, he may settle down." Tsuru smiled knowingly. "You intend for Dolan to capture those pirates, do you not?" Sengoku nodded. The strength of the Poison Wolf, Ghost Sword, and Wind Rising pirate crews is not particularly formidable. Given Kahn's ability to defeat Blackwater, you should have no trouble with them. However, the primary concern now is that trouble may soon find us. With that, he rubbed his temples, while Tsuru offered a resigned smile in response. As a naval officer, Kahn had no difficulty apprehending individuals. However, the shops on the 18th island were established by the world's elite, and with Kahn's actions leading to their ruin, they would undoubtedly exert pressure from above. Contemplating this made him quite uneasy. When Crane observed Sengoku's distress, he chuckled and proposed, "Allow me to remain here." Sengoku contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Some matters were inappropriate for him to express as a commander, but for Crane, there was no issue in addressing them. Entrusting the situation to Crane provided him with reassurance. Thus, he picked up the phone and called, "Medical department? I am feeling a bit unwell. Please arrange a bed for me and conduct a thorough examination." Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Crane chuckled, "Your pretense of illness has become remarkably swift." Sengoku laughed lightly, stood up, and declared, "Then I shall take a day to rest properly. You handle things here, and contact me should anything important arise." After conversing with Crane, Sengoku headed to the medical department for hospitalization. Shabandi Archipelago. Kahn is engaged in a fierce battle against 3 notorious individuals, each with a bounty of approximately 100 million. Initially, he traversed from Island 75, following a band of pirates to Island 26. There, he fought valiantly and apprehended over 1,000 pirates, creating quite a stir. Upon learning that 3 pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, were gathered on Island 18, he swiftly made his way there to commence his pursuit. His audacious actions inevitably drew out these high-profile adversaries. At first, only the Black Wolf, with a bounty of 116 million, attacked him. After narrowly escaping defeat, he found himself besieged by the Ghost Sword, with a bounty of 96 million, and Bahome, the captain of the Windblade pirate crew, whose bounty stands at 100 million. Thus, he became the target of a relentless assault from all 3. Kahn encountered some difficulties. After engaging in combat with 3 adversaries for nearly 20 minutes, he finally seized the opportunity to unleash the Wind Thunder Flash, wounding the Black Wolf severely, with the Black Wolf gravely injured. Bahome and the Ghost Sword immediately turned to flee. Their escape took them in opposite directions. Kahn decisively abandoned Bahome and pursued the Demon Sword. For the latter possessed over 700,000 points of malevolence, while Bahome's malevolence barely reached 20,000. Demon Sword, do not even think of escaping. Kahn relentlessly pursued the Ghost Blade, while the latter sprinted away in a frenzied escape, intent on reaching the seaside to plunge into the ocean. For only there could he hope to evade Kahn's relentless pursuit. As for the reason behind his desperate thoughts, it was undoubtedly because he surmised that Kahn was a wielder of a devil fruit's powers. Otherwise, Kahn cannot make a person vanish. At this moment, Ghost Sword found himself in a rather dismal mood. After much effort to enter a new world, he encountered such a bizarre individual as Kahn, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to escape. He had invoked a secret technique that unleashed the power within him, now allowing him to move at 3 times his original speed. The distance between him and his adversary, Kahn, was steadily increasing, serving as proof of his advantage. Thus, he harbored no fears for his life and seized the opportunity presented by the activation of the secret technique to flee with haste. Kahn trailed behind the Phantom Blade, his brow slightly furrowed. The speed of the Phantom Blade had unexpectedly surged, rendering even him unable to keep pace. With every 20 meters covered, the Phantom Blade would gain an additional 3 meters on him. If this continued, the Phantom Blade might well elude capture. It seemed imperative to reveal a fraction of his strength. Kahn pursued the Ghost Blade, contemplating for a moment before raising his sword and striking towards it. He then drew the gun gifted to him by Harry, aiming at the Ghost Blade. Simultaneously, his observation hockey flared to life, enabling him to foresee the direction in which the Ghost Blade would evade the sword's energy. In an instant, he fired 3 shots in rapid succession. As the Ghost Blade attempted to dodge the sword's energy, the 3 bullets came hurtling towards him. He managed to evade one, but the remaining 2 struck his left leg. The injury elicited a pained scream from him, causing his movements to slow. Meanwhile, Kahn's sword energy and bullets converged upon the Ghost Blade from behind, blocking any escape routes. Both the sword energy and the bullets found their mark, resulting in a heart-wrenching cry as the Ghost Blade collapsed to the ground, unable to flee any longer. Kahn swiftly approached the Ghost Sword, calmly stating, "It is over for you." The Ghost Sword glared at Kahn with fury, exclaiming, Despicable. How dare you ambush me with a firearm? Are you not a swordsman? Kahn cast a disdainful glance at the demon's sword. I never claimed to be merely a swordsman. I am a versatile warrior, proficient in marksmanship, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat. The demon's sword fell silent, closing his eyes. Kahn, without hesitation, struck the ghost sword with a single blow, rendering it unconscious, and cast it into the Book of Sin. The ghost sword was dealt with. Kahn was not pursuing the pirates either, for he had been engaged in battle with the ghost blade and his companions for half an hour. Those who had fled had already made their escape, while those who remained likely harbored no guilt, their levels of culpability being rather low. Thus, he resolved to return to the naval base on the island, intending to hand over those individuals who had been drained of their sins to the Navy for appropriate handling. Kahn made up his mind and proceeded towards the naval division. However, after a short distance, he was surrounded by the Navy personnel. The leading officer approached Kahn. Gazing at him with admiration and saluting, "Colonel Kahn, I am Dos. Major General Habai has dispatched me to assist you." Kahn cast a glance at Dors. Then at the distant throng of naval officers, and an idea sprang to his mind. With a hint of excitement, he inquired of Dors. "You must have captured quite a number of pirates while securing the perimeter, haven't you?" Dors replied respectfully, "Oh, we cannot compare ourselves to Colonel Kahn. We have apprehended over 300, but the rest managed to flee. 300 pirates, at the very least, represented a staggering 30,000 in criminal value. Such an opportunity must not be squandered." Eagerly, he urged Dors, "Come, let us pay a visit to Hiba." Dors, along with his men, promptly led Kahn on his way. They had all witnessed Kahn's recent triumph over 3 formidable pirate crews, and their admiration for such a valiant naval officer was profound. Thus, upon encountering Kahn, they greeted him with utmost respect. Under Dors's guidance, Kahn swiftly located Hiba, who was commanding the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and joined the fray to capture the pirates. Within 10 minutes, the area was cleared of all pirate presence. In the Book of Sins by Kahn, over 100 additional pirates have been introduced. "Kahn, you are remarkable." After the battle concluded, Shirbai approached Kahn, expressing his admiration. Kahn chuckled and gestured towards the distant captured pirates, saying, "Allow me to make use of those fellows. I shall return them to you after a brief interlude." Kahn's method of cultivation is well known to Hybe as well. He smiled and nodded, saying, "It matters not. If you desire it, take it." Kahn was unceremonious. He commanded the Navy to incapacitate the pirates, subsequently gathering them all. Now, the space of his Book of Sin has expanded to accommodate 650 souls. This upgrade was achieved upon absorbing a staggering 10 million units of evil, in conjunction with the Eye of Judgment, which also elucidates his ability to capture over 2,000 pirates today. Thus, he collected the pirates. Kahn returned to Shibai's side and said, "Let us go to your base for a while." Shibai rolled his eyes at Kahn, retorting, "After causing such a commotion, you think I would welcome you back? Not a chance. Major General Doran is on his way here. So let us proceed to the shore of Island 18 to await his arrival." Kahn hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and asked Shibai, "You wouldn't send me back to headquarters, would you?" Shibai patted Kahn on the shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry, that will not happen. If you were to return to the headquarters, it would create even more trouble for the Marshal. The areas you have damaged belong to the world's elite. If you went back, the Marshal would find it difficult to protect you. Therefore, it is most likely that you will not return to the Navy headquarters in the near future." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt an immediate sense of relief. As long as he was not summoned back to headquarters, matters could be easily arranged. This time, he had accumulated over 2.7 million in notoriety points, and he had no desire to return to the main base. He wished to remain at large, capturing more pirates to further increase his malevolent score. While contemplating these thoughts, he followed the naval fleet led by Rear Admiral Shirbai to the coastline, where they awaited the arrival of the headquarters warship. During their wait, they engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. At the shore, after a brief exchange, a sailor approached and saluted the two men, Rear Admiral Shirbai, Colonel Kahn. "There is an individual claiming to be an official of the world government who wishes to meet with Colonel Kahn." Upon hearing this, Shirbai glanced at Kahn and sighed. They certainly are prompt in their arrival. Kahn was also aware of the purpose behind the arrival of the world government officials. It was likely related to a certain individual he had captured. He turned to Shirbai and said, "I shall investigate what that person intends to do." Shirbai patted Kahn on the shoulder and cautioned, "Those individuals are quite troublesome. It would be wise not to provoke them." Kahn chuckled softly as he made his way towards the periphery. He paid no heed to the words of the official from the world government, considering him nothing more than a mere bureaucrat, unworthy of his attention, unless he hailed from the celestial dragons. With an air of indifference, he followed the soldier leading him until he stood before a man clad in a suit. The suited gentleman, upon laying eyes on Kahn, arrogantly proclaimed, "You must be Kahn. Hand over Zoran. He belongs to our Duke Leo." Kahn glanced at the suit-clad man's malevolence index, which barely exceeded 200 points, and instantly lost interest. With a swift motion, he kicked the man away, declaring, "Depart. The Navy has not yet stooped to taking orders from scum like you. You are not the celestial dragons. Do not flaunt your insignificance here." The Navy personnel, harboring their own disdain for the world government, watched in awe as Kahn dispatched the agents. At that moment, Shirbai approached Kahn with an exasperated expression, saying, "Did we not agree to avoid provoking them?" Kahn scoffed, remarking, "What Duke Leo? As long as they are not celestial dragons, they have no authority over us. Our wages are paid by the celestial dragons, not by those nobles. Why should we heed their commands? They are nothing but a pile of refuse." Shaib, exasperated, retorted, "Yet the wages we receive are indeed dispensed by the celestial dragons, making them our de facto employers. Are they not?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shirbai, remarking that if they dared to withhold their payments, it would ultimately reflect the supremacy of the celestial dragons. He expressed admiration for anyone bold enough to defy them, declaring that he would even release them. Shirbai, however, merely shook his head, left speechless. The aristocrats of the world would never risk defying the heavenly gold. Without the protection of the world government, their nations would likely face relentless harassment from pirates. Thus, he resigned himself to the reality. Regarding Kahn, there is a marshal backing him, which does not concern me. Without delving into the matters of the aristocracy of the world government, I inquired about the situation of the Kahn pirates. When will those individuals you apprehended be released? Nearly 3 hours have elapsed since the commencement of the arrests. Kahn cast the individuals with lower levels of malevolence into the pool of sin, resulting in over 100 offenders whose malevolent essence has been drained. The remaining individuals possess slightly higher levels of malevolence. To completely extract the malevolent essence from the majority, it will likely take another half a day. Among those left, over 140 have malevolence exceeding 3,000, and they are expected to wait until tomorrow morning for their essence to be fully consumed. After contemplating, he turned to Shibai and said, "We shall first transport the 100 back with you, while the remaining over 1,000 will have to wait until tomorrow morning. As for the poison wolf and the ghost sword, they will require 1 to 2 months for their essence to be drained." Shibai nodded, walking towards the coastline as he spoke. "Our department has dispatched 5 warships, sufficient to accommodate over 2,000 individuals. Let them remain here until tomorrow morning, as it would be inconvenient for you to depart with your people now." Kahn nodded. He had no desire to leave with those pirates, drained of their wickedness. He would gladly allow the Navy to take them away. On the shore, the two conversed further. Half an hour later, 5 warships arrived at the coast. Rear Admiral Doran disembarked and, upon encountering Kahn, did not hesitate. For he understood that although Kahn held the rank of colonel, his strength was already on par with his own. Thus, Kahn saluted him. He smiled and said, "All right, Kahn. There's no need to be so formal with me. I believe that within 6 months at most, you will be promoted to the rank of Major General. By then, we will be of equal standing, and there will be no need for such seriousness." Kahn also smiled, saying, "Very well, I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Brother Doran." Doran chuckled lightly. "Calling me brother is quite agreeable. Henceforth, you may refer to me as such. As for those you have captured but find useless, release them, and I shall have someone take them away." Kahn nodded, instructing the naval officers to clear a designated area. One by one, he cast the individuals out, directing the sailors to escort them aboard the warship, nearly 100 souls in total. It took Kahn over 40 minutes to ensure everyone was safely transferred to the Navy. Certainly, had he chosen to expel them all at once, the task could have been accomplished in mere minutes. However, such a hasty approach could incite chaos. Thus he opted for a more methodical release. Moreover, he was aware he would have to wait until the following morning. Hastening the process unnecessarily could lead to complications he wished to avoid. Once the pirates were dealt with, he approached Doran and stated, "Brother Doran, the others must await until tomorrow morning." Doran was well aware of the situation. Kahn remarked with a smile, "Shibai has already informed me. Shortly, I shall send 2 warships to escort you for a leisurely cruise upon the sea. By tomorrow morning, Once you have completed your mission, they shall return to headquarters. And you may depart on your own. Kahn nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Brother Doran. I shall treat you to a drink in the future. Doran smiled in response. Very well then. I must hasten back to report to the Marshal. You may accompany my aide for a leisurely excursion at sea. But do avoid lingering around the Shambadi archipelago. Otherwise, the world government's agents may appear, and we would find ourselves in a predicament, which would also bring trouble to the Marshal. Kahn nodded in agreement to return. Subsequently, they parted ways along the coastline. More than 400 prisoners accompanied Dolan as he departed aboard 3 warships. Meanwhile, Habai and his subordinates returned to the naval base on the Shand Islands. Kahn, accompanied by the aide-de-camp of Dolan, set sail on 2 warships, drifting upon the sea. He intended to wait until the majority of the captives were released and handed over to Dolan's aide the following morning before departing from the vessel. Kahn reclined to rest, allowing his spirit to delve into the pool of sin for cultivation. Simultaneously, he cast the captured criminals into the pool, absorbing their malevolent values. Thus, after a night spent near the naval headquarters, Kahn entrusted the remaining pirates to the Navy for their removal. Among them were the venomous wolf with over 400,000 in sin value, the ghost sword with over 700,000, and 14 others whose malevolent values ranged from 10,000 to 50,000. They would await Kahn to extract their malevolence and personally deliver them to the naval headquarters. Additionally, he intended to exchange these bountied individuals with Sengoku for prisoners from the underwater prison. Presenting them to Sengoku now might lead to future denial of acknowledgement. Therefore, it was prudent to retain custody of the wanted criminals himself. After bidding farewell to Doran's lieutenant, Kahn departed from the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago, selecting a random direction to soar forth. Sengoku had not assigned him any specific tasks, merely instructing him to eliminate pirates from the first half of the Grand Line. Based on Kahn's acquired information, most of these pirates congregated in the central islands of the initial segment of the Grand Line. However, he realized he need not confine himself to those pirate-infested islands to apprehend them. Prior to his departure, he had contemplated exploring any inhabited islands within the Grand Line. If an island had a nation, he could easily request some criminals for his purposes. If it lacked governance, he could act freely to amass malevolent value. As long as he refrained from indiscriminately slaughtering non-pirates, he would not attract undue attention. Consequently, he resolved to traverse the 7 routes, believing that a thorough exploration of the islands would yield at least 30 million in malevolent value, and perhaps even 50 million with a stroke of fortune. This would enable his book of sin to level up, elevating his powers to that of a vice-admiral. Additionally, through these endeavors, he aimed to identify suitable subordinates. His judgment eye allowed him to perceive not only the various abilities of criminals, but also the nefarious deeds they had committed. By utilizing this eye, he could discern which individuals possessed loyalty and could be of service to him. The distinction between good and evil was of little consequence, as he had never aspired to be a paragon of virtue. Currently, his virtuous facade stemmed solely from a lack of power, given sufficient strength. He would relish a world rife with conflict, generating ample malevolent value. As he glided through the air, Kahn felt a remarkable sense of contentment. His first destination was Bini Island, the closest isle to the Sabaody archipelago, situated as the 9th island on the 5th route of the Grand Line. Ahead lay the Sabaody archipelago. According to the Grand Line map provided by Admiral Sengoku, Bini Island was a rocky terrain with a rather harsh environment. Nonetheless, the island was rich in minerals and home to factories controlled by the world government, leading to a considerable population. The exact number of inhabitants remained unclear, but he was confident that the island's law and order were relatively stable. Due to Bini Island's proximity to Judicial Island, the Navy frequently patrolled its vicinity. Coupled with the presence of government-sanctioned mining teams, ordinary pirates typically refrained from causing disturbances. Thus, Kahn did not anticipate accruing significant malevolent value during his visit to Bini Island. A mere 100,000 would suffice. With this mindset, he hastened towards Bini Island. After several hours of aerial travel, boredom began to set in when he spotted a ship navigating towards Bini Island. He descended onto the vessel, contemplating that traveling by ship would allow him to immerse himself in the pool of sin, thereby enhancing his training progress, rendering the time spent not entirely wasted. The descent of Kahn captured the attention of those aboard the vessel. Upon witnessing Kahn alight on the deck, they gathered around, refraining from any act of aggression. The reasons for their restraint were twofold. Firstly, anyone capable of soaring through the skies was undoubtedly formidable and not to be trifled with. Secondly, Kahn was clad in the attire of a naval captain. Once Kahn steadied himself after landing, a man bearing an iron rod approached him, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am Miller, the captain of the ship's guard. May I inquire as to your esteemed title, sir?" Colonel Kahn spoke in a calm tone. "I am Colonel Kahn from headquarters. I am heading to Bini Island. You must be going somewhere nearby, so I would appreciate it if you could take me along." Upon hearing Kahn's words, the atmosphere relaxed as everyone realized he was indeed a colonel from headquarters. Miller then instructed the others to leave and turned to Kahn, saying, "Colonel Kahn, I will arrange a place for you to sit and rest. How does that sound?" Kahn cast a glance at Miller and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no need for that. I can simply sit at the bow of the ship. At present, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you." Miller paused momentarily before responding. "Please, feel free to ask your questions." Kahn pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is there any pirate presence on Bini Island?" Miller's expression grew perplexed. He began to question whether Kahn was indeed a colonel from headquarters, as the situation on Bini Island should be well known to the Navy at the base. Kahn, perceiving Miller's skepticism, presented his credentials for Miller's inspection, stating, "I have only recently joined the department, less than 3 days ago, and am not well acquainted with the Grand Line." Upon examining Kahn's credentials and confirming his identity, Miller smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are newly appointed to the department. It is no wonder you are unaware of the circumstances. I am en route to Bini Island to investigate the situation regarding pirates, and I can certainly share some insights with you." From Miller's tone, it was evident that there were indeed pirates on Bini Island, and in considerable numbers. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the Navy's investigation. Kahn immediately became alert and said, "Then please elaborate on the situation." Miller gestured in a certain direction and replied, "Colonel Kahn, let us find a place to sit and discuss this matter in detail." Kahn glanced at the location indicated by Milan. There stood a table surrounded by 4 stools, a designated area for respite. He then followed Miller and settled into that spot to engage in conversation. After conversing with Miller for a while, Kahn gained some insight into the situation on Bini Island. Indeed, there were pirates on Bini Island. However, they were affiliated with powerful patrons. These pirates were employed by the world's aristocracy to pilfer precious minerals. Originally, the world government's guard unit maintained oversight, but eventually they too succumbed to bribery from the aristocrats and grew indifferent to the pirates' activities. As long as these marauders did not interfere with the operations of legitimate mining teams, they were allowed to thrive. Consequently, on the eastern side of Bini Island, a small town emerged, populated by thousands, serving as a hub for these pirate mining crews. After listening to Miller's account, Kahn pondered for a moment and cast a sidelong glance at Milan, saying, "Your tone suggests a profound dissatisfaction with those pirate mining crews. Do you harbor a grudge against them?" Milan shook his head, replying, "A grudge? Not at all. How could I? They are backed by the world's aristocracy. However, their illicit extraction and sale of or have caused the prices of legitimate companies' minerals to plummet, much to my employer's chagrin." "I see. It is no wonder that Milan displayed such displeasure when discussing those pirates. It appears to be a conflict rooted in self-interest, which is entirely understandable." Kahn pondered for a moment before nodding and inquiring, "Among those pirates, are there any formidable adversaries?" "Indeed, there are," Miller promptly replied. "The ringleader is none other than the infamous dual-bladed pirate, Mori, who boasts a bounty of 94.5 million. He later allied himself with the world nobles, and it remains a mystery how they facilitated the cancellation of his bounty. A bounty of 94.5 million? That implies a crime index exceeding 10,000. If he is particularly ruthless, it could even ascend to several 100,000. Kahn was instantly invigorated and inquired of Milan, "What manner of man is that fellow?" Miller cast a glance at Kahn and, clearing his throat, replied, "Colonel Kahn, if I may, you appear rather youthful. So allow me to offer you a word of caution. As a mere colonel, it would be wise not to provoke him. A decade ago, he engaged in several fierce encounters with a general from headquarters. To incite his ire as a lowly colonel would be tantamount to courting one's demise." Kahn merely chuckled, offering no explanation. "I am simply conducting an investigation, not confronting him." Miller's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "That fellow is exceedingly ruthless. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep the thousands of pirates on the island in check. I have met with him a few times to discuss matters, and he has executed several pirates right before our eyes. A villain, indeed. His malevolence must be considerable. It appears that Mori must be apprehended." Noticing Kahn deep in thought, Miller quietly inquired, "Colonel Kahn, Are you investigating the pirates on the island because the headquarters is preparing to take action against them? If the headquarters intends to eradicate them, we are willing to provide information. This Miller, unable to contend with the pirates, seeks to leverage the headquarters' strength to eliminate them. Consequently, there or could be sold more profitably in the future. Kahn pondered quietly, casting a glance at the over 2,000 sin points atop Milan's head, realizing that he too was not a paragon of virtue. Everything revolved around self-interest. After a moment of reflection, he continued to contemplate. Kahn smiled knowingly, stating, "Well, that requires further investigation on my part." Upon hearing this, Miller felt a sense of possibility. He contemplated leveraging the naval forces to eliminate his rivals. However, since Kahn had declined, he chose not to press further, recognizing the formidable power of the naval headquarters. Particularly with Kahn himself, Miller felt a profound sense of intimidation. The nearest island, Judicial Island, was still a considerable distance away, and the fact that Kahn could travel from there underscored his immense strength. If Kahn had come from an even more distant island, it would only amplify the terror of his capabilities. Such a formidable individual was not someone Miller wished to provoke. Observing Kahn's silence as he fell into contemplation, Miller turned to take his leave. As he departed, the spirit of Kahn has descended into the abyss of sin, gradually fortifying his physique. Time swiftly passes, and nearly 2 hours have elapsed. As Miller approaches Binney Island, he brings a reminder to Colonel Kahn. "Colonel Kahn, we are nearing the port of Binney Island." The spirit of Kahn emerged from the abyss of sin. As he opened his eyes and rose, he cast a glance into the distance. In that fleeting moment, he beheld 3 cargo ships approaching them from afar. Kahn glanced at the 3 cargo ships, sensing something amiss. He turned to Milan and inquired, "Those 3 cargo vessels ahead, why do they seem different from yours?" Miller, observing the ships in the distance, let out a disdainful snort. "Those are the pirates' cargo ships, all contraband produced by private shipyards. Ours are crafted by reputable shipyards, hence the distinction." Kahn expressed his astonishment. "Are cargo ships still engaging in smuggling? Do they not fear capsizing?" Miller responded with a cold scoff. "Their crew consists of purchased slaves. If they perish, so be it. Otherwise, how could their or be so significantly cheaper than ours? It is precisely because they incur virtually no labor costs." Kahn was suddenly enlightened, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. The fact that those individuals were engaged in the trafficking of slaves indicated their utter disregard for human life, and such heinousness undoubtedly bore a considerable weight of malevolence. Thus, he could no longer restrain himself. He ascended into the air, soaring towards the 3 merchant vessels. Miller, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. Among the trio of pirate ships, there were no formidable adversaries. The most capable among them were merely 2 armed with blades, their strength barely reaching a bounty of 20 million. Before Kahn, they would not have been able to withstand even a single strike. Consequently, within a mere 10 minutes, he subdued all the pirates aboard the 3 vessels. The slaves responsible for transporting the goods possessed a malevolence value that scarcely reached 50 points, and he found them unworthy of his attention. Relishing the ease of his triumph, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. For the pirates' malevolence values exceeded 1,000 points on average. Their lack of strength combined with their high malevolence was precisely what Kahn favored. In total, he amassed 360,000 points of malevolence from this venture, soaring with delight. Now, he yearned to hasten to the pirate town and apprehend its inhabitants. As Kahn dealt with the pirates, Miller's ship approached the vicinity of the 3 pirate vessels. Spotting Kahn's figure atop the ship, Miller quickly directed his crew to draw nearer, and as they did, he waved to Kahn, exclaiming, "Colonel Kahn, could you possibly be the esteemed naval officer who vanquished the Demon Sword, Poison Wolf, and Windblade pirate crews in the Shambodi archipelago?" Kahn raised an eyebrow. The events he had orchestrated in the Shambodi Islands had spread so swiftly. In just 2 strides, he stood before Milan, declaring, "You are aware of my affairs." "Indeed, it is you," Milan exclaimed, his voice laced with awe. "Just moments ago, I witnessed through the telescope as you vanquished the pirates. It immediately struck me that you were the naval commander who caused such a stir in the Shambodi Islands yesterday. Now I am certain." After a moment of reflection, Milan respectfully bowed to Kahn. "Colonel Kahn, your reputation is beginning to flourish. I have heard from our superior that your news has already spread. Perhaps within 2 days, you shall be renowned throughout the Grand Line. The occurrences in the Shambodi Islands have naturally circulated. After all, many had fled the scene that day." Kahn cast a glance at Miller and said, "Since you recognize me, what is it that you wish to convey?" Miller straightened his expression and replied, "Colonel Kahn, We are eager to assist you in eradicating the pirates. Kahn raised an eyebrow. As someone who pursues pirates, he inevitably had to chase after them. The assistance from Miller and his companions in apprehending some fleeing pirates was, in his view, a fortunate development. Kahn pondered for a moment before gazing at Miller and said, I am quite occupied and cannot afford to waste any more time. You have 1 hour to gather the troops and lead me to Pirate Town. Miller's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rest assured, my Lord Kahn, we shall be ready in half an hour. Let us set forth to Pirate Town by the time we arrive. Our forces should also be nearing the vicinity of the town. Kahn was quite pleased. He glanced at Miller and said, Let us set forth. I hope you will not disappoint me. Miller, intrigued, readily agreed. He then proceeded to arrange for the takeover of 3 pirate merchant ships. Following this, he made a phone call to his superior, the content of which remains uncertain. In any case, 10 minutes later, everything was in place for their departure. Soon, they approached the shores of Bini Island, navigating along the coastline towards the direction of the pirate town. It took them a total of half an hour. Kahn stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant harbor. Beside him, Miller exclaimed, Sir, we have arrived. Kahn nodded slightly and took to the sky. You may arrange for your people to secure the town. Leave the remaining matters to me. Furthermore, the captives you have taken shall also be entrusted to my care. Kahn departed after uttering a brief remark. Miller, immediately invigorated, bellowed, Brothers, if we vanquish those pirates today, the ore from Bini Island will be under our boss's control. And promotions and salary increases will be assured. Everyone, give it your all. Kill, kill, kill. Miller's underlings shouted with fervor. They hastened their pace, sailing towards the harbor. Above the pirate town. Upon Kahn's arrival, he surveyed the crowd below and was instantly exhilarated, for the individuals wielding weapons had sin values exceeding 1,000. A cursory glance revealed the potential to amass a fortune of 1,000,000 sin points. Thus, he sprang into action, unsheathing his sword midair and unleashing a flurry of strikes towards the ground. The pirates and slaves traversing the streets were indiscriminately felled by his onslaught. Who was this lunatic? The townsfolk hurriedly took refuge indoors, and those armed shouted, Shoot him down. Panic ensued in the pirate town, filled with desperate cries and the incessant sound of gunfire in retaliation. The entire settlement descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Kahn evaded bullets with agility, relishing the thrill of his combat. With each swing of his sword, he chanted 1,000, 1,000, yet another 1,000. After several minutes of aerial combat, the streets of the town were devoid of standing figures. Those who could escape had taken shelter indoors, launching surprise attacks at Kahn from their hiding places. However, their attempts were futile. Once Kahn had cleared the streets of adversaries, he retaliated against anyone who dared to shoot at him, unleashing a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy that cleaved through buildings. Those pirates concealed within were either wounded by sheer luck or met their demise. 5 minutes later, the pirates in the town, no longer daring to fire upon him, witnessed the arrival of Miller and his crew at the harbor, as another group surged into the town from outside. Kahn, suspended in the air, addressed those on the ground. Commanding, Miller, instruct your men to evacuate everyone from the building. Eliminate any resistors without mercy. Miller, brimming with enthusiasm, replied from the ground, Rest assured, sir. Not a single one shall escape. Kahn nodded in satisfaction, glancing around as he proclaimed, I have heard that the dual-wielding Mori is also present here. Come forth. For today marks your demise. His words echoed in the silence, yet no one responded. There was not a soul in the town attempting to flee. Kahn furrowed his brow, suspended in the air, observing as Miller and his comrades commenced their onslaught against the pirates. Occasionally, he spotted a pirate attempting to flee, and with a swift arc of his crescent lightning sword, he struck them down. After 20 minutes had elapsed, the elusive dual-wielding Mori had yet to appear. Realizing that Mori might not be present, or perhaps had escaped through some hidden passage, Kahn descended to the ground to begin apprehending the pirates. Just as he became engrossed in his task, Miller approached Kahn and said, My Lord Kahn, we have ascertained Mori's whereabouts. He is over by the mines, maintaining order. It is rumored that a substantial shipment is forthcoming, and Mori is urging the slaves to toil diligently in their excavation. The 3 ships you recently vanquished were supplying goods for this endeavor. The mines? Kahn pondered, immediately considering the likelihood of numerous pirates lurking in that vicinity. After all, who would oversee the slaves in the mines otherwise? Consequently, he halted his collection of captives and instructed Miller, Bring all the subdued pirates to me. Once we have secured them, we shall set forth for the mines. Miller nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for the pirates to be brought forth. In the pirate town, After Kahn had gathered the majority of the pirates, he prepared to set off with Miller and the others towards the mines, yet they had not yet departed. Miller's crew received a phone call informing them that the dual-wielding Mori and his men were hastily returning from the mines. Consequently, they decided to remain in town and await their arrival, simultaneously tending to the remnants of the town scum. Naturally, dealing with such trivial matters was not Kahn's concern. He sat alongside Miller at the town's entrance, awaiting the return of Mori and his crew. The mines were situated some distance from the port, and according to Miller's estimation, it would take about an hour for the opposing party to arrive. The reason Miller's crew could reach them swiftly was due to their affiliation with a reputable company, which always provided them with rapid transportation. In contrast, Mori's group, being a ragtag crew, would not invest heavily in such means of transport, resulting in a slower arrival. At the town's entrance, they waited for a while until a group of individuals hurriedly approached. Upon spotting Miller, the leader immediately erupted in vitriol. "Miller, you scoundrel! Do you wish for death? How dare you attack us? Your boss cannot even contend with us." Miller, unfazed, drew his iron rod and replied, "Sahu, we are currently assisting the Navy in eradicating pirates. If you have any dissent, feel free to test your strength." Upon hearing this, Sahu's gaze fell upon Kahn, who was clad in a naval colonel's uniform. He scrutinized Kahn, dismissively sneering, "A mere colonel dares to meddle in our affairs? Miller, your excuse is rather pathetic." Miller chuckled softly. It was true that a single naval colonel could hardly contend with Sahu and his crew. However, Kahn was no ordinary colonel. He had single-handedly vanquished over 3,000 pirates from the Sabaody archipelago and defeated 3 formidable opponents akin to Mori. This was the very reason he had the audacity to confront Sahu and his men. Seeing Miller smile, Sahu, irked, was about to make a move. Yet, at that moment, a middle-aged man accompanying both parties stepped forward, blocking Sahu's path. "Do not engage. You are no match for them. Charging in would be tantamount to seeking your own demise." Sahu hesitated, gazing at the middle-aged man. "Mori, are they truly formidable opponents?" The middle-aged man was indeed the dual-wielding Mori. He glanced at the sword on Kahn's person, then at the buildings in the town that had been demolished by sword strikes, and replied nonchalantly that naval officer is a master swordsman. Sahu's expression immediately grew grave. He scrutinized Kahn for a moment before pondering aloud, "Young man, we hail from the illustrious pompous family, the world's nobility. Are you certain you wish to oppose us?" Kahn cast a glance at the sand tiger, whose malevolence was a mere 70,000 points, a stark contrast to Mori's 270,000. With an air of indifference, he remarked, "Trash should just roll aside. I shall deal with Mori before attending to you." The sand tiger, incensed, was on the verge of erupting in fury. Kahn, undeterred, gazed at Mori and said, "So you are the dual-wielding Mori. Allow me to witness your prowess. Should you falter, you shall become my prized possession." Without further ado, Mori unsheathed his twin blades. Upon witnessing this, Kahn unsheathed his sword, unleashing a crescent moon blade of lightning, aimed at Mori. Lightning-infused sword energy, indeed. Mori, now serious, wielded his dual blades and struck fiercely against the crescent lightning sword energy. The two forces clashed in a standoff for approximately 2 seconds before the crescent lightning sword energy was shattered. "Impressive. There is some strength here. The sword technique has been thwarted." Kahn uttered a few words nonchalantly before leaping towards Mori. Miller, Sahu, and the others swiftly dispersed. They had already witnessed the fierce battle between Kahn and Mori. It was a conflict far beyond their capacity to engage in. Should they become entangled in it, they would undoubtedly incur injuries. Kahn charged towards Mori, engaging him in a fierce confrontation. Both parties exhibited remarkable speed and strength, rendering it difficult to determine a clear victor in the fray. A decade prior, Mori had been placed under a bounty of over 90 million. With the passage of 10 years, his prowess had undoubtedly escalated. Judging by Kahn's assessment of Mori's strength, he possessed at least the combat capability of a mid-ranking general, making him an excellent opponent for honing Kahn's skills. Thus, Kahn opted to employ his swordsmanship in his duel against Mori. His technique was derived from 2 notorious criminals. One was proficient in the Gale Sword technique, while the other excelled in the Thunderblade technique. Kahn has extracted the swordsmanship of 2 individuals, utilizing his sin value to accelerate his training and amalgamate the 2 styles, thus creating his current technique, the Swift Gale Thunder swordsmanship. However, this is a fusion of his own making and lacks the proficiency of a directly acquired skill. In his usual practice, aided by sin value, he has not made significant progress due to the absence of formidable opponents. Today, he encounters a worthy adversary in Mori, allowing him to unleash his full strength in battle. As for Heishui, that individual poses no threat to his life. Even when employing the swift gale thunder swordsmanship, he holds back. During his time in the Sabaody archipelago, he was besieged and lacked the opportunity to fully demonstrate his technique. Now, facing Mori in a life-or-death struggle, one-on-one, he is perfectly positioned to hone his swordsmanship. Mori wields dual blades with immense power, delivering broad and sweeping attacks. Kahn's sword was effortlessly parried by Mori, who skillfully deflected even the accompanying gusts of wind and thunderous sword energy that carried paralysis and cutting damage. Their battle raged on, with blades and sword energy crisscrossing the air, leaving deep fissures in the ground beneath them. Two unfortunate souls were cleaved in half by the arc of Mori's dual blades, prompting onlookers to retreat to a safe distance of 50 meters. Miller, observing the clash between Kahn and Mori, turned to his companion Hadru and inquired, "Do you think Kahn can triumph over the dual-wielding Mori?" Hadra, the leader of the reinforcements from the island, contemplated the fierce battle before him and replied, "I feel Kahn has yet to unleash his full potential. He is capable of taking on the notorious pirate crews of Poison Wolf and Ghost Sword Wind Yang single-handedly. Mori, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly contend against three adversaries." Miller nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the two combatants, and sighed, "Yet, it appears they are evenly matched. Could it be that Mori has been concealing his true strength?" Hadra shook his head, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. "I cannot comprehend it. Perhaps our master's guard, Night Fox, has arrived and might discern who holds the upper hand. Our strength pales in comparison to such formidable beings." "Indeed," Miller conceded, shaking his head as he observed the distant Sand Tiger. He whispered to Hadru, "Keep an eye on Sand Tiger and his crew, should they attempt to escape. We must obstruct them. If they manage to flee, it will be far easier to regroup and form a mining team. Only their demise serves our master's interests." Hadru nodded in agreement, acknowledging their duty as loyal vassals tasked with safeguarding their master's welfare, even at the cost of their own lives. Mori was not foolish. After half an hour of combat with Kahn, he discerned that there were several moments when Kahn could have breached his defenses but refrained from striking. This compelled him to intentionally expose a weakness and test Kahn's resolve yet again. This trial, Kahn did not launch an attack, which made him realize that Kahn was merely using him for practice. Such humiliation was unbearable. How could he possibly endure it? "You little brat. Using me as your training target, are you? I shall see just how formidable you truly are," Mori bellowed. The power of his dual blades surged dramatically, while a dark luminescence manifested above both of his arms. That was the manifestation of Haki. It appeared that over the course of 10 years, Mori had made significant progress and concealed a considerable amount of his strength. Even Miller had never witnessed Mori utilizing Haki before. Kahn gazed at Mori's pitch-black twin blades and snorted coldly. "Do you think you are the only one capable of that?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the longsword. The armament Haki enveloped the sword hilt and extended over his body. Upon witnessing Kahn's armament Haki, the fury on Mori's face swiftly dissipated, gradually replaced by a solemn demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon the blade of Kahn's sword, rendered speechless. Kahn understood. Mori had discerned that his Haki was indeed more formidable than his own. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to his own detriment. "What, are you afraid?" Kahn remarked with a cold snort, observing Mori's seriousness. Mori fell silent. Indeed, he was afraid. He had no desire for death. Otherwise, he would not have allied himself with a world noble as a mere enforcer, for such an allegiance would tarnish the reputation of a true warrior. He cast a glance at Kahn and said, "I bear you no grudge. Why must you seek to end my life?" Kahn cast a glance at Mori, a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is precisely due to my devil fruit ability that capturing pirates like you will expedite my training." Mori, however, could not comprehend Kahn's meaning. After all, the notion that apprehending pirates could aid in one's training was indeed rather absurd. Nevertheless, he understood clearly. Kahn would not allow him to leave. If he did not defeat Kahn today, escaping would be nearly impossible. Thus, he steeled himself, a blaze of fiery energy emanating from his being, as both sides radiated an intense aura. With the determination to vanquish Kahn, he could no longer afford to waste his strength and unleashed his ultimate technique. Mori transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix and surged forward, charging toward Kahn. Upon witnessing this, Kahn was enveloped by swirling lightning and fierce winds. The sword with which he had vanquished the black water re-emerged after a lapse of 3 days. The swift gale thunder sword, wind thunder flash, unleashed its ultimate technique. Kahn, akin to a striking bolt of lightning, collided forcefully with Mori's fire phoenix, producing a resounding roar. Following this clash, the flames and thunder that enveloped them dissipated, revealing the figures of both warriors. At that moment, Kahn stood behind Mori, whose dual blades were shattered, and blood gushed from his chest as he immediately fell to one knee. Kahn turned, his sword poised at Mori's throat, and calmly remarked, "You have succumbed to fear, and thus you have lost. It was never meant to end in such despair for you." Mori fell silent, closing his eyes. In the clash with Kahn, he felt the grip of trepidation and yearned to flee. This weakness revealed an opening, leading Kahn to sever his twin blades and strike him down. Had he not fled, perhaps he would have only been cast aside. Yet, all of that remains mere conjecture. Fear is fear, and he had no words left to utter. Kahn observed that Mori remained silent. With a swift strike, he rendered Mori unconscious and subsequently secured him. He then turned his gaze towards the Sand Tiger and his companions, who were in the midst of fleeing but found their path obstructed by Miller and his crew. Those ruffians possessed a collective bounty exceeding 300,000, a sum Kahn was unwilling to relinquish. Thus, he calmly approached and dispatched all the pirates with a few deft strokes of his sword. Following this, he proceeded to capture them, ensnaring each one within the confines of the Book of Sealing. Once he had concluded this task, Kahn beckoned to Miller, inquiring, "There must still be some pirates stationed at the mine, correct?" Having witnessed Kahn's formidable prowess, Miller was filled with profound respect. He hurriedly approached Kahn and reverently replied, "My lord Kahn, there are over 300 overseers at the mine, and this time, more than 100 have returned. There should still be over 200 remaining. We shall take care of those rascals and bring them to you." Kahn cast a satisfied glance at Miller and remarked, "Very well. I shall take a moment to rest here." Upon hearing this, Miller promptly summoned 2 female subordinates, instructing them, "Please attend to Lord Kahn with utmost care and escort him to the tavern in town for a leisurely respite." The 2 women eagerly nodded in acknowledgement. Kahn said nothing and followed the 2 women back to the town. Miller and his group left a portion of their members behind, while the remainder made their way towards the mines in the pirate town. Kahn stayed until around 4 in the afternoon. Miller gathered all the individuals from the mining area and handed them over to Kahn. The people were collected. Kahn glanced at the sin values of Miller and his companions, ultimately choosing not to take action against them. Among Miller's group, there were only 7 or 8 individuals with sin values exceeding 1,000, while the majority lingered around a mere 100 points. Capturing them would yield less reward than apprehending a sand tiger. Thus, he deemed it pointless to provoke them over their sin values. After all, they were backed by legitimate companies, providing for many individuals and, in a sense, contributing positively to society. After wrapping up the matter, Kahn inquired of Miller, "Are there any other pirate factions on this island?" Miller shook his head, replying, "No. Those pirates only dared to seize our business because they had backing. If there were still pirates raiding us, our boss's enterprise would be on the brink of ruin. And in such a case, our boss would undoubtedly take action." Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately lost interest. He shifted the conversation and inquired of Miller, "Are you familiar with the islands of the Grand Line? If you possess any intelligence, do share it with me." Miller perked up at once. Their employer had a considerable understanding of Kahn's affairs, indicating an interest in him. Should he assist Kahn, it would forge a connection between them. In the future, perhaps their employer might seek Kahn's aid as well. With this thought in mind, Miller promptly replied, "Sir, I will contact my employer to procure a detailed report for you." "Very well," Kahn responded, "but please expedite your efforts. I wish to depart soon, as I have other matters to attend to." Miller quickly assured him, "Just 1 hour, sir. I will have it ready for you." With that, he hurriedly left, acquiring a communication device and dialing in. "Boss, we have dealt with the individuals from Benny Island. Now, Colonel Kahn requests a comprehensive intelligence dossier on the islands of the Grand Line." There was a brief pause on the line before a voice replied, "Well done. I will contact you shortly. Ensure you cultivate a good rapport with Colonel Kahn." "Understood, boss," Miller affirmed. However, Colonel Kahn is eager to leave and wishes to receive the information within the hour. "I am aware. Just wait for my instructions," the device responded before disconnecting. Miller then returned to Kahn's side to attend to him. Kahn stated that he would wait for merely an hour. However, he ended up waiting the entire night before departing from Benny Island. This delay was due to Miller's employer, who was unable to deliver the blueprints in person and had to rely on dictation via a telephone book. Consequently, it took 5 hours to transcribe the detailed information for Kahn. By that time, it was nearly dawn, leaving him no choice but to rest for the night before continuing his journey. Kahn bid farewell to Miller and set off for the next island. Along the way, he cast the pirates who had absorbed the sin value into the sea, allowing them to fend for themselves. Occasionally, he spared those whose crimes were not too severe, waiting until he reached the next island to deposit them ashore. During his journey, he utilized the judgment eye and expended 26 million sin values to extract and enhance the armament haki of the dual-wielding pirate, Mori. As for Mori's other abilities, he found them unworthy of his attention. Once he had drained Mori of his sin value, he would send him on his way. There was no need to send him to prison. As Mori was not a wanted man, certainly, Sengoku would not recognize him. Regarding the pirates he had rescued from the underwater prison, he refrained from absorbing their abilities, mindful of the need to return them without raising suspicion, thus avoiding potential complications. This caution stemmed from his current lack of strength. Were he more powerful, such trivial matters would not trouble him. Having acquired Mori's abilities, he continued onward, arriving at the next island, the Kingdom of Rosa, 3.5 hours later. The Kingdom of Rosa, situated on the 5th route of the Grand Line, is the 8th island. According to the information provided by his employer, Miller, Rosa is a member state of the world government, home to 10 million citizens and possessing considerable strength. Ordinary pirates on the island are generally deterred from causing disturbances, to prevent waves of pirates from entering the town and creating chaos. The King of Rosa has designated a specific area on a certain coastline for passing pirates to land and procure supplies, thus effectively minimizing the likelihood of trouble within the city. Kahn's intended destination is, of course, the very spot where the pirates make landfall. First, he must deal with those pirates before proceeding to the Kingdom of Rosa, where he intends to procure some prisoners for his purposes. He arrives in the waters near the Kingdom of Rosa. Kahn extracted a prisoner from the Book of Sin and retrieved a map of the Kingdom of Rosa from him, examining the location of the pirate port. This ability was a recent innovation of his. The Book of Sin did not accept inanimate objects. However, by placing such objects upon the prisoner, he could successfully draw them into the book, transforming it into a mobile repository. Food, documents, and even devil fruits could be carried with him henceforth. After confirming the location on the map of the Kingdom of Rosa, he stored both the prisoner and the map away and made his way towards the pirate port. Approximately 20 minutes later, he arrived at the port teeming with pirates. This port was merely a small village, its diminutive size a consequence of its establishment only a year after Roger's death. Prior to Roger's demise and the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates was not as overwhelming, and the Kingdom of Rosa had the means to manage them. However, with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, the surge in pirate numbers became unmanageable for the Kingdom of Rosa. Consequently, they opened a port to accommodate passing pirates, amassing records and fingerprints, while simultaneously allowing the kingdom to sell goods to these pirates, who inevitably required sustenance and various supplies. Kahn soared above the harbor, casting his gaze upon the villagers below. The sight was one of profound disappointment. The malevolence scores of the individuals he observed hovered around a mere 50 points, with scarcely a few surpassing that threshold. This disheartened him considerably. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. The pirates who docked here were predominantly of a more subdued nature. Otherwise, they would not linger so peacefully. Unlike those ruffians from Ben Island, who had long been notorious for their nefarious deeds. As for those with malevolence scores below 100, Kahn found little motivation to pursue them, deeming it a fruitless expenditure of time. Instead, he cast a glance and refrained from any direct confrontation, descending into the village to survey his surroundings. However, he had yet to encounter anyone with a notably high level of malevolence. The passers-by regarded him with evident wariness, some even brandishing newspapers, their eyes flickering between the pages and Kahn himself. It appeared these onlookers recognized him. His actions in the Shambadi archipelago had evidently made headlines. Curiosity piqued, he expressed a desire to see how the news portrayed him, casually addressing one individual holding a newspaper. "Allow me a glance at that paper." The man, singled out by Kahn, hesitated momentarily before relinquishing the newspaper, hastily retreating into the safety of a nearby dwelling. Kahn took the newspaper and casually flipped through its pages. In an instant, his gaze fell upon his own image on the front page. To the left, a row of bold black letters proclaimed, "Colonel Kahn, the innate nemesis of evil." Beneath this striking headline lay a description of Kahn's devil fruit abilities, stating that he could absorb the powers of the wicked to fuel his own cultivation. Finally, the article recounted his deeds in the Shambadi archipelago. After perusing the news, Kahn furrowed his brow slightly. His ability to manipulate fruits was not something the Navy would casually disclose. The fact that it had now been revealed indicated that something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a transponder snail from the Book of Evil and promptly dialed out. The transponder snail was alive, and thus, the sentient book of evil could accommodate it. Soon, the call connected, and Sengoku's voice resonated. "You little brat, you actually remembered to call me." Sengoku's words conveyed a palpable sense of grievance. Kahn cleared his throat and remarked, "Marshal, it has only been 3 days. A report every 7 days should suffice. Wouldn't you agree that daily updates lack significance?" The warring states let out a cold snort, saying, "From now on, keep the communication device on your person. I have attempted to reach you several times without success. You must have stowed the device away in your sealed space, am I correct?" Kahn cleared his throat and said, "Well, I fear that it may meet an untimely demise in battle." The tone of the warrior was laced with disdain. "It seems to me that you simply wish to avoid my attempts to contact you, fearing that I may cause you trouble. Should I find it impossible to reach you again, I shall have no choice but to revoke your position." Kahn felt a sense of helplessness. His thoughts had been entirely discerned by Sengoku. Indeed, he had cast the telephone bug into the Book of Sin precisely because he wished to avoid frequent contact with Sengoku. With a resigned cough, he conceded, "Very well, I shall carry it with me from now on, but during battles, I must still stow it away for protection." Sengoku did not insist that Kahn keep the telephone bug, for he understood that this was already Kahn's utmost concession. Moreover, he suspected Kahn would not heed his insistence. With a disdainful snort, he inquired, "Speak, what is it?" Kahn inquired earnestly, "Marshal, why has my devil fruit ability been reported? Shouldn't such matters be kept confidential? Isn't this bringing me trouble?" The tone of the war general shifted to one of irritation. "How dare you even ask? You caused chaos in the Sabaody archipelago and defended those world nobles. It is fortunate they Haven T sent assassins after you. Merely exposing your abilities is a leniency." "Ah, so it was the world nobles behind this. Those contemptible beings shall pay dearly in the future." Kahn muttered a few words under his breath and said to Zhanghua, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," before decisively casting the phone bug into the Book of Sin. Now, he was in the midst of battle time, and the phone bug could be stowed away. When Zhanghua inquired next, he would have an excuse to justify his actions for having concealed the phone bug. Kahn surveyed his surroundings, noticing that more individuals were observing him. They all appeared exceedingly vigilant, their hands tightly gripping their weapons. It was evident that they were apprehensive about any sudden movements he might make. Kahn observed them for a moment and said nonchalantly, "Now I shall begin to call upon individuals. Those I name should step forward and allow themselves to be apprehended. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, the bystanders swiftly turned and fled. Kahn is indeed a formidable individual, capable of single-handedly confronting 3 pirate crews, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Here, there exists no expert capable of contending with Kahn's prowess. Thus, the only option is to flee. Kahn witnessed the pirates beginning to flee. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and targeted those with particularly high levels of infamy, indifferent to any pirates who might be inadvertently caught in the fray. After all, they were all pirates here. The death of a few was of no consequence. He soared into the sky, surveying the entire village, and upon spotting those with an infamy rating exceeding 500, he dispatched them with a swift stroke, sending them crashing to the ground. After a flurry of strikes, he found no pirates with an infamy above 500. So he turned his attention to those with infamy ranging from 200 to 500. "Damn it, everyone, let's fight to the death. If we do not slay him, none of us shall leave here today." Kahn lowered his standards, and as a result, the number of attackers began to rise. This provoked a reaction from those attempting to flee. They drew their firearms and fired into the air towards Kahn, venting their frustration. However, all their efforts proved futile. Even the bullets aimed at Kahn could not breach his formidable haki. For a full 30 minutes, cries of anguish echoed through the village, with many lying incapacitated and some already lifeless. Kahn eventually collapsed to the ground, beginning to clean up the aftermath. After several minutes, the wailing pirates were gathered, with a few who attempted to ambush him being swiftly thwarted and dealt with. Once the collection of bodies was concluded, he entered the village's houses, methodically searching each one. Those with a malevolent score exceeding 200 were captured and sealed away. His tumultuous presence had rendered the entire village silent. The remaining survivors, filled with dread, dared not venture outside until they witnessed Kahn ascend into the air. Only then did they feel bold enough to emerge. As they traversed the path, glancing at the departing Kahn, they silently thanked their fortunate stars for evading capture. Otherwise, a grim fate in prison awaited them. It was the afternoon, precisely 1536. Kahn arrived at the royal city of the Rosa Kingdom. As he was not there to commit violence, he descended outside the city, preparing to enter through the main gates. Upon landing, he approached the southern entrance of the royal city. Before he could utter a word, one of the 4 gatekeepers brightened with recognition and saluted him, inquiring, "You are Colonel Kahn, are you not? What brings you to our city?" Kahn cast a glance at the gatekeeper and said with a hint of indifference, "I have come to speak with your king." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper promptly replied, "Very well, Colonel Kahn, I shall inform the captain at once." "Indeed." Kahn nodded in acquiescence. "I shall wait here." The gatekeeper, acknowledging Kahn's words, turned swiftly and dashed out. He soon entered a building on the left side within the city gate. Before long, the gatekeeper returned, accompanied by a young man who approached Kahn. The young man saluted respectfully and said, "Greetings, Colonel Kahn. I am Captain Robeson, responsible for the gate's defense. It is truly an honor to meet you." Kahn glanced at the somewhat excited Roberson and inquired, "Might you escort me to meet your king?" Roberson immediately stepped aside, gesturing with an invitation, "Colonel Kahn, please follow me. I am certain His Majesty would be delighted to know of your arrival." Kahn nodded and followed Roberson into the city. They traversed the streets, arriving at the entrance of the palace located in the city center. The guards at the palace gates seemed to have received word of their arrival. They did not hinder Kahn and Roberson's entry, instead saluting and ushering them into the palace. Within the palace, at the entrance of the Grand Hall, awaited King Rosa Antel of the Rosa Kingdom. Upon hearing the guards report that Kahn was coming for a visit, he promptly positioned himself at the hall's entrance. His eagerness stemmed from the information relayed to him by an official stationed at the pirate harbor, detailing Kahn's activities there, which piqued his interest. Furthermore, he had learned that the Marshal of the Warring States held Kahn in high regard, grooming him as a future general of considerable stature. Naturally, he felt compelled to extend a warm welcome. After a brief wait, Kahn was brought before him, to which he immediately responded with a smile, "Colonel Kahn. Your name has been resounding in my ears these past few days." Kahn glanced at Antel and clasped his hands together, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty Rosa." Antel smiled warmly, enthusiastically taking Kahn's arm. "Come, let us retreat to the palace to converse. This evening, I have prepared a banquet, and I sincerely hope that Colonel Kahn will honor me with his presence for dinner." Antel's cordiality was truly remarkable. Kahn found it difficult to refuse. If he was to stay the night, then so be it. This would provide him the opportunity to drain the nefarious deeds of those pirates, thus creating some space in the sealed realm, enabling him to accommodate more pirates when he ventured to the next island. With these thoughts in mind, he followed Antel into a resting chamber. Once inside, Antel gestured for Kahn to take a seat before positioning himself opposite Kahn. Subsequently, he arranged for refreshments to be brought in. Once everything was in order, Antel turned to Kahn and inquired, "Colonel Kahn, what brings you to me?" Kahn spoke without preamble. Addressing Antel, "Surely Your Majesty is aware of my cultivation methods. I wish to utilize the prisoners within these cells for my practice." Antel regarded Kahn with a knowing glance and replied with a smile, "That is perfectly acceptable. However, some of our inmates hold significant importance and cannot be taken away. You may only practice here and must return them once you are finished." Kahn gazed at the smiling Antel, instantly aware that Antel wished for him to linger here for a few more days. After a moment's contemplation, he did not decline the suggestion. The number of prisoners in the kingdom of Rosa was not excessively high. With the pool of sin, it was likely that the situation could be resolved in just a few days. To accumulate more merit, it was only reasonable to extend his stay. Having come to this conclusion, he felt at ease. Kahn nodded, "Then I shall not refuse your kindness." Upon hearing this, Antel immediately felt a surge of joy. "In that case, I will go prepare a resting chamber for you. We shall have a thorough discussion shortly." Kahn nodded in agreement. Antel then rose, leaving with a cheerful demeanor, while 2 maidservants remained to attend to Kahn. In the afternoon, at 5 o'clock, Antel extended an invitation to Kahn to dine with him. After dinner, Antel arranged for 2 guards to escort Kahn to a prison located within the royal city. Thus, Kahn entered the prison of the Kingdom of Rosa. Kahn observed a procession of criminals, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. These offenders were even inferior to pirates in his eyes. Most of them bore a crime value hovering around a mere 20 points. It appeared that they had committed but a couple of homicides before being apprehended. After meticulously selecting from the inmates, he managed to gather no more than 130 individuals, whose collective crime value amounted to less than 100,000, leaving him rather exasperated. Within a single day, he could easily drain their crime value. Thus, after completing his selection of prisoners, he remained disheartened. Kahn emerged from the prison and returned to the palace gates, where Antel awaited him. Upon seeing Kahn, A hint of disappointment crossed Antel's face, prompting him to inquire. "My dear Kahn, it seems you are not quite satisfied with our prisoner." Kahn cast a glance at Antel and sighed. "The quality is lamentably poor. I require someone truly nefarious, preferably with considerable strength." Upon hearing this, Antel replied with resignation. "Then we find ourselves at an impasse. The formidable ones elude our grasp. While those who are wicked yet weak face immediate execution, we do not confine them to prisons at all." Antel's words encapsulate that very sentiment. Kahn shook his head and sighed. "Well, it seems I am only suited for capturing pirates. Your Majesty, Rosa, it appears I must take my leave tomorrow afternoon." Antel, feeling helpless, wished for Kahn to stay a while longer. However, he lacked the resources to persuade him to remain. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Very well then. I shall make it a point to treat you splendidly tomorrow." Kahn nodded silently, following Antel into the palace to rest. Once in the room arranged by Antel, he reclined and immersed himself in the abyss of sin for training. Within the Rosa Kingdom, he had not reaped many benefits, which diminished his interest in the prisons of small to medium-sized nations. The several thousand inmates there collectively possessed a lesser degree of malevolence than Antel alone. Had he not feared that capturing Antel might provoke an investigation from the world government, he would have contemplated seizing the king and officials of the Rosa Kingdom entirely. After a night of rest, Kahn engaged in conversation with Antel the following day. Around 4 in the afternoon, he drained the malevolence from all the prisoners, then bid farewell to Antel and departed from Rosa City. His next destination was the 6th island of the 5th sea route, Autumn Leaf Island. As for the 7th island of the 5th sea route, Kahn had heard it was a winter island, perpetually devoid of inhabitants, rendering it unworthy of his visit. Autumn Leaf Island, however, was a different story. It was a place abundant with autumnal charm and magnetic resources, requiring approximately 2 months for accumulation. This circumstance attracted a multitude of pirates, giving rise to a bustling pirate town, reputed to be quite lively. This setting was ideal for Kahn to amass malevolence. After a night of soaring through the skies, he descended around 4 in the morning, arriving in the waters near Autumn Leaf Island, making his way towards it. At 5 o'clock, he landed near the only town on Autumn Leaf Island. The town was shrouded in darkness, seemingly with most residents still asleep. The streets were devoid of any presence, suggesting it was an opportune moment for Kahn to breach doors and apprehend individuals. However, Kahn felt an unsettling disquiet. It was precisely 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was peculiar for the town to be devoid of life. Those preparing breakfast or the local citizens tending to their crops on the nearby island should have been stirring by now. Yet, the entire town lay in eerie silence. An unsettling anomaly. Hovering 30 meters above the town, he observed the bizarre circumstances unfolding below, activating his observation hockey to its fullest extent. A minute later, his expression turned grave. His heightened perception revealed that within a 100-meter radius, not a single soul inhabited the houses. This indicated that the town was utterly deserted. A deserted town, how strange. Just yesterday, he had conversed with Antel about Akea Island, where Antel had remarked on the abundance of pirates, suggesting that the best course of action to apprehend them was to venture to Akea Island. Given Antel's capabilities, if Akea town had indeed become a ghost town, he would have surely known within 2 days. The fact that Antel was unaware indicated that this transformation had occurred within the last 48 hours. How perplexing. Who possessed the ability to evacuate the inhabitants of Akea town? If it were a battle, the lack of destruction within the town belied any signs of conflict. Just as Kahn pondered these questions, a sudden surge of sword energy assailed him from above. The source of this attack originated from the rooftop of a building over 100 meters away. Kahn drew his sword, and with a single stroke of sword energy, he shattered his opponent's attack. Then he turned to gaze at the source of this sword energy. Upon this glance, he was taken aback. Those piercing eyes were unforgettable to him. It was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, 2 decades later. What was he doing here? Was he waiting for me? Had he driven away the pirates in this town? While Kahn pondered these questions, Mihawk leaped gracefully to a spot not far from Kahn's feet. Gazing up at him and declaring, "Colonel Kahn, I am Dracul Mihawk." Kahn regained his composure and cast a glance at the youthful Mihawk, who stood before him. If it were Mihawk 20 years hence, Kahn certainly did not dare to provoke and hastily fled. However, now Mihawk is merely 18 years of age. His strength appears to be at the level of a swordsman, likely commensurate with his swordsmanship. Contemplating the prospect of overpowering the future world's greatest swordsman, Kahn suddenly felt invigorated. He descended before Mihawk and declared, "Youngster, your swordsmanship is commendable. Would you be interested in becoming my subordinate?" The young Mihawk, however, was not as composed as he would be in the future. He glared at Kahn with indignation, retorting, "If you wish for me to be your subordinate, you must first defeat my sword." Kahn, twirling his long sword with poise, calmly remarked, "Very well then, young one." Mihawk, in contrast, seethed with frustration. Kahn appeared to be younger than he, yet he dared to call him a little friend. Today he must teach Kahn a lesson, making it abundantly clear who the true master is. After a moment of contemplation, Mihawk wasted no time. He leaped forward, confronting Kahn, and with a fierce swing of his sword, struck down upon him. Kahn effortlessly blocked Mihawk's sword with a horizontal sweep. While his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to mine. After parrying Mihawk's strike, Kahn casually uttered a remark that infuriated Mihawk. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of relentless slashes, his razor-sharp sword aura cleaving the surrounding structures in twain. Yet, Kahn remained unscathed, skillfully deflecting Mihawk's onslaught without launching a counterattack, merely evading and blocking. Mihawk's prowess, akin to Kahn's foresight, indicated that he had only recently embarked on the path of a swordsman, still far from attaining the status of a great swordsman. Kahn easily withstood Mihawk's assault, employing less than half of his strength. After a vigorous barrage, Mihawk paused, noticing Kahn's lack of retaliation. He glared at Kahn and scoffed. "Are you looking down on me?" Kahn cast a glance at Mihawk, remarking, "I suppose so. While your talent is quite commendable, you are not yet my match. You would do well to seek me as your mentor." Mihawk's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Kahn and retorted, "You underestimate me, do you? Allow me to demonstrate my strongest strike. I shall see if you can summon your full strength." With that, Mihawk's eyes sharpened, concentrating all his power into his blade, thrusting it towards Kahn's chest. He firmly believed that Kahn would undoubtedly exert his utmost to counter this assault. However, to his astonishment, the target of his attack suddenly vanished from sight. Bewildered, he struggled to comprehend the turn of events, only to be met with a colossal foot that struck him squarely in the chest. As a result, he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through a wall and into a nearby building. Such an impact, of course, would not prove fatal to Mihawk. He emerged from the debris. Glaring up at Kahn paid him no heed, for the true adversary had emerged, a familiar face, a future magnate. Don Quixote, also known as Doflamingo, accompanied by a cadre of seasoned veterans and a contingent of his loyal subordinates. The moment is now. Kahn comprehended the situation. It was evident why there were no pirates within the town. This territory belonged to Don Quixote Doflamingo. Given Doflamingo's abilities, it was entirely reasonable to assume he had anticipated Kahn's arrival. The townsfolk had undoubtedly been removed by Doflamingo in advance, his intention being to prevent Kahn from capturing them. With so many of Doflamingo's associates present, it was clear they aimed to confront him. At this moment, Doflamingo was still quite youthful, his demeanor lacking the arrogance that would later characterize him. His attire was rather fashionable, hardly befitting that of a notorious villain. The only aspect he shared with his future self, 2 decades hence, was the distinctive pink glasses he wore. As Doflamingo and his entourage arrived at the base of Kahn's station, he fixed his gaze upon Kahn and remarked, "Young man, how about we have a conversation?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Doflamingo, then leaped gracefully before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, If it isn't the notorious Doflamingo. Have you come to my doorstep, hoping I would apprehend you?" Doflamingo, scrutinizing Kahn for a moment, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ho ho ho, young one, how audacious you are. Do you truly believe you can capture us?" Kahn cast a disdainful glance at Doflamingo, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "I've heard you were pursued by Admiral Sengoku like a dog fleeing for its life. I hardly find you formidable." Doflamingo's jovial demeanor instantly morphed into one of rigidity. The memory of being hunted by Sengoku was among the most humiliating experiences he had endured over the years. The audacity of someone mentioning it in his presence was infuriating. Doflamingo's gaze darkened, the veins on his forehead bulging with rage. "What an insufferable brat. I had contemplated a partnership with you. But it seems the only option now is to send you to the depths of hell." "Seize him," Doflamingo commanded. His subordinates sprang into action without delay. Behind Doflamingo, the resonant sound of cannon fire erupted as countless iron nets descended from the sky, enveloping the area where Kahn stood. Kahn cast a glance at the iron mesh and prepared to flee, for it was unmistakably embedded with sea stone. He had no desire for his immunity to the properties of sea stone to be revealed. Kahn yearned for escape. However, Doflamingo was intent on thwarting his escape. With a mere gesture, countless white threads emerged, poised to obstruct Kahn's path to freedom. Yet, Kahn's physique resembled a gust of wind, swiftly breaching the confines and soaring into the heavens. "Do not allow him to escape," Upon witnessing Kahn ascend into the sky, Doflamingo bellowed vehemently, extending a finger towards the firmament, whereupon countless white threads descended, ensnaring the entire town. This was Doflamingo's birdcage. Who would have thought that he possessed such an ability at such a tender age? No, this must have been meticulously prepared, merely executed at this opportune moment. It seems he had crafted the birdcage long before his arrival, a truly insidious stratagem. Observing the birdcage ensnaring the town, Kahn pondered silently as a cacophony of gunfire erupted, with bullets relentlessly pursuing him. Given Doflamingo's immense wealth, it was plausible that those bullets were imbued with sea prism stone. Kahn was determined to evade any incoming fire. Activating his observation haki, he skillfully dodged the bullets and swiftly made his way into the town, where the presence of obstacles would shield him from becoming an easy target. He sought refuge within the confines of the town. Kahn gazed at the distant birdcage, noticing that it had not begun to constrict, thereby diminishing his realm of movement. It remained uncertain whether this was due to Doflamingo's abilities being insufficient or if he had simply chosen not to activate that power. Kahn pondered for a moment. He believed that Doflamingo lacked the requisite power to sever an entire town, especially considering the youthfulness of Doflamingo at this stage. Even the young Mihawk had only recently embarked upon his journey as a swordsman. The fact that Doflamingo could summon the birdcage was already quite impressive. Attempting to achieve a severance was, indeed, a considerable challenge for him. With this thought in mind, he observed the approaching adversaries, feeling a rush of excitement. Those accompanying Doflamingo were notorious villains, each harboring a minimum sin value of around 2,000. Doflamingo himself possessed an astounding sin value of 32 million. Collectively, their sin values surpassed 5 million. If he could capture them and absorb their sin values, he could elevate his own abilities significantly or reserve the potential to extract a remarkably potent devil fruit power. With this plan established, he sprang into action. Instead of fleeing, he engaged in a game of hide and seek within the town, occasionally darting out to ambush one or two pirates and ensnaring them within his book of seals. If no ambush opportunities presented themselves, he refrained from attacking. After all, he was not one to launch a frontal assault. He continued his relentless pattern of stealthy strikes. With his mastery of observation haki, it was nearly impossible for anyone to approach him with lethal intent, particularly as there were no individuals near Doflamingo possessing such capabilities. Meanwhile, in Autumn Leaf Town, Doflamingo wore a grim expression. He aimed to trap Kahn, forcing him into combat with him. However, he did not anticipate what was to unfold. Kahn, such a formidable adversary, yet his tactics are utterly despicable, devoid of any semblance of honor befitting a true warrior. This vile individual may prove to be more formidable than even the likes of Wano. He is acutely aware that should this situation persist, before they can confront Kahn, he will decimate a significant portion of his forces. This is a power he has painstakingly built over the past 7 or 8 years, and he cannot allow it to be obliterated by a single entity like Kahn. Luring Kahn out is a task he cannot accomplish at this moment. The constraints of the cage have already stifled a portion of his strength, and what remains is insufficient to contend with Kahn. It is likely that even his family subordinates would struggle against Kahn, given that they cannot even match Mihawk, let alone defeat Kahn, who has bested Mihawk. However, should a collective assault be feasible, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet Kahn, a swift and cunning foe, eludes their grasp, and they nearly succumb to one of his ambushes, resulting in the loss of one of their cadre. After half an hour, nearly half of Doflamingo's underlings had been lost. Pushing Doflamingo to his limits, he ascended into the air and bellowed, "Everyone, return." Upon his command, those in pursuit of Kahn hastily retreated to Doflamingo's side. Some slower members were ensnared by Doflamingo's threads, drawn to safety to avoid Kahn's ambush. With his men gathered, the elusive Kahn found himself unable to seize any targets. After revealing himself over 40 meters away from Doflamingo, he gazed at them with an air of indifference and remarked, "What is this? Are you not going to fight?" Diamante, standing beside Doflamingo, glared at the emerging Kahn, enraged, and shouted, "Kahn, if you have the courage, face me in single combat." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Diamante. "Do you take me for a fool? With so many of you, the only way I can secure victory is by picking you off one by one." Diamante, infuriated, felt his body tremble, the ground beneath him quaking under the influence of his fluttering devil fruit powers. Doflamingo reached out to soothe Diamante, his own irritation directed at Kahn. Typically, they were the ones playing the schemers, yet here they were, encountering someone else in that role. Now he comprehended the difficulty of dealing with such cunning adversaries. Today, capturing Kahn seemed increasingly improbable. He fixed his gaze on Kahn for a moment and proposed, "Kahn, how about we strike a deal?" Kahn raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Doflamingo let out a cold snort. "If you wish to think so, that is your prerogative. I am merely extending an opportunity for us to collaborate, which would be mutually advantageous." Kahn smiled faintly. Indeed, Doflamingo was a true mastermind. The ability to swiftly suppress his anger and seek collaboration was truly impressive. Such a character, if subjected to a trial of sins, would likely evade judgment. However, one must attempt to ascertain the truth. Kahn licked his lips, gazing at the wickedness of Doflamingo with a glimmer of excitement. Collaboration is indeed possible, but first, assist me in my cultivation, and then we shall discuss the terms of our partnership. Kahn's method of cultivation is certainly known to Doflamingo. To assist Kahn in his training, one must be rendered unconscious and sealed away by him. Doflamingo, however, is unwilling to relinquish his fate to another. His expression darkens as he gazes intently at Kahn, questioning, "Are you so confident in your ability to defeat us? We shall not fear you when united." Kahn surveyed the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. "As for me, I possess an abundance of time. I can afford to proceed leisurely. Eventually, I shall capture all of you." Doflamingo's expression darkened. The prospect of being scrutinized by Kahn significantly heightened their peril. Not only would their ability to act be severely compromised, but their lives could also be snatched away by Kahn at any moment. Having provoked such a cunning individual as Kahn was a source of regret for Doflamingo. After all, it was merely a few shipments of ore that had been pilfered, and they were not even his own. To have entangled himself with such a shameless character over some ore was indeed a grave folly. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Kahn, contemplating his next move, yet ultimately resolved to retreat for the time being. The means to deal with Kahn could be devised later. He refused to be deterred. Kahn dared to disregard even the words of the marshal. "Follow me," he commanded. Ultimately, Doflamingo issued the order. He retracted the large birdcage suspended in the air, crafting a smaller birdcage that safeguarded them, and then they gradually retreated within its confines. Doflamingo's method of withdrawal was rather commendable. Kahn attempted to breach Doflamingo's protective cage with several distant sword strikes, yet each effort proved futile, leaving him to watch as Doflamingo and his companions gradually retreated from the town. Truly, they were the future warlords of the sea, whether it be Mihawk or Doflamingo. Capturing them was no simple feat. They possessed extraordinary skills, particularly in terms of self-preservation. Otherwise, they would not have survived for over 2 decades. Although Kahn was envious of Doflamingo's notorious reputation, he found himself at an impasse, unable to penetrate Doflamingo's defenses at that moment. Of course, should he unleash his full power, he could indeed shatter Doflamingo's guard. However, doing so would reveal the extent of his abilities, a revelation he was reluctant to make. Until he attained the strength of an admiral and could ensure his own safety, he could not afford to expose his trump cards. Thus, he followed Doflamingo out of the town. Kahn contemplated for a moment, then decided against further pursuit. He ascended into the air, scanning the vicinity of the town for the whereabouts of the pirates. His reasoning was that since Doflamingo had emerged to launch an assault on him, the pirates could not have been hidden too far away. It was certain that the pirates within the town were lurking not far from the area. After some aimless wandering, he soon spotted the pirates nestled in a grove, resting. Their notorious reputations shone brightly, with the lowest among them exceeding 500 points, which greatly pleased Kahn. He descended swiftly, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught that sent the woods echoing with cries of despair. 5 kilometers away, Doflamingo listened to the distant wails, fully aware that Kahn had located his subordinates. Years of effort were being dismantled in a single day, leaving Doflamingo seething with frustration. However, he could only endure. In the woods, Kahn thrived like a fish in water. Capturing him amidst the chaos would be nearly impossible. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Diamante inquired during Doflamingo's contemplation. Taking a few deep breaths, Doflamingo replied coldly, "We must abandon the Grand Line. Kahn will undoubtedly sweep through the pirates of the Grand Line. Staying here serves no purpose. Inform Pika and the others to relocate all personnel to the New World." Diamante felt a twinge of reluctance, having invested 5 or 6 years in the Grand Line. He hesitantly asked Doflamingo, "Shall we place a bounty on him?" Doflamingo shot him a glance, cautioning, "It is best not to. Kahn is a tool released by the world government to cleanse the Grand Line of pirates. Should we kill him ourselves, the world government might overlook it. However, if we place a bounty on him, they will turn their scrutiny upon us. He is currently a dog employed by the world government to stabilize the Grand Line. And as long as that dog remains useful, its master will protect it." Diamante, not lacking in understanding, grasped Doflamingo's implication. If they were to defeat Kahn in a one-on-one confrontation, the world government would merely consider Kahn weak, with no vengeance sought on his behalf. Conversely, if they resorted to a bounty against Kahn, it would signify his formidable capabilities, potentially threatening the stability of the Grand Line, thus prompting the world government to safeguard him. Diamante fell into silence, while Doflamingo chose not to elaborate further, hastily departing with his subordinates. If they did not leave soon, Kahn would inevitably pursue them after eliminating those pirates. The clock struck 8:30 a.m. Kahn sat in the woods, enjoying his breakfast. The pirates that had once infested the forest had been thoroughly eradicated by him. Of course, a few had managed to escape, but their numbers were negligible. During this excursion to Autumn Leaf Island, he had amassed over 2 million points of infamy, a result that left him quite content. Out of this 2 million, he expended 178,000 to extract the armament hockey from a prisoner incarcerated on the 6th level of an underwater penitentiary, thereby augmenting the potency of his own armament hockey to that of an elite rear admiral. He was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. His only lament was the failure to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo. The value of 1 Doflamingo was equivalent to the earnings from 2 Autumn Leaf Islands, making his absence a significant disappointment. In the forest, he had eaten his fill and quenched his thirst. Kahn tidied up and took to the skies, seeking out Don Quixote Doflamingo. Though such an endeavor seemed unnecessary, Doflamingo was exceedingly cunning, making him a challenging target to capture. The next destination was Grey Valley Town, the 5th island along the Grand Line's 5th route. This location was notorious for being a haven for pirates. However, the number of pirates there was significantly fewer than on Autumn Leaf Island. The scarcity of pirates could be attributed to the diminutive size of Grey Valley Town, which was merely 1/20th the size of Autumn Leaf Island. Consequently, the island offered little in terms of resources. Pirates who lingered too long found their provisions insufficient. Thus, there were not many pirates inclined to remain, as most were simply waiting for their magnetic fields to fill before heading directly to Autumn Leaf Island. Grey Valley Town served merely as a transit point, a place to pause before continuing on, especially when their magnetic fields were not yet full. It was now 10:20 in the morning. Kahn was leisurely progressing through the air when his communicator buzzed to life. It was a call from none other than Marshal Sengoku, the only person privy to his whereabouts. Upon answering, he languidly remarked, "Marshal, I am en route. What do you require of me this time?" Sengoku, evidently in high spirits, chuckled and replied, "I have heard that you have successfully eradicated the pirates of Autumn Leaf Island." "Well done." Kahn, with a hint of nonchalance, responded, "A trivial matter. By the way, when can I expect a promotion? Wearing the uniform of a colonel makes me feel somewhat diminished." Sengoku, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You only think of promotions. Once you have purged the pirates from the Grand Line and returned, I shall elevate you to the rank of Rear Admiral." Kahn nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my identity. Give me a year, and I shall eradicate all the pirates of the Grand Line." Sengoku smiled faintly and shifted the topic. "I heard you encountered Doflamingo. That fellow shouldn't have caused you any trouble, right?" Kahn smirked, expressing his disdain. "There's no trouble. Merely a pity that we couldn't apprehend him. That fellow possesses rather peculiar abilities that I couldn't unravel." "Indeed, his powers are quite troublesome," Sengoku replied. "If you encounter him again, remember to capture him alive, as per the orders from above. After all, Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, and he must be taken alive." Kahn was aware. He pondered for a moment and feigned curiosity by asking, "Why?" Sengoku responded, "Do not ask too many questions. If you can capture Don Quixote Doflamingo alive, you will be promoted to Vice Admiral. However, if you were to kill him, your promotion to Vice Admiral could become problematic. Just remember not to kill him." "Goodness!" Kahn exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined that fellow was so unique. I understand now. The next time I encounter him, I shall keep him for you. After all I desire is the energy he possesses that can aid in my training. Just keep that in mind. Enjoy yourself," Sengoku concluded before hanging up the phone. After Kahn hung up the phone, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had not rested for a day and a night, and he needed to find a place to recuperate. The Grand Line comprises not only 7 major routes but also numerous smaller islands that lie beyond the magnetic lines, thus remaining unknown to most. However, the Navy is undoubtedly aware of their existence. Kahn examined the map provided by the warring states and noted that the nearest solitary island was merely a score of kilometers away. Without hesitation, he soared toward the island. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at its shores. Upon landing, he sought a suitable spot to rest. Given the nature of such remote maritime isles, the likelihood of encountering another soul was virtually non-existent. Thus, after finding a comfortable place to recline, he succumbed to a deep slumber. This nap lasted a full 7 hours. Upon awakening, he found it was already dusk. He didn't rush to continue his journey. Instead, he perused the entries in the Book of Sin regarding various pirates, searching for an individual who might serve as a subordinate. As he sifted through the accounts, one particularly intriguing character caught his eye, Grenette, with a sin value of 3,658 points. Grenette had a reputation for a substantial number of killings, over 1,000, and countless others had fallen victim indirectly due to him. Such a person was undeniably wicked. However, his approach to murder was efficient and decisive, indicating he was likely a professional assassin, one who operated solely for monetary gain, indifferent to the morality of his actions. He bore a resemblance to Bone Eyes, a subordinate of Crocodile 2 decades hence, who wielded the powers of the chop-chop fruit and epitomized the essence of a pure killer. Devoid of notions of right or wrong, Kahn held a preference for those he could subdue, viewing them as commendable subordinates. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to release Grenette, rousing him from slumber with a gentle strike of his sword. As Grenette regained consciousness and beheld Kahn before him, he instinctively rose to launch an attack. However, the sight of Kahn's blade swiftly reminded him of the time he had been effortlessly vanquished by Kahn. With this recollection, he composed himself, sat upright, and gazed at Kahn, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Kahn observed Grenette's swift composure and, with a satisfied tone, remarked, "You are quite impressive. I am considering appointing you as my subordinate. Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Grenette glanced at Kahn and replied, "You are in the Navy, while I am a killer." Kahn smiled faintly and said, "Who says the Navy cannot recruit assassins as their subordinates? As long as you agree to follow me, I assure you the Navy will not trouble you." Grenette glanced at Kahn, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "Is there money involved?" Kahn is rendered speechless. He has always been indifferent to the concept of money, as he has never experienced a lack of it. The pirates he apprehended had left their riches within the confines of the Book of Sin, never retrieving them. A rough estimation suggests that the sum amounts to several billion. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn proclaimed to Grenette, "All the bounty from the pirates I vanquish henceforth shall be entrusted to your care." Upon hearing this, Grenette readily acquiesced, declaring, "Very well, I shall henceforth accompany you in this endeavor." Grenette's response was both decisive and earnest, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Considering his character, it is evident that Grenette is genuinely committed to this alliance. Kahn nodded in satisfaction and addressed Grenette, saying, "Let us set forth, first to Grey Vale, where we shall deal with the pirates that plague the area." Grenette returned the nod, surveyed their surroundings, and inquired of Kahn, "Should I incapacitate myself? Or shall we seek a vessel to embark on our journey?" Kahn smiled, extending his hand and saying, "There is no need. As long as you harbor no resistance in your heart towards my acceptance of your intentions, I possess the ability to embrace you." Upon hearing this, Grenette responded without hesitation. "Then let it be so." Kahn reached out and placed his hand upon Grenette. With a swift motion, Grenette offered no resistance and was promptly ensnared by Kahn. Thus, Grenette was captured. Kahn was exceedingly pleased, for this indicated that Grenette had not betrayed his intentions. Otherwise, even the slightest hint of rebellion would have rendered the Book of Sin incapable of containing Grenette. It now appeared that Grenette was indeed a commendable subordinate. At noon, Kahn arrived at the island of Grey Valley Town. The town was quite small. From the air, Kahn quickly located Grey Valley Town. He soared above it, observing the condition of some of the townsfolk. Upon this glance, he felt a wave of disappointment, for the inhabitants of Grey Valley possessed rather low levels of malevolence. Given the amount of malevolence he required for his cultivation, even if he were to collect from them all, it would scarcely suffice for half an hour of training. This revelation diminished Kahn's interest in Grey Valley Town. However, he contemplated the potential of utilizing this place to enhance Grenette's strength. Reflecting on this, Kahn arrived at the town's entrance, releasing Grenette. After Grenette emerged, Kahn gazed at him and inquired, "Would you like to enhance your strength?" Grenette looked at Kahn in confusion. Kahn smiled faintly, remarking, "You are already aware of my capabilities. Beyond my own cultivation, I possess the ability to assist others in their training as well. Do you understand?" Grenette quickly grasped the implication. As an assassin, who would not desire to grow stronger? He became somewhat exhilarated and eagerly exclaimed, "My lord, simply instruct me on what you wish me to do." Kahn gestured towards the town, saying, "As an assassin, you should be capable of ambushing the pirates. For every pirate you incapacitate, I will enhance your strength accordingly." Grenette cast a glance at Kahn and licked his lips, replying, "This is also a test for me." "Isn't it?" Astute observation. Kahn chuckled, Addressing Grunite, I have no use for the inept. I only require those who can assist me in accumulating malevolent points. Grunite adopted a serious demeanor, stating, very well, my lord, I shall not hold back. Kahn nodded slightly. You are responsible for dealing with the pirates, while I shall take care of their capture. The extent of your strength enhancement depends solely on your capabilities. Understood, Grunite replied, making his way into the town. Kahn exchanged his naval attire for a different garb, donning a hat before stealthily trailing behind Grunite, keenly observing his every move. As an assassin, Grunite possessed formidable prowess. If one were to equate his strength to a bounty, it would certainly approximate 50 million, indicative of a naval officer of the rank of colonel. Upon entering the town, he navigated through the narrow alleys and, upon encountering individuals, would deftly strike a precise point on their foreheads with a dagger, rendering them unconscious with a single blow. Thus, Grunite darted through the town's passageways, eliminating over 100 pirates, while Kahn diligently amassed over 4,000 points of malevolence in the background. Their actions went unnoticed by any onlookers. After clearing the alleys of pirates, Grunite devised a strategy to lure the marauders from the main road into the narrow streets, where he would subsequently deal with them. The method of enticement was rather straightforward. He would brandish a stack of money, seeking out those who appeared particularly avaricious, engaging them in conversation within the alleys. In this manner, Grunite successfully deceived yet another 100 pirates. By approximately 3:20 p.m., he found himself unable to locate any more easy targets for deception, prompting him to infiltrate the residential buildings and turn his attention towards the ordinary citizens. Kahn trailed closely behind Grunite, observing with great satisfaction as the latter executed a series of assassinations. He remained in the shadows, assisting in the disposal of the incapacitated individuals. Simultaneously, he employed his observation hockey to survey the surroundings, preemptively addressing any potential threats that could jeopardize Grunite's concealment. Were it not for his covert support, it would have been impossible for Grunite to navigate 4 uninterrupted hours without incident, especially given the numerous disappearances that inevitably sparked inquiries. Kahn resolved the situation involving those who had trailed Grunite. The entire town of Grey Valley housed a mere 600 to 700 inhabitants. Grunite and Kahn, both seasoned veterans, managed to apprehend everyone, regardless of age or gender, within a single afternoon. Ultimately, as dusk fell, they launched a direct assault on the harbor of Grey Valley, capturing all the pirates within its confines. That evening, at 7:20, Grunite, perched upon a pirate ship, eagerly inquired of Kahn, my lord, with the multitude we have captured, how significantly will my power be augmented? This time, they had captured over 700 individuals, yielding a total sin value of merely 70,000 points. Kahn glanced at Grunite and remarked, the pirates here are rather feeble. They cannot significantly enhance your strength. Perhaps they could double your power. But if you aspire to grow stronger, you must pursue formidable foes. Upon hearing this, Grunite felt a tinge of disappointment. However, reflecting on his encounters, he realized that the strongest adversary he faced today merely matched him in combat, which indeed did not signify great strength. The prospect of doubling his power was, in truth, quite commendable. After pondering for a moment, Grunite gazed at the bustling town by the port and with renewed enthusiasm said to Kahn, my lord, let the riches of the town belong to me. Kahn stared at Grunite in speechless disbelief. Are you truly that desperate for money? Grunite replied calmly, my lord, I have a multitude of dependents at home. I am the hope of our entire village, and I require a substantial sum. Kahn was somewhat taken aback. His discerning gaze could only perceive the criminal acts committed by wrongdoers, leaving him oblivious to the entirety of their lives. Thus, he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Grunite household. Upon hearing Grunite mention the need to provide for his family, Kahn expressed his astonishment and inquired, is it true that your entire village relies solely on you to earn a living? Grunite shook his head in response, not exactly. My home is situated on a place known as Bitter Rock Island, where the land is strewn with rocks, rendering it utterly inhospitable for farming. We are compelled to procure all our sustenance from elsewhere, necessitating a substantial amount of money to purchase food. Kahn raised an eyebrow and regarded Grunite, saying, it appears you are still quite the young master. Otherwise, you wouldn't be purchasing grain for the villagers. Grunite nodded in agreement. My father is the chieftain, and the villagers are all part of our family. Those with a bit of capability in the clan are working outside, sending money back home. Kahn nodded slightly and cast a glance at Grunite. You, having taken so many lives, must have amassed quite a fortune. Is it not sufficient for their sustenance? Grunite remained silent for a moment before responding, I have 200,000 in my family. That sum is far from adequate. Kahn was rendered speechless. A family of 200,000 individuals, that is akin to a small nation. Regardless of how one perceives Grunet, he is, after all, a prince. 200,000 people. The daily consumption of food is indeed substantial. Although Grunet does generate considerable wealth, it is still insufficient to sustain the appetites of over 200,000 souls. Kahn pondered for a moment before inquiring of Granite, "Have you not considered alternative solutions, such as relocating? Continuously purchasing provisions is hardly sustainable." Granite cast a glance at Kahn, remaining silent for a while before responding. "Our family possesses a distinct mission. We shall not depart. Moreover, Greystone Island is indeed conducive to honing assassination skills." "Hone assassination skills?" Kahn instantly perked up and asked Granite, "Your family belongs to a lineage of assassins." Granite responded with a subtle nod. "That is somewhat accurate. However, only those with exceptional talent are sent for training. Those lacking such aptitude are not instructed in the art of assassination, lest they meet an untimely demise." Upon hearing this, Kahn felt a tinge of disappointment. If the entire clan were assassins, it would have been a lucrative opportunity to amass a significant amount of malevolent points. However, it now appeared that the number of assassins from the Granite family would not exceed 500. Moreover, as the son of the clan leader, Granite's strength was not particularly formidable. Consequently, it was likely that the others would not possess great power either. Thus, the malevolent points would surely be meager. What a pity it seemed, as if the opportunity for malevolent points had vanished into thin air. Afterward, he engaged in a conversation with Granite. Kahn had no desire to involve himself in Granite's familial affairs. In the peculiar world of pirates, there were countless oddities. The assassination of a family would add little to the chaos. His sole focus was on apprehending pirates and enhancing his own strength. Other matters were best left unattended until he attained the rank of admiral, at which point he could afford to meddle in trivialities. Thus, he waved Granite away, urging him to collect the money on his own. Arriving at the port, he found a spot to sit and rest. This night, he had no intention of departing. He could finally indulge in a well-deserved respite at the harbor. Kahn rested for 3 hours. During this time, Granite brought over a dozen chests of wealth, requesting Kahn's assistance in storing them. Granite was truly enamored with riches. Even after amassing such an abundant collection, he remained unsatisfied, continuing his search throughout the town. By the time dawn broke, he was still on his quest. Kahn sought a room to lie down and rest. Granite, however, was still eagerly rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Fully immersed in his task, Kahn was indifferent to the situation. After all, there was no need for him to travel tomorrow. He could rest within the pages of the Book of Sin. Thus, a sleepless night today bore no consequence. In the town of Grey Hollow, the two companions took a night's respite. The following morning, they set forth once more, journeying towards the next island. This island was the kingdom of Rockley, and, much like the kingdom of Rosa, it was said by that fellow Antel to bear a familial connection to its king. Antel claimed that should he venture to the kingdom of Rockley, the king would graciously receive him. However, having experienced the kingdom of Rosa, Kahn had lost considerable interest in the kingdom of Rockery. He intended to confront the pirates plaguing the waters of Rockery and set off without delay. As he journeyed towards the kingdom, he galloped with fervor, reaching his destination in less than 3 hours. The kingdom of Rockery bore no significant pirate settlements. Due to the abundant magnetic energy present, it took merely 4 days for pirates to arrive. Consequently, they would anchor at a deserted shore, rest for the entirety of those 4 days, and then depart, leaving the towns undisturbed. Ordinary pirates typically shunned causing disturbances in the city, as the kingdom's guard was notably formidable. When it came to pillaging, they preferred to target small villages rather than risk their fortunes in larger towns. Kahn sought the pirates, traversing the coastline in relentless pursuit. Before long, he stumbled upon 2 pirate vessels. Observing the insignia fluttering atop the ships, he recognized them as belonging to the nameless scoundrel pirate crew. Thus, Kahn, lacking the inclination to intervene personally, found a suitable spot to unleash Granite. Gesturing towards the 2 pirate ships anchored at the shore, "Granite," he declared, "your strength has grown. I entrust these 2 vessels to you." Granite. Having entered the Book of Sin, Kahn sought out a criminal whose strength was comparable to that of Granite, expending 70,000 points of malevolence to extract the individual's physical prowess and bestow it upon Granite, thereby doubling his own physical capabilities. As for the criminal from whom the abilities were taken, Kahn dispatched him to the depths of the ocean. Over the course of this endeavor, the number of criminals cast into the sea by Kahn exceeded 1,000. Additionally, Over 400 individuals with lesser crimes were discarded upon the shores of the Rockly Kingdom upon his arrival, ensuring they would not drown. In any case, the roster of offenders within the Book of Malevolence had been nearly depleted, leaving only those whose transgressions would take considerable time to absolve. Upon emerging, Grenette flexed his limbs, savoring the newfound strength, and respectfully bowed to Kahn, proclaiming, "My lord, I shall take charge of them." Kahn nodded slightly, seated himself, and declared, "I shall await your return here." Grenette also nodded, then dashed towards the shore. At the coast, there were no obstructions. The notion of assassination was utterly impractical. Given the significant surge in Grenette's strength, he resolved that an assassination was unnecessary. Instead, he would engage in combat to hone his newly acquired powers, thus enabling him to better master his abilities. He then plunged directly into battle with the pirates along the shoreline. Kahn sat not far from the shore, observing Grenette as he engaged in combat with the pirates along the coastline. At this moment, Grenette's prowess had ascended to the level of a colonel within the naval headquarters. The pirates from both crews were utterly no match for him. Under Grenette's relentless assault, they were completely vanquished in less than 5 minutes, with the remaining pirates hastily retreating to their ships in a desperate bid for escape. However, Grenette found it somewhat challenging to pursue 2 pirate vessels single-handedly. He boarded one ship, while the other drifted further away. For Kahn, the pirates represented a means of escape, especially considering their heinous deeds, each bearing a notoriety score exceeding 200. Thus, he had no intention of allowing them to flee. As he witnessed the other pirate ship attempting to make its getaway, he leapt into the air above it and, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved the pirate vessel in 2, rendering it inoperable. With the pirate ship dealt with, he secured victory. Kahn commenced his endeavor to gather individuals. He first reached the shore to collect those who were unconscious and gravely injured. Subsequently, he boarded the vessel belonging to Grenette, apprehending the pirates who had been vanquished by Grenette. Finally, he proceeded to the ship he had cleaved in twain, dealing with the pirates who had fallen into the water. In this venture, he accrued approximately 50,000 points of malevolence, which could be deemed quite satisfactory. As for the pirate ship that Grenette had allowed to escape, Kahn bore no resentment, for Grenette's prowess had already proven commendable in achieving their current standing. After neutralizing 2 pirate ships, they continued their search along the coastline. Before long, they encountered 3 additional pirate vessels and successfully captured the pirates aboard, one of whom was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 84 million, yielding over 40,000 points of malevolence. Thus, in the realm of the Rockly Kingdom, they amassed a total of 210,000 points of malevolence, marking a commendable haul. The aforementioned bounty of 84 million was not contested by Grenette, who had previously been defeated by this adversary. Ultimately, it was Kahn who took to the fray, employing the swift wind and thunder sword technique to triumph over the wanted fugitive. This criminal was known as Red Cat, the user of the animal-type cat fruit ability. Kahn prepared to extract the malevolent essence of the Red Cat, a process that necessitated approximately 170,000 units of evil value to harness the powers of the devil fruit. The extraction also hinged upon the offender's comprehension of the devil fruit. For someone like the Red Cat, who only possessed a rudimentary grasp of its abilities, the required evil value hovered around 200,000. However, for adept practitioners of the devil fruit, the required evil value would soar to at least 500,000. As for awakened devil fruits, it was inconceivable to achieve such a feat without a minimum of 2 million evil value. Furthermore, the higher the tier of the devil fruit, the greater the consumption of evil value. For instance, the extraction of a standard awakened zoan-type fruit demanded 2 million evil value, while for a fierce beast type, it ranged between 2 and 5 million. Similarly, an ordinary awakened paramecia-type fruit also fell within the bracket of 2 to 5 million. The awakening of Doflamingo's string fruit, for example, required no less than 4 million. In contrast, for less potent abilities, such as the art fruit, the evil value needed was approximately 2 million. As for the awakening of a Logia-type fruit, Kahn speculated that it would require at least 10 million evil value. Nevertheless, these estimates were drawn from Kahn's own experiences. The development of devil fruits is notoriously unpredictable. Should someone manage to cultivate a seemingly inferior fruit into something formidable, the required evil value could significantly increase. Ultimately, everything depended on the offender's skill in harnessing the devil fruit's potential. A proficient development would necessitate a higher evil value, while a lackluster approach would result in a lower requirement. The Red Cat, clearly lacking in development, thus required a relatively modest amount of evil value. As dusk fell along the coastline, Kahn and Grenette sat together, indulging in their meal. After a while of feasting, they continued to enjoy their repast. Kahn glanced at Grunite and inquired, "Are you interested in that red cat's devil fruit? I could bestow its powers upon you." Grunite had already witnessed the formidable strength of the devil fruit. Initially, he had managed to overwhelm the red cat, but suddenly, the creature transformed into its hybrid form, moving with such swiftness that Grunite was unable to keep pace. Ultimately, Grunite sustained injuries and nearly lost an arm. Had it not been for Kahn's timely intervention, Grunite would have surely been gravely wounded. As he munched on his food, Grunite pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Our family does not engage with devil fruits. I fear my father would disapprove of my using one." Kahn was somewhat at a loss for words. What kind of absurd rule is this? Denying the opportunity to grow stronger? Grunite, unfazed by Kahn's criticism, calmly replied, "My lord, this is a family tradition. You cannot possibly expect me to go against it." Kahn shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter of the devil fruit any longer. Since Grenette was unwilling to accept it, he decided to hold onto it for the time being. After all, the cat fruit was hardly a formidable power, even if Grenette were to consume it. His strength would only rise to that of a brigadier general at best, a level of power that Kahn deemed beneath his consideration. Shifting the conversation away from the fruit, he informed Grenette that they would rest for the night and depart the following day, as another battle awaited them on the next island. Grenette nodded slightly. Their next destination was Shabe Island, notorious for being a lawless territory. The island was infested with a multitude of pirates. The Navy had attempted to eradicate them in the past, but the island's rugged mountains and dense primordial forests allowed the pirates to escape into the underbrush whenever attacked. After several unsuccessful attempts, the Navy abandoned the pursuit. According to the information provided by Boss Miller, the pirates on Shabe Island were not without their connections. They were backed by a certain noble from the world, who had established a stronghold on the island to exploit a rare type of sand, a valuable construction material. Previously, legitimate companies had operated there to extract this resource, but with the onset of the Great Pirate Era, those businesses were driven into ruin by the pirates, leading to a surge of pirate activity in the area. The sand, being highly lucrative, attracted the attention of the world nobles, who formed alliances with the pirates to mine it. Gradually, Shabe Island fell under the control of these marauders. The identity of the pirate leader remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew who they were. Indeed, even when a Navy rear admiral had previously attempted to surround them, the pirates vanished without a trace, leaving no one to witness the true identity of their leader. After a night of rest, Kahn departed with Grenette, his thoughts consumed by the nefarious deeds of the pirates on Shabe Island, prompting him to hasten his journey without pause. In a span of 2.5 hours, he reached the skies above Shabe Island. The island is predominantly adorned with mountainous forests, while a small portion is graced with sandy shores. The pirates have established their stronghold in the sandy region, where a sand extraction factory has been erected, giving rise to a modest town for the workers. Kahn soared over the mountainous forest region, soon catching sight of a vast sand extraction factory. The establishment was bustling with activity as numerous workers toiled within its confines. Glancing upward, he noted that both the laborers and the patrolling guards exhibited notably high levels of infamy, particularly the latter, whose malevolence hovered around 3,000. In such a locale, he could easily amass a fortune of at least 1 million infamy points. Kahn felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he sought a concealed location to descend. Upon landing, he released Grenette, and together they stealthily made their way towards the factory, having previously raided the pirate town several times. Kahn possesses considerable experience. A direct assault would result in the escape of a portion of the pirates, which would be a squander of valuable culpability points. It is far more prudent to infiltrate and apprehend individuals covertly. However, should they be discovered, their aggressive approach would potentially minimize the number of those who flee. The two individuals approached the vicinity of the factory, with Grenette leading the way. This decision to have Grenette at the forefront is due to his exceptional skills in assassination and his proficiency in stealthy strikes. Kahn stealthily followed Grenette, assisting him in dispatching their adversaries. The duo silently eliminated 3 squads of patrolling pirates, gradually approaching the factory's surrounding walls. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, Grenette turned to Kahn and remarked, "My lord, unless we deal with the individuals atop the highest lookout tower, our entry into the factory during daylight will be exceedingly difficult. Should we launch a direct assault or wait until nightfall?" "Let us proceed with an immediate attack," Kahn replied, his brow furrowed at the sight of the towering lookout within the enclosure. "I prefer not to squander time. You shall handle any fleeing adversaries." Grenette nodded in agreement. then pondered before suggesting a course of action. "My lord, why not first capture some individuals from the village? While the populace may be sparse, there are still a few to be found. We could seize them before making our next move." Kahn gestured dismissively, urging a direct assault on the factory. He reasoned that if they were to disturb the village, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the factory's defenders, prompting the pirates within to flee. Their objective lay with the factory, where formidable adversaries awaited. Surely, one would wish to capture such skilled opponents to enhance their own prowess. As for the villagers, if they escaped, so be it. There would be time later to pursue them. Upon hearing this, Grinnet found the logic compelling and replied, "Very well, my lord. Please wait here. I shall slip inside to assess the situation. Should I be discovered, I trust you will intervene." Kahn nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may proceed." Grinnet also nodded, gazing intently at the towering structure within the compound. As the individual atop the tower turned away from him, Grinnet nimbly scaled the wall, stealthily infiltrating the factory premises. His skills in subterfuge were undoubtedly superior to Kahn's. Had it been Kahn who ventured inside, he would have been detected by the watchful eyes within mere moments. However, after Grinnet breached the wall, a full half-hour elapsed before the sound of gunfire echoed through the air. This gunfire served as Grinnet's signal, indicating that he had been compromised and prompting Kahn to commence his actions. Kahn did not hesitate. He ascended into the air, drawing his sword and unleashing a tempest of slashing winds within the factory. Those feeble beings exposed to the sunlight were swiftly wounded and paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. An enemy assault. "It is Colonel Kahn. Everyone flee. Gather together. Do not scatter, for that would provide Kahn with the opportunity to eliminate you one by one. He will not spare a single pirate. Let us convene at the main building. With Lord Cligger present, we shall be safe. Rush towards the main building. With Lord Cligger here, there is no need for fear. Indeed, let us hasten to the main building and unite with our lord." Upon the emergence of Kahn, an onslaught commenced, and a cacophony of shouts echoed within the confines of the factory. "Krika!" resounded amidst the tumult. Kahn, suspended in midair, wielded his sword with precision while mulling over the situation. Could this Krika possibly be Charlotte Krika? The influence of the Charlotte family was purportedly situated in the New World. How could they possibly be here? If members of the Charlotte family had indeed ventured into the New World, the Navy would undoubtedly be aware of their presence. Kahn pondered for a moment. The minions within the factory had been largely cleared out. His gaze shifted towards the direction where a group of people was fleeing. There stood a 3-story building. Atop it, a towering figure loomed, an imposing man, 3 meters tall. The man's appearance resembled that of the cookie warrior, Charlotte Krieger. Indeed, there was no room for doubt now. Upon sighting the cookie warrior, Kahn confirmed his adversary, Charlotte Krieger, with a malevolence rating of 1,690,000 points. Kahn gazed at him, barely able to contain his exhilaration. Just a single cracker was enough to challenge an entire small kingdom. He disregarded the fleeing pirates and soared towards Cracker, intent on bringing him down and sealing his powers. In the main building, on the rooftop, Charlotte Cracker's expression was far from pleasant. This was not due to Kahn's arrival, but rather because they had fallen into someone else's trap. He had only just arrived the previous day, and now Kahn had come to attack. To suggest that the one who summoned him had no ulterior motives would be the height of folly. With this thought, Cracker's ire intensified. Upon seeing Kahn land before him, Cracker fixed his gaze on Kahn and inquired, "Kahn, have you encountered Doflamingo?" Kahn was momentarily taken aback, as if a sudden realization dawned upon him. He curiously inquired of Krieger, "You must have just arrived here, haven't you?" Krieger remained silent for a moment before responding, "Indeed, I just arrived yesterday." Kahn understood immediately. This Kleka must have been ensnared by Doflamingo, and it was highly likely that this battlefield originally belonged to him. Doflamingo had anticipated this. He would undoubtedly make his way here. Thus, he relinquished his holdings in this area, bestowing them upon the Charlotte family. Kleka, therefore, was merely here to assume control of those assets. Given that this was a covert transaction, Kleka's discreet arrival was unsurprising to the Navy. Ultimately, both the Charlotte family and he had fallen into Doflamingo's machinations. Now, the only way to extricate himself from this predicament was to allow Kleka to depart. However, Doflamingo would likely surmise that he could not possibly let Kleka escape. Otherwise, the world government would pursue him relentlessly. Engaging in a confrontation with Kleka and deliberately allowing him to flee would cast doubt on his own capabilities, jeopardizing his future support from the world government and diminishing his resources for cultivation. If he were to capture Kleka, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. but it would also render the Charlotte family his sworn enemies. Doflamingo's scheme was a blatant conspiracy, leaving him with no retreat. That despicable Doflamingo was truly insidious. Kahn internally cursed Doflamingo, before finally turning his gaze to Kregia and saying, "It seems we have both fallen victim to Doflamingo's machinations. However, this is his overt scheme, and I cannot allow you to leave. Thus, I suggest you kneel and surrender. It would spare you from suffering. I have heard you are quite averse to pain. If you surrender, you shall not endure it." Kregia fixed Kahn with a steely gaze, snorting coldly. "The Charlotte family knows not the path of surrender. If you possess the capability, then defeat me. Cease your prattling here." Having already fallen prey to Doflamingo's plot, there appeared to be no other recourse. Kahn, no longer courteous, became serious. At 25 years of age, Kligia was certainly of the rank of Rear Admiral, making it no easy feat to capture him. This time, Kahn was determined to exert his utmost effort. Should he successfully apprehend Kligia, he would be able to petition the Navy headquarters for additional resources for training, citing the need to enhance his strength to avoid being hunted by Charlotte Linlin. With a crescent moon-shaped slash of lightning, Kahn unleashed a probing strike against Kligia. Kligia remained composed, drawing his long sword to shatter Kahn's sword energy effortlessly. Indeed, the prowess of a Rear Admiral was evident. Recognizing Kligia's formidable strength, Kahn ceased his hesitations and launched a full-scale assault. In response to Kahn's onslaught, Kligia summoned a dozen Cookie warriors to besiege him. However, these Cookie warriors were swiftly dismantled under the might of Kahn's sword, which was enveloped in the formidable Haki. After summoning 2 waves of Cookie warriors, both of which Kahn dispatched with ease, Kligia realized that employing Cookie warriors was merely a waste of stamina. Thus, he resolved to engage Kahn directly in combat. The battle between them was exceptionally fierce, with the structures and facilities within the factory succumbing to the force of their sword energies. It was evident to all who watched that Kahn was the stronger combatant, as the Cookie armor adorning Kligia began to shatter under Kahn's relentless strikes. However, Kahn seeks to defeat Cracker, yet it proves to be no simple task. Cracker continually utilizes his abilities to mend his biscuit armor throughout their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the pirates who had not yet fallen are stealthily retreating. Although those affiliated with the Charlotte family dare not flee, they remain fixated on the conflict, acutely aware that any attempt to escape would result in their families facing the wrath of Charlotte Linlin. 2 kilometers away, on a hillside outside the factory, an individual holds a telescope in one hand while speaking into a snail phone with the other. "Young master, they have commenced fighting. It appears that Charlotte Cracker is no match for Kahn." An ominous laughter emanates from Doflamingo. "Is that so? How intriguing. This great sea is about to become lively once more. I suspect the Big Mom pirates have received word and will dispatch reinforcements. Inform the Navy headquarters immediately." "Yes, young master," his subordinate replies. Doflamingo adds, "Notify me at once the victor is determined. Such monumental news deserves to be known across the world." "Understood, young master," his subordinate affirms before ending the call. Meanwhile, in the New World, within the realm of the Big Mom pirates, Perispero, Big Mom's eldest son, receives a call from one of Cracker's subordinates, relaying the alarming news that Kahn is engaged in battle with Cracker at Sabaody Island. He rushes to present himself before Big Mom, urgently reporting, "Mother, we have a situation. Cracker has encountered the Navy Captain Kahn." Big Mom, resting at the time, responds with discontent. "What is there to be concerned about? He is merely a Navy captain." Perispero, exasperated, insists, "Mother, this Captain Kahn possesses strength rivaling that of an elite vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. My brother may not prevail against him." Big Mom momentarily pauses. "A captain is that formidable?" Perispero retrieves a newspaper, unfolding it to reveal a headline. He exclaims, "Mother, this captain is the very pirate nemesis featured in the news just days ago, whom you scolded." When Big Mom is not in a frenzied state, her mind remains lucid. She scrutinizes the newspaper, furrowing her brow, and inquires, "Are you suggesting that Cracker could be captured?" Perispero nods solemnly. "Our reports indicate that Cracker is at a disadvantage. It is likely that my brother will be apprehended by Kahn. We must act promptly to rescue him before he is taken to Navy headquarters." Big Mom's expression darkened as she rose to her feet with a cold huff. "What kind of pirate hunter dares to capture my son? Immediately arrange for the captain to set sail. I shall slay this so-called pirate hunter." Pedro's nodded and promptly exited to make the necessary arrangements. 5 minutes later, the Big Mom pirates gathered urgently and set their course towards the Grand Line. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was engrossed in paperwork when Tsuru hurried into his office, her demeanor grave. Sengoku, that rascal Kahn has stirred up considerable trouble again. He has engaged in a brawl with Big Mom's son, Cracker, on Sabaody Archipelago. It won't be long before he captures Cracker. Sengoku was taken aback. After raking a hand through his hair, he exclaimed, "Why is Cracker in the Grand Line? Was he not in the New World? What is the intelligence department doing?" Tsuru sighed in resignation. Cracker arrived at Sabaody Archipelago only yesterday. He likely slipped in unnoticed. It is not surprising that our men failed to detect him. Sengoku fell silent. The fact that Kahn and Cracker were clashing was indeed a troublesome matter. Big Mom would certainly not allow her son to be captured. Now, a significant dilemma loomed ahead. The Navy was inevitably on a collision course with the Big Mom pirates. That rascal Kahn truly knows how to stir up trouble. He had initially planned to venture into the New World next year. However, it appears he will have to confront the formidable pirates of the New World this very year. Sengoku furrowed his brow in concern and inquired of Tsuru, "Have you notified that fellow Garp?" Tsuru nodded and replied, "I have already informed Garp to prepare for an interception of the Big Mom pirates, but I fear he may not suffice on his own." Sengoku acknowledged her words. Should Kureha be captured, the entirety of the Big Mom pirates would undoubtedly be mobilized. Kapu found himself in dire straits, besieged by the Big Mom pirates. Sengoku rubbed his temples and sighed, expressing his initial intention to dispatch Akainu to the New World next year. However, he now had to call him back for reinforcements. And he also urged the lethargic Kizuru to hasten his arrival. Tsuru nodded in agreement, stating that she would make arrangements immediately. However, their first priority was to issue a bounty for Don Quixote Doflamingo, as the current predicament had been orchestrated by him. They could not allow him to sit idly by and watch. He too needed to be occupied. If the Big Mom pirates were aware that Doflamingo was behind this, they would divert a portion of their forces to trouble him, which would ultimately benefit them. Sengoku, taken aback, glanced at Tsuru, perplexed by the connection to Doflamingo. Tsuru scoffed, explaining that Sabaody Archipelago was Doflamingo's territory. After his defeat at Flevence, he must have surmised that Kahn would head to Sabaody, hence luring the Big Mom pirates there. It was likely that Doflamingo had relinquished the interests of Sabaody to the Big Mom pirates, prompting them to send Cracker for reclamation. Currently, Kahn's encounter with Cracker was a manifestation of Doflamingo's vendetta against him, placing Kahn in a precarious position where retreat would also spell trouble. Sengoku, no fool, grasped Tsuru's implication and, in a fit of frustration, remarked that had it not been for the orders from above prohibiting Doflamingo's execution, he would have certainly taken matters into his own hands. Tsuru sighed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Their only recourse was to minimize casualties as best as they could and to divert some of the Big Mom pirates' wrath towards Doflamingo. Sengoku nodded, though he shook his head in resignation, acknowledging Doflamingo's cunning. He mused that capturing him would be a formidable challenge. The man was likely in hiding and would not re-emerge for at least half a year. Tsuru concurred, clarifying that her aim was merely to split the forces of the Big Mom pirates. The possibility of eliminating Doflamingo was secondary. Just as Sengoku was about to engage Tsuru in further discussion, the telephone on the table rang, prompting him to answer the call. Upon picking up, a panicked voice relayed urgent news. "Marshal, it's bad. The entire Big Mom pirate crew has mobilized, advancing at an alarming speed." Indeed, the Big Mom pirates were fully deployed. It seemed inevitable that they would have to confront them to save Cracker. The notion of simply relinquishing Cracker to resolve this dilemma was out of the question. The Navy would never capitulate to pirates. If they did, it would only embolden them further, reigniting the very pirate tide they had painstakingly subdued. After contemplating the situation, Sengoku issued a direct command: keep them under surveillance but do not engage. Inform me of any developments. "Yes, Marshal," came the response from the telephone snail, and shortly thereafter, the call ended. However, he had yet to speak with Crane. Just then, another telephone snail began to ring. This one was reserved exclusively for the 5 elders. Sengoku cast a glance at Crane and sighed, "They've arrived. I hope they won't hinder our efforts." Crane chuckled softly. "They shouldn't. At this juncture, they too must prioritize suppressing the pirates. Otherwise, chaos will ensue across the seas, and they will find themselves in trouble as well." Sengoku concurred with her assessment. Yet he was aware that the 5 elders occasionally stirred up trouble. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise this time, it would indeed be a possibility. With a resigned sigh, Sengoku answered the call. "What can I do for you, esteemed leaders?" A cold voice emanated from the telephone snail. "Sengoku, we have been informed about Kahn's situation. What arrangements have you made within the Navy?" Sengoku replied calmly, "We have dispatched Garp, Akainu, and Palusalino to the New World to intercept the reinforcements of the Big Mom pirates. The voice from the telephone snail responded, "Excellent. We will also send reinforcements. This time, we must deliver a severe blow to the audacity of the New World pirates. Additionally, inform Kahn that he must either capture or, at the very least, eliminate Kizaru. If he cannot accomplish this simple task, he can forget about any resources for training in the future." Sengoku exhaled in relief. As long as the five elders refrained from causing any disturbances, he was confident in resolving this predicament. Regarding Kahn's ability to defeat Kizaru, he held a strong belief in his capabilities. Thus, Sengoku calmly stated, "Rest assured, Kahn can handle Kizaru. Once he brings Kizaru back, his promotion to Rear Admiral should be assured, correct?" The voice replied, "Rear Admiral, you say? We will need to further assess him. Once this matter concludes, we will assign him a task. If he performs well, you may promote him directly to Rear Admiral." Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly. The tasks assigned by the five elders were certainly not of a favorable nature. It seemed that Kahn would face some difficulties in attaining the rank of Rear Admiral. However, the five elders likely would not overly burden Kahn, considering the current shortage of personnel in the Navy. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku replied, "Understood. Do you have any further instructions?" The voice responded, "No, focus solely on dealing with the Big Mom pirates. Should any issues arise, notify us, and we will make arrangements." "Understood," Sengoku affirmed, and as the call ended, he sighed in relief and turned to Crane. "Prepare for action. It appears we are in for quite a tumultuous battle." Furthermore, he instructed to contact Kahn immediately, ensuring that once the fighting concluded, he would bring Kizaru back without any unnecessary delays. The Crane nodded and withdrew. The Warring States period also picked up the phone to make arrangements prior to the conflict. On Shabe Island, within the sand extraction factory, the battle between Kahn and Clea persisted for an hour. Clea's stamina began to wane, and the cookie armor adorning his body could no longer sustain him. In a bid to escape, he reverted to his true form to fend off Kahn's relentless onslaught. However, Kahn's speed far surpassed his own. Even when his subordinates rushed in to shield him from Kahn's strikes, they proved futile, as Kahn swiftly dispatched them and continued his pursuit. With no avenue for escape, Clea resolved to engage Kahn in a desperate counterattack. As a member of the Charlotte family, even in defeat, he aimed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Confronted with Clea's desperate offensive, Kahn braced himself for the clash. Kahn, undeterred by the prospect of injury, retaliates fiercely. He harbors no fear of pain, as long as he remains alive. Once the battle concludes, he will immerse himself in the pool of sins, enhancing his resilience while his wounds mend swiftly. Thus, if Clea chooses to fight with abandon, Kahn will match his fervor. After a tumultuous exchange of blows, Clea is drenched in blood, whereas Kahn bears only a deep scar on his left leg, with minor injuries elsewhere. The two continue their fierce assault for 10 minutes. Kahn concluded the battle with a swift and thunderous strike. Clea collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. "Kill me," uttered the fallen Clea as he gazed at the approaching Kahn. Kahn approached Kreja and spoke softly, "I cannot make that decision." Kreja's gaze dimmed. He has perished. If the Big Mom pirates clashed with the Navy, the battle would eventually conclude. Yet, he would not survive. The confrontation between the Big Mom pirates and the Navy could prolong for an extended period. In the end, the Big Mom pirates might suffer devastating losses. Thus, he would rather embrace his own demise. Kahn gazed upon Kelly's dimmed eyes, and with a swift motion of his sword, he rendered Kelly unconscious. After securing Kelly, he proceeded to gather the survivors, for they represented a trove of sin points not to be squandered. He toiled for over 20 minutes, collecting all the unscathed individuals within the factory, and then took to the skies in pursuit of those who had fled. An hour later, Kahn arrived at the village near the factory. At that moment, the village was desolate. He found a spot to sit and awaited Grunite's return. While waiting for Grunite, he took out the telephone bug from the Book of Sin. As soon as the bug was retrieved, it rang on its own before he could even move. He answered the call and calmly stated, "Speak. What is the matter?" A voice emerged from the telephone bug. "Colonel Kahn, I am the communications officer Ewan, serving under the Marshal. The Marshal has instructed me to inform you that Krejak has been captured. Please return to headquarters immediately." Kahn curled his lip and inquired about the Marshal's whereabouts. With a resigned smile, Ewan responded, "Colonel Kahn, over in the New World, the Big Mom pirates have already mobilized. Our Navy is on the brink of engaging in battle with them. The Marshal has no time to contact you. Has the Big Mom pirates begun their movements? It appears that in the near future, I shall become their formidable adversary. Venturing into the new world poses a grave threat to my life. Thus, it is imperative to augment my own strength. The most efficient means to bolster one's power at minimal cost is through the consumption of devil fruits. The potent devil fruits that come to mind are the float fruit possessed by the legendary Don Quixote da Flamingo and the rumble fruit held by Enel from Skypea. However, acquiring the float fruit may prove challenging, as Da Flamingo has harnessed its powers to an exceptional degree. The rumble fruit, on the other hand, might be more attainable. Presently, Enel is still relatively young and has not fully mastered the fruit's capabilities. His accumulated bounty of over 6 million should suffice to extract the rumble fruit. Nevertheless, capturing Enel will not be a simple task. It would require inciting him into a fierce confrontation, presenting a genuine opportunity to seize him. Colonel Kahn. Yuan's voice roused Kahn from his contemplation. He promptly replied, "Understood. I shall return to the Navy headquarters at once." Yuan inquired, "Colonel Kahn, how long do you anticipate your return will take?" Kahn glanced at his watch. It read 1346. After contemplating the distance back to the naval headquarters, he remarked, "Perhaps around midnight." Yuan replied, "Understood. The Marshal will be waiting for your return in the office." "Very well." Kahn acquiesced and promptly ended the call. Without taking a moment's respite, he ascended into the air. He circled the vicinity and soon located Granette, who was engaged in battle with the enemy. Eager to return to the naval headquarters, he wasted no time allowing Granette to leisurely engage. With 2 swift strikes, he dispatched Granette's adversary. After neutralizing the opponent, Kahn addressed Granette. "The naval headquarters has summoned me back. There is no need to continue pursuing the remaining minions. Come with me to the headquarters, and we shall resolve your identity issues along the way." "Very well," Granette concurred, and he was swiftly taken under Kahn's wing. Subsequently, they soared into the sky, making their way toward the naval headquarters. As Kahn journeyed back, the new world had erupted into a frenzy, with the entirety of the Big Mom pirates mobilizing, igniting excitement throughout the realm in anticipation of the spectacle to unfold. However, the other pirate crews exhibited restraint, refraining from joining the fray. For they had received word that the world government was dispatching forces to confront the Big Mom pirates. They were unwilling to provoke the world government. If it were merely the Navy, they might have considered joining the tumult, but should the world government take action, any of the Yonko factions would suffer severe repercussions. Naturally, the most significant aspect was that the troubles befalling the Big Mom pirates bore little consequence for the other pirate crews. In fact, they welcomed the weakening of the Big Mom faction, as it would afford them the opportunity to seize territory. The crews that lingered in the wake of the Big Mom pirates were predominantly smaller factions, eager to witness the grand confrontation. Yet they did not contemplate whether they could withstand the aftermath of such a battle. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kahn returned to the naval headquarters. As soon as he landed, someone appeared to greet him and escorted him to the office of the Grand Marshal. Inside the Grand Marshal's office, as Kahn entered, he discovered Sengoku engaged in a phone conversation. Choosing not to interrupt, he seated himself patiently, listening to Sengoku's dialogue. From the snippets of conversation he overheard, it became apparent that the Navy had encountered a conflict with the Big Mom pirates, seemingly having fought a battle at some location. Furthermore, it appeared that the Big Mom pirates emerged victorious and were now advancing towards the Grand Line. Once Sengoku concluded his call, he cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You truly have a knack for stirring up trouble." Kahn shrugged, remarking, "I am merely fulfilling my duty to combat pirates. Do you expect me to flee upon encountering them?" Sengoku retorted with a hint of sarcasm, inquiring about Kureha's fate. "Is Kureha dead?" Kahn shook his head. "His strength is formidable. It is not so easy to kill him. He is still alive." "Alive, you say?" Sengoku pondered for a moment and then declared, "Send him to impel down for confinement. Furthermore, I grant you an additional 6 months to cultivate there." Kahn was instantly invigorated and exclaimed with delight, "Can I toy with the prisoners on the 6th level at my leisure?" However, Zhangguo's expression darkened as he shot a glare at Antel, saying, "You have quite the fanciful imagination. The prisoners on the 6th level cannot be allowed to perish at will. Should their devil fruits fall into the wrong hands, it would spell trouble. Even those devoid of devil fruits possess numerous secrets, and those above require them to remain alive for research purposes." Kahn expressed a sense of disappointment, letting out a sigh. "Well, as long as I don't kill anyone, that should suffice." The warring states nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is acceptable. This time, you have been granted permission from above to harness their power for your cultivation, provided that no lives are lost. However, upon completing your training, You will be required to fulfill a task for them. Kahn's disappointment was, of course, a mere fade. In truth, he was brimming with excitement. The prisoners of the underwater prison's 6th level bore sin values exceeding 500,000. Based on the number of pirates he had last encountered, absorbing their malevolence could potentially yield him a staggering 40 million in sin value, sufficient to acquire the abilities of any devil fruit user. Just the thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him. As for assisting the world government, he held no aversion, provided his life remained unthreatened. He was willing to undertake any task. Sengoku, observing Kahn's sudden silence, noticed the subtle tremors in his attire and could only respond with exasperation. You're putting on an act again, aren't you? I wager you're absolutely thrilled inside. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kahn regained his composure and coughed lightly, saying, Marshal, I merely feel a sense of discomfort at the thought of not being able to combat the pirates for half a year. Kahn's words echoed with conviction. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, he dismissed every word with skepticism. With a wave of his hand, he urged, hasten to the underwater prison. For the next 6 months, the big mom pirates will be relentlessly watching you. Only there will you find a semblance of safety. Kahn chuckled and waved at Sengoku, saying, Commodore, I shall not hold back. Upon witnessing Kahn's smile, Sengoku could not help but make a jest, then gestured for Kahn to swiftly exit his office. He was exceedingly occupied and had no time for idle chatter with Kahn. Although the conflict with the Big Mom pirates was indeed instigated by Kahn, Sengoku did not perceive any wrongdoing on Kahn's part. After all, capturing pirates was inherently Kahn's duty. When confronted with Cracker, it was only natural to seize the opportunity. Thus, he had never contemplated causing Kahn any trouble over this matter. Once Kahn departed, Sengoku picked up the phone to continue making calls. Kahn departed from the office of the Warring States and made his way to the port, where he boarded a vessel bound for Advanced City. Although he possessed the ability to fly, the fatigue from a night of hurried travel weighed heavily upon him, and he relished the opportunity to rest, opting for a more leisurely approach rather than enduring the strain of a swift journey. On board the ship, he allowed his spirit to retreat into the abyss of sin, rejuvenating his energy. An hour and a half later, he arrived once more at Advanced City. Awaiting him at the gates was Magellan. As Kahn disembarked, Magellan greeted him with a playful remark. Young man, you've returned in less than 10 days. You truly have a knack for stirring up trouble. Kahn distanced himself from Magellan, exclaiming, keep your distance. I have no desire to be poisoned. Furthermore, I am here to combat pirates, not to stir up trouble. Magellan chuckled and turned to lead the way, saying, say what you will. In the eyes of most of the Navy, you are nothing but a troublemaker. Now hurry inside. The items you seek have already been prepared. Upon hearing this, Kahn was immediately invigorated and hurriedly entered the underwater prison. The two of them proceeded directly to the director's office. In the presence of Director Pooh of Impel Down, Kahn offered a respectful salute. His reverence was directed towards Pooh's formidable strength, rather than the man himself. After Kahn saluted Director Pooh, he tossed a set of keys to Kahn, stating, these keys belong to the 6th floor. You may utilize them for all inmates except for those numbered 1 to 30. Should any incident occur, you shall bear full responsibility. Kahn took the key and excitedly assured, Director, rest assured, nothing will go awry. Pooh nodded in agreement. Very well, you may descend to your training. Do take care to remain in your original quarters, as you are already familiar with this place, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Kahn nodded and, after exchanging pleasantries with Pooh, retreated from the office. Magellan also bid farewell to Kahn, remarking, you are already quite familiar with this place, so I shall not accompany you further. I shall make my way to the restroom. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to consult Shilio. With these few words, Magellan hurriedly departed. Kahn paid him no heed, eagerly descending to the 6th level of the underwater prison, intent on consigning all 300 prisoners there to the Book of Sins. With the exception of those numbered from 1 to 30, he did not possess the keys to their cells, rendering entry impossible, even if he were to gain access. Incapacitating those formidable individuals would prove exceedingly challenging. His priority lay in absorbing the malevolent energies of the over 300 inmates, enhancing his own strength before daring to confront the 30 superiors ahead of him. He took the elevator directly to the 6th level of the underwater prison. Without hesitation, he began to open the doors, entering the cells of the restrained pirates and unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon them. Their anguished cries filled the air before they succumbed to unconsciousness. His actions incited a frenzy among the prisoners on the 6th level. They erupted in curses, and some even attempted to batter against the iron doors. Yet, such efforts were utterly futile. The prison was remarkably fortified. regardless of their commotion. The ultimate consequence remained Kahn's formidable fists, which left them wailing in despair. Naturally, some demanded that Kahn release them from their bonds and challenge him to one-on-one combat. However, Kahn was no fool. He responded to their provocations with a flurry of punches, swiftly rendering them unconscious. Over the span of 2 days, he subdued all prisoners outside the first 30 cells. In truth, not all of these inmates were particularly powerful. Some were even weaker than those on the 5th level. Their confinement in the 6th level stemmed solely from the severity of their transgressions, with the majority being extreme murderers, akin to deranged individuals. Kahn was advancing towards the city, feigning the act of cultivation. In reality, he was comfortably reclining and resting. Meanwhile, outside, the Big Mom pirates and the Navy had already engaged in fierce combat. Kapu, accompanied by his crew, engaged in a fierce battle with the Big Mom pirates that raged for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, Big Mom sustained injuries and retreated, marking the end of this colossal confrontation. However, this was merely the cessation of hostilities. The Big Mom pirates would not easily acquiesce. Their conflict with the Navy was far from over, as skirmishes erupted every 5 days, with major clashes occurring every fortnight. Thus, for a span of 4 months, the Big Mom pirates and the Navy continued their relentless struggle, culminating in a decisive victory for the Navy. This triumph was facilitated by the Navy's unceasing reinforcements. While the Big Mom pirates, having suffered a loss of 1/3 of their personnel, found themselves unable to sustain their efforts. In the midst of the conflict, they were on the verge of losing control over their territories in Totoland. Consequently, the Big Mom pirates retreated to Totoland, initiating a process of recruitment to restore their strength, which significantly diminished their capacity for expansion. The world, in turn, began to regain its tranquility. On May 12th, in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, Kahn was in his chamber on the 1st level of the underwater prison, reclining in repose. In his embrace, the phone bug began to ring. Kahn's telephone bug was exclusively designed for the Warring States Marshal. Upon connecting, he inquired, "Marshal, is there something you need? I am currently engaged in my training." The Warring States Marshal scoffed, "I don't believe you for a second. You've been holed up in your room for 2 months without stepping outside. Who would believe that you are truly training?" Kahn replied earnestly, "Marshal, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Recently, I have been diligently cultivating my observation haki, which requires a period of tranquility, hence my seclusion." Sengoku paused momentarily, curiosity evident in his eyes as he inquired, "How has your training been progressing?" Kahn smiled faintly, asserting, "Indeed, I have succeeded. Those criminals were not captured in vain. My observation haki now rivals that of my master." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's spirits lifted. With a smile, he responded, "Excellent, excellent. It appears your strength has significantly increased. Return to me tomorrow, for there is a mission I must assign to you. Should you accomplish this task, the rank of Rear Admiral shall be yours." Kahn was suddenly invigorated. "Is that true? Then I shall prepare to return tomorrow morning." Sengoku replied with a grunt, "Very well. Once you attain the rank of Vice Admiral, you may proceed to the New World to wreak havoc upon those pirates. They are in dire need of your presence." Kahn chuckled, saying, "Rest assured, Admiral. I have not been idling away this past 6 months. This time, I shall annihilate the Big Mom pirates and cast them all into the depths of the underwater prison." Sengoku fell silent for a moment before retorting, "Do not harbor such delusions. Big Mom is not an adversary you can contend with. I would be satisfied if you could merely assist in subduing some pirates. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not indulge you further." With that, Sengoku ended the call. Kahn, not resting, sat up. During his time in the underwater prison, he had accrued over 27 million in malevolent points, which significantly enhanced his prowess once again. His various abilities had also experienced an increase. According to his own assessment, his capabilities were approximately as follows: swordsmanship, swordmaster, elite level; body technique, general, ordinary level; marksmanship, vice admiral, ordinary level; armament haki, vice admiral, elite level; observation haki, vice admiral, elite level. Current balance of malevolent points. His overall strength now was likely comparable to that of Katakuri, Jin, and Marco 20 years hence, making him a formidable vice admiral. Currently, facing Akainu, Akiji, or Kizuru in combat would undoubtedly result in defeat. However, escaping was certainly within his means, should he encounter one of the 4 emperors. He could also evade them, provided he was not foolish enough to engage in a desperate struggle against them. With such capabilities, he felt liberated to pursue his desires. He contemplated this quietly. Kahn, Not resting, ascended to the fourth floor, where he found Shiru interrogating a prisoner. Shiru harbored considerable disdain for Kahn, as he believed Kahn's prowess had eclipsed his own. His current swordsmanship, which could claim the title of the world's foremost swordsman, paled in comparison to Kahn's burgeoning strength. As Kahn's abilities grew, so too did Shiru's envy of Kahn's fortunate circumstances. Thus, upon encountering Kahn, he consistently wore a scowl. This time was no different. Upon seeing Kahn approach, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What do you want, kid?" Kahn approached Shilu with a smile and said, "I shall be departing from here tomorrow. I am aware that your experience in this place has not been particularly pleasant. Would you be interested in accompanying me? I believe the world beyond these walls is far more suited to you." Shilu furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he was not fond of his current surroundings, for here, taking a life would elicit reprimands from both the warden and Magellan. In his heart, he believed that once a criminal was dead, they were merely gone. They were all deserving of their fates. However, his desire to escape did not extend to following Kahn, as he harbored considerable resentment towards him. Kahn was undoubtedly aware of Shiru's sentiments towards him. A faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I am aware that you harbor some discontent towards me, believing that my strength derives solely from the powers of the devil fruit." Shiru cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed, "You do possess a keen self-awareness." His arrogance was palpable, yet Kahn remained unfazed. Leaning closer to Shiru, he whispered softly, "My abilities can also empower others. If you are willing to join me, you could become even stronger." Shiru paused, his eyes flickering with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze on Kahn and inquired, "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Kahn, noticing Shilo's interest, offered a slight smile and said, "I can allow you to try it first." Shilo glanced at Kahn, paused in silence for a moment, and then replied, "All right, then let me have the first attempt." Kahn turned and said, "Follow me to my room. I have something for you to try." Shilo remained silent but decided to accompany Kahn, harboring a certain belief in Kahn's abilities. After all, Kahn had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, if Kahn could enhance himself, it was only natural that he could enhance others as well. As Shilo contemplated these thoughts, he followed Kahn into his room. Once the door was closed, Kahn looked at Shilo and said, "I will seal you within my enchantment, and I urge you not to resist." With that, he placed his hand upon Shilo, ready to ensnare him. However, Shilo stood utterly still. Kahn looked at Shiru with a sense of resignation. "Shiru, you must be completely unguarded for me to accept you. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to render you unconscious." Shiru frowned slightly. There was inherent risk in having Kahn seal him away. He certainly did not wish to be confined by Kahn for eternity. However, it was evident that Kahn would not resort to such measures at this moment. Many had witnessed Shiru accompanying Kahn, and unless Kahn intended to betray the Navy, he would never take such actions. Moreover, betraying the Navy would yield no benefit for Kahn. Having come to this realization, Shiru said to Kahn, "Please wait a moment. I need to stabilize my emotions." Kahn nodded. Shilu then closed his eyes, taking a moment to compose himself. 3 minutes later, Shilu opened his eyes and looked at Kahn, saying, "I am ready." Kahn extended his hand and placed it upon Shiloh, successfully accepting him this time. In the Book of Sin, Shiloh appeared on one of its pages. Kahn expended over 300,000 points of sin to extract the essence of one of the criminals and bestowed it upon Shiri, augmenting his strength. Having accomplished this, he released Shiri. Upon his emergence, Shiri immediately sensed the transformation within his body, which filled him with exhilaration. He glanced at Kahn and remarked, "Indeed, this is impressive. I feel my power has increased by 1/5. Kahn smiled and asked, "So, are you willing to accompany me?" Shiloh glanced at Kahn, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "In the future, I aspire to enhance my abilities. I must be prepared to make sacrifices." Kahn smiled, "Do you not enjoy taking lives? All you need to do is capture a few pirates, and I will extract their energy. Then, we shall divide the power evenly." Shilyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The prospect of both slaying and augmenting his strength seemed almost like a divine gift. Without hesitation, Shilyu replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you. However, departing from this place poses some challenges, so you must resolve that matter on your own." Upon hearing Shilyu's agreement, Kahn was exceedingly satisfied. Over the past 6 months, he had been contemplating how to amass malevolent points in the future. The resources from the underwater prison had been nearly exhausted. Thus, acquiring a substantial quantity of malevolent points in a single endeavor would prove to be exceedingly challenging. After some reflection, he resolved to cultivate his own sources of malevolent points. Individuals like Brunette and Shirley were excellent options, as both were inherently ruthless killers. By enlisting their aid in capturing pirates, he could accumulate malevolent points while they, in turn, would also gather a significant amount through their own killings. This strategy was, for him, a twofold advantage. The sole drawback of this plan lay in the difficulty of finding subordinates. It was challenging to locate someone as brutal as Shirley, while individuals of Brunette's caliber were more accessible but offered limited utility. Therefore, recruiting capable subordinates would continue to be a cumbersome task in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn spoke to Shirley. "Tomorrow morning, you shall stealthily come to find me. I will directly seal you and take you away. With my current strength, escorting you poses no challenge. At most, the marshal may have a few words to say. I shall explain that I seek your assistance in vanquishing the pirates, and ultimately, the marshal will acquiesce." Upon hearing this, Shirley found Kahn's plan to be plausible and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall return to make the necessary preparations." Kahn nodded, instructing, "You may return to prepare. I shall ascend to the 6th floor shortly to investigate." Shirley stared at Kahn in silence, reflecting on the past 6 months. Kahn appears to be afflicted with some peculiar malady, as he finds himself compelled to engage in heated verbal altercations with the Golden Lion every few days. Occasionally, he even resorts to entering with a key to physically assault the Golden Lion. This infuriates the Golden Lion to the point of wishing for Kahn's demise. He has witnessed, through surveillance, Kahn's brutal attacks on the Golden Lion, who has endured a most grievous state. With dark circles under his eyes that have failed to dissipate over the course of these 6 months, Kahn is about to leave. He is also going to meet with the 6th floor, undoubtedly to see the Golden Lion. However, this is of no concern to him. He is too indifferent to bother. Thus, he turns and departs. As he leaves, silence follows. Kahn made his way toward the 6th level of the prison with a singular purpose in mind, the Golden Lion. Over the past 6 months, he had relentlessly assaulted the Golden Lion, driven by the knowledge that the notorious criminal was on the brink of escaping. Within the depths of the underwater prison, he dared not extract the Golden Lion's devil fruit powers, for he anticipated that once the Golden Lion broke free, he would seize that opportunity to claim the extraordinary abilities for himself. By confronting the Golden Lion, he intended to provoke him into seeking vengeance once he was at liberty, thereby sparing himself the arduous task of tracking down the elusive criminal. Upon reaching the 6th level of the prison, as Kahn stepped inside, the inmates began to tremble in trepidation. They were all too familiar with Kahn's malevolent judgment. Although these individuals were notoriously vicious, very few could withstand the weight of his judgment. After the ordeal, they were left in a state of utter fear towards Kahn. There were indeed those who had emerged successfully from the judgment, yet their gazes towards Kahn were rife with seething anger. Kahn disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and made his way to the lion's cell. He seated himself and addressed the Golden Lion within, saying, "Shiki, I shall be departing tomorrow, so I have come to pay you a visit today." The Golden Lion, Shiki, bore 2 dark circles under his eyes. He glared at Kahn with gritted teeth, harboring tumultuous thoughts within. Kahn is indeed troublesome. While he serves his sentence here, Kahn comes to insult him and even attempts to strike him. Furthermore, he resorts to despicable and cowardly sneak attacks, lacking the courage to confront him openly. Over the past 6 months, his dignity has been tarnished. Each time Kahn departs, the other inmates begin to ridicule him, driving him to the brink of madness. He has been contemplating whether to escape, and now he is resolute in his decision to flee. However, Kahn's incessant provocations have hindered his chances of leaving this place, forcing him to bide his time while seeking an opportune moment to make his escape. Now, he remains vigilant. Kahn is about to leave. He has resolved to take action as soon as Kahn departs. Once he is outside and his injuries have healed, he will eliminate that scoundrel Kahn. In the midst of the furious gaze of the Golden Lion, Kahn calmly remarked, "Your glare holds no power over me. In 2 years, I shall be an admiral of the Navy, while you will forever remain a prisoner. The chasm between us will be as vast as heaven and earth." The Golden Lion let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Kahn, upon witnessing the situation, let out a cold snort and remarked, "What kind of attitude is this? Do you wish to be punished again? I shall be departing tomorrow. Do share a few kind words for my ears." The Golden Lion smirked disdainfully and replied, "Very well. Then I wish for you to be eliminated at the earliest opportunity." Kahn's expression darkened instantly. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside, engaging in a fierce struggle with the bound Golden Lion. Amidst his relentless ambushes, the Golden Lion was left battered and bruised. The creature let out a series of anguished roars, yet remained powerless against Kahn's onslaught. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Kahn gazed at the pitiful figure of the golden lion and sneered, "Ski, farewell. When we meet again, I shall surpass you." Thus, he imparted a final lesson to the golden lion. Kahn turned and departed, and as he closed the cell door, he remarked, "By the way, I shall graciously accept your 2 swords. After all, you cannot leave, and henceforth, those 2 swords will accompany me as I make my name renowned across the world." The golden lion felt utterly humiliated. He longed to rend Kahn to pieces, yet that would not satiate his wrath. He refrained from retorting, lest he provoke Kahn's ire once more. He resolved to settle the score with Kahn once he was free. The 2 swords of the golden lion, Sakuragi and Kuju, lay in the prison's storeroom. Kahn has assimilated the combat experience of over 300 inmates from the 6th level of the underwater prison, wielding 2 swords with absolute proficiency. When it comes to battle experience, few could surpass him. As for the prospect of anyone causing him trouble for taking the 2 swords, that is highly unlikely. He is, after all, a favored warrior of the warring states. For the next 2 decades, the warring states will still rely on his assistance. Those 2 swords are of little consequence. Moreover, when the golden lion escapes from prison, the warring states will owe him gratitude for having taken the swords. Otherwise, if the golden lion possessed both swords, his power would undoubtedly increase significantly, posing a considerable threat to the Navy. Kahn departed from the 6th floor, ventured into the warehouse, and retrieved 2 swords. He then sought out Magellan, returning the prison keys to him. After relinquishing the keys, he retreated to his chamber to rest, continuing to immerse himself in the pool of sin to enhance his physique. A night swiftly passed, and at the break of dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock, Silu quietly approached the door. Kahn, having taken Shiryu, departed from the underwater prison without informing Magellan or the warden. After all, he had stealthily absconded with Shiryu and 2 swords, and notifying Magellan and the warden would undoubtedly lead to complications. Kahn, well acquainted with everyone in the underwater prison, sought to make his exit. He approached someone to unlock the door, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He easily departed from Impel Down, accompanied by Shiryu and 2 swords. Upon stepping outside, Kahn soared upwards, departing directly from the abyssal prison. 2 hours later, at 7 in the morning, he arrived at the naval headquarters, pausing to enjoy breakfast on the street before sauntering into Sengoku's office. Within the office, Sengoku was already engaged in work. Upon seeing Kahn enter, he promptly produced a document and tossed it to Kahn, stating, "This is the mission assigned to you from above. Should you fulfill it, the rank of Rear Admiral shall be yours, and there will be no hindrance to your promotion." Kahn received the documents and perused them briefly. Upon finishing, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. This particular assignment, he recalled, was originally undertaken by Akainu, yet it had now fallen upon his shoulders. Is this truly the case? Sengoku observed Kahn's hesitation and sighed. "I understand this may place you in a difficult position, but I am powerless to alter the directives from above. Should you choose to decline, I could communicate your refusal, but I fear your position as Rear Admiral would likely be jeopardized." Kahn regained his composure and glanced at Sengoku, saying, "Commander, I never stated that I would refuse. However, is there no compensation from above for bearing such infamy?" Sengoku's expression twitched slightly. He had initially thought that Kahn was hesitant to take action, feeling burdened by the situation. To his surprise, Kahn was merely seeking benefits. Sengoku gazed at Kahn in silence, reflecting on how Kahn, indeed, resembled a devoted fan of Sakazuki, exhibiting a similar style of conduct. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku looked at Kahn and remarked, "You dare to negotiate with those above?" Kahn remained remarkably composed, asserting that the ocean requires stability for ordinary individuals to thrive. He questioned the utility of studying history, dismissing it as the pastime of a tedious crowd. He stated that if eliminating them would contribute to the ocean's stability, he would not hesitate. However, they were merely ordinary people, and taking action against them would contravene his principles. He expressed a willingness to offer compensation, which he believed should not pose a problem. Zhangguo cast a surprised glance at Kahn, astonished that someone so young had already found his path. It was indeed a rarity. After a moment of reflection, Zhangguo produced a communication device and said, "Then you should speak to them directly." The device soon connected, and a voice came through. "Zhangguo, what is it?" Zhangguo replied, "Kahn has returned and wishes to discuss the matter of the mission with several esteemed individuals." A cold snort emanated from the device. "What? Is he refusing?" "Not at all. He seeks compensation," Zhangguo responded, relaying Kahn's words verbatim to the 5 elders. After a brief silence, the 5 elders replied directly, "Inform him that the mission is complete, and we will send 20 prisoners his way. Zhanghua glanced at Kahn and said, "Understood. Do you have any further instructions?" A voice from the device responded, "Tell that young man to focus on his duties. We will provide what is due to him. He should not impose further conditions." With that, the call ended. Zhanghua looked at Kahn and remarked, "You've managed to irritate them. Perhaps if you had completed your tasks before requesting anything, it might have been more favorable." Kahn chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "It is in everyone's best interest to clarify matters first. I will not undertake tasks for others without cause. However, if this is your arrangement, Marshal, I shall comply unconditionally, for you are indeed my benefactor." Upon hearing this, the warring states expressed great satisfaction. He turned to Kahn and said, "All right, you rascal, go home and rest well. When Akiji returns tomorrow, you shall embark on your mission together." Kahn nodded slightly, casting a glance at Sengoku before clearing his throat and saying, "By the way, Marshal, I have brought a regular prison guard from the underwater prison to assist me. His strength is substantial and will aid in dealing with the pirates." "A regular guard?" Sengoku exclaimed, raising his hand dismissively. "Do as you wish. You are on the verge of becoming a vice admiral. You possess enough authority for this matter. There is no need to report to me further." Kahn smiled, saluted the warring states, and departed from the office. As he made his way home, he pondered the task assigned by the world government. The mission entailed leading a team to annihilate the island of O'Hara, a responsibility that originally belonged to Akainu. It seemed that upon completing this task, Akainu was promoted to admiral. However, due to his recent troubles, Akainu had been dispatched to the New World to suppress pirates, leaving the task of destroying O'Hara to Kahn. This assignment could be viewed as a trial imposed by the world government. Should he prove capable in executing it, they would likely bestow upon him greater trust and provide additional training resources. As the 5 elders had mentioned earlier, the 20 criminals in question bore a sin value of no less than 500,000. Otherwise, the elders would not have had the audacity to make such a request. Kahn intended to negotiate terms with the 5 elders, for he had no desire to perform this task without compensation. If he were to undertake this mission for free, it would set a precedent, and the elders would be disinclined to offer him any benefits in the future. Hence, he was prepared to risk offending the 5 elders in pursuit of fair remuneration. This way, they would not burden him with trivial matters, and should genuine issues arise, they would ensure he received appropriate rewards. Thus, he would not find himself laboring in vain. Contemplating these matters, he continued on his way. Kahn returned to his abode. After lying down for a while, he closed his eyes and descended into the abyss of sin, beginning his cultivation. Suddenly, the room trembled violently, accompanied by a furious shout. "You little rascal, come out." The spirit of Kahn emerged instantaneously from the abyss of sin. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced toward the entrance, where the door once stood. To his dismay, the door had vanished, and the walls bore signs of distress with cracks marring their surface. A burly man stood at the threshold, seething with fury, intent on entering. Goodness! It was Carp. In the prime of his life, Carp was not to be trifled with. Although Kahn was unaware of how he had provoked Carp, he resolved to flee without delay. Kahn sprang from his bed and leaped through the window, racing towards the harbor. Behind him, he could see Carp charging after him. Goodness! Have I truly provoked Carp? Why is he pursuing me so fervently? He mused. Never mind. I shall head straight to O'Hara. Carp is not someone to be trifled with. As Carp closed in on him, Kahn's resolve only strengthened. Kahn swiftly made his escape, darting towards the direction of the Western Sea. Kapu chased down to the shore, only to find Kahn had already fled a considerable distance. With a cold snort, he turned to head back. However, just as he pivoted, Sengoku stood right behind him, glaring and exclaiming, "Kapu, you have gone too far." Kapu curled his lips disdainfully and nonchalantly remarked, "That little rascal has made me toil for half a year without a moment's respite. What is wrong with me teaching him a lesson?" To my surprise, that cunning lad managed to evade me before I could even lay a finger on him. Warring States, don't fret. He seems unscathed at the moment. Warring State shot a glare at Kapu and retorted, "Get lost. You never do anything worthwhile. I still have matters to discuss with him. And now that you frightened him away, I can no longer do so." Upon hearing this, Carp chuckled, stating, "Well, it seems to have no bearing on me. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sengoku, you can contact him yourself." With that, he hurriedly departed. Sengoku, witnessing Carp's abrupt exit, was left utterly speechless. An hour prior, he had received a call from Impel Down, informing him of Shiria's disappearance. This news immediately brought to mind Kahn's mention of having left with the prison guard, which left Sengoku quite exasperated. He resolved to have a serious conversation with Kahn once his current affairs were settled, insisting that Kahn ensure Shiryu's return to the underwater prison. As for Kahn forcibly taking Shiryu, Sengoku had never entertained such a notion. Shiryu's formidable strength was not something Kahn could easily subdue. The only plausible scenario for Shiryu's departure was his own volition. This was also the reason Sengoku had refrained from seeking Kahn for the past hour. If Shiryu willingly chose to leave with Kahn, persuading him to return would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Thus, he found himself contemplating how best to convince Shiryu to return to Impel Down. However, he had yet to devise a solution. Kapu frightened Kahn away. At this point, his attempts at persuasion were futile. The fleeing Kahn was unlikely to heed his words. Reflecting on this, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Ultimately, he gazed in the direction where Kahn had departed, letting out a resigned sigh. May 15th, the West Sea, O'Hara Coast. Kahn journeyed for 2 days before arriving at O'Hara. Upon reaching the island, he did not act immediately. Instead, he sought a place along the coast to rest. He intended to wait for Akiji and the others to arrive before embarking on any endeavors together. Near the shore, he discovered an abandoned wooden cabin and settled in, reclining casually to recuperate. The literature of O'Hara held no allure for him. The blank century of history was of no interest whatsoever. His thoughts were solely consumed with ways to amass evil points to enhance his own strength. Within the confines of the cabin, he contemplated his next move. As night enveloped the island, Kahn, feeling a twinge of hunger, rose from his repose and took to the skies, intending to seek sustenance in the nearby town. As he ascended, he soon beheld the coastline adorned with numerous warships anchored nearby. He recalled that upon his arrival, there had been no such vessels in sight. Nearly 7 or 8 hours had elapsed, yet the fleet had already arrived, demonstrating remarkable swiftness, likely the naval forces of the Western Sea Division. With the Navy present, there was no need to venture into the town for a meal. The prospect of complimentary provisions was too enticing to resist. Thus, he made his way directly towards the warships. Upon his approach, the personnel on the vessels became momentarily apprehensive, but as soon as they recognized Kahn, their vigilance dissipated. Upon landing on one of the largest warships, a naval officer approached Kahn with a smile and said, "Colonel Kahn, you have certainly arrived swiftly." Kahn glanced at the naval commander before him, a man entirely unfamiliar to him, and inquired, "Who are you?" The naval commander chuckled and replied, "I am Will of the Western Seas, merely a humble rear admiral. The Navy of the Four Seas is, by nature, a rank beneath that of the headquarters Navy. Colonel Kahn holds a position comparable to that of Will. However, it is well acknowledged by all. Kahn's promotion to Major General is assured." Thus, Will treated Kahn with the utmost courtesy. Kahn listened to Will's introduction and nodded slightly. "General Will, when did you arrive?" Will chuckled softly. "We have been stationed in the vicinity for over 2 months now, and only today received orders to position ourselves here in anticipation of your arrival, Colonel Kahn. The situation concerning O'Hara is of paramount importance to the world government. It is only natural that we would establish a presence 2 months in advance. This period likely coincides with the negotiations between the world government and Dr. Clover from O'Hara. Now, we stand at the juncture of those negotiations." Kahn pondered for a moment before addressing Will. "Does it mention when we should take action?" Will chuckled softly. "No, we were merely instructed to secure the island. As for the timing of our operations, that will likely depend on Spandane's orders. He is the official dispatched from above to negotiate with those on the island." "Spandane? That fellow seems like a timid coward. He is also the commander of CP9, and notably, 20 years hence, he is the father of Spandam, who nearly brought about Robin's demise." Kahn pondered for a moment and then inquired, "What about Spandane? Where is he?" Will gestured towards the island, saying, "He is on the island, leading a group in search of the fugitives. We are all awaiting his news. Kahn, do you wish to join him?" Kahn displayed no interest in the inhabitants of the island. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for that. I shall rest here for a moment. I have not eaten all day. Please have the chef prepare me something to eat." Upon hearing this, Will led Kahn to the dining hall, where the chefs were instructed to prepare dinner for him. During the meal, the two engaged in casual conversation, primarily consisting of Will lavishing compliments upon Kahn. For Kahn was destined to become a rear admiral, a position far surpassing Will's own in stature. Kahn had dined, and Will arranged for him to stay in the cabin for the night. The night passed in tranquility. By noon the following day, 5 warships from the headquarters approached O'Hara, with the leading vessel being the Green Pheasant. Kahn, as one of the 2 tasked individuals, disembarked alongside Akiji. Upon encountering Kahn, Akiji's demeanor appeared rather indifferent. for Kahn was allied with Akainu, rendering their relationship tenuous at best. Consequently, Akiji merely acknowledged Kahn with a subtle nod, offering a muted greeting reflective of his cool disposition. Kahn, however, paid no heed. He leaned closer to Akiji and smiled, saying, "Admiral Kazan, this is our first meeting, isn't it?" Kahn spoke up. Akainu could not afford to remain silent. He replied coolly, "Indeed, however, I must confess that I have heard much about the esteemed Colonel Kahn. Vice Admiral Karp has been voicing his grievances about you for quite some time." Upon hearing the name of Vice Admiral Karp, Kahn could not help but interject. "Do not even mention Vice Admiral Karp. I could have comfortably sailed alongside you, but instead, I was nearly deprived of my life while being pursued by him." A hint of a smile appeared on Akiji's face as he replied, "Vice Admiral Karp despises trouble. If you have made him toil in the New World for 6 months, it would be a miracle if he did not seek to trouble you." Upon hearing this, Kahn helplessly remarked, "I cannot be held responsible for this, can I? I am merely apprehending pirates. The conflict with Big Mom's crew is not within my purview." Akiji nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter had no bearing on Kahn. However, who was Garp? He was not one to concern himself with the relevance of Kahn's involvement. If he felt displeased, he would resort to violence without a shred of reason. As Akiji pondered this, Kahn refrained from discussing the matter concerning Takapu. He gestured towards the island and inquired of Admiral Kazan, "Kazan, have you received any directives from above regarding our tasks?" Kazan, regaining his focus, shook his head in response. "No, we are merely executing our mission. As for the methods we shall employ, we must await further instructions from our superiors." Kazan himself was uncertain about when to take action. Kahn shook his head and gazed towards the island, saying, "I shall wander upon the island and perhaps seek out that Spandane to ascertain what he has been up to. It has been an entire night, and he has yet to convey any message to us." Akiji, disinterested in the island, watched Kahn depart without uttering a word, then made his way towards the deserted shoreline, relishing the solitude as he sought a quiet spot to rest. Kahn arrived on the island and proceeded towards the great tree at its heart. This tree is the Tree of Omniscience, around which the town has been constructed. To find Spandane, he must reach this location. After more than 20 minutes, Kahn beheld the town nestled beneath the great tree. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he noticed the naval personnel stationed there. Approaching them to inquire about the situation, he was met with a swift salute from the sailors upon their recognition of him. "Colonel Kahn." Kahn approached, nodding slightly as he inquired, "Where might Spandane be?" The naval soldier hesitated before responding. "He should be near the Tree of Omniscience. Commander Spandane has already engaged in negotiations with the scholars on the island several times." "Oh," Kahn acknowledged, then made his way towards the town. "I shall seek him out. You remain vigilant here." As Kahn entered the town, the naval soldiers saluted him, watching him depart. Kahn is in the Navy, a notable figure indeed. After all, he is the first to have dared to confront the son of Big Mom within the ranks of the Navy. Kahn entered the town and made his way towards the great tree. Soon, he arrived at the entrance beneath its expansive branches, where he encountered 2 impeccably dressed officials of the world government standing guard. The Tree of Omniscience had been significantly hollowed out, transformed into a grand library, housing all manner of ancient manuscripts within its hallowed halls. Kahn arrived at the entrance, gazing at the 2 officials of the world government, and inquired, "Where is Spandane?" Faced with Kahn, the officials dared not offend him. They gestured towards the interior, stating, "The commander is inside speaking with Dr. Clover." Without hesitation, Kahn approached the door and entered. The 2 officials exchanged a moment of indecision but ultimately refrained from obstructing his passage. Upon entering, he was met with a vast space. The walls were lined with towering stacks of books, creating an overwhelming sensation for those afflicted with claustrophobia. Kahn displayed no interest in the books surrounding him. He glanced around and spotted Spandane seated in a corner, while the elusive Dr. Trefoil seemed to be absent from the hall. Consequently, he made his way towards Spandane. Upon noticing Kahn, Spandane instantly recognized him. Out of respect for the future Rear Admiral, Spandane rose to his feet, greeting him with a smile and exclaiming, "What a surprise to see you here, Colonel Kahn." Kahn approached Spandane with a directness that brooked no delay, stating, "This place is exceedingly dull. I merely wish to inquire when this task will be completed, for I have pirates to pursue and little time to squander here." Spandane chuckled softly in response, "Well, the completion of this task is not within my purview to determine. We must await the orders of the 5 esteemed gentlemen. For now, my duty is to ensure that no one interferes with Dr. Clover." Kahn furrowed his brow slightly and inquired of Spandane, "Have you made contact with the higher authorities?" Spandane nodded affirmatively. Yes, Colonel Kahn wishes to converse with the 5 esteemed gentlemen. Kahn extended his hand, requesting to borrow the phone bug, stating that he wished to have a thorough conversation with them. Spandane, without hesitation, produced a phone bug and handed it to Kahn with a smile, saying, "Feel free to make your call." Kahn answered the phone bug and pressed it down promptly. Soon, a voice emerged from the device. "Spandane, has Dr. Clover reached a compromise?" Kahn cleared his throat and said, "Sir, it is I, Kahn." The telephone bug fell silent for a moment before letting out a cold snort. "Kahn, is it? What do you want, you rascal?" Kahn paid no heed to the attitude above him and replied with a smile, "I merely wish to inquire how long I must wait here. I am eagerly anticipating my venture into the new world to vanquish pirates. If the wait is to be prolonged, I shall take a stroll outside in the meantime." The snail phone remained silent for a moment before responding. "Tomorrow marks the final deadline we have granted them. Should they refuse to comply by then, you may proceed with your actions." Upon hearing this, Kahn glanced at Spandane and remarked, "It seems that Spandane's negotiations with them throughout the night have yielded no results. They are unlikely to yield. What if I simply eradicate all the inhabitants and books on the island before departing?" After a brief silence, the voice from the telephone insect responded, "Let us wait for one more night. If they do not compromise by tomorrow, you may proceed. We do not wish to see any scholars survive. Cut it out." "What a waste of time," Kahn exclaimed, tossing the telephone insect to Spandane. "I shall take a leisurely stroll for now." With that, he turned and walked away. Spandane watched Kahn's retreating figure, swallowing hard, filled with frustration. Kahn is truly terrifying. He is quick to threaten the annihilation of entire islands. Although he is malevolent, I find myself feeling like a good person in comparison to him. It is said that this man, Kahn, ventured out for merely 10 days 6 months ago and ended up killing over 5,000 people. He is nothing short of a demon. Kahn emerged from the treehouse and began to stroll leisurely toward the harbor. After about 10 minutes, he exited the town and found himself on a scarcely populated path. Once he left the town, he sensed that someone was watching him, although he had felt this way within the bustling town, where it was not unusual for someone to observe him. The absence of buildings around him now heightened his awareness. The feeling of being scrutinized persisted, indicating that someone was covertly observing him. As he activated his observation hotkey, he prepared for what lay ahead. Kahn swiftly discerned that someone lurked behind a tree, fixated upon him. It must be the individual concealed there. He halted his steps, casting a glance at the tree a few meters away, and calmly declared, "Do not hide any longer. Step forth, or I shall not hold back." With that, he unsheathed his withered wooden sword. A surge of sword energy sliced through the air towards the tree. His assault compelled the person behind the trunk to leap forth in haste, while Kahn's blade cleaved the tree asunder. After Kahn unleashed his sword energy, he raised an eyebrow at the figure emerging from the shadows. It was a mere child, one of the protagonists of 2 decades hence, Nico Robin. Observing the trembling girl, who had fallen to the ground in fear, Kahn approached her with a calm demeanor and inquired, "My dear, what is it that you seek by following me? Are you being compelled by someone to act in this manner?" Nico Robin, swallowing hard in her trepidation, mustered the courage to meet Kahn's gaze and said, "Did you not just proclaim your intention to slay everyone on this island?" Kahn raised an eyebrow. It seemed that he had just spoken with the 5 elders over the phone, and Nico Robin had eavesdropped using her devil fruit powers. Such abilities are indeed remarkably effective. Kahn gazed intently at Nico Robin, his mind beginning to strategize. Presently, Robin was still young, and with proper nurturing, she could undoubtedly become a valuable asset in the future. Her aptitude for gathering intelligence was remarkably advantageous. It was inevitable that he would clash with the Navy, as he needed to accumulate his malevolence points. Sooner or later, he would stir up trouble. At that juncture, neither the Navy nor the world government would tolerate his presence, leaving him reliant solely on himself. Thus, the establishment of his own faction was essential, and a robust intelligence network was paramount. Nico Robin's abilities were ideally suited for such a system. Most importantly, the world government remained entirely oblivious to Robin's existence, making her acquisition unproblematic for him. Kahn pondered for a moment before gazing at Nico Robin and exclaimed, "Did you hear what I just said?" Nico Robin glared at Kahn, retorting, "You are a villain. Why do you wish to slay the inhabitants of this island?" Kahn chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Nico Robin's head. "You are still young and know little. It's best not to concern yourself with such matters." Nico Robin, filled with indignation, attempted to push Kahn's hand away. However, Kahn struck with a swift motion, rendering Nico Robin unconscious and consigning her to the Book of Sin. With an air of calm, He strolled towards the coastline as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to the harbor, he retreated to his quarters aboard the ship, lying down to rest his eyes. The entire afternoon was spent immersed in the depths of the pool of iniquity. It was only in the evening that he emerged from his cabin to partake in a light meal at the dining hall. Upon his return to the restaurant, upon encountering Admiral Akiji and several other vice admirals resting by the shore, Kahn recognized one of them with familiarity, Vice Admiral Salu, the giant who had once rescued Nico Robin in the original narrative. Thus, after partaking in some sustenance, he made his way to the beach to meet the group. Having been a part of the Navy for nearly a year, he was somewhat acquainted with several of the vice admirals. Approaching them, he clasped his hands together and inquired, "Admiral Kazan, Admiral Ross, Admiral Salu, Admiral Halliger, Admiral Shilon, what matters are you deliberating here?" The 5 vice admirals regarded Kahn, and among them, the more straightforward Admiral Shilon beckoned, "Colonel Kahn, come over and have a seat. Let us converse." Kahn took no formalities as he approached Admiral Ceylon and seated himself beside him, inquiring, "What are you gentlemen discussing?" Ceylon chuckled softly, replying, "What else could we be talking about? We are deliberating on the prospects of this mission and how it might ultimately conclude." Upon hearing this, Kahn quietly began to contemplate. It was certain that tomorrow the 5 Elder Stars would issue a decree to eliminate everyone. He had no qualms about taking lives. However, he held little interest in harming ordinary citizens. Moreover, he intended to join the Navy in the future, assisting the 5 Elder Stars in resolving issues that could prove detrimental to him. If any of the admirals present were to betray and escape with a faction, the blame would not fall upon him, as it was not he who had set them free. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn cleared his throat and addressed General Shilon. "I possess some insight into this matter. I spoke with the 5 elders this afternoon." The 5 generals immediately turned their attention to Kahn, with Shilon directly inquiring, "Colonel Kahn, what did the 5 elders convey?" Kahn feigned calmness as he declared, "If Dr. Clover remains unyielding tomorrow, I shall have no choice but to eradicate every soul on this island." The 5 admirals were taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Sorrow rose in fury, exclaiming, "How can they do this? The villagers on this island are innocent." Admiral Ceylon exchanged glances with his comrades, remaining silent, while only Akiji stood to pacify Sorrow. "Sorrow, do not be so agitated. The situation is not yet resolved, is it? Let us wait until tomorrow." Sorrow glared at Akiji, retorting, "I am not naive. Dr. Clover and his associates will not compromise. When the time comes, the 5 elders will undoubtedly compel you to act." Akiji felt helpless, acutely aware that Sorrow spoke the truth, given the nature of those on the island. Their unwillingness to capitulate was a foregone conclusion. Death awaited them. At that moment, Akiji was beset by a severe headache. Regretting his decision to stroll along the coast that afternoon, for had he not encountered Sorrow and brought him back here, this predicament might have been avoided. Originally, Sorrow had been considered a defector from the Navy, but the headquarters was still investigating the matter. Akiji had intended to return Sorrow and plead with the Admiral for his reinstatement in the Navy. However, that prospect now seemed virtually impossible. With the 5 elders poised to issue their orders tomorrow, Sorrow was certain to betray the Navy. In the midst of Akiji's distress, Sorrow fixed his gaze on Kahn, angrily demanding, "If they give the command tomorrow, are you truly prepared to take action and slaughter everyone on this island?" Kahn raised his head and calmly said to Sorrow, "Indeed, their research may subvert the world government, leading to greater civilian casualties. To maintain the stability of the seas, I would allow them all to perish. I fail to comprehend the value of historical study. As long as the world remains stable, what more is needed? They have brought this upon themselves, and their demise would be justly deserved." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Sorrow was filled with indignation. "They are merely ordinary people." Kahn gazed at Sorrow and remarked coolly, "When one commits a transgression, one must bear the consequences. That is the nature of this world. Do not speak to me of their ordinariness. If they were truly ordinary individuals, they would set aside their tomes and return to the fields to cultivate their sustenance, rather than engage in such research here." Sorrow, confronted by Kahn's words, gasped for breath, his fist clenched tightly as if on the verge of striking. Sensing the escalating tension, Kazan interposed himself before Sorrow, saying, "Sorrow, let us defer this discussion until tomorrow. You are still recovering from your injuries, are you not?" Sorrow cast a sidelong glance at Kazan, ultimately regaining his composure. He shot a glare at Kahn, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave, declaring, "I will seek solace elsewhere." With that, Sorrow departed, followed by Kazan, who sought to offer him comfort. The others chose not to follow. The mission to obliterate O'Hara was entrusted to 5 vice admirals: Vice Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Silvers, Vice Admiral Ross, Vice Admiral Halleck, and Kahn himself. Although Kahn has not yet attained the rank of Major General, his capabilities are widely acknowledged. Thus he is regarded as one. As for Salo, he is an unwelcome intrusion, as he was not part of the original plan. Kahn gazed at Kazan in sorrow as they departed, feigning a slight furrow of his brow before addressing the remaining 3. What does this mean, General Saro? Has he not received the orders? This mission should have been articulated with utmost clarity. General Shilan gently patted Kahn's shoulder. Exhaling a sigh, General Saro is not included in this mission roster. He has been cast adrift here due to a maritime disaster. As for what you mentioned, we have all mentally prepared ourselves, thus we can endure. It is entirely understandable that General Saro remains oblivious to this matter. Kahn suddenly realized and shook his head, exclaiming, "So that is how it is. It seems I have spoken too much." General Shilan sighed. "The truth is, we merely entertained the possibility. We never anticipated that they would truly leave no one behind. We had believed that those ordinary individuals might have been granted their freedom." The expressions of General Shilan, Ross, and Heilig were slightly complex, for the act of slaughtering civilians would inevitably weigh heavily on their consciences. Kahn observed the complex expressions on the faces of the 3 individuals and calmly remarked, "It seems that you are rather reluctant to engage in such matters. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself. Your only responsibility is to ensure that no vessels approach O'Hara." Vice Admiral Shilan cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and said, "You certainly possess a remarkable capacity for ruthlessness." Kahn spoke calmly. "If they remain alive, more individuals will inevitably be implicated, and when that time comes, it will not just be the few souls on this island who perish. No one can guarantee that among those ordinary people, there are not some who have mastered the ancient script, thus it is far safer to eliminate them all." The 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kahn's words. They had contemplated the possibility of such a scenario even before receiving their assignment. Therefore, upon hearing Kahn's decision, they were able to maintain their composure. They exchanged glances. And ultimately, it was Shilan who addressed Kahn. "Kahn, are you truly capable of handling this alone?" Kahn glanced at the 3 individuals and remarked, "This is also a test bestowed upon me by the 5 elders. If I were to let them go, my position as a vice admiral would likely be in jeopardy. You can rest assured that I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Shilan cast a profound look at Kahn, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He had initially intended to comment on Kahn's ruthlessness, yet upon reflection, he recognized that Kahn was an ardent admirer of Akainu. It would indeed be abnormal if he were not sufficiently formidable. Only those with a fierce disposition could idolize Akainu. The 4 of them rested on the shore for a while. After approximately an hour had passed, and with Kazan still absent, they retreated to their ship for some respite. Meanwhile, at the edge of a forest on the island, Saul waited anxiously until a woman hurriedly approached him. This woman was none other than Nico Robin's mother, Nico Alvia. Upon reaching Saul, she gasped, "What are you doing here?" Saul looked at Nico Alvia with a serious expression and replied, "The situation is dire. I have received word from the Navy that if Dr. Vegapunk and his associates do not comply, they intend to massacre everyone on the island." Nico Alvia was taken aback, her astonishment evident as she stammered, "Are they really going to kill innocent civilians?" Saul forced a bitter smile. "Indeed, not a single soul will be spared." Nico Alvia's complexion darkened as she clenched her teeth. "How can they do this? Does the Navy not uphold the name of justice?" Saul sighed. His disillusionment with the Navy's notion of justice palpable. He said to Nico Alvia, "You must quickly inform Dr. Vegapunk and the others to devise a plan to address this crisis." Nico Alvia glanced towards the direction of the Tree of Knowledge and lamented, "Dr. Vegapunk and the others have long been prepared for sacrifice. Convincing them to change their minds now is nearly impossible. I cannot accomplish this task." Saul remained silent for a considerable time before gritting his teeth and insisting, "You need to notify the doctor to inform the villagers to disperse and flee immediately. They should avoid the large ships and use small boats to escape. I believe the Navy will not pursue every small vessel with full force." Nico Alvia hesitated. Looking at Saul, "Did you not say they intend to kill everyone?" Saul nodded. "That is indeed the case. But the execution order has been given to a single individual named Kahn. The other 4 vice admirals are unlikely to engage fully. They are not the type to indiscriminately slaughter civilians. If you all manage to disperse, they may only pretend to pursue. However, the doctor and his associates cannot flee with the civilians, or they will be targeted. Thus, only the villagers should depart in small boats." Nico Alvia appeared enlightened. She nodded. Very well, I shall inform the doctor at once. What are your plans? Saul gazed towards the harbor, resolute. I cannot flee. I must confront that individual named Kahn. Otherwise, he will surely harm the civilians. I will hold him off and buy them some time to escape. Upon hearing this, Nicole Orbia hesitated. Her eyes fixed on Saul. That Kahn must be formidable. Are you certain you won't get hurt confronting him? Saul replied calmly, You need not worry. I have this under control. You must return immediately and inform the villagers to depart before dawn. Nicole Orbia wished to protest, but Saul had already turned and walked towards the harbor. Gritting her teeth, she raced back to the Tree of Omniscience. Through the concealed door atop the tree, she stealthily entered the library. Within one of its chambers, she discovered Dr. Clover, who was still engrossed in his reading. Upon seeing him, she called out, Doctor, Doctor. Clover looked up at Nicole Orbia, furrowing his brow. Why haven't you left yet? With a wry smile, she replied, I cannot leave now. There are matters far more pressing than my departure. Doctor, I require your assistance. Dr. Clover paused, then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, What has transpired? Without hesitation, Nicole Orbia recounted Saul's words. After listening, Dr. Clover's anger was palpable. They are utterly inhumane. Nicole Orbia sighed. Doctor, this is not the time for such discussions. You must quickly arrange for the villagers to leave by boat. Gradually regaining his composure, Dr. Clover produced a book from his belongings and handed it to Nicole Orbia, saying earnestly, I am closely monitored by the world government and cannot venture out. Take this book to Darren. Upon seeing it, he will wholeheartedly support your plans. Nicole Orbia accepted the book, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. Wiping her eyes, she said, Doctor, I have brought trouble upon you. Dr. Clover smiled gently. Without you, we would still continue our research. Do not blame yourself. The priority now is to save the villagers. You must leave quickly. Time waits for no one. Nicole Orbia dried her tears. After a brief silence, she bowed to Dr. Clover and hastily exited through the secret door. It was just past 1 in the early morning. Kahn was resting when suddenly a piercing alarm sounded. Kahn calmly rose to his feet, opened the door, and stepped outside. His composure was a testament to his foresight. He had anticipated such an occurrence. Having informed Salo of the plan to annihilate the island, he had unwittingly sealed his fate. Upon exiting, he encountered several naval officers and feigned ignorance, inquiring, What is happening outside? Why has the alarm been sounded so abruptly? The sailors, upon recognizing Colonel Kahn, immediately saluted and replied, Colonel Kahn, the civilians on the island have suddenly fled under the cover of night. Orders have come from above for us to intercept them. Civilians fleeing? Kahn's expression darkened. He swiftly ascended to the deck, leaping towards the Tree of Omniscience. With his remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the town beneath the Book of Omniscience. At that moment, chaos reigned within the town, filled with fleeing individuals. Kahn descended from a height of over 10 meters, drawing his twin swords and unleashing fierce sword energy upon anyone in his path. In no time, the fleeing populace was utterly decimated, with some members of the world government also falling victim to the devastating sword waves. All who attempted to escape were ruthlessly slain. Kahn found himself at the threshold of the Tree of Omniscience. At that moment, Spandane was also present at the entrance. Upon witnessing the formidable figure of Kahn, akin to a deity of death, he swallowed hard and exclaimed, Colonel Kahn, you have arrived. Kahn cast a glance at Spandane and inquired, None of the individuals inside have managed to escape, have they? Spandane hurriedly nodded. This place has long been under stringent protection. Not a single soul has departed. I am currently awaiting arrangements from the 5 esteemed gentlemen. Kahn brushed aside Spandane's objections with a disdainful scoff. What sort of arrangements are you making? At a time like this, we ought to eliminate them all. You stay outside while I go in and deal with them. Spandane hesitated. Glancing at Kahn's retreating figure, Colonel Kahn, I have just informed the 5 esteemed gentlemen, and they are currently resting. If we wait a moment, they will soon return our call. Perhaps you should reconsider. Kahn cast a glance back at Spandane, asserting, I shall bear the consequences of all matters. Upon hearing this, Spandane dismissed any further discussion. He refrained from taking action, concerned about potential repercussions from above. Since Kahn had assumed responsibility, he decided to refrain from further involvement. Kahn exchanged a few words with Spandane before stepping into the library. Upon entering, he observed the historians gathered in a huddle, while several officials from the world government were discreetly monitoring their activities. Kahn stepped forward and gazed at the leading figure, Dr. Clover, and calmly remarked, Are you prepared? Doctor. Clover looked at Kahn and replied with an air of tranquility, We have no regrets. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Kahn spun his dual blades and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind the assembled historians. In that very moment, the heads of Dr. Clover and his companions fell to the ground, without a single drop of blood spilled. Kahn, having taken a life, sheathed his sword and gazed at the terrified officials of the world government. Return with their heads and immediately pursue those who have fled the island. Should anyone escape, you shall be held accountable. Upon hearing his command, the assembly sprang into action, hastily collecting the severed heads before departing in haste. Kahn utilized his observation hockey to survey the interior of the room before departing. He stepped outside. Kahn glanced at Spandine and said, I shall pursue those fleeing scoundrels. Should they call from above, inform them that I am otherwise occupied. Spandine nodded in agreement. Kahn's ruthless acts of violence instilled a profound fear in Spandine, typically audacious. Spandine found himself subdued in Kahn's presence, apprehensive that Kahn might unleash his wrath upon him as well. Kahn exchanged a few words with Spandine before soaring towards the coast. He had barely flown for 2 minutes and had not yet reached the shore when, suddenly, a formidable force surged from the ground towards him. He deftly evaded the attack and glanced down to discern the source of the assault. The assailant was Sorrow. Kahn immediately surmised Sorrow's intentions to impede him from pursuing the innocent civilians. However, this was precisely Kahn's design. Thus, he descended to the ground. Casting a cold gaze at Sorrow. What is your meaning, General Sorrow? Kahn inquired. Sorrow met Kahn's gaze with calmness, stating, I am simply doing what I believe is necessary. If you wish to pursue those civilians, you must first contend with me. Kahn fixed his gaze upon Sorrow, drawing his twin swords. It appears you have betrayed the Navy. As a traitor, you shall not fault me for my lack of courtesy. Sorrow gripped his battle axe tightly. Then let me witness your true strength. Kahn wasted no time. He leapt into action, his twin swords slicing towards Sorrow. In response, Sorrow swung his battle axe with formidable force, aiming to strike Kahn. The clash of twin swords against the axe reverberated through the air. Despite the immense strength of the giant Sorrow, Kahn remained unyielding, refusing to be pushed back. The shockwave from their weapons colliding wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures and forests. You brute. Your strength pales in comparison. For a brief moment, their weapons remained locked in a stalemate, until an explosion of energy surged within Kahn, propelling Sorrow backward before he landed on the ground. The giant race possesses a notably high lower limit of strength, yet their upper potential is relatively modest. Upon reaching adulthood at the age of 100, giants typically attain the strength equivalent to that of a brigadier general, and throughout their lives, their power generally remains fixed at that level. Those with a hint of talent may ascend to the rank of major general, while the exceptionally gifted, of which there are but a few within the giant race, might reach the initial stages of a general, comparable to the likes of Marco and his peers. As for those who surpass this threshold, aside from the extraordinary Charlotte Lingling, there are only 1 or 2 such beings in the entirety of the giant race over the course of millennia, rendering them negligible in comparison. Sorrow is considered a somewhat gifted giant. However, his strength is at most that of a major general. He is no match for Kahn. Kahn exuded confidence. His decision not to directly slay Sorrow stemmed from a desire to prolong the encounter. Otherwise, that last strike would have sent Sorrow not merely staggering back, but collapsing to the ground. After regaining his footing from his retreat, Sorrow fixed his gaze upon Kahn, who was once again leaping into action, and with a fierce shout brandished his massive axe. Kahn, unless I fall today, you shall not pass this point. Kahn offered no response, instead choosing to confront Sorrow head-on once more. With a swift strike, he compelled Sorrow to retreat yet again. Following this, he relentlessly assaulted Sorrow, driving him backward continually. The confrontation between Sorrow and Kahn unfolded as a decidedly one-sided affair. Sorrow, fully aware of his inability to match Kahn's prowess, fought desperately to buy time for the civilians to escape, disregarding his own well-being. After half an hour of combat, Sorrow was covered in sword wounds, his blood staining the ground a deep crimson. When he found himself cornered against the shoreline, Kahn's sword sliced through the air, piercing Sorrow's chest, causing him to kneel upon the ground. Just as Kahn prepared to deliver the final blow to end Sorrow's life, a sudden gunshot rang out. A single bullet hurtled towards Kahn. A mere bullet. Kahn effortlessly evaded the oncoming bullet, glancing towards its source. It was a woman, Nico Robin's mother, Nico Albia. Her visage was unmistakable. Kahn is remembered. Nico Albia stands at this moment, her hand trembling as she grips the gun. She has witnessed Kahn's formidable strength and does not believe she can overpower him. Yet, action is imperative. If she does not pull the trigger, Sorrow will face death. Upon seeing Nico, Sorrow, filled with anger, exclaims, "Why don't you leave?" Nico gazes at Kahn with a bitter smile, responding, "Robin is missing. How can I possibly leave alone? Moreover, I cannot abandon the villagers. They would be mercilessly hunted down by the Navy." Sorrow falls silent. It was through Nico that the world government decided to confront O'Hara. The prospect of escaping is indeed daunting for her. As Nico speaks to Sorrow, Kahn casts a casual glance in her direction and inquires, "Are you attempting to prevent me from killing him?" Nico fixes her gaze upon Kahn, her gun unwaveringly aimed at him, embodying a resolute determination to face her fate. At this moment, Kahn was not inclined to eliminate Nicole Albia, for Nicole Robin was in his possession. Should he take the life of Nicole Albia, it would complicate matters when it came to enlisting Nicole Robin's assistance in the future. Instead, he intended to capture Nicole Albia, compelling Nicole Robin to work diligently for him in the name of her mother. As Kahn pondered this, a chilling frost suddenly began to spread toward him from the coastline, swiftly encasing Sorrow in ice, with the freezing temperatures advancing towards Kahn and Nicole Albia. This ability was unique, possessed only by the likes of Akiji. Kahn had no desire to be frozen. With a swift teleportation, he appeared beside Nicole Albia, rendering her unconscious and casting her into a sealed space. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, pausing momentarily. The freezing soon engulfed the entire island, and the entirety of O'Hara was encased in ice. Simultaneously, even the surface of the sea succumbed to the frost. Kahn gazed upon the entirety of O'Hara, now encased in ice, before soaring to the coastline where he confronted the one responsible for this icy display, Admiral Kazan. He descended and interrogated Kazan. "Admiral Kazan, are you fully aware of the ramifications of your actions?" Kazan, with an air of calmness, met Kahn's gaze and replied, "I am merely preventing the inhabitants of the island from fleeing. Is there an issue with that?" Kahn cast a derisive glance at Akiji, remarking, "You prevent the inhabitants of the island from fleeing. Yet why have you allowed the very surface of the sea to freeze? It appears you intend to impede the Navy's pursuit of those civilians." Akiji remained unfazed, responding serenely, "Such a vast extent of power is not easily controlled. It is only natural for some deviations to occur." "Are you questioning me, Colonel Kahn?" The emphasis he placed on the title Colonel was particularly pronounced. Kahn understood the meaning behind Akiji's words. He was merely a colonel, lacking the authority to question a lieutenant general. Kahn cast a penetrating glance at Akiji, and with a disdainful snort, he ascended into the air. As Kahn soared toward the horizon of the ocean, Akiji unexpectedly spoke. "Colonel Kahn, I regret to inform you of a most unfortunate piece of news. Your parents have been obliterated by the Big Mom pirates." In midair, Kahn, poised to depart, abruptly halted. He gazed down at Akiji, his expression darkening as he replied, "If you dare to deceive me, I will not show you mercy." Akiji sighed softly. "Such matters, I trust, you will ascertain for yourself." Kahn remained silent for a moment before turning and soaring towards Zucchini Island, his homeland nestled in the West Sea. The journey from O'Hara would take less than a day. As Kahn departed, Akiji let out a sigh of relief. His sentiments towards Kahn were ambiguous. He found himself unable to articulate his feelings, yet there was an undeniable sense of disquiet. Kahn seemed to regard human life with a casual indifference akin to Akainu's demeanor. Nevertheless, despite his disapproval, he could not deny the complexity of his feelings. Kahn was also commanded to take action, and he found it difficult to impede Kahn's movements. The most he could do was to concoct a reason to remove Kahn from the scene, thus ensuring the safe evacuation of the civilians. As for the repercussions that might arise later, he reasoned that the worst consequence would be remaining a vice admiral indefinitely. He could bear this outcome, considering Karp had also maintained his position as a vice admiral without issue. Furthermore, regarding Kahn's capabilities, Akiji held complete confidence. The ability to easily subdue Saul indicated that Kahn's strength was not inferior. He wished to divert Kahn rather than engage in conflict with him. As he watched Kahn soar away, Akiji began to busy himself. Although the historians on the island had been eliminated by Kahn, numerous tasks awaited his attention. Otherwise, given his actions that day, he risked losing even his vice admiral rank, so he needed to ensure proper follow-up. While Akiji was managing the aftermath in O'Hara, Kahn was flying towards Zucchini Island. He harbored no particular sentiments for the villagers there. After all, he had only traversed 3 days since his arrival and had already witnessed the abduction of the villagers by Akainu. He was entirely unfamiliar with them. The only memory he possessed was of the old village chief, who had shown him kindness. However, that memory belonged to his predecessor and bore little relevance to Kahn himself. Consequently, he felt no remorse for the villagers' demise. His pretense of urgency in departing was merely a tactic to distance himself from the subsequent events in O'Hara. Moreover, he was contemplating how to leverage this incident to maximize his own benefit. With the advent of the sin pool, Kahn had come to realize that he, too, bore a measure of sin value. The first time he immersed himself in the sin pool, it had drained away all his accumulated sin value. Subsequently, frequent visits to the pool left him with little to no sin value. Additionally, the number of people he had caused to perish was not substantial, thus resulting in minimal sin value. While he could amass sin value by taking lives, he feared that excessive killings might attract the attention of the world government. Given that his strength was not yet sufficient to ensure his safety, this time presented a splendid opportunity. The Big Mom pirates had obliterated the island where he had grown up. Thus, seeking revenge seemed only justifiable. He contemplated killing 10 million members of the Big Mom pirates, believing that the world government would not pursue him for such actions, viewing it instead as an act of retribution. This was indeed a prime opportunity to accrue sin value. In the Holy Land of Mariehua, the 5 elders convened hastily to deliberate on how to address the situation in O'Hara. After reaching a consensus, they contacted Spandam. Upon reporting, Spandam conveyed that Kahn had annihilated all the historians and that they were now pursuing the remaining survivors on the island. Upon receiving this information, the 5 elders expressed their satisfaction with Kahn's decisiveness. They instructed Spandam to ensure the complete eradication of all individuals on the island, then settled in the hall to await the final outcome. 2 hours passed in anticipation before Spandam's call came through. One of the 5 elders, the justice god, Topman Wokuli, answered the phone, inquiring, "Spandam, what is the current situation in O'Hara?" Spandam hesitated. "Well, my lords, many civilians have escaped." Topman Wokuli's tone immediately turned grave. "Nonsense. What are you all doing?" Spandam, trembling with fear, explained, "Esteemed gentlemen, we cannot be held accountable for this. Admiral Kahn has frozen both the island and the sea, rendering our ships incapable of pursuing those civilians. We could only watch them escape." "Kahn?" Topman Woolley frowned slightly, exchanging glances with the other 4, and immediately grasped that Kahn had deliberately allowed their escape. Otherwise, with Kahn's capabilities, it would have been impossible for him to freeze both the island and the sea simultaneously. Topman Woolley, having come to this conclusion, scoffed. "What is Kahn doing?" Spandam hurriedly replied, "Esteemed gentlemen, according to our intelligence, Colonel Kahn initially intended to pursue the fleeing civilians. However, he was obstructed by Admiral Sorrow of the Giant Clan, who prevented his advance. In a fit of rage, Colonel Kahn severely injured Admiral Sorrow. Just as Colonel Kahn was about to finish him off, Admiral Kahn froze the entire island. Following a heated argument with Admiral Kahn, Colonel Kahn, after an unknown exchange, hastily departed from O'Hara." Topman Woolley furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating Spandam's implications. Kahn was prepared to fulfill the task assigned to him. However, Kahn devised a method to remove Kahn from the equation, resulting in the remaining individuals being unable to pursue the civilians. For not everyone possesses the ability to fly like Kahn. Why did Kahn depart? Topman Vorwalis, currently disinterested, issued a command to Spandam. Inform Kahn and the others that they must locate those civilians and bring them back to the naval headquarters. Otherwise, they should not expect to retain their positions. Yes. Spandam hurriedly agreed before hanging up the phone. Topman Vorwalis glanced at the remaining 4 and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of silence, one of them, the environmental warrior Marcus Moss, responded, "Given Kahn's temperament, it is quite probable he would undertake such actions. Notify Sengoku to handle Kahn. He must not be allowed to evade consequences." Topman Vorwalis nodded and asked, "What about Kahn's arrangements?" After conferring with the other 3, Marcus Moss replied, "His decisive action in eliminating those historians has ensured that historical information does not disseminate. Upon his return, we shall promote him to the rank of Rear Admiral. However, his abrupt departure was indeed a misstep. We shall assign him several tasks to rectify this." Topman Vorwalis nodded, retrieving his phone to dial Sengoku. The call connected swiftly. "Is there something you require, gentlemen?" Sengoku's voice resonated. Topman Vorwalis coldly scoffed, "Sengoku, I see the commendable work of your appointee. Should anyone knowledgeable in ancient texts manage to escape, you can relinquish your position as marshal and allow someone competent to take over." At the naval headquarters, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. An hour prior, after Kahn's departure, Akiji had reached out to Sengoku, conveying the situation in its entirety. Therefore, Sengoku was already aware of the inquiries from the 5 elders. With a resigned sigh, he assured, "Rest easy, esteemed gentlemen. All individuals on the island familiar with ancient texts are under surveillance by our personnel. Aside from those slain by Kahn, we have apprehended the others. Among those who fled, none possess knowledge of ancient writings. Listening to Sengoku's explanation, Topman Vorwala scoffed. You certainly advocate for Kazan. He bears primary responsibility for this incident. His promotion to admiral is temporarily on hold. We shall decide on his advancement after our investigation concludes. Upon hearing this, Sengoku exhaled in relief. This outcome was the best possible scenario for Kazan, and he readily agreed. Understood. Topman Vorwalis, with another cold scoff, instructed. Notify the Navy stationed at O'Hara to deploy all warships and thoroughly cleanse the island. If even one individual survives and escapes, they can return home to tend to the fields. I shall convey the message. With a sigh, Jean Guot expressed his frustration. Upon hearing his lament, Topman Wokili Shung's tone softened slightly as he remarked, Kahn has indeed earned merit for promptly silencing those historians. Upon his return, let us promote him to the rank of Major General. Jean Guot felt a sense of helplessness. He had already spoken with Kahn over the phone, only to be met with an angry outburst declaring his desire for vengeance before the call abruptly ended. Subsequently, he attempted to reach out twice more. Kahn had completely disregarded him. The 5 elders inquired, and Sengoku, with a pained expression, responded, he may not return in the near future. Topman Wokili was taken aback. Furrowing his brow, is he contemplating betrayal? Sengoku sighed, not exactly. Kazan informed him that his hometown was devastated by the Big Mom pirates. Now, he is hastening back to Zou, claiming he seeks revenge against them. Topman Wokili fell silent, then erupted in anger. Sengoku, look at the mess you've created. After all the effort, you have a promising recruit, yet you won't rest until you break him. How could he possibly stand against the Big Mom pirates? Sengoku, feeling helpless, replied. There is little I can do. He refuses to answer my calls. I've dispatched Navy personnel to wait near Zou, hoping to establish contact and reason with him. After venting his frustration, Topman Wokili coldly remarked, we will arrange to find him. You and I must focus on the situation in O'Hara. Sengoku readily agreed. Very well. I will personally oversee the O'Hara matter. Topman Wokili snorted and, after hanging up, addressed the other 4. Given Kahn's temperament, he is bound to venture into Big Mom's territory. He might even retaliate against the civilians under her command. What are your thoughts? The swordsman among the 5 elders, the financial warrior Zamberlin V. Nejiro, calmly stated. Let him kill. The more he slays, the more advantageous it will be for us. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Marcus Moss remarked, let's send a second team to monitor Cake Island. If Big Mom mobilizes, have them bring Kahn back. Topman Wokili concurred, agreed, let us proceed with this arrangement. The 5 elders reached a consensus and began to make the necessary preparations. Zou. Kahn hurriedly arrived overnight. He roamed the island and beheld only the ruins of devastated villages. The villagers were nowhere to be found. In front of the wreckage of the village chief's home, a handful of sailors awaited. Kahn was aware that it was Sengoku's arrangement, for he had already been contacted by Sengoku on his way here, only to be met with a sharp rebuke before the call was abruptly terminated. Those naval officers must have been dispatched by Sengoku to establish contact with him, merely putting on a facade. It was all part of a grander scheme. Kahn found himself standing before the ruins of the village chief's home, silently gazing at the remnants of what once was. As he appeared, 4 naval officers hastily approached him. Bowing in respect, one of them spoke, Colonel Kahn, the Marshal has sent us to convey that any matters can be discussed further at headquarters. Kahn cast a glance at the 4 naval officers and snorted coldly, return and inform the Marshal that I shall handle this matter myself, without their assistance. The 4 naval officers were about to speak again. Kahn waved his hand and ascended into the sky. His path was directed towards the Great Line. In order to confront the Big Mom pirates and accumulate a measure of infamy, he required extensive offensive capabilities. He intended to first visit the sky island of Baika to acquire the Thunder Fruit before proceeding to the lair of the Big Mom pirates. He already possessed a degree of infamy, and the power within him could be harnessed through this infamy, although he was reluctant to rely on a devil fruit. Fearing it might leave him vulnerable, temporarily utilizing one to bolster his strength was still a viable option. The Thunder Fruit was particularly advantageous for him, offering extensive attack capabilities and swift mobility. Moreover, when combined with his observation haki, it allowed for broad surveillance of enemy movements. The distance from the West Blue's Zucchini Island to the Great Line's Gaia Island was considerable. Kahn ran for an entire day and night before finally reaching Gaia Island. He was exhausted after several days of travel. Instead of hastening to ascend the Sky Island, He sought a tranquil spot to sit and rest. May 19th. Kahn's spirit has been completely restored, soaring upward as it continuously advances into the sky. Gaia Island, now transformed into a pirate haven. Kahn was eager to eliminate those pirates. However, to avert complications and to prevent others from discovering his prior visit to Gaia Island before acquiring the Thunder Fruit, he decided to abandon this notion for the time being. First, he would acquire the Thunder Fruit, then venture to the Big Mom pirates to accumulate some infamy points. Only after that would he return to deal with the pirates, thus ensuring a safer approach. Sky Island, soaring 10,000 meters above. In his usual endeavors, Kahn rarely soared to such heights, typically maintaining an altitude of around 1,000 meters, as ascending further would demand greater stamina and the accompanying lack of oxygen could prove quite discomforting. However, today he aimed to ascend to the Sky Island. He was prepared to endure the sensation of oxygen deprivation. Even Luffy and his companions, upon reaching the Sky Island, were able to recover within half an hour. Kahn's current prowess far surpassed that of Luffy during his time on the Sky Island, and he was confident he could withstand this mild oxygen deficiency for approximately 13 to 14 minutes. Kahn ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, reaching above the clouds. He landed atop a cloud and sat down to rest. The sensation of oxygen deprivation was somewhat uncomfortable. He required a bit of time to acclimatize. As for the location of the Sky Island, it lay a kilometer ahead, marked by the towering forest. It was simply impossible for him to ignore it. After approximately 10 minutes on the cloud, he regulated his breathing and adapted to the conditions of the Sky Island. Once sufficiently adjusted, he set off toward the distant Sky Island. He needed to seek out Gonfouer to inquire about the whereabouts of Biker Island. The original narrative did not specify the location of Biker Island, leaving him to rely on the local inhabitants for information. In the storyline, Gonfouer had mentioned that he was aware Analu had destroyed Biker Island. This indicated that Biker Island had some form of communication with Angel Island. Otherwise, such news would not have reached him. By locating Gonfouer, he could pinpoint the location of Biker. 5 minutes. Kahn soared above the forest of the sky. As he hastened towards the heart of the woodland, the air was filled with the crackling sound of gunfire. Bullets whizzed towards him from within the depths of the forest. Kahn dodged the bullets and glanced at the forest floor. A group of individuals clad in military attire was treading along the path of clouds, pursuing him with fervor. These soldiers bore a malevolent value hovering around 100. Kahn, disinterested in entangling with them, advanced towards the heart of the forest. At the center of the forest stood a towering vine, reaching skyward. Kahn recalled the palace of the floating island, perched above the third layer of vines and clouds. Yet, he remained uncertain about Gamble's whereabouts. Halt! Open fire! Eliminate him! It seemed he was heading towards the palace. And immediate notification to the Divine Lord was imperative to prepare for battle. As Kahn advanced towards the heart of the forest, enemies within pursued him, launching attacks and shouting boisterously. However, their commotion failed to impede Kahn's progress. He swiftly arrived at the vine-laden center of the forest. Beneath the vines, he was confronted by over 20 soldiers, who relentlessly fired upon him. This time, he did not flee. The collective malevolence of these soldiers ranged between 500 to 1,000 points, promising some reward upon their capture. Thus, he descended before the group, unsheathing his sword without hesitation and launching an assault, incapacitating all 20 of them within a minute. The capabilities of the island's inhabitants were truly lacking. With malevolence scores between 500 and 1,000, their strength was akin to that of a mere junior officer. Such power was unlikely to withstand even a basic application of the Conqueror's Haki, let alone anything beyond that. Kahn possesses an unparalleled strength akin to that of a seasoned general. The mere fact that these individuals can endure for a minute is solely due to Kahn's reluctance to take a life. Otherwise, he could easily dispatch them all within a mere 10 seconds, vanquishing more than 20 adversaries. After Kahn accepted them, more soldiers pursued from within the forest. Upon witnessing the situation, Kahn ceased his flight. Having already engaged, he resolved to capture them all, thereby accruing a substantial sum of over 50,000 in malevolent points, which would aid Grunite in enhancing his power. Furthermore, by battling here, he believed that Gonful would receive word and hasten to his side. In that event, there would be no necessity for him to seek out Gonful himself. With clarity of thought, he proceeded. Kahn slowly approached the soldiers. The more than 200 soldiers in pursuit, upon witnessing Kahn's advance, dared not act recklessly, for they had just seen him vanquish 20 elite warriors. The terrifying ability he possessed to obliterate his foes instilled a deep sense of fear within them. They refrained from advancing and resorted to ranged attacks instead. Kahn would not indulge them with a leisurely approach. He plunged directly into the throng, initiating his assault upon a cadre of insignificant minions. Kahn resolved everything in merely 3 minutes. As he was absorbing the energy, a figure on a celestial steed surged forth from the vines. Upon witnessing Kahn's transformation of individuals into beauty, he bellowed, "Halt!" Simultaneously, he charged towards Kahn. This newcomer was none other than Gonfor, still brimming with youthful vigor. Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Gonfor, then raised his hand to unleash a crescent-shaped sword chi. Given his formidable strength, Gonfor stood no chance of thwarting it. The potent blade of energy sent Gonfor hurtling through the air. After propelling Gonfor away, Kahn swiftly gathered the remaining individuals. By the time he completed this task, Gonfor had managed to rise from the ground. At that moment, Gonfor dared not launch another attack. The earlier strike had made it abundantly clear that he was no match for his opponent. Any attempt at aggression would merely serve to deliver himself into the fray. The most prudent course of action now was to resolve the matter through negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, Gonfor gazed at Kahn in the distance and inquired, "Might I ask who you are, my lord?" Kahn cast a glance at Gonfor and said, "I hail from Qinghai, and my name is Kahn. I have a matter to discuss with you, but it appears your subordinates are somewhat unruly. Allow me to discipline them on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Gonfor felt a slight sense of relief. It was evident from the man's words that he was familiar with him, and the mention of discipline indicated that his people had not yet met a dire fate. With a sigh of relief, Gonfor clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Mr. Kahn, please feel free to instruct me on any matters you require assistance with. I shall certainly be of help." Kahn approached Gonfor and inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of Baika?" Gonfor paused momentarily before responding, "Are you referring to the Sky Island Baika, Mr. Kahn?" Kahn nodded. Seeing this, Gonfor pointed in a particular direction, stating that Baika was heading towards that way, traversing the White Sea, and could reach it in roughly a day. With the direction of Baika now clear, they proceeded. Kahn raised his hand, casting out those from whom he had drained their sin value. These individuals possessed merely a few hundred in sin value, which he had depleted in just a matter of minutes. During his conversation with Gonfor, the pool of sin had siphoned their strength, rendering them utterly powerless. Upon witnessing that his subordinates were still alive, Gonfor immediately felt a sense of relief. He bowed respectfully to Kahn, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Kahn, for showing mercy to my underlings." Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Gonfor before ascending into the air. He held little interest in Gonfor, as the latter's sin value barely reached 3,000 points, rendering him insignificant in Kahn's eyes. Upon witnessing Kahn's departure, Gonfor immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He hurriedly summoned his entire guard to awaken them. Meanwhile, as Gonfor called out to his men, Kahn soared to the pinnacle of the vines, where he discovered the magnificent golden bell that had been sent to the heavens, and descended before it. Kahn cast a glance at the historical text before him and subsequently released Nicole Orbia. Nicole, in a state of unconsciousness, was cradled in Kahn's arms. After he gently pinched her cheeks, she slowly opened her eyes, bewilderment evident in her gaze. Upon awakening, her eyes fell upon Kahn's visage, and she was instantly taken aback. Instinctively attempting to struggle free, Kahn held Nicole Orbia tightly as she struggled, calmly stating, "Orbia, this is not O'Hara. There is no need for you to flee." At last, Nicole Orbia regained her composure. She glanced at Kahn and scoffed, "If you intend to kill me, then do so. Do not expect to extract any information from me." Kahn chuckled lightly, "If you wish to perish, first assist me in translating this historical text." Historical text? Nicole Orbia was taken aback. If there were indeed a historical text, she would prefer not to meet her end just yet. While Nicole Orbia was lost in thought, Kahn set her down and gestured towards the historical text beneath the grand golden clock, saying, "Please, take a look at its contents." Upon encountering the historical text, Nicole Orbia immediately forgot about Kahn. She approached the historical document and scrutinized its contents intently. After examining the text, Nicole Orbia fell into deep contemplation. Kahn gently patted her shoulder and inquired, "Do share, what does it say above?" Nicole Orbia cast a sidelong glance at Kahn, remaining silent. For the text above the historical account contained news of the Sea King, a revelation she wished to keep from him. Kahn, noticing her silence, calmly remarked, "Your daughter is also in my grasp. I advise you to behave accordingly." Nicole Orbiaten was instantly filled with rage, glaring at Kahn. "You scoundrel!" Kahn curled his lip in disdain, declaring, "If you remain silent any longer, I shall demonstrate just how outrageous I can be." Nicole Orbia, filled with indignation, felt her chest rise and fall in agitation. Yet, when she thought of her daughter, she ultimately compelled herself to regain her composure. It was no wonder she could not locate her daughter on the island. It turned out that this scoundrel, Kahn, had taken her away. After a moment of contemplation, Nicole Orbia fixed her gaze upon Kahn and insisted, "I must see my daughter first." Kahn chuckled softly, extracting Nico Robin from the Book of Sin and presenting her before Nico Albia, only to swiftly reclaim her and declare, "Well, you've seen the girl. Now hurry and speak with me." Upon seeing her daughter, Nico Albia was overcome with emotion, yearning to retrieve her child from Kahn's grasp. However, she was aware of her inability to confront him physically. Contemplating her options, she gazed at Kahn and insisted, "I demand that you release my daughter." "Impossible," Kahn retorted firmly, fixing his gaze on Nico Albia. "I require her assistance to unearth more historical texts and to aid me with translations." Nico Albia glared at Kahn in fury, exclaiming, "She is but a child, utterly unaware of anything." Kahn smiled faintly. "Do you take me for a fool? I took the risk of bringing her out precisely because I am aware of her capabilities. Otherwise, why would I have captured her?" Nicole Orbia remained silent. Kahn has stated this clearly. She understands that Kahn will not release them. However, being a naval officer, he should be aware of the historical context, which seems somewhat amiss. After contemplating for a moment, she gazed at Kahn and inquired, "As a scholar of ancient history, do you not fear the world government might cause you trouble?" Kahn smirked disdainfully, declaring, "I am presently aligned with the Navy because they offer me certain advantages. Once they cease to be of use to me, I shall take my leave. I am not one to submit to anyone." Nicole Orbia gazed at Kahn in astonishment. She had not anticipated that he was also a formidable figure. Such a revelation suggested that she might still have a chance at survival. After a moment's contemplation, she looked at Kahn and said, "Since you do not stand with the world government, I can assist you in translating the historical texts. In return, you must return my daughter to me. As long as you have me, her presence should be of little consequence, correct?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Nicole Orbia and scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? Controlling an adult is far more challenging than managing a child. Am I mistaken?" Nicole Orbia found herself at a loss for words. She fell into a profound silence. Kahn scrutinized Nicole Orbia's figure and, with a grin, remarked, "You needn't worry about your daughter. Simply become my woman." Nicole's expression darkened immediately. She glared at Kahn, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrel." Kahn, unperturbed, declared, "Enough. I have saved the lives of both mother and daughter. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Now, hasten to tell me what this historical document truly records." Upon the mention of O'Hara, Nicole Albia's fury intensified, for she was acutely aware that it was Kahn who had slain Dr. Clover and his companions. Kahn gazed at Nicole Orbia's furious expression and calmly remarked, "Do not look at me like that. Had it not been for my intervention, not a single civilian in O'Hara would have escaped. The fact that only a few historians perished is, in truth, the most favorable outcome." Nicole Orbia was left bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. What does Kahn mean? Still glaring at Kahn in anger. Calmly, Kahn remarked, "Saul knows that the world government intends to annihilate the island. I deliberately informed Saul of this. Otherwise, by the following day, when the doctor and his companions refused the demands of the world government, not a single civilian would escape. Moreover, consider this. Do you truly believe that Saul could obstruct my pursuit of the civilians? I possess the ability to fly, if I choose not to engage with Saul. He stands no chance of keeping pace with me in the skies. Furthermore, what merit does Saul hold to contend with me for even half an hour? I am merely toying with him. Otherwise, I could dispatch him with a single stroke." Nicole Orbia was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she found Kahn's assertions to hold considerable truth. However, she remained unconvinced and fixed her gaze on Kahn, retorting, "Yet it was still you who killed the doctor." Kahn calmly stated, "I do not kill. Their demise may be far more tragic. Spandane is certainly no benevolent figure. They might even face torment. If I were to end their lives directly, at least they would depart with a semblance of comfort." Nicole Orbia seethed with indignation, still wishing to voice her thoughts. Kahn interrupted her abruptly, asserting, "Enough. Do not attempt to suggest that they have any chance of escape. The world government will categorically not permit any of them to leave. Their demise, along with the departure of the civilians, is the most favorable outcome." Nicole Orbia fell silent, left without retort. For what Kahn stated was indeed the most optimal conclusion. After gazing at Kahn intently for a moment, she scoffed, "Then you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself." Kahn remained composed. "I have never claimed to be a good person. I merely make choices that serve my best interests. The rest is of no concern to me. Now, do enlighten me about what the historical text states." Nicole Orbia fell silent for a moment, seemingly resigned. She gazed at the historical document and said, "It chronicles a segment of history pertaining to the Golden Kingdom, detailing its historical relationship with the Great Empire." Kahn listened to Nicole Orbia's words and cast a glance her way, questioning, "Are you certain? Why does it feel as though what you're saying is incorrect?" Nicole Orbia felt a jolt of surprise. The historical account spoke of the Sea King Poseidon, a profound secret. She was reluctant to reveal this to Kahn, which is why she had concocted a tale of a golden kingdom. She believed that the mention of gold would delight him and inspire trust in her narrative. However, it now seemed that Kahn appears to have little interest in Golden City. However, Kahn harbored doubts. She was also unwilling to speak the truth for the matter concerning Poseidon. The Sea King was of grave significance. She did not wish for Kahn, this formidable figure, to be aware of the situation. Therefore, she spoke directly. "It pertains to the legend of the Golden City. I believe this Golden City must be in the vicinity. We can search around here." Kahn has indeed observed the narrative of One Piece. Although the storyline does not explicitly state that it chronicles the tale of the Sea King Poseidon, netizens have already deduced this connection. It is utterly unforgivable that Nico Robin dares to deceive him. Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Nicole Orbia and remarked coolly, "It seems some individuals have come to believe I am a benevolent soul. How troublesome indeed." With that, he restrained Nicole Orbia and carried her to a position behind the golden bell. 3 hours later, Kahn sat beside the golden clock, leaning against it. Nicole Orbia, clad in tattered garments, displayed a myriad of emotions, rage, remorse, and a strange sense of satisfaction upon her countenance. Ultimately, she could only muster a single exclamation, "I shall end your life." Kahn cast a glance at the utterly exhausted Nicole Orbia and calmly remarked, "Don't even think about killing me. If it weren't for the fact that you are on the verge of collapse, I could easily toy with you for an entire day, to the point where you would find yourself succumbing to pleasure." Nicole Orbia's face flushed a deep crimson. Yet, she could utter nothing. At that moment, her body felt utterly limp, devoid of any strength to move. Kahn gazed at Nicole Orbia with a calm demeanor and said, "Take an hour's respite before revealing to me the content of the historical text. Should you choose to deceive me, I assure you, my approach would not be so gentle. Your daughter remains in my custody, so contemplate your words carefully." The atmosphere was thick with treachery and ignominy as Nicole Orbia glared at Kahn with indignation. Kahn remained indifferent, retreating into the abyss of sin for a respite. An hour swiftly elapsed. Kahn opened his eyes and gazed at Nicole Orbia, who had sat up and neatly arranged her attire. "Speak," he urged. "What is the historical text record?" Reluctant to divulge the precise contents of the historical account, Nicole Orbia hesitated, but the thought of her daughter still in Kahn's grasp compelled her to grit her teeth and reply. "It states that Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is a unique type of mermaid capable of communicating with the Sea Kings. This mermaid is born once every 800 years, and it is likely that the next birth will occur in a few years." Indeed, the historical record documented the existence of the Sea King Poseidon, aligning with the speculations of netizens. However, as the mermaid princess had yet to be born, there was no need for immediate concern. Kahn pondered for a moment before addressing Nicole Orbia. "I commend your discernment in not deceiving me. My observation hockey is formidable. Yet it requires time to ascertain whether one is being truthful. Should you attempt to deceive me again, I shall make it my mission to torment you daily until you are compelled to grant your daughter a sibling." Nicole Orbia's expression soured as she fixed her gaze upon Kahn, remaining utterly silent. Kahn had previously summoned Nicole Orbia and once again approached the front of the golden clock. He pointed to the inscription beside the historical text and said, "There is also a line of fine print here. Take a look and see what it signifies." The place referred to by Kahn was largely obscured by vines. Just moments ago, Nico Orbia had been completely unaware of its existence. However, upon hearing Kahn's words, she hurriedly freed herself from his grasp and approached to investigate. As she parted the vines, she was struck with astonishment. Inscribed there were the words left by the pirate king, Roger. The message conveyed his intent to guide history towards its ultimate direction, which implied that he aimed to document all the historical texts he had encountered and send them to Raftel. By reaching Raftel, she would have the opportunity to uncover more historical writings, potentially unraveling the secrets of the blank century. With a newfound chance to understand history, Nico Orbia resolved not to succumb to despair. Suppressing her excitement, she turned to Kahn and calmly stated, "These are the words of the pirate king Roger. indicating that he once visited this place, akin to a mere tourist. This time, she spoke no falsehoods, she merely withheld a fragment of the truth. Convinced that Kahn would remain oblivious to her subtle deception, Kahn cast a glance at her and calmly inquired, "Are you certain that this is all the information available?" Nicole Orbia felt a jolt of surprise within her. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied, "Indeed, it signifies merely a fleeting visit." "Is that so?" Kahn replied lightly. Suddenly, he restrained her and carried her towards the back. Nicole Orbiaton, alarmed, exclaimed, "I swear, I will tell you everything." "Too late. First, you shall be taught a lesson before any words are spoken." Kahn responded with a remark before retreating behind the grand clock, where the fierce battle resumed anew. This time, Nicole Orbia ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Kahn tidied her up and cast her into the Book of Sin, having claimed Nicole Orbia. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the floating island of Baika. As for Angel Island, he held no interest. The inhabitants bore too low a level of malevolence, rendering it unsuitable as his domain. Even if he were to claim territory, this place was not worth his while. Ganfuer remarked that the journey to Baika required a day, but that was merely the time it would take by boat. He flew there in less than 3 hours and soon beheld the aerial Isle of Baika. Upon arrival, he descended at the island's periphery and ventured into the town. On this sky island, it was rare to encounter outsiders without wings. However, they were not entirely absent. Occasionally, wingless individuals would arrive, laden with goods for trade. Thus, when the residents of Baika spotted Kahn, they merely cast a glance his way, dismissing him as just another foreign trader. Kahn wandered through the town, a slight frown creasing his brow. He activated his observation hockey, eavesdropping on the conversations of those nearby. However, the townsfolk did not utter a word about Enel, leaving Kahn somewhat perplexed. Upon reflection, he realized that Enel was likely only 17 years old and might not have even acquired the rumble fruit. It was possible that he was not even in Baika at this moment. This thought caused Kahn a headache. After some contemplation, he resolved to inquire further. As he strolled through the streets, he spotted a middle-aged man who appeared quite familiar with the local area. This man was engaged in conversation with 2 others at the roadside. Kahn approached them and said, "Gentlemen, I seek to gather some information." The trio glanced at Kahn, initially poised to decline his request, but their demeanor shifted upon noticing the golden beam Kahn revealed. Instantly, they became more receptive, and the middle-aged man, smiling, addressed Kahn, saying, "My friend, feel free to ask whatever you wish." Kahn chuckled and said, "I am in search of a fellow named Enelu. If you possess any information about him, this golden bean shall be yours." Upon hearing the name Enelu, the middle-aged man immediately responded, "You have indeed come to the right person. The Enelu you speak of must be a boy of similar age to yourself." Kahn felt a sense of helplessness upon the man's words, for he could discern from the middle-aged man's demeanor that he harbored no fear of Kahn whatsoever. This indicated that Enelu had yet to acquire the thunder fruit. Otherwise, even if he had just consumed it, the middle-aged man would exhibit a hint of trepidation. The man's complete lack of fear suggested that Enelu was still quite ordinary. With this thought in mind, Kahn felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he inquired of the middle-aged man, "Where can I find that Enelu?" The man gestured towards a certain direction, saying, "That fellow is merely a petty hoodlum, gathering a band of miscreants, residing on a small island. They periodically venture here to pilfer and seize goods. The island's lord has dispatched his men to capture them numerous times, yet they have always managed to evade capture with their cunning." Kahn inquired, following the direction indicated by the middle-aged man, "How far is it from here?" The middle-aged man replied, "Approximately 5 kilometers. If you follow the path along the Bai Sea, you will find it easily, as there is but one road. It would be quite difficult to stray from it." Kahn nodded slightly, tossing a golden bean to the middle-aged man before hastily making his way in the direction indicated. Upon exiting the town, he soared into the sky, propelling himself forward. In a matter of minutes, he covered a distance of 5 kilometers and arrived at his destination. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a vast expanse of scattered small cloud islands, some merely 200 square meters, while others spanned much larger areas. Collectively, there were tens of thousands of these islands. In such a place, merely selecting a small island to hide upon rendered it exceedingly difficult to locate anyone. It was no wonder that the island lord of Baika had dispatched individuals to hunt down Enelu, yet failed to capture him. Gazing at the sea of cloud islands before him, Kahn contemplated the scene. Kahn paused momentarily before soaring into the air, conducting a low-altitude search for signs of life. The expanse of the island cloud sea was vast. However, the aerial exploration would not consume much time. After circling for over an hour, he spotted 5 individuals on a small island cloud, engaged in the process of filleting an empty fish, presumably in preparation for a meal. Upon noticing their presence, he descended. As Kahn landed, the 5 individuals also caught sight of him, prompting them to abandon their fish and grasp their knives, regarding Kahn with caution. Once Kahn touched down, one among them fixed his gaze on him and inquired, "What do you want, Qinghai person?" The term Qinghai person refers to the inhabitants of the empty island, a designation for those who venture from the sea. Kahn cast a glance at the 5 individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I seek Anilu for a matter of importance." "Looking for the boss?" The one who had spoken earlier paused in surprise, inquiring, "What business do you have with our leader? Surely you are not here at the behest of the Lord of Baika Island to confront us?" Kahn cast a glance at the man who had spoken and said, "I have a matter to discuss with your leader." The 5 exchanged glances, remaining silent in response to Kahn's words. They had just witnessed one another soaring through the air without the aid of any cloud-like device. They did not believe they possessed the capability to confront someone with such aerial prowess. After a brief, yet meaningful exchange of looks, they concluded that it would be prudent to lead Kahn to their leader, hoping that he might have the means to handle the formidable figure before them. After this silent communication, the man who had initially addressed Kahn spoke up. "Very well, I shall escort you to our leader." Kahn nodded slightly. "You lead the way, and I shall follow behind." The 5 left one person behind to continue tidying up the empty fish, while the remaining 4 guided Kahn to the shore, where they departed the small island aboard a modest boat. Certainly, Kahn did not board the vessel, for it was too cramped, and he had no desire to squeeze in. Instead, he soared through the air, trailing behind the quartet. They traversed a vast expanse of the cloud sea, eventually arriving at an island stretching over 4,000 square meters, known as Cloud's Edge. Upon this isle, numerous dilapidated cloud abodes stood, resembling remnants of a bygone era. After the 4 disembarked, one of them turned to Kahn and said, "Wait here, I shall inform the leader." Kahn nodded as he awaited by the shore. The individual who spoke finished his words and swiftly vanished into the ruins, leaving the remaining 3 to guard him. After approximately 10 minutes, a group of individuals emerged from the depths of the ruins, with the young Enel at the forefront. He bore a resemblance to the Enel of 20 years hence. Yet his ears were undeniably distinctive, and Kahn felt assured he would not mistake him. Enel, sin value, 2,326 points. This level of malevolence was hardly sufficient to warrant Kahn's interest in him. It appeared that Enel had yet to acquire the rumble fruit, otherwise his sin value would not be so low, as the fruit was notorious for its swift lethality. While Kahn was lost in contemplation, Enel approached him and coolly inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Kahn regained his composure and gazed at Enel, inquiring, "Have you ever encountered an unusual fruit?" Enel frowned and retorted, "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend you. If there is nothing of importance, kindly take your leave." It seems that Enel has not yet acquired the rumble fruit. However, the rumble fruit may very well reside within this expanse of Sky Islands. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Enel to obtain it in the future. Should I search for the rumble fruit here? This place is vast, and the search could take half a year, which would be an utter waste of time. Noticing Kahn's silence, Enel felt a twinge of irritation. Were it not for the fact that his subordinate mentioned Kahn's ability to fly, leaving him uncertain of his opponent's strength, he would have already resorted to violence. After a moment of silence, Enel, suppressing his annoyance, stated bluntly, "If you have nothing further to discuss, please depart. I am quite busy." "Busy?" Kahn, snapping back to reality, surveyed the ruins scattered across the island. It seemed he had an epiphany as he looked at Enel and remarked, "You seem to have a fondness for exploring ruins." Enel cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and huffed, "What does that have to do with you?" Kahn's thoughts instantly became invigorated. 20 years later, Enel, fixated on his desire to journey to the moon, must have uncovered some information regarding it. According to the historical accounts within the world of One Piece, the inhabitants of Skypiea might indeed be the denizens of the moon, suggesting that the ruins here are remnants of their civilization. While exploring the lunar relics, Enel stumbled upon a thunder fruit preserved by the moon's inhabitants, as well as a means to reach the moon. Such possibilities are indeed compelling. Contemplating these notions, Kahn immediately said to Ainalu, "I am quite intrigued by the lunar relics, which is why I sought you out. I wish to collaborate with you in studying the lunar remnants." Upon hearing the mention of lunar relics, Ainalu became more serious and scrutinized Kahn, remarking, "I did not expect you to be aware of the lunar relics. Are you not from Qinghai?" Kahn smiled, saying, "I am an archaeologist, well-versed in the remnants of civilizations across the globe. Naturally, I possess some understanding of the lunar artifacts as well. Additionally, my girlfriend is knowledgeable in lunar script, so if you permit me to join, I could significantly aid you in deciphering the relics. Ainalu felt a surge of excitement. He had discovered a site that had remained inaccessible, and assistance from someone familiar with lunar script would indeed be invaluable. He decided to allow Kahn to accompany him. By unlocking the secrets of the site, he would gain deeper insight into the moon's mysteries. As for the contents within the relic, he was not particularly concerned, for his sole desire was to expand his understanding of the moon itself, indifferent to what lay inside. After a moment's contemplation, Ainalu looked at Kahn and said, "I hear your name is Kahn. Is that correct? You mentioned your girlfriend is acquainted with lunar script. I will present you with a stone tablet inscribed with lunar characters, and if you can identify them, I shall permit you to join our endeavor." Kahn readily acquiesced. "Very well. You shall retrieve the steel while I go to fetch my girlfriend. Let us reconvene here in 20 minutes. Inilla nodded in agreement. Understood. Upon witnessing Eniru's acquiescence, Kahn ascended into the sky with a swift motion. As Kahn soared away, Eniru gazed after him for a moment. At present, he felt convinced that Kahn had not deceived him. Otherwise, given Kahn's formidable prowess, it would have been exceedingly effortless for him to take his life. Kahn departed from Ainalu without a specific destination in mind and casually chose a location to release Nicole Orbia. Upon her release, Kahn pinched her twice, rousing her from her slumber. The awakened Nicole Orbia immediately glared at Kahn with fury. Kahn, unfazed, calmly remarked, "I have discovered another lunar relic, and I am about to collaborate with others for exploration. The inscriptions on the moon appear reminiscent of ancient script. I would appreciate your assistance in translating them shortly." Lunar relic? Nicole Orbia was momentarily taken aback. She then surveyed her surroundings, and after gazing at the countless island clouds for an extended period, she finally furrowed her brow and inquired of Kahn, "Where exactly are we?" Kahn smiled faintly. 10,000 meters in the sky. We are near the Sky Island of Baika." Sky Island? Nicole Orbia had indeed heard the rumors surrounding it. She was astonished to find herself on the Sky Island. According to the speculations of the Clover Doctors, the inhabitants of the Great Kingdom and the Devil Fruits might both have origins linked to the moon. This lunar relic certainly warranted her thorough investigation. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, excitement bubbled within her, and she momentarily set aside her displeasure towards Kahn, turning to him and inquiring, "Is that golden bell also located on the Sky Island?" Kahn nodded, stating, "That is on another Sky Island, not here." Upon hearing this, Nicole Orbia murmured to herself, "No wonder the Roland family has searched a lifetime for the golden bell without ever discovering its whereabouts. It turns out the bell has ascended to the Sky Island. Who could have brought it up there?" Kahn gently patted Nicole Orbia, stating, "It is not merely a person. Rather, it is the surging currents beneath Gaia Island that have erupted, propelling a portion of the island into the heavens, along with the golden bell and the golden city." Nicole Orbia's expression darkened. No wonder she had previously deceived Kahn by claiming knowledge of the golden city's whereabouts, only for him to remain skeptical. It turns out Kahn had been well aware of its location all along. What a tangled web of falsehoods she had spun, and how unfortunate her misdirection. Nicole Orbia silently lamented, but she resolved to set aside her frustrations for the moment. Her immediate desire was to investigate the lunar ruins and ascertain their true nature. She turned to Kahn and said, "Then please take me there. I wish to see the situation for myself." Kahn smiled gently, saying, "There is no rush. Let us wait 10 minutes, and then we shall be well in the past." Nicole Orbia furrowed her brow, wishing to express a few words. Kahn conveyed his arrangement with Enel to her, instructing her to pose as his girlfriend to prevent Enel from discerning any inconsistencies in their ruse. Nicole Orbia was exceedingly reluctant to impersonate Kahn's girlfriend. However, under the threat of Kahn invoking Nico Robin, she had no choice but to acquiesce. They took a brief respite of 10 minutes. Kahn returned to the shore he had departed from, accompanied by Nicole Orbia. At this moment, Enira was already waiting by the coastline. As soon as Kahn arrived, he instructed his subordinate to bring forth a slab. Upon this slab were inscribed numerous ancient characters. Upon seeing these inscriptions, Nicole Orbia leaned in to examine them closely. Kahn and Inata remained silent, observing Nicole Orbia as she conducted her examination. After 5 minutes, Nicole Orbia rose to her feet and addressed Kahn and Inalu, stating, "This is a commemorative stone, inscribed with the account of a man named Eros who organized a groundbreaking ceremony to prepare for the construction of a conduit chamber." "A conduit chamber?" Kahn momentarily paused, then inquired, "What manner of place is this conduit chamber?" Nicole Orbia shook her head, replying, "Do not ask me. I merely translated it." The meaning of ancient characters may diverge significantly from our contemporary understanding, so I cannot assert that the conduit chamber is as I envision it. After speaking, she turned to Ainalu, saying, "Mr. Ainalu, may I ask where you discovered this stone tablet? According to my knowledge, it should be situated near the site intended for construction. We might be able to locate the conduit chamber if we proceed there." Upon hearing this, Ainalu regarded Nicole Orbia with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are impressive. It appears you possess a genuine understanding of lunar script. I found this stone tablet near a ruin, which has a large door I have been unable to open. Allow me to escort you there now." With that, he turned and began to walk, beckoning, "Follow me." Kahn and Nicole Orbia did not hesitate and followed Enel. They navigated through the ruins and arrived at an underground entrance. They descended into the depths of Sky Island, traversing approximately 100 meters before reaching a colossal iron door. This imposing door was adorned with an array of circular buttons, 81 in total, arranged in a grid of 9 rows and 9 columns. At first glance, it was evident that these buttons were intended to unlock the door, but whether pressing them would indeed grant access remained uncertain. With 81 buttons, the potential combinations amounted to billions, rendering the discovery of the correct code an arduous task. It was no wonder that Enel had been unable to unlock the door thus far. Perhaps the rumble fruit lay within. If fortune smiled upon Enel in the coming years, he might finally unlock the door and seize the coveted fruit. Kahn gazed thoughtfully at the door, while Nicole Orbia nearby sought clues to unlock it. Soon, she was captivated by the mathematical equations and inscriptions adorning the walls on either side. Upon witnessing this, Kahn inquired of Nicole Orbia, "What is it? Are you searching for a code?" Nicole Orbia, engrossed in her analysis of the text and mathematics, replied, "Please do not disturb me. These words and equations are part of a calculation, and I require some time to work it out. If you have nothing pressing, kindly leave me to my task." After saying this, she glanced at Ainalu and added, "Do you have any paper and a pen? I need to compute." Upon hearing this, Ainalu promptly responded, "I will arrange for someone to fetch some for you right away." Nicole Orbia nodded in acknowledgement and resumed her examination of the inscriptions on the wall, while Ainalu hurriedly exited to procure the necessary supplies. Kahn did not leave. He inquired of Nicole Orbia, "How long will the calculations take?" Nicole Orbia, with a hint of impatience, replied, "Do not disturb me. This task is intricate. It is impossible to arrive at a result in less than 3 to 5 days. You may as well go out for a while, and I shall call you back once I have completed my calculations." At this moment, it was essential for Nicole Orbia to open the door, for she was indeed the one in charge. Kahn was scolded by her a couple of times, yet he paid no heed and found a spot to sit and rest. He did not venture out, fearing that he might miss the moment the door opened, allowing the thunderfruit to be seized by someone else. Although he could reclaim it later, it would squander his malevolent points, making it an unwise endeavor. Thus, he resolved to wait here for the door to open, ensuring he could enter at the earliest opportunity. As time slowly elapsed, Nicole Orbia was engrossed in calculating formulas, meticulously preparing food and drink. By May 25th, around 3 in the afternoon, an exuberant Nico announced, "I have figured it out. The door code consists of 18 digits." Upon hearing her words, Kahn sprang to his feet. With Enel absent, it was the perfect opportunity to venture inside and take a look. Kahn immediately urged Nicole Orbia, "Quickly, tell me the password." Nicole Orbia cast a glance at Kahn, reluctant to grant him entry. However, considering her daughter, she reluctantly recited a string of numbers. Kahn pressed the corresponding button on the door, guided by the numbers provided by Nicole Orbia. As he pressed the 18th button, the door trembled and revealed a narrow opening sufficient for 2 individuals to pass through. The door appeared capable of fully opening. However, it seemed to be obstructed, halting its progress. Nonetheless, this was of no concern to Kahn. Upon witnessing the door ajar, he hastily entered. Inside, he found himself in a grand hall, where at the center stood an altar adorned with a singular fruit. Indeed, just as I had surmised, the thunderfruit is located here. Upon encountering the thunderfruit, Kahn, disregarding all else, swiftly teleported to the center of the altar and seized the devil fruit, securing it away. Only after acquiring the devil fruit did he take the time to observe the state of the hall. The entire chamber remained remarkably intact. The walls were adorned with murals and inscriptions resembling intricate blueprints. Among them was a particular design. Kahn appears quite familiar. That is the flying ark created by Enel 2 decades later. Upon seeing that image, Kahn suddenly comprehended the actions undertaken by Enel. This Enel must have been diligently researching the lunar relics. Eventually, one day, he fortuitously unlocked the door to a secret chamber, subsequently acquiring the Thunder Fruit and the design blueprints for the Flying Arkansas. Thus, he commenced the gathering of various materials to construct the vessel, preparing to venture to the vast lunar expanse. However, having taken the Thunder Fruit, Enel's aspirations were irrevocably shattered. As Kahn pondered this, Nico Robin approached him, her voice laced with disdain. Did you just take something? Kahn, regaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at Nicole Orbia. You are already mine. What does it matter if I take a little something? Hurry and examine the inscriptions on the wall. Perhaps you can uncover some information regarding the moon. Nicole Orbia was decidedly displeased, for she discerned that Kahn had appropriated a devil fruit. The devil fruit that could be found in such a place must be exceedingly rare, and to bestow it upon Kahn felt like a grievous waste. Despite her discontent, Nicole ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce, for she was now a captive, and inciting Kahn's ire would bear consequences she could not afford. With the Thunder Fruit in his possession, he was poised to make his next move. Kahn began to feel at ease. He noticed Nicole Orbia studying the mural and glanced over as well. The inscriptions on the mural eluded his understanding, however. The imagery was clear to him. From the illustrations, it appeared that this room served as a nexus, allowing humans from the moon to be transported here through some enigmatic technology. Furthermore, the Thunder Fruit seemed to be a crucial element within this intricate scheme. Kahn observed for a while as Enel, accompanied by two subordinates, led them into the secret chamber. He gazed at the murals adorning the walls, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the inscriptions were entirely incomprehensible to him, much like Kahn. He could only study the illustrations to conduct his own exploration. Kahn gazed at Enelu, pondering the fact that he would lack the capability to traverse directly to the moon, perhaps due to his utter inability to comprehend the inscriptions present in this place. He was solely reliant on illustrations. The flying ark he had devised was his means to journey to the moon. While Kahn was deep in thought, Enelu approached him, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Kahn, my brother, could you possibly ask your girlfriend to assist me in translating these inscriptions? Now that he had acquired the Thunder Fruit, Enelu no longer found himself in need. Kahn glanced at Enel's meager level of malevolence and felt no inclination to engage him in conflict. Furthermore, he wished for Enel to continue his research here, intending to return later to obtain the fruits of Enel's labor. Thus, he smiled faintly and remarked, once she is finished, I shall have her share her insights with us. Enel was elated and first took the opportunity to examine other illustrations. After more than an hour, Nicole Orbia's gaze returned from the wall. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn approached and inquired, what precisely is inscribed here? Upon hearing Kahn's question, Enelu also drew nearer. Nicole Orbia glanced at Kahn, reluctant to speak. However, considering Kahn's relentless torment and her daughter's plight, she could only reluctantly utter, this is a launch base, capable of harnessing the power of lightning to propel a spacecraft directly to the moon. A launch base? Similar to a rocket? Kahn pondered for a moment, surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow. I do not see the launch base. Nicole Orbia replied with a disdainful expression. This is merely a repository for documents. The launch base and the spacecraft must be located elsewhere. It seems that this entire region of floating islands was once whole, but for reasons unknown, it has since fragmented. The launch base and the spacecraft are likely situated on different islands. You will have to search for them at your own pace. Upon hearing this, Enelu was filled with excitement and eagerly asked Nicole Orbia, is that true? If I find the base and the spacecraft, can I not venture into the infinite land? Just as Nicole Orbia was about to respond, she added, without the Thunder Fruit, you cannot proceed. Kahn abruptly interrupted her, turning to Enel and stating, Enel, we have unraveled the secrets of this place. It appears there is nothing of interest to us here. We shall depart for other realms. Kahn is about to depart. Enelu feels a twinge of reluctance. Naturally, it is the ancient script scholar, Nicole Orbia, whom he is loath to part with. Is Kahn present? It matters not at all. Kahn observed Enelu gazing intently at Nicole Orbia and, with a faint smile, remarked, we harbor a keen interest in the spacecraft and launch base as well. We shall return here in 2 years, and I hope by then you will have located the launch base. Upon hearing this, Enelu nodded slightly, very well. I shall exert all my efforts in the search. However, deep within Enelu's heart lay the desire to forcibly retain Nicole Orbia. Yet, considering Kahn's formidable strength, he reluctantly abandoned this notion. After all, 2 years was a mere span of time. He could afford to wait. He resolved to diligently cultivate his skills while simultaneously seeking out the base and the spacecraft. When the 2 years elapsed, He would eliminate Kahn and take Nicole or Bia under his wing as a subordinate. Kahn, indifferent to Ainalu's thoughts, exchanged a few more words with him before departing the chamber. Leading Nicole or Bia away as they exited the underground, Kahn observed Nicole or Bia, who declared, "I shall now confine you. Do not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Should you defy me, I will render you unconscious in the same manner as yesterday. Consider your options carefully." Nicole's expression darkened. The previous day had been a blend of joy and exhaustion for her, and now the mere recollection brought her despondency. The thought of enduring such an experience once more filled her with trepidation. She feared succumbing to Kahn's will. This was not a fate she desired. Thus, she acquiesced, stating decisively, "I will not resist." Kahn was quite pleased. He reached out to capture Nicole Albia. The endeavor was successful. It appeared she did not resist. With Nicole Albia secured, Kahn ascended into the sky. In the aerial expanse, he had squandered several days. His intention was to take vengeance upon the Big Mom pirates and to amass a significant amount of infamy. The direction of his journey was clear, the New World. After soaring through the skies for a while, Kahn retrieved the thunder fruit and, without hesitation, consumed it in one swift motion. Alas, the taste of the devil fruit was indeed repugnant, reminiscent of a foul mixture of used motor oil and excrement, inducing a profound sense of nausea. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress the urge to retch. With his eyes closed, he continued on his journey while attuning himself to the power of the thunder fruit coursing through his veins. 5 minutes later, Kahn was enveloped in a surge of lightning. His speed escalated tenfold as he hastened toward the New World. Half an hour later, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, advancing at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, Kahn harnesses the power of the rumble fruit with a malevolent value, amplifying its strength tenfold. He believes that given 2 months, he could attain the prowess of Enel 2 decades into the future. This rapid advancement is attributed to his innate physique, while Enel possesses a strength 100 times greater. Kahn finds himself more adept at wielding the abilities of the rumble fruit than Enel himself. Such is the extent of his capabilities. Kahn is immensely satisfied. He advances towards the New World while diligently honing his skills. After half a day, the sky begins to darken. Kahn returned to the surface of the sea. He drifted upon the waves for a while, in search of an inhabited island. He possessed only the map of the Grand Line. The map of the New World was beyond his reach. He sought a place populated by others, where he could acquire a map. After wandering aimlessly across the ocean, he encountered no islands, but fortuitously stumbled upon a pirate ship sailing in the distance, prompting him to alight upon it. As he descended, he discerned the banner of the pirate crew, 3 serpents, a red snake, a green snake, and a black snake. While Kahn was largely unfamiliar with the pirates of the New World, this particular crew was one he recognized well, renowned for its notoriety. It was the Mad Serpent Pirates, captained by Kimil S. Bin, with a bounty of 460 million. Kahn will certainly be remembered, primarily due to the substantial bounty placed upon his head. The Serpent's Fury pirates, upon encountering him, would undoubtedly seek his demise. Under the cover of night, he found himself upon the deck of their ship. The members of the Serpent's Fury pirates remained ever vigilant. Kahn had fallen. Immediately, someone atop the lookout shouted, "Someone is boarding the ship, at the bow position, brothers. Be alert." At his call, the watchful pirates stirred from their slumber. They hastily seized their weapons and approached Kahn. The sin value stood at 4,563, the guilt value at 7,365, and another sin value at 8,362. The band of pirates drew closer. Kahn gazed upon their criminal values, and his heart swelled with elation. Truly, this was the New World. Indeed, this was the Grand Pirate Crew. None of their malevolent scores fell below 4,000. The 20 or so individuals before him collectively boasted a staggering total exceeding 300,000. He recalled the Mad Serpent Pirate Crew, which comprised over 100 members. Surely, the combined wickedness of these ruffians must amount to at least 2 million. Just imagine. Kahn was filled with excitement. Amidst his exhilaration, someone recognized him and stepped forward with a disdainful snort. "What a character we have here. It turns out to be Colonel Kahn of the Navy. Are you here to apprehend us?" Kahn gazed upon the assembly, raising his hand to release Shiru. As Shiru emerged, confronted by the fierce and menacing pirates before him, he instantly perked up, drawing his sword and exclaiming to Kahn, "Is there someone to strike as soon as I arrive?" Kahn smiled faintly, remarking, "This is the notorious Serpent Pirates, with a bounty of 460 million. You can truly indulge yourself, but just be sure not to suffer defeat." Shiru cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and snorted, "Defeat is a word that does not exist in my vocabulary." As Kahn conversed with Shirlu, the pirates seethed with anger, particularly when Shirlu declared he would not lose. "How dare you underestimate us? Eliminate them," commanded the pirate lieutenant. Over 20 pirates charged towards Kahn and Shirlu. However, they were woefully inadequate. Wielding their swords, Shirlu and Kahn swiftly dispatched the majority of the assailants, bringing down all 20 in less than a minute. After Kahn and Shirlu had vanquished their foes, an enraged voice cried out, rushing towards them with a group. Upon witnessing this, Kahn said to Shilio, "You go ahead. I shall deal with the fallen ones first." Shilio nodded and approached the incoming individuals. To him, these adversaries represented invaluable opportunities for enhancing his strength. He secretly hoped that Kahn would refrain from intervening, allowing him to handle the situation alone. In doing so, he could further bolster his own prowess with Kahn's assistance. As Shilio positioned himself to confront the approaching foes, he swiftly drew his sword and struck with precision. Kahn gathered the dying souls, collecting them with a sense of finality. As he observed, he noticed Shirlu being obstructed. The individual blocking him possessed the highest level of malevolence among the gathered crowd. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was none other than Kimmy-les-Ben, the captain of the Mad Snake pirate crew. Shirlu, still in the bloom of youth, found himself at a disadvantage against Kimmy-les-Ben. The clash between them was decidedly unfavorable for Shirlu. "You little brat, what are you staring at? Allow me to escort you to your demise." As Kahn focused on the struggle between Shirlu and Kimmy-les-Ben, a throng of pirates began to encircle him. Kahn glanced at them and calmly drew another sword, declaring, "A mere band of minions, with a single strike, I shall dispatch you all, lest you hinder my enjoyment of the spectacle." The pirates, infuriated, unleashed a barrage of gunfire directed at Kahn. As the lightning crackled around Kahn's body, all the bullets aimed at him seemed to lose their potency, plummeting to the ground a mere meter away from him. The pirates were left in a state of bewilderment. Pondering the nature of this extraordinary phenomenon, Kahn's body suddenly vanished into thin air. The pirates were abruptly seized by a sharp pain, akin to being engulfed in flames, which elicited anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. Among the more than 30 assailants targeting Kahn, a significant number fell within an instant, leaving only 2 who struggled to persevere amidst the chaos. Behind the pirates, Kahn's silhouette emerged amidst the flashes of lightning. He sheathed his dual swords and approached the 2 standing figures. With a casual touch from one hand, they collapsed to the ground as though struck by an electric shock. Within a mere 15 seconds, every pirate had fallen. The battling Kimmy-les-Ben, suddenly serious, felt a transformation begin within his body. It was the hybrid form of a Zoan fruit user. By embracing this hybrid state, his strength would be significantly augmented. Kahn learned of Kimmy-les-Ben, the wielder of the devil fruit known as the 3-headed serpent demon. Each of its 3 heads possesses the ability to unleash a potent venom. The red serpent head emits a crimson toxin that drives individuals to madness, exponentially increasing their combat capabilities threefold. However, failure to administer an antidote promptly will result in death from insanity. The green serpent head releases a viridescent venom that progressively diminishes the enemy's stamina over an extended period, thereby steadily eroding their fighting prowess. The black serpent head discharges a corrosive black toxin, a powerful acid that disintegrates anything it touches. As Kahn encountered Kimmy-les-Ben, the beastly transformation, he simultaneously picked up the fallen and cautioned Shiryu, be vigilant. Although his venom pales in comparison to Magellan's, a mere touch could inflict serious harm upon you. Shiryu merely snorted in response, offering no reply. The pressure exerted by Kimmy-les-Ben was immense. He needed to remain utterly focused, for a lapse in concentration could lead to his defeat. While Shiryu's strength did not match that of Kimmy-les-Ben, subduing him would prove to be no simple task. Even as Kimmy-les-Ben exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, Shiryu adeptly evaded it, drawing on his extensive experience from years spent alongside Magellan. Thus, the battle unfolded between the two. Kahn also gathered the individuals he had incapacitated. Once he finished, he turned to Shiryu, who was being relentlessly pushed back by Kimmy-les-Ben, and said nonchalantly, "Shiryu, would you like assistance? If not, I shall attend to others first." However, Shiryu had no time to respond. Fending off Kimmy-les-Ben demanded all his strength, and he merely grunted dismissively to indicate his refusal. Observing the situation, Kahn decisively chose to depart. He resolved to first subdue the other pirates. "Kahn, you seek your own demise." Just as Kahn was about to leave, 2 serpent heads sprouted from the back of Kimmy-les-Ben, unleashing 2 massive clouds of toxic mist aimed at enveloping Kahn within their poisonous grasp. Humph! In the face of the toxic assault, Kahn emitted a cold snort, and his entire being crackled with lightning. The noxious mist, upon contact with the electric discharge, evaporated instantaneously, leaving no trace behind. As the toxic fog dissipated, Kahn himself vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Empress recognized that failing to subdue the swordsman before him would render any resolution impossible. Thus, he unleashed his full power against Shirlu, employing the crimson poison upon himself, plunging into a state of madness. Within the confines of the cabin of the Mad Snake pirate crew, a few pirates remained, having just donned their attire and prepared to assess the situation. Upon entering the cabin, Kahn swiftly dealt with them. The Thunderfruit, in conjunction with his swordsmanship, proved to be remarkably effective. As long as he could breach the opponent's defenses, he could channel the lightning through his blade into the enemy's body, directly incapacitating their heart. Consequently, even if they were not rendered unconscious by the shock, they would remain immobile for a brief period. The two adversaries who had not fallen earlier were unable to move in the face of Kahn's finger, for their hearts had already been paralyzed. Their minds urged action. Yet their bodies remained unresponsive. 5 minutes elapsed. After Kahn had subdued everyone inside the cabin, he finally exited. At that moment, Hilliu appeared quite wretched. A significant portion of his clothing had been corroded away. His left forearm was discolored, clearly indicating the effects of poison. Moreover, Hilliu, in his trepidation of the toxins wielded by Empress, dared not confront him directly, rendering him seemingly on the verge of defeat. Upon witnessing the scene, Kahn cast a glance at the three-headed chimera Ben and shook his head, remarking to Shirlu, "It appears that you are faltering, my friend." Shirlu inwardly cursed Kahn for his sardonic remarks. The venom of Chimera Ben was exceedingly formidable. He dared not approach it too closely, for he believed he would not fare any better than the beast itself, all due to the treacherous poison. He jested at Shirlu's expense. Kahn smiled and said to Shirlu, "Go ahead and attack. As long as your body remains intact, no matter how grave your injuries, I can help you recover." Shirlu's spirit was instantly invigorated. With Kahn's miraculous abilities, he believed that detoxification would pose no challenge. Thus, Shirlu trusted Kahn's words. With the fear of poison lifted, Shirlu no longer hesitated. He unleashed his full power and confronted Empress head-on, refusing to evade the unavoidable toxins. After all, it became a fierce clash with Empress. Though Shirlu's strength was inferior to that of Empress, his innate bloodthirsty and brutal nature allowed him to tap into 200% of his potential. Meanwhile, Empress, already contemplating escape since Kahn's arrival, found his combat prowess steadily diminishing. Had he not possessed superior strength, he would have already succumbed to defeat. Desperate to flee, Empress was relentlessly assaulted by Shirlu's ferocious onslaught. In a mere 2 minutes, Shirlu's body was drenched in dark corrosive liquid. Were it not for his use of Busashoka Haki, his flesh would have been eroded away. Shirlu's reckless abandon bore fruit. He managed to sever one of the two serpentine heads from Empress's shoulder and inflicted a deep wound on his left leg. Such injuries left Empress with only one desire, to escape. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, there was nowhere to run. Pursued relentlessly by Shirlu, Empress soon found himself collapsing to the ground. Kahn instantaneously appeared before Empress, intercepting Shiru's sword and declaring, "Open your mind. I shall take you inside for healing." Shiru sheathed his sword, gazing at the fallen Empress, and remarked to Kahn, "His energy rightfully belongs to me, does it not?" Kahn smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured. Next time your physique will multiply fivefold." Shiryu was quite pleased, allowing Kahn to take him in. Thus, Shiryu was collected. Kahn gazed at the severely injured Empress, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "The illustrious captain of the Wild Serpent pirate crew, reduced to defeat by a mere slap. It seems that after 7 years of navigating the New World, you have relinquished your ideals." Empress remained silent, his countenance darkened. Indeed, after 7 years in the New World, he had been battered to the core. Any semblance of ideals had long since been abandoned. Now, his sole desire was to simply survive. Kahn gazed upon Empress with an air of indifference. Without a moment's hesitation, he rendered Empress unconscious with a swift jolt of electricity, subsequently casting him into the Tome of Sin. He then proceeded to enact the judgment of sin upon Empress. Within the depths of the 6th level of the undersea prison, he had already adjudicated the fates of hundreds of formidable criminals. He possessed a clear understanding of the criteria for a successful judgment. For someone like Empress, who harbored a profound fear of death, a favorable verdict was unequivocally impossible. Thus, he was poised to swiftly accumulate his measure of sin. However, the judgment of Empress still required a modicum of time. Kahn released Grenette, allowing him to scour the ship for treasures. He himself retrieved the telephone bug provided by Sengoku and dialed the number. As it was evening, Sengoku answered the call somewhat tardily. Upon connecting, he hurriedly exclaimed, "You rascal! Where on earth are you?" Kahn calmly asserted, "I shall be there, undoubtedly in the New World. I must avenge the grievances of my homeland. Marshal, await my good news." The warring states, somewhat exasperated, replied, "You reckless lad, you cannot contend with Big Mom. It would be wise for you to return. Our navy will assist you in seeking vengeance." Kahn scoffed, declaring, "I shall avenge my grievances myself. I am merely informing you that Shirlu has eliminated Kimi-Respin of the Mad Serpent Pirates, and now the Mad Serpent Pirates have been utterly vanquished. Be swift in promoting him." "What? You have slain Kimi-Respin?" Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment before chastising. "You fool, return at once." Kimi-Respin was in negotiations with Kaido to join the Beast Pirates. "You have now offended Big Mom, and with this, you have also enraged Kaido. I foresee that your journey in the New World will be fraught with peril. Kimi-Respin is one of Kaido's men." Kahn paused momentarily, yet chose not to dwell further on the matter. With the Thunder Fruit now in his possession, he felt confident that even if Whitebeard himself were to appear, he could effortlessly escape. Thus, he calmly declared, "I care not for his identity. Any pirate I encounter shall meet their demise. My mood is rather foul, and should Whitebeard's son come my way, he too shall fall." Having concluded his statement, he set forth, determined to confront Big Mom. Kahn hung up the phone. At Navy headquarters, Sengoku observed Kahn's abrupt disconnection, nearly causing him to toss the phone in frustration. Ultimately, he managed to compose himself and promptly contacted the Navy of the New World, urging them to remain vigilant regarding Kaido's movements. Should Kaido mobilize, he would dispatch reinforcements. As for Shiryu's slaying of Kimi-Respin, Sengoku paid it little mind. He believed that if Shiryu was capable of such an act, it was largely due to Kahn's assistance. Otherwise, given Shiryu's prowess, eliminating Kimi-Respin would have posed a significant challenge. After concluding his call with Sengoku, Kahn gazed at the Book of Sin, which contained a newly recorded collection of pirates. The total number of pirates amounted to 121, with an aggregate sin value of 3.21 million. A significant portion of this was attributed to Kimi-Respin, likely due to his deadly gas that had claimed numerous lives. He perused the profiles of the pirates but found nothing of interest. Thus, he rose and ventured into the ship's cabin in search of the item he desired, the recording pointers. Regardless of the island, possessing the correct direction would enable him to reach Big Mom's territory. Within the cabin, he thoroughly searched and discovered the mapping room, which housed several territories along with 5 recording pointers. Among these, 2 were unanchored pointers while 3 were designated for specific locations. Utilizing the recording pointers and the maps in the mapping room, Kahn confirmed his position near Black Sand Island, on the periphery of Kaido's territory and relatively distant from Big Mom's domain. However, with the Thunder Fruit at his disposal, the journey would only take a day's time. After establishing his location, he returned to the ship's bow and stowed away the treasures he had salvaged from Grenette into the Book of Sin. With the spoils secured, he settled at the bow to rest, immersing his consciousness in the pool of sin. Approximately 10 minutes later, Kahn's spirit was abruptly expelled from the Book of Sin, leaving him momentarily stunned. It soon became evident why this had occurred. His golden finger alerted him that the accumulated sin value had reached 100 million points, prompting an imminent upgrade of the Book of Sin, which would require 3 hours to complete. The book had already undergone 3 upgrades, each introducing new functionalities. Unlike the previous upgrades, which had occurred instantaneously, this one indicated a substantial enhancement, possibly bringing forth significant updates, though the nature of these new abilities remained unknown. Kahn prepared to depart once Grenette had collected his dues. However, he decided to wait a little longer to see what new abilities would emerge after the evil tome was upgraded. 3 hours swiftly elapsed, and Grenette had finished amassing his treasures, patiently awaiting Kahn's next move. The moment Kahn sensed that he could summon the evil tome, he did so with great anticipation, eager to delve into its mysteries. Upon summoning, he was momentarily taken aback. The once transparent evil tome had now manifested into a tangible form. Kahn paused for a moment and inquired of Grenette beside him, "Did you see the book in my hand?" Grenette gazed at Kahn in puzzlement, displaying an expression of utter confusion. "Well then, it seems others are unable to see it." As Kahn observed Grenette struggling to read, he refocused his attention on the Book of Sin. Upon opening its pages, he found himself utterly astonished. The first page of the Book of Sin had transformed into an introduction, reminiscent of the prefaces typically found in various tomes, outlining the essence of their contents. The first page detailed the castle of the sinful king, the domain of the sinful king himself, wherein one could dwell within its confines. The second page elucidated the residence of the wardens, a locale dedicated to the warden's existence, where for every 100 million units of sin value absorbed, an additional warden could be appointed. The wardens, designated by the sinful king and marked with the seal of sin, possess a copy of the Book of Sin, granting them the ability to capture and detain those who are defenseless against them. The extent of their powers is dictated by the sinful king. The third page introduced the Chamber of Sinful Judgment, where offenders undergo their trials, with a capacity limit of 100 individuals. Upon a successful judgment, the sin value is reset to 0, and the sinful king gains the offender's cultivation experience. Conversely, a failed judgment results in the sin value being nullified, intensifying the offender's animosity towards the sinful king. The fourth page described the Pool of Iniquity, a space designated for the absorption of the offender's sin values, also limited to 100 individuals. The absorption rate is set at 100 points per minute. The accumulated sin values may be bestowed upon the sinful king and the wardens to enhance their physical prowess, with each individual consuming 100 sin points per minute. The fifth page presented the Chamber of Fiery Retribution, a sanctuary for the sinful king to hone his martial skills. This chamber consumes 1,000 sin values per minute, amplifying the skill cultivation rate by a factor of 1,000, thus augmenting the martial prowess of the sinful king. The sixth page cataloged cells numbered 1 to 10, listing the names of inmates, Kimalaspin, Rondo Kelby, and Kazakumil. The seventh page detailed cells numbered 11 to 20, featuring the name of an inmate, Den. Having perused the introduction, Kahn was left in contemplation. Kahn discovered new abilities, specifically the functions of the infernal chamber and the warden. Additionally, the newly acquired skills were predominantly auxiliary in nature. For instance, the feature that provides a brief overview of a criminal's name enables him to swiftly locate their whereabouts. The sin pool has also expanded in capacity. Nonetheless, this upgrade is advantageous for him, particularly the warden ability, which grants him assistance in apprehending criminals. This satisfaction is palpable. As for the infernal chamber, its considerable consumption of malevolent energy renders it temporarily unusable for him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the first page, revealing a grand castle depicted within the parchment, resembling a 3D map unfolding before him. Upon opening it, he sensed an invitation to enter, though it required him to remain motionless for a full minute, an impossibility during combat. However, this minor flaw seemed trivial to him, as his Thunderfruit ability allows for swift escapes, enabling him to find a hiding place for a minute if needed. Moreover, he perceived the capability to transport inanimate objects into the castle storage, effectively providing him with a personal space for storage. It appeared that he could also place living beings within, but only if they harbored no intentions of resistance. Similar to placing the conscious Shiryu, Nico Robin, and Grenette into the Book of Sin, Kahn had no intention of confining anyone within, as those inside could move freely, and any items he stored would be susceptible to external damage. After examining his castle, he glanced at the other features. The warden's dwelling consisted of a series of modest bungalows, totaling over 100, unremarkable compared to his opulent castle, which boasted a garden, a high-end mountain forest fortress. The Chamber of Sin Judgment contained 100 crucifixes, allowing him to summon criminals at will to face judgment. The sin pool had transformed into 2 basins. One larger pool featured crucifixes to bind criminals and absorb their malevolent energy, while the smaller pool served as a rejuvenating bath for him and his subordinates. This change was satisfactory to him, as he previously found it uncomfortable to soak alongside unconscious criminals. The infernal chamber was ablaze with flames, save for a central area devoid of fire, designated for his martial arts training. The remaining spaces were prison cells. Upon opening the cells depicted on the pages, they too unfolded like a 3D map, revealing the awakened prisoners pacing within. Some even attempted to escape their confines. However, no matter how they struggled, the walls and doors of the cells remained impenetrable. Kahn turned several pages, finding that the prisoners within had all regained their consciousness. This situation brought him great satisfaction, as it was best for the inmates to truly experience the taste of incarceration. Additionally, Shiryu, Nico Robin, and Nico Alvia had also awakened, and within their cell, they were able to cultivate freely, thereby enhancing their strength. Kahn observed the convicts in turmoil and promptly activated the new ability of the cell, the sealing chains. He confined them, sealing away their powers and rendering them into mere ordinary individuals, bound and shackled. This process took 2 hours. Kahn explored new abilities. He turned to Granette and said, "Granette, an opportunity has arisen for you to become more powerful, but it requires you to be my subordinate for life. Bound by my constraints. Are you willing?" Granette, having followed Kahn, had already amassed considerable wealth. He believed that aligning himself with Kahn promised a bright future. Therefore, he nodded affirmatively, saying, "I am willing. Whatever means you possess, feel free to employ them." Kahn raised his hand, and a black 5-pointed star materialized upon it. He gazed at Grunite and instructed, "Do not resist. Allow it to penetrate your mind." Grunite nodded, calmly observing as Kahn pressed the black star against him. 2 minutes later, Grunite felt the imprint within his soul and comprehended his current predicament. Kahn could extinguish his life with but a thought. Existence was subjugated to another's will. Yet, Grunite remained unfazed, for his life had always been under Kahn's dominion. Now, the situation was not significantly different. Moreover, this circumstance bore not solely drawbacks. There were also advantages. He would not succumb to age. As long as Kahn lived, he would remain eternally youthful. Additionally, he had acquired the ability to apprehend criminals, akin to possessing a personal space, which he deemed a rather commendable skill. As Grunite pondered these thoughts, Kahn gazed at Grunith with satisfaction and said, "Excellent. Now I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. From this point forward, you must operate independently, armed with the power to ensure your success. I will extract the formidable abilities of Kimmelisbin from the Serpent of Fury and bestow them upon you." Grunith nodded slightly, fully aware of the gravity of this transformation. He had acquired a fragment of the Book of Sin. Kahn will undoubtedly enlist his assistance in apprehending criminals. However, given that even the stronger adversaries are beyond his capabilities, it is imperative that he enhances his own strength. The notorious Kimmelisbin, with a bounty of 460 million, surely possesses remarkable prowess. Acquiring his abilities would enable him to traverse the seas with ease. Kahn witnessed Grunith's acquiescence and thus expended 684 million points of malevolent energy to extract the powers of the demon fruit from Kimmelisbin, bestowing upon Grunith an augmentation of both might and physical prowess. Instantly, Grunith's strength surged exponentially. After imparting this newfound power, Kahn addressed Grunith, instructing him to return to the Warden's area and familiarize himself with his abilities. In due time, Kahn would facilitate Grunith's journey to the Grand Line, where he would have to toil for further enhancement of his strength, promising to return 1/10 of the energy from captured criminals. Grunith nodded in understanding, closing his eyes and patiently awaiting a minute before reappearing in the Warden's rest area of the Book of Sin. This ability was customary for a Warden and served as a vital safeguard for Grunith. Having concluded matters with Grunith, Kahn turned the pages of the Book of Sin to that fateful night with Shirlu, smiling as he spoke to Shirlu within his cell. "Shirlu, I am prepared to transfer power to you. Ready yourself to receive it." Inside the cell, Shirlu looked up, locking eyes with Kahn, and nodded affirmatively, saying, "I am ready. Let it come." Kahn did not hesitate. He summoned the formidable physical prowess of several powerful pirates and infused it entirely into Shiryu's being. This immense strength, valued at over 1.3 million in wickedness, significantly augmented Shiryu's physique in an instant. With his newfound power, Shiryu radiated delight, unable to restrain himself as he unsheathed his sword and slashed at the surroundings. "Excellent, excellent. This sensation is invigorating." Kahn hastened to locate Big Mom. "My blade can scarcely contain its desire to taste blood." Kahn, observing Shiloh's contentment, smiled and said, "Focus on your training within for now. I shall release you when your time comes." Shiloh nodded, gazing up at Kahn, inquired, "Has your fruit ability advanced once more? It allows me to remain conscious in here." Kahn smiled faintly. "Without the enhancement of my strength, how can I keep you in check? I certainly do not wish for the day when you strike me with your sword." Shiloh, pulling out a cigar and lighting it, remarked, "The power you have extracted is likely greater than my own. Surpassing you seems quite a formidable challenge." Kahn chuckled softly, offering no response. He waved farewell to Shiryu and departed from his cell. He soon appeared above the cell of Nico Albia. Observing Nico Albia deep in thought, he redirected the anxious Nico Robin, who was huddled in the corner of the cell, into Nico Albia's quarters, saying, "Albia, you should converse with your daughter. I sense she is quite frightened. From now on, you shall reside together." Nico Robin materialized. In an instant, Nico Albia enveloped her in a warm embrace. Nico Robin, equally elated, called out "Mommy" while nestled in her mother's arms. The mother and daughter held each other for a moment. Nico Albia lifted her gaze to Kahn, her voice laced with indignation as she exclaimed, How long do you intend to keep us imprisoned? Do you wish to confine us for eternity? Kahn replied with an air of composure, of course not. However, you remain of use to me for the time being. Should you venture outside? The global government may grow suspicious of my intentions. Thus, for the moment, your departure is not an option unless you bear me a child, which would assure me of your silence regarding my affairs. Nicole Orbia's expression darkened. The thought of bearing a child for Kahn was utterly unpalatable to her. Kahn disregarded the thoughts of the two women and directly stated, "Next, I shall assist you in enhancing your abilities. You are to diligently train in the 6 forms of the Navy here." Upon finishing his words, Kahn expended approximately 300,000 units of malevolent energy, channeling the powers of 2 pirates into the bodies of 2 women. As Nico Robin is still quite young, she was granted a mere 50,000 units of this sinister energy. The remaining force was bestowed upon Nico Alvia, who, being of an older age, felt an immediate surge in her strength. She cast a glance at Kahn, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Is this the power of your devil fruit?" Kahn smiled and said, "Indeed. This is the power of my devil fruit. I can even seize the powers of others' devil fruits and bestow them upon someone else. If you diligently assist me, I can procure a formidable devil fruit for you in the future, elevating your strength to the level of a vice admiral. At that point, you need not worry excessively about your safety when you venture out." Nico Alvia cast a glance at Kahn but remained silent. Given her current predicament, she could not afford to roam freely. Should the world government apprehend her, her demise would be certain. It would be wiser to remain alongside Kahn for now, biding her time until her strength had sufficiently increased, ensuring her safety when she eventually stepped out into the world. Nico Alvia chose not to speak. Kahn smiled and said, "In a moment, I shall provide you with a training regimen for the Marine 6 styles. If you find yourself bored with your daughter, you might as well devote your time to mastering the Marine 6 styles." Having said that, Kahn withdrew from the Book of Sins and reclined on the deck to rest after a night of arduous toil. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he resolved to recuperate before embarking towards the territory of the Big Mom pirates. After a night's rest, Kahn set forth the following day, advancing at the speed of light. By nightfall, he arrived at the seas of Tado land, landing on an island adorned with the flag of the Big Mom pirates. He then released Shirlu, who, upon gazing at the distant town, expressed his exhilaration by exclaiming, "So, shall we make our move?" Kahn gazed at the town and nodded, declaring, "Let us show Big Mom the extent of our strength." Shiru chuckled lightly, "Then I shall not hold back. I will first explore the town to see if any formidable adversaries are worthy of my blades." Kahn nodded, allowing Shilio to proceed to the town. Following the recent upgrade of the Book of Sin, it was no longer necessary for Kahn to incapacitate individuals before consigning them to its pages. Now, as long as he could subdue his opponent, he could simply confine them to a cell. This adjustment saved him considerable time, as he could merely follow behind Shilio and collect offenders. He had little interest in those with low levels of sin upon arriving in this new world. His standards for capturing individuals had notably increased. He sought only those with a sin value exceeding 500. Thus, he trailed Shilio into the town. Kahn observed as Shiryu unsheathed his sword and cleaved a dwelling in twain, then stood resolutely in place, awaiting the arrival of the pirates from the island. Who would dare to cause a ruckus here? Within less than a minute, a group of 7 or 8 individuals hurriedly approached. Upon sighting Kahn and Shiryu, they shouted in alarm, and one among them recognized Kahn, turning to flee in terror while exclaiming, "Everyone, run. It is the pirate nemesis, Kahn. Quickly inform the captain." The pirates scattered in haste. Kahn brandished his sword, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning. In an instant, the brilliant flash rendered the fleeing pirates paralyzed, unable to move. After Kahn approached and dealt with them, he glanced at Shilio and remarked, "You likely disdain ordinary pirates, so why not wait here for the skilled ones? I shall handle the minor pirates first." Shilio nodded and assured him, "Rest assured, leave it to me. It is unlikely that anyone capable will emerge from this small island. By the time you return, I shall have dealt with everyone." Kahn chuckled, and in a blink, he vanished from sight. The previous cries of the pirates had sent the townsfolk into a panic, prompting them to flee. Ascending into the skies, he unleashed a torrent of lightning-infused sword strikes. The fleeing villagers were struck down, rendered immobile by the electric onslaught, as he incapacitated the majority of those attempting to escape. Upon descending to the ground, he began to collect those with a wickedness score exceeding 500. While Kahn was immersed in this task, Shiryu confronted the pirates stationed on the island. After dispatching over 20 of them, he finally encountered a worthy adversary, one who could at least withstand a single strike. However, the opponent's prowess was only moderate. With his newfound strength, Shiryu swiftly resolved the encounter in 13 strikes. He then awaited Kahn's return. Once Kahn had gathered the severely injured pirates, Shiryu remarked with a hint of disappointment, "These fellows are far too weak. They failed to pique my interest." Kahn smiled and said to Shiryu, "Do not rush. We have just conquered a town, and the members of the Big Mom pirates will not arrive in time. Let us first deal with the inhabitants of other islands. Once we have subdued several more towns, the Big Mom pirates will inevitably be trapped. I have heard that Big Mom has a son and a daughter of considerable strength. You will have the opportunity to engage them in a fierce battle." Upon hearing this, Shiryu nodded, "Then let us set forth." Kahn cast a glance at the town before ascending into the sky alongside Shiryu. Subsequently, the two launched a nocturnal assault on 3 towns, capturing over 700 members of the Big Mom pirates, including one of Big Mom's daughters. Their reckless escapade incited profound fury in Big Mom, prompting her to set sail personally in pursuit of Kahn and Shiryu. However, the distance between her and the duo was insurmountable, rendering her unable to reach them in a timely manner. Ultimately, it was Charlotte Smoothie, the closest to Kahn and Shiryu, who confronted them at the 4th island, obstructing their path with a band of pirates. Despite her presence, Smoothie refrained from recklessly attacking the pair, for Kahn alone possessed the strength to vanquish Cracker, an endeavor far beyond her capacity. Her sole strategy was to delay them until reinforcements could arrive. Upon encountering Smuggy and her entourage blocking the path, Kahn turned to his companion, Shirlu, and remarked, "That tall woman is Smuggy, the daughter of Big Mom. Consider to be your 5th in command. She ought to be a worthy opponent for you." Instantly, Shirlu set his sights on Smuggy. "She is entrusted to me. You may pursue your own endeavors while I engage in some delightful amusement with her." Kahn chuckled, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from sight. Smuggy, upon witnessing this, was instantly taken aback. While she was still searching for Kahn's whereabouts, a series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from behind her. Turning around, she beheld a flicker of lightning amidst her gang, as her subordinates screamed in terror and disappeared one by one. "Quickly, everyone disperse," Smuggy commanded immediately. However, her words proved futile. The speed of the lightning was too swift. Her subordinates vanished with a single touch, each cry of despair resonating in the air. "Little girl, you have no time to worry about others. You should focus on your own safety." As Smuggy shouted in alarm, Shiryu appeared before her, launching an assault. Given Shiryu's current prowess, he undoubtedly surpassed Smuggy. With each swing of his sword, Smuggy was forced to retreat. At that moment, she had no choice but to watch helplessly as Kahn obliterated all the pirates she had brought along, over 200 in total. In a mere 5 minutes, Kahn subdued them all. This new tactic emerged after he had captured 3 island adversaries. Initially, he relied on his sword, requiring him to retrieve each target individually, which proved to be rather time-consuming. Now, he harnessed the speed bestowed upon him by the combination of his razor-sharp techniques and the Thunderfruit, swiftly closing the distance to his enemies. With precision, he utilized his finger guns to pierce through their physical defenses, followed by a jolt of electricity that incapacitated their vital organs. Ultimately, he would simply collect them. This method proved to be the most efficient for capturing foes. If they were significantly weaker than him, he could ensnare several individuals in a single second and consign them to the Book of Sin. After apprehending the individuals brought by Smuggy, Kahn noticed that Shiryu was thoroughly engrossed in his game with Smuggy, prompting him to venture deeper into the town in search of other individuals with a sin value of 500. Typically, the townsfolk would remain hidden indoors. Having successfully raided 3 islands, Kahn had gained valuable experience. Realizing that no one dared to emerge, he soared into the air, brandishing his twin swords, and unleashed a flurry of slashes upon the town. The blade's energy ravaged the structures, leaving them in ruins. Those who had taken refuge within the buildings had no choice but to flee into the open, seeking safety from the threat of collapsing walls. As the townspeople escaped their shelters, chaos ensued. Kahn's judgment allowed him to perceive the wickedness of others. Thus, he descended to the ground, employing swift movements to incapacitate those whose malevolence exceeded 500, subsequently apprehending them. After a series of actions, over 20 minutes elapsed, and his cell was now occupied by more than 120 new inmates. While some individuals undoubtedly eluded capture, Kahn remained unconcerned, for attempting to detain every wrongdoer would have rendered his cell inadequate. Once his task was complete, he returned to the battlefield. At this juncture, Shirlu relentlessly pursued Smuggy, cornering her and exerting complete dominance. However, Capturing Smuggy proved to be quite challenging. Her singular focus was on escape, leaving Shirley no choice but to chase her. Most notably, Shirley's speed was not particularly swift, unlike Kahn's, who possessed the ability to thwart the escape of others. Kahn glanced for a moment and then shouted towards Shilio from the rooftop. Shilio, do you need assistance? No need, Shilio replied, before resuming the pursuit of Smudgy. Kahn chuckled and said, then you must act swiftly. I shall grant you but half an hour. Should you fail to resolve this, I shall take matters into my own hands. Shilua offered no response, instead intensifying the ferocity of his assault. Kahn commenced the examination of his harvest. The pirates under the banner of Big Mom possess notably high levels of infamy, predominantly hovering around the 2,000 mark. Those with infamy ranging from 500 to 1,000 are not genuine members of the Big Mom pirates. Rather, they are peripheral figures assigned to various islands for stationing. He apprehended individuals from 4 islands. The authentic members of the Big Mom pirates number over 300, with more than 130 of them brought over by Smoothie, collectively amassing an infamy of approximately 980,000. The remaining 500 station soldiers contribute less than 300,000 to the overall infamy tally. This nearly 1,000-strong cohort's infamy pales in comparison to that of Smoothie herself, who boasts an infamy of 1.6 million. The elevated degree of her infamy is attributable to her abilities, which necessitate bloodshed to reach their full potential. Consequently, her tally of kills continues to rise, especially in the New World, where combat is a daily occurrence. Were it not for her youth, it is likely her infamy would be even greater. Kahn, dissatisfied with the acquisition of approximately 3 million in infamy, finds himself in a predicament, as the infamy expended yesterday has yet to be replenished. Thus, he intends to seize additional individuals before Big Mom's arrival, aiming to recover the infamy he has lost. This urgency explains why he allotted only half an hour to Shiryu. With the harvest organized, 17 or 18 minutes have already elapsed. Kahn observed the fierce clash between Shilou and Smuggy. Smuggy, having been severely beaten, resorted to desperate measures, fleeing while capturing innocent civilians to mend her wounds and bolster her combat prowess. Given the circumstances, Shilou contemplated the challenge of defeating Smuggy within 10 minutes. It appeared quite arduous. This was not indicative of Shilou's inferiority to Smuggy, but rather a testament to Smuggy's swiftness in retreat. Nevertheless, time could not be squandered. There were other locations where sin points needed to be accrued. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving beside Smuggy. With a sword enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, he effortlessly breached Smuggy's defenses. The electric energy coursed through the blade, penetrating Smuggy's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Subsequently, Kahn imprisoned Smuggy within a cell. Kahn glanced at Shilio with a smirk and remarked, Shilio, you really ought to devote some time to honing your speed. You should diligently practice the 6 forms of the Navy, particularly the shaving and moonwalk techniques. Shilio calmly sheathed his sword and replied, I have no interest. Those who flee are not worthy of my blade. Kahn was left speechless. He cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu and declared, all right, it's time to change locations. We shall create a tumultuous uproar across the world, making that rotund Big Mom fully aware of my might. Shiryu produced a cigar and lit it, signifying his acquiescence to Kahn's plan. Kahn was unceremonious, having taken Shiryu, and set off once more. However, this time his course was not directed towards the nearby islands, but rather to those that lay further afield, with the intention of evading pursuit by Big Mom. He aimed to accumulate a wave of notoriety before confronting her. With Kahn's remarkable speed, he could assault a town every half hour, striking indiscriminately and without a specific target, making it impossible for Big Mom to catch up with him. In just 2 days, Kahn had already raided 27 islands belonging to the Big Mom pirates, causing a stir throughout the world. At this moment, Big Mom was beside herself with rage, obliterating a small island in her fury, vowing to capture Kahn and then reduce him to mincemeat for the fish. Yet, despite her wrath, she found herself unable to track down that elusive scoundrel. Ultimately, she had no choice but to summon her core members back to Cake Island. As it stood, Kahn had already captured 6 of her sons and daughters. If she did not recall them soon, more would surely fall into his grasp. Now, she could only concentrate her power on Cake Island, awaiting Kahn's inevitable approach. She was resolute in her belief. Kahn is certainly on his way. The Beast Pirates. Kaido has yet to receive news of the downfall of the Mad Snake Pirates, coupled with his ongoing campaign in Wano. He merely dismissed Big Mom as foolish and chose not to concern himself further. The Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, having learned of the animosity between Kahn and the Big Mom Pirates, shook his head and decided to ignore it. In his eyes, the Big Mom pirates were merely reaping the consequences of their own folly. Unable to defeat their adversaries, they resorted to harming their friends and thus deserved the retribution that followed. Other smaller factions discreetly issued orders to their subordinates, instructing them to avoid provoking the madman Kahn in the future, as he adhered to no rules, and they certainly did not wish to find themselves ambushed one fateful day. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's regard for Kahn has risen further, for it seems Kahn's abilities have escalated significantly. He is now capable of wielding the power of lightning, which is indeed formidable. Initially, he had his suspicions. Kahn possesses remarkable abilities, along with other extraordinary skills. Otherwise, he would not have advanced so swiftly in swordsmanship and charisma. It now appears that his conjecture was indeed correct. Kahn is highly likely to absorb the cultivation experiences of others. The island of sweet sauce, a realm of boundless wonders. Kahn and Shiryu had just launched an assault on the town, capturing a group of individuals. In the heart of the town, they paused to rest after 3 days of relentless activity. The territory of the Big Mom pirates had been nearly ravaged by their efforts. During this time, he had encountered Big Mom once, but wisely chose to evade confrontation. After 3 days, the spoils were undeniably substantial. Should he fully absorb his accumulated infamy, it would ascend to a staggering 13.65 million, sufficient to extract the power of an admiral. Thus, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. After a brief respite, Shiryu glanced at Kahn and remarked, "It seems we are nearly done. The minions have all been dealt with. Shall we make our way to Cake Island and create a commotion?" Kahn cast a glance at Shiryu, asking, "Are you not afraid?" Big Mom has concentrated all her power on whole Cake Island. When the battle ensues, I may not be able to protect you. Shiryu, calmly puffing on his cigar, replied, "With you by my side, escaping should not pose a problem. As long as you hold off Big Mom, I can handle the rest." Kahn smiled, gazing towards the direction of Cake Island, his eyes flickering with determination. "I am no fool. Engaging Big Mom on Cake Island would be detrimental for us. I must lure her out to sea before we confront them." Although Shiryu harbored no fear of Big Mom, he was well aware that the two of them could not possibly contend with her. However, drawing Big Mom into the ocean would provide them with a more favorable opportunity to engage. As Shiryu contemplated how to inquire about Kahn's plan, he noticed an individual approaching them, trembling and clutching a microphone. Sensing the potential threat, Shiryu instinctively prepared to dispatch the newcomer with a swift strike. Kahn halted Shiryu, saying, "Let him approach. My plan requires his presence." Upon hearing this, Shiryu relaxed his grip on the sword and allowed the man to draw near. The man holding the microphone, trembling with apprehension, stopped 5 meters away from Kahn and inquired softly, "General Kahn, I am a reporter from the World Economic Journal. May I have the honor of interviewing you?" Kahn glanced at the journalist who claimed to represent the World Economy Journal and calmly inquired, "What is your name?" The journalist hurriedly replied, "Mega." "Mega, is it? You exhibit quite a bit of courage," Kahn remarked appreciatively, offering Mega an opportunity for an interview. Instantly, Mega was filled with joy. At that moment, Kahn was the headline of global news. Securing an interview with him could pave the way for promotions and salary increases. With excitement, Mega stepped closer to Kahn, and upon reaching a meter away, prepared the camera phone and cleared his throat before asking, "General Kahn, you have been persistently targeting the territory of the Big Mom pirates. Are you prepared to confront them to the very end?" Kahn calmly proclaimed, "That wretched behemoth, Big Mom, poses no challenge to me. How dare she take the lives of my friends? I shall make her aware that she is not the only one capable of such deeds. I am eager to discover how many of her offspring I can eliminate." After saying this, he cast a glance at Mega and continued, "Since you are here, you might as well assist in broadcasting my message. At noon 2 days hence, I shall publicly execute one of her sons on Sesame Sauce Island. I am curious to see how she will react." Mega's spirits soared at the news. This was monumental, a truly sensational announcement. He was certain that by tomorrow, he would be promoted and rewarded handsomely. Filled with excitement, Mega replied, "Rest assured, General Kahn, this news will undoubtedly spread across the globe within a day." Allowing everyone to witness the spectacle, Kahn nodded lightly and gestured towards Mega, saying, "Very well, you may leave now." Mega, though still harboring questions, had no choice but to depart, for Kahn had issued his dismissal. After all, the news of the day had already been quite sensational. No other inquiries would possess such fervor. As Mega exited, Shiloh glanced at Kahn and remarked, "Your approach is indeed quite admirable." Kahn chuckled, saying, "When the time comes, The individuals aboard will be entrusted to your resolution. Even Big Mom can soar through the skies. I shall engage him in an aerial battle. Shira nodded thoughtfully and replied, There remains but one day. Assist me in enhancing my strength. Kahn nodded slightly, acknowledging, Indeed, although I have not encountered any formidable opponents in recent days, I have still gained quite a bit. Allow me to assist you in enhancing your strength. Your physical condition is nearing its zenith, making further improvement quite challenging. Hence, I shall focus on augmenting your mastery of the armament haki. Shira furrowed his brows as he gazed at Kahn, questioning, Is it true that my physical prowess can no longer be advanced? Kahn nodded lightly. Enhancement is indeed possible, but your constitution is already quite formidable. The energy expended for further enhancement would be excessive, yielding only marginal improvements, rendering it rather unprofitable. Therefore, it is more suitable to enhance your haki. Shio's expression softened. He understood the principle that the stronger one's constitution, the more challenging it becomes to improve it. Thus, he refrained from further comment and simply replied, Very well. Let us enhance the armament haki for now. When surplus energy becomes available, I would appreciate assistance in improving my constitution. Kahn smiled, extending his hand to place it upon Shilio, ushering him into the confines of the cell. Subsequently, he expended 26 million points of malevolent value to augment Shilio's mastery of haki. Observing Shilio's enhanced prowess as he trained within the cell, Kahn proceeded to extract the haki from the other pirates, accumulating it upon himself. He continued this endeavor until he sensed his own haki had ascended to a new echelon, at which point he ceased to amplify its intensity. Kahn observed the consumption. Originally, there were over 13 million sin points, but now there remained less than 3 million. This depletion was truly terrifying. If he aspired to further enhance his armament haki, it would be exceedingly difficult without an accumulation of 30 to 50 million points. At present, his armament haki likely granted him the strength akin to an initial admiral. However, for an ordinary individual to ascend to the admiral level and seek further advancement would be an arduous task. His innate talent was not particularly remarkable. Henceforth, if he wished to progress further, he could only rely on sin points to aid in his enhancement. After pondering for a while, Kahn soared into the sky. With only a day left to find a suitable place to hone his newly acquired powers, Big Mom was certainly a formidable opponent. One wrong move could lead to disastrous consequences. Although the likelihood of such an event was relatively low, the possibility still loomed. He flew to a deserted island, where he released Shiryu, and the two engaged in training together, as it was through combat that they would more swiftly acclimate to their newfound abilities. As the two practiced, the world around them suddenly erupted with activity once more. Kahn's declaration has stirred the pirates of the New World, igniting their excitement as they eagerly anticipate the outcome. In the council chamber of Mary Geos, the 5 elders convene. Topman Wokely peruses several newspapers. Conversing with the other 4, it appears that Kahn has concealed a significant number of new abilities. This power of lightning seems reminiscent of the legendary Thunder Fruit. Marcus Moss nods slightly. It should be formidable. However, his abilities are likely not derived from the undersea prison. He must have discovered them externally, for the Thunder Fruit has not manifested in 8 centuries. Topman Wokely clears his throat and states, what matters is not the origin of his devil fruit, but rather that he possesses the powers of 2 distinct fruits. The sheer terror of having one devil fruit is magnified by the addition of the Thunder Fruit. Controlling him may soon become exceedingly difficult. The 4 agree in silence. Marcus Moss then inquires, what are our next steps regarding him? Topman Wokely ponders before responding. At present, he still holds utility, and it seems he harbors no intentions of betrayal. It would be a grave mistake to relinquish him. His powers are vital for maintaining stability across the seas. Marcus Moss raps the table and declares, let us assign him more tasks, tether him to our ship. He seems disinterested in the Void Century, and he does not hesitate to spill blood. As long as we provide sufficient incentives, he should be amenable to working for us. Topman Wokely reflects on Kahn's character and nods. That is indeed prudent. However, we must exercise caution. Dispatch someone to inquire about the source of his dual devil fruit abilities. If he is willing to divulge, we shall trust him temporarily and assign him additional tasks. The other 4 nod in unison, observing their agreement. Topman Wokely states, let us provisionally arrange matters concerning Kahn. What is your opinion on the execution of Big Mom's son? Marcus Moss responds directly, we cannot eliminate them all. Big Mom's wrath would pose significant complications. We should send someone to communicate with Kahn, requesting him to surrender the individuals to us, offering appropriate compensation in return. After all, he seeks nefarious criminals, and we can provide them. Topman wokily nods in agreement. Indeed, the chaos of the new world is what we require. We must not allow Big Mom's crew to falter. Let our men await him in the waters near Sesame Island, seizing the opportunity to retrieve the individuals before he acts. Marcus Moss glances at Topman wokily. That lad harbors a strong desire for vengeance. Without offering something of value, he may not release them. We must ensure that we present an enticing proposition. Topman Wachio Li Sheng pondered for a moment and proposed that they allow him to take 2 prisoners from the 30 cells on the 6th level of the city for training. He noted that the individual seemed quite covetous of those prisoners, as long as they were not released. The 5 contemplated this suggestion and unanimously agreed that this was the only viable solution to persuade Kahn to abandon his murderous intentions. Other methods would likely prove ineffective in quelling his fury. Thus, they reached a decision. Topman Wachio Li Sheng arranged for individuals to head to the vicinity of Sesame Island in advance, establishing contact with Kahn beforehand. Simultaneously, he instructed Zhonghua to persistently call Kahn. It would be ideal if they could reach Kahn through the phone. In the new world, an unnamed island awaited. Kahn and Shalou practiced for 2 days. Mindful of the time until their agreed appointment, they paused their training and hastened towards the waters of Sesame Sauce Island. As they journeyed, halfway through their path, a horn resonated from the sea. General Kahn, General Kahn. Upon hearing his name called, Kahn turned in surprise. Kahn descended and took a glance. It was a naval officer, standing upon a diminutive vessel. Kahn found himself aboard a small vessel, observing the naval soldiers with a slight furrow in his brow. What are you doing here? Do you not realize that a great battle is about to ensue? He inquired. The naval soldiers, filled with a sense of helplessness, gazed at Kahn and replied, "We did not wish to come here either, but we were ordered to do so from above, and we had no choice but to comply." Upon hearing this, Kahn curled his lip and remarked, "Is it the Marshal? What could he possibly want with me?" A naval soldier sighed. "The Marshal has deployed over 300 men to surveil the skies in hopes of locating you, Admiral. We are taking considerable risks here. You must contact the Marshal at once. Once you do, we can return, for this place is perilously dangerous." It seems that Sengoku has effectively cordoned off the area to facilitate communication with him. No matter which route he takes, he is likely to encounter the Navy. Kahn opened the Book of Sin and glanced at it. The telephone bug in his castle storage room was still buzzing, indicating that the warring states had never ceased their communication with him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the telephone bug and connected the call. "Hello. Is this the Marshal?" Kahn heard an excited female voice on the phone. "General Kahn, you finally answered. I am Liaison Officer Mila. Please hold on for a moment while I connect you to the Marshal." Kahn heard a woman's voice and casually remarked, "Please expedite your actions. I am rather pressed for time. Should your pace falter, I shall simply disconnect." Indeed, within the confines of the phone line, the woman spoke breathlessly, seemingly engaged in conversation while on the run. After a brief interval of 20 seconds, a voice resonated through the receiver, exclaiming, "You little rascal. You still remember how to answer a call?" Hearing the complaints from the warring states, Kahn curled his lip and replied, "I'm quite busy, Marshal. If you have something to say, please do so promptly." The warring states Marshal, feeling exasperated, softened his tone and sighed, "You've grown stronger, haven't you? It seems you no longer heed my words. I shall not waste further time. I've been instructed to convey a message. Refrain from harming Big Mom's offspring. Instead, bring them back and let them handle the matter themselves." Kahn's tone suddenly darkened. "Marshal, shall the grievances of my homeland remain unavenged?" Warring states replied calmly, "They have agreed to allow you to search for 2 individuals on the 6th floor within the top 30 rooms to extract energy. But of course, you must not kill them." Kahn instantly fell silent. The 6 levels mentioned by Sengoku naturally referred to the 6th level of the undersea prison. From the 30 cells, if he were to select 2 individuals to accrue evil points, he could amass at least 15 million points, surpassing even the earnings from his own killings. Such a demand was impossible for him to refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and remarked, "I have already stated my intention to execute one of Big Mom's sons. If they are all released, wouldn't I lose face?" Sengoku immediately grasped the implication, snorting coldly, "One will suffice. Bring the rest back to me, or we shall encounter serious trouble." "Understood." Kahn chuckled, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Sengoku interjected. "I have been instructed to inquire about your lightning powers. Is it related to the Thunder fruit?" The existence of the Thunder fruit was no longer a secret. Kahn had already devised a countermeasure and candidly stated, "Indeed, It is the Thunder Fruit. This is my newfound ability, allowing me to harness the powers of a devil fruit. Kahn's response left the warring states in silence for a moment. Finally, he inquired, "So now, do you possess the power of 2 devil fruits?" Kahn smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed." The warring states fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is it your own unique ability, or is it the special power bestowed upon you by your devil fruit?" They wished to know. Calmly, Kahn remarked, "It is the unique ability bestowed upon me by my devil fruit. If you were to present me with another devil fruit, I could transform its powers. However, such transformations require a significant expenditure of energy, which is why I have refrained from utilizing this ability thus far. I believe it is only prudent to wait until I encounter a more formidable devil fruit, such as my Thunder Fruit, which I have deemed worthy." Sengoku paused in contemplation, then sighed, "You are impressive. It seems your devil fruit surpasses mine. I am truly curious about the nature of this particular fruit. Do not inquire of me." Kahn responded with poise, "I have never even laid eyes upon a devil fruit encyclopedia, so your questions regarding its classification are in vain." With a resigned smile, Sengoku replied, "Very well, I shall not press further. Instead, I shall ask where you acquired your Thunder Fruit. Surely, you did not simply stumble upon it?" "Not quite." Kahn chuckled. "Before departing from my homeland for the New World, I happened upon a pirate ship sailing through the skies while I was flying above. Intrigued by the rarity of a pirate vessel in the sky, I approached for a closer look and discovered this Thunder Fruit aboard the ship. After absorbing its power and training for 2 days, I finally arrived in the New World." The concept of a sky ocean was familiar to Sengoku, as it was no secret to him as the fleet admiral. He chuckled, "You are indeed fortunate. You found the devil fruit and dared to consume it, unconcerned that it might hold no value for you." Kahn smiled faintly and remarked, "I am determined to confront Big Mom. If I encounter a devil fruit that enhances my strength, I shall certainly consume it. Should it prove to be subpar, I can simply expend some of my abilities to expel its power. Unlike you all, I am not bound by the irreversible consequences of consuming a devil fruit." Kahn expressed his thoughts with reason and evidence, leaving no room for criticism during the Warring States period. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You possess the Thunder Fruit. I shall refrain from discussing safety concerns. Big Mom is formidable. If you cannot defeat her, it would be wise to flee swiftly." Kahn smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured. I am not foolish. I have never entertained the notion of defeating Big Mom. I merely intend to teach her a lesson, to make her aware that I am not to be trifled with." Sengoku chuckled lightly in response, "Since you comprehend this, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Just be cautious and do not risk your life unduly." "Understood," Kahn replied. "I must now take my leave for the appointment." He exchanged a final word with Sengoku. Kahn hung up the phone. After receiving the call, he glanced at the Navy personnel before him and declared, "You may return now." The naval soldiers nodded in acknowledgement, watching as Kahn transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. He exchanged a few words with Jean Gua, which consumed approximately 10 minutes. To arrive at the designated location by noon, he hastened his pace, becoming a streak of lightning, and ultimately reached the waters of Sesame Sauce Island, where he encountered the formidable ship of the Big Mom Pirates, which was swaying restlessly. Kahn appeared and was swiftly spotted by members of the Big Mom Pirates. Their ship immediately approached Kahn from the skies. Upon witnessing the approach of the Big Mom pirate ship, Kahn immediately called out to Big Mom's son, Charlotte Galette, and shouted towards the distant Big Mom, "How dare you destroy my homeland? Today, I shall slay your son and make you aware that I am not to be trifled with." With that, he swung his sword, severing Charlotte Galette's head. "You little wretch! You seek death." Seeing her son slain by Kahn, Big Mom, filled with rage, leapt from her pirate ship into the air, charging towards Kahn with fury. Though there was some distance between her and Kahn, logically, she should not have been able to reach him. However, as she leapt, her homie, Zeus, soared beneath her, propelling her forward in Kahn's direction. Kahn gazed disdainfully at the menacing Big Mom and remarked, "Big Mom, while others may fear you, I do not. How dare you provoke me, you portly matron? I shall make it my mission to battle you endlessly." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Big Mom, infuriated, unsheathed her formidable sword Napoleon and, from an extraordinary distance, swung it down towards him. Her attack unleashed a powerful shockwave, carving a deep trench into the surface of the ocean. However, despite the ferocity of her assault, it was futile if it failed to reach Kahn. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, effortlessly evading the assault. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom's expression soured considerably. Not long ago, she had engaged in a grueling 6-month confrontation with the Navy, and the luminous abilities of Admiral Kizaru had caused her considerable distress. Kahn's speed, channeling the essence of thunder, was unlikely to lag far behind that of light. The prospect of capturing Kahn seemed virtually impossible. Given these circumstances, her only recourse to apprehend him would be to devise an alternative strategy. Perhaps she could utilize the powers of the soul fruit to siphon away Kahn's lifespan? Yet, that appeared to be unfeasible. That little scoundrel Kahn, who dares to seize and eliminate even his own offspring, is someone who instills no fear. The most effective strategy would be to provoke Kahn into engaging her in close combat. Big Mom contemplated for a moment before unleashing her soul judgment ability upon Kahn. Although she was aware of the low probability of success, she felt compelled to give it a try. The outcome was Kahn gazed at her, his eyes brimming with avarice. There was no trace of fear whatsoever. As for the reason behind Kahn's greed, Big Mom was certainly aware. Kahn's prowess lies in capturing criminals to hone her skills. As one of the sovereigns of the seas, it is only natural for Kahn to pursue her ambitions, her greed evident. The soul judgment has faltered, leaving Big Mom with but one avenue. She fixes her gaze upon Kahn and declares, "Little brat, if you possess any courage, do not flee. Allow me to sever you." Big Mom, evil value, 17,530,000 points. Kahn gazed at Big Mom's malevolence level, his mouth nearly watering at the sight. Just a single Big Mom equated to the malevolence of an entire kingdom. As Kahn pondered this, Big Mom's taunts jolted him back to reality. With a disdainful tone, he retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? Engage you in a direct confrontation? That is the task of our admiral. My intention is to toy with you like a dog, waiting until you tire before I deal with you." Upon hearing this, Big Mom felt a surge of rage, nearly choking on her indignation. She had never encountered such shamelessness delivered with such earnestness. Even Kizaru, who acted similarly to Kahn, maintained a semblance of dignity and refrained from expressing such thoughts. Kahn, however, displayed an utter lack of shame, making him all the more formidable. At this moment, Big Mom felt a twinge of regret for provoking Kahn. Upon encountering Big Mom, Kahn noticed her unfavorable expression. He transformed into lightning and vanished before her eyes. When he reappeared, he was already aboard Big Mom's pirate ship, from which he unceremoniously hurled Shiryu out. "Release Shiryu." Kahn calmly stated, "Shiryu, they are entrusted to you. I shall confront Big Mom." Shiryu gazed at the hundreds of pirates aboard the ship, his excitement palpable as he drew his sword, exclaiming, "They are all formidable foes. It will be thrilling to engage them. Leave them to me." At this moment, Shiryu possessed strength nearly on par with that of a vice-admiral. Kahn, undeterred by the impending danger, transformed once more into a bolt of lightning and ascended to the apex of Big Mom's head, brandishing his twin swords and striking fiercely downward. "Big Mom, come forth and let me witness your true power," he declared. With a scoff, Big Mom raised her hand, effortlessly countering his assault with a single, decisive slash. Kahn's twin swords clashed with Big Mom's blade, and the sheer ferocity of her strength sent Kahn staggering back several meters. Indeed, Big Mom is a terrifying force. At present, the prospect of defeating her seems almost insurmountable. It is estimated that should he accumulate 200 million in sin points, his power might elevate to a level where he could contend with Big Mom. However, to truly vanquish her, he likely requires 500 million sin points. Kahn pondered for a moment, when Big Mom suddenly pursued him with a fierce intent to strike. He swiftly distanced himself and unleashed a bolt of lightning upon her. This transpired yesterday. Kahn, within the chamber of raging flames, cultivated at a remarkable pace, 1,000-fold for 4 hours. Now, he skillfully wields the powers of the thunder fruit. Akin to the mastery of Enel 2 decades hence, though he has yet to reach that pinnacle. Nevertheless, he is adept to a third of that capacity. Coupled with his formidable physique, surpassing that of Enel, his command over the thunder fruit's abilities is half as potent as that of Enel 20 years later, enabling him to unleash electric assaults with ease. He circled Big Mom, persistently bombarding her with bolts of lightning. Should she attempt to retaliate, he deftly evaded her strikes. Adhering to his initial strategy of avoiding direct confrontation, Big Mom found herself ensnared in Kahn's elaborate tactics, infuriated to the point of creating gaping holes in the sea. Yet, her fury proved futile. She could never land a blow on the elusive Kahn. Even when her attacks grazed him, he instantaneously transformed into lightning, evading any substantial harm. The two clashed in the skies, their powers igniting a dazzling display of lightning and flames, transforming the ocean below into a tempestuous battleground, rife with storms and thunder. Meanwhile, aboard the ship of the Big Mom pirates, Shiryu engaged in combat with the crew. After injuring a dozen pirates, the weaker ones, recognizing Shiryu's prowess, withdrew from the fray, leaving the more formidable fighters, Pedro, Katakuri, and others, to confront him. Shiryu thrived amidst battle. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, amplifying his combat prowess. Unfazed by defense, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon the five who surrounded him. When struck, he merely relied on his armament haki for protection, dismissing all but the most lethal blows. After 10 minutes of his frenzied assault, the effects became evident. Pedro sustained a wound to his left flank and was compelled to retreat for treatment. In contrast, Shiryu bore only minor injuries. As the others withdrew, Katakuri stepped forth to challenge Shiryu, determined to confront him alone. Thus began their fierce duel. Katakuri has discerned the futility of engaging in a direct confrontation with Shiryu. His current objective is to stall Shiryu until the battle between Big Mom and Kahn concludes. If Big Mom emerges victorious, Shiryu is undoubtedly destined for demise. Among them, only he possesses the capability to hold off Shiryu. Although he feels his strength pales in comparison to Shiryu's, he possesses unwavering confidence in his devil fruit abilities and observation haki. As long as he can delay Shiryu, it will signify a triumph for the Big Mom pirates. Assaults and ambushes would only yield counterproductive results unless they are assured of their success. Otherwise, the outcome would be akin to that of Pedro and Perispero. Kotaro Kururi faced off against Shiryu, putting Shiryu in a rather uncomfortable position. Although his assaults were capable of landing blows on Kotaro Kururi, the latter consistently anticipated Shiryu's abilities, skillfully evading harm through his own fruit powers. He launched a relentless offensive for 3 minutes. Katakuri remained unfazed, firmly ensnaring his opponent, rendering him incapable of attacking others. The two battles raged on, and for a time, neither side could claim victory. Amidst their fierce clashes, a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers from the Big Mom pirate ship, numerous vessels lingered upon the waves, their occupants peering through telescopes at the skirmish between Big Mom and Kahn. Despite the tumultuous seas, stirred by the ferocity of the combat, they stayed put, intent on witnessing the unfolding drama. These individuals were not mere spectators. They were relentless seekers of first-hand information or eager to gauge the prowess of Kahn and Big Mom. Thus, even as the waves threatened to capsize their ships, they remained steadfast, determined to document the battle until its conclusion. The intense confrontation between Big Mom and Kahn, alongside Shiryu's duel with Katakuri, persisted for over an hour without a clear resolution. On board the ship of the Big Mom pirates, Shiryu recognized that prolonging the fight would be futile, especially as he began to feel his stamina wane. Consequently, he executed Kahn's strategy. During his struggle with Katakuri, he seized an opportunity to reach the edge of the deck and, without hesitation, abandoned the fight, leaping directly into the sea. Shiryu's sudden plunge into the water left Katakuri momentarily bewildered, and for a brief moment, they were at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Kahn, engaged in combat with Big Mom, understood that the battle had reached its conclusion upon witnessing Shiryu's leap. Realizing that continuing the fight would serve no purpose, he unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning, nearly 2 meters wide, directed at Big Mom, before teleporting to the surface of the sea where Shiryu floated. Using his foot, Kahn made contact with Shiryu, subsequently confining him within a prison cell. He then teleported to a position 10 meters above the ship of the Big Mom pirates, raising his hand to conjure a colossal sphere of lightning, 20 meters in diameter, which he hurled forcefully towards the pirate vessel. "You little brat! How dare you?" Kahn sought to obliterate the ship of the Big Mom pirates. Enraged, Big Mom charged towards Kahn, her fury palpable as she witnessed the formation of his lightning sphere. Just as she was about to reach him, she unleashed a powerful slash from a distance, aimed directly at the colossal lightning orb. The moment her blade struck, the lightning sphere erupted above the ship of the Big Mom pirates, unleashing a blinding brilliance that enveloped the vessel. The crew members aboard, the approaching Big Mom, and the onlookers from afar were momentarily engulfed in a dazzling white light, rendering everything invisible. As the radiance faded, they gradually regained their clarity of vision. Kahn has vanished. The ship of the Big Mom pirates remains unscathed. Observing this, Big Mom released a sigh of relief and swiftly returned to her vessel. Scanning the surroundings as she commanded, "Find him. We must locate that scoundrel." With her order issued, the pirates aboard the ship prepared to spring into action. Suddenly, Katakuri's expression changed dramatically as he roared, "No, where has my elder brother gone? Moreover, where are the 7th, 9th, and 10th brothers? They also seem to have vanished. Quickly, bring me some individuals to ascertain who else is missing." With a fierce roar from Katakuri, the crew aboard the ship soon realized that a significant number of their companions were missing, particularly the several who had accompanied the injured Pedro P. Ross. Upon counting, they discovered that 29 individuals were absent. Their expressions darkened, for they understood that these individuals had likely been captured by Kahn during the recent skirmish. Among the missing were 2 of Big Mom's sons and 2 daughters. It was fair to say that they had suffered a complete defeat. Although they had managed to repel Kahn, the magnitude of their losses rendered the outcome nearly indistinguishable from failure. At this moment, Big Mom also surmised that her people had fallen into Kahn's clutches, igniting a fury within her that caused flames to erupt from her head. Drawing her sword, she struck the sea with tremendous force, bellowing, "Kahn, you shall pay for this. I will have your body torn asunder." Her furious blow carved a trench in the ocean, a kilometer long and over 20 meters deep. Following this act of rage, Big Mom regained some composure and, with a grim expression, gazed at the distant ships. She issued a direct command: "Annihilate those fiends. Head straight for the Navy's base. If we fail to exact our vengeance this time, what right do we have to claim the title of Emperor in the New World?" Katakuri did not hesitate to issue the command to attack. He was acutely aware that their mother was engulfed in a fit of rage. Anyone who dared oppose her orders would be met with certain death. The onlookers, witnessing the approach of the Big Mom pirates, swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation and decisively set sail, turning their vessels to flee. However, in her wrath, Big Mom would not allow them to escape. Those ships that managed to flee quickly met their demise as she cleaved them in 2 with a single stroke, while the slower vessels were pursued and annihilated by Katakuri and his crew. The skirmish concluded amidst the devastation of the spectators. Yet, some managed to evade capture. Those reporters concealed beneath the waves, safely ensconced within their submarine, meticulously documenting the entirety of the battle. An hour later, on an unnamed isle, Kahn landed and released Shiryu. Upon appearing, Shiryu glanced at Kahn and remarked, "This time, it was my oversight. I never anticipated that Katakuri's observation haki would be so formidable." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shiryu and smirked. "So, you have no objections to the absence of a reward this time?" Shiryu nodded calmly, acknowledging, "It was my mistake. The lack of a reward is warranted. Allow me to return and focus on my training. I, too, must diligently enhance my abilities." Kahn pivoted and promptly retrieved Shiryu. This time, the plan was set in motion. Kahn initially intended to capture half of Big Mom's pirate crew. However, due to Shiryu being obstructed by Katakuri, he was only able to seize 29 members, which left Kahn somewhat dissatisfied. His original plan was to engage Big Mom in battle, allowing Shiryu to inflict more injuries upon the pirates. This way, when he unleashed the Thunderball and it exploded, he could seize more pirates amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, Shiryu managed to injure very few, leading to the capture of only those who could resist, significantly slowing down his progress. During the blinding 15 seconds of the Thunderball's explosion, he managed to capture only 29 pirates. Had there been many injured, the process would have been swifter. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the collective bounty of over 7 million from the 29 pirates, feeling a measure of satisfaction. He decided to set aside Shiryu's failure and calm himself. Taking out Sengoku's Din Mushi, he dialed the number. The call was quickly connected, and Sengoku's voice came through. "Kid, what mischief have you been up to before leaving?" Big Mom has furiously dealt with the spectators, and now their ship is heading towards the Grand Line. Kahn smiled faintly, remarking that there was nothing of great significance. It was merely that before departing, he had taken her 4 sons and 2 daughters, and he had not anticipated that she would go mad over such a trivial matter. The warring states were left speechless. Kahn has once again captured 6 of Big Mom's children. This time, Big Mom has been unable to retaliate against Kahn. If Big Mom does not go into a frenzy, that would be truly abnormal. After a moment of private lamentation, Sengoku hastily urged Kahn, "Quickly bring them back to the Navy headquarters." The higher-ups wished to negotiate with Big Mom using them as leverage. Kahn cleared his throat and remarked, "I have no issue with handing over individuals. But now I've captured a few more children of Big Mom. Surely, the 6 prisoners assigned to me must be increased by at least 2, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku could not help but retort, "You brat, hurry back. I will discuss this matter with the higher-ups. Return with haste." Kahn chuckled softly, pocketing his phone and transforming into a bolt of lightning as he departed. He set out to strategize against the Big Mom pirates, aiming to amass a significant amount of malevolent points. The mission was accomplished splendidly. Yet there was one deviation from the original plan. Kahn refrained from indiscriminate slaughter to accumulate his malevolent points. Initially, he had intended to decimate several islands, racking up millions of points. However, with the system's upgrade came the functionality of the jailer. This prompted a change in his strategy. Whereas he had previously relied solely on his own efforts to swiftly accumulate malevolent points, the presence of the jailer allowed him to adopt a more clandestine approach. He could now remain in the limelight as a benevolent figure while the jailer operated in the shadows, engaging in nefarious deeds. Together, they formed a partnership to amass malevolent points, all while the populace expressed their gratitude towards him. Engrossed in these thoughts, Kahn contemplated his next moves. Kahn hurried back to the naval headquarters, where 6 tiers of prisoners awaited his judgment for their crimes. This time, he aimed to secure at least 3 prisoners, which would yield approximately 20 million in criminal points. Coupled with the 20 criminals promised to him by the world government, he aspired to amass over 30 million criminal points, a boon that would significantly enhance his strength. With these thoughts occupying his mind, he made his way back to the naval headquarters. Upon his arrival at the coastal port, he was greeted by his fellow naval officers, who immediately saluted him with respect and admiration. Kahn's battle against Big Mom showcased the latter's dominance. However, it is evident to even the most naive observer that Kahn is destined to become an admiral in the Navy. The naval officers who witnessed the live broadcast of Kahn's confrontation with Big Mom hold his strength in high regard. Particularly noteworthy was his final strike, the lightning sphere, which possessed the power to obliterate a small island. Commodore Kahn, echoed amidst the respectful salutes of the gathered Navy personnel. Kahn made his way into the city, eventually arriving at the entrance of the headquarters. At the entrance, he was greeted by an individual who guided him to Sengoku's office. Within the office, Sengoku was not alone. A formally attired official from the world government was also present. Upon Kahn's arrival, Sengoku gestured towards the world government official and inquired, "He is here to escort someone. How much longer will it be before you can release the individual?" "It won't take long, will it?" Kahn cast those with high levels of malevolence into the pool of sin to absorb their wickedness. Each individual's daily absorption rate is quantified. For instance, Pedropoulos possesses a malevolence score of 1.31 million points, necessitating approximately 10 days for complete absorption through the judgment of sin. However, the process allows for a more expedited absorption of malevolence. Nevertheless, Kahn now refrains from engaging in battle. He has absorbed the nefarious combat experiences from the 6 underground levels, and his knowledge of warfare has become profoundly extensive. The combat abilities of ordinary criminals hold little value for him now. Instead, he seeks to assimilate the fighting prowess of individuals like Hawkeye and Carp, those endowed with exceptional martial skills. Furthermore, those who have faced judgment and failed will come to dread him intensely, likely choosing to retreat into hiding and renouncing violence altogether. In such a scenario, Kahn finds it increasingly challenging to reevaluate their malevolent values, leading to his current reluctance to employ the power of wicked judgment. He has taken to heart the words of the warring states. Kahn glanced at the officials of the world government and remarked, "I require 10 days to absorb their energy. You may arrange for the 5 dignitaries to negotiate with Big Mom after this period. After all, negotiations do require time, do they not?" The world government official nodded slightly. 10 days, you say? I shall convey this to the dignitaries, and I will return to seek out Admiral Kahn thereafter. Kahn nodded, reminding, by the way. Inform a few dignitaries who promised me that I have successfully completed the last mission. Any discrepancies were not my doing. The official from the world government cast a glance at Kahn before taking his leave from Admiral Sengoku. Once he departed, Sengoku turned to Kahn and said, "You should refrain from causing trouble for a while. Stay away from the New World for the next 6 months and focus on eradicating the pirates in the Grand Line. Consider it a way to accumulate merit for your future. The malevolence of the pirates in the Grand Line pales in comparison to that of the New World. Nonetheless, a brief excursion should still allow for some accumulation of notoriety. After all, it is merely half a year. He can endure that." Thus, he readily agreed. "Very well. I shall take a 6-month respite." Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. "Then it is settled. Return and rest." Kahn immediately cleared his throat and remarked, "Well, Marshal, what do the prisoners on the 6th floor have to say?" Zhangguo cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed. "How dare you mention the prisoners on the 6th floor? It's a miracle that they haven't caused you trouble. You, who daily engages in brawls with the Golden Lion and even took his sword." The Golden Lion was so enraged that he resorted to severing his own legs to escape, which led to the resignation of the director in charge of the prison. Has the Golden Lion truly fled? That is splendid news. His flotation fruit and conqueror's haki are precisely what I desire. However, locating the Golden Lion may prove challenging. He likely has yet to establish a base in the skies above the East Blue. It appears I may have to wait several years before I can capture him. Kahn pondered for a moment before feigning surprise, exclaiming, "The golden lion has escaped?" To which the warring states coldly scoffed. "What do you think?" Kahn furrowed his brows, exclaiming, "Why haven't I seen any news coverage?" The warring states pointed towards the direction of Mariewa and remarked, "The underwater prison being breached is indeed a disgrace. As long as the golden lion doesn't emerge on his own, it shall remain unreported." Kahn suddenly realized, curling his lips in indifference, "What does that have to do with me? If he truly wishes to escape, he will inevitably find a way. I believe that taking away his 2 swords might actually be a blessing." Sengoku understood this well. The escape of the golden lion had little bearing on Kahn. He merely issued a warning to Kahn, advising him to refrain from reckless actions in the future. Now that the warning had been given, he proceeded to the matter at hand. "Very well, I shall not dwell on this further. You have been granted 3 slots. Choose wisely. However, remember that none of them can perish, or else you shall find it impossible to acquire more in the future." 3 slots. Should he select Saint One, the evil wolf, Bondi, Wald, and Mira, Dels, the 3 with the highest sin values? He could amass over 27 million sin points. This would be equivalent to the sin value of a maritime emperor for Kahn. Therefore, the 3 slots were indeed acceptable to him. He readily agreed. 3 it is. I shall proceed to impel down and consign the captured criminals to the underwater prison." Sengoku nodded in response. "Do as you wish, but do not send in Big Mom's children just yet. They can be reclaimed by her at any moment." "Very well. I shall take my leave," Kahn replied, eager to depart. Upon exiting, he transformed into lightning and vanished. Sengoku observed this without much concern, knowing that Kahn was eagerly rushing to capture criminals and impel down. At the entrance of the underwater prison, upon encountering Magellan, Kahn was met with a grim visage from the latter. As for the reason behind this demeanor, Kahn was acutely aware of the situation. He clandestinely absconded with Shilio and subsequently assaulted the Golden Lion, precipitating the latter's flight and ultimately resulting in the director's resignation. Magellan was elated to encounter him, which was indeed perplexing. Humph! Upon seeing Kahn, Magellan let out a cold snort, remarking, "Do you still have the audacity to show your face here?" Kahn smiled and released Shilio, saying, "You and Shilio can have a good chat. I shall go meet the director and will not intrude upon your nostalgic conversation." With that, he departed. Kahn hurriedly departed. Shilio furrowed his brow as he gazed at Magellan, uncertain of what to articulate. Director's office. Kahn entered the room and immediately spotted Pooh, who was wearing a mask and perusing a document. "Director," he acknowledged upon seeing Pooh. Kahn saluted. Although Pooh had never displayed his strength, his level of malevolence indicated that his power was exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, Kahn could sense it. He was the one who would take action, and he too could be the one to face defeat. The strength of Pooh was undoubtedly at the level of a top-tier general, possessing power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Upon encountering Kahn, Pooh calmly stated, "I have already been informed from above. You may proceed to the 6th floor on your own. I trust you are aware of the key's location." Kahn inclined his head slightly and remarked to Pooh, "Director, I have heard that my affairs have compelled you to consider retirement. I wish to extend my sincerest apologies." Pooh replied calmly, "Enough of that. I will not heed such rumors. Even if you do not apprehend the Golden Lion, that scoundrel will inevitably flee." Upon hearing Pooh's words, Kahn nodded and said, "The director has retired. When the time comes, I shall have the opportunity to pay him a visit." Pooh replied calmly, "If fate permits, we shall meet again. You should attend to your own affairs." Pooh declined. Kahn paid no mind to the matter at hand. After offering a salute to Pooh, he exited the office. Subsequently, he made his way to the room where the keys were kept and retrieved the key for the 6th floor, now endowed with the power of the Thunder Fruit. Alongside the armed hockey of a junior admiral and an enhanced physique, he found that the once formidable adversaries he could not incapacitate were now easily subdued. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he eagerly approached Saint One Wolf. He opened the door and unleashed his full might upon Saint One Wolf, delivering a ferocious assault that filled the entire cell with a blinding, tempestuous energy. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, and the inmates on the 6th floor were already aware of the unfolding events. Kahn possessed the ability to refine prisoners. The inmates in the first 30 cells were well aware of this fact. As they witnessed Kahn beginning to confront Saint One the Wolf, a palpable tension enveloped them. Although Kahn refrained from taking lives, the harrowing fate of the Golden Lion was a sight they had all witnessed. As formidable beings, they were equally concerned about their dignity. None wished to endure the humiliation of being ruthlessly beaten by Kahn. 3 minutes later, Saint One the Wolf found himself utterly incapable of resistance, subdued and confined by Kahn. Subsequently, Kahn approached the cell of Mira Dels and calmly declared, "If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be prudent to submit to my confinement and assist me in my cultivation. Otherwise, I possess numerous methods to discipline you." Mira Dels' expression twitched, and he soon acquiesced, allowing Kahn to unlock the door and take him in. Following the confinement of Mira Dels, Kahn proceeded to the cell of Wald. This time, Wald, displaying a keen sense of awareness, willingly allowed Kahn to capture him. Given Kahn's current prowess, any attempt at resistance would have been futile. In the face of the choice between being beaten and captured or simply surrendering, even a fool would recognize that the latter was the wisest option. Wald did not wish to lose face either. Thus, 3 individuals were confined. Kahn glanced at the other inmates, their eyes glimmering with avarice. However, he restrained himself. He would not jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan to accumulate malevolent points over such trivial matters. After collecting 3 individuals, he surveyed the crowd for a moment before turning to depart. Only then did the prisoners relax. After leaving the 6th floor, Kahn sought out Magellan, relinquishing to him the superfluous inmates contained within his body before departing with Shiryu. Disposing of the prisoners consumed over an hour of Kahn's time. By the time he returned to the naval headquarters, dusk had already settled. In the ensuing 10 days, Kahn remained honest, quietly resting at the naval headquarters until the world government sent 20 prisoners along with the offspring of Big Mom, marking the completion of his mission at the headquarters. June 14th, early morning. Kahn was summoned to the office of the Warring States Marshal. As soon as Kahn arrived, the Marshal gestured towards a pile of clothing on a nearby table, stating, "Your garments and identification have been prepared. Once you have taken them, you will be free to proceed with your assigned duties." Kahn glanced at the general's uniform laid upon the table, approached it, and promptly stored it in the warehouse. He then inquired of Sengoku, "What is the mission? Are we to combat pirates?" Sengoku cast a fleeting glance at Kahn and replied nonchalantly, "Your abilities are so extraordinary. How could you possibly be assigned a mundane task? This is yet another test from above. There exists an island in the Grand Line that requires your annihilation." Kahn furrowed his brow and glanced at Sengoku, saying, "Commander, my role is to combat pirates. Why must I continually be assigned these tasks? Could you not speak on my behalf?" Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and replied, "Consider this. How much have you benefited from this arrangement? They request you to undertake certain responsibilities, and I find myself unable to refuse." Kahn was rendered speechless. Initially, he was able to absorb the malevolence of the inmates from the underwater prison, an act sanctioned by higher authorities. Indeed, he reaped benefits from this arrangement. It was only natural for him to be tasked with such duties by those in power. Kahn helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, go ahead. What is the task?" The Warring States produced a recording pointer and a file, tossing them in front of Kahn. "Take a look for yourself." "I'm not entirely certain about the nature of the task either." Kahn took the dossier and noticed it was sealed. It appeared to pertain to a covert mission. There was no name on the record pointer, yet it indicated a specific direction. This task was undeniably enigmatic. Kahn retracted the recording device, opened the dossier, and perused its contents. The task became clear. A certain tribe on the island was reluctant to collaborate with the world government in the development of the island's resources. Consequently, the world government commanded him to eradicate the entire tribe. After reviewing the mission, he contemplated his next steps. A flash of lightning flickered in Kahn's hand, and the information vanished into thin air. However, he gazed at Sengoku and inquired, "Upon completing this mission, shall I have the freedom to act at my discretion?" Sengoku nodded in affirmation. "You may operate freely within the Grand Line. Consider it a means to solidify your position as a vice admiral, lest others claim you lack merit." "Very well," Kahn responded. "Commodore, I shall take my leave now." Sengoku waved his hand dismissively at Kahn. "Begone. I can hardly be bothered with you. Just remember to return with the 3 prisoners alive in 6 months, and that will suffice." Kahn smiled lightly. After exchanging a salute with the Warring States, he departed. June 14th, at 8:30 in the evening. The Grand Route, along the coastline of Longwu Island. Upon landing, Kahn released Shirlu. After Shirlu emerged, he surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where exactly have we arrived?" Kahn gazed into the distance at the sprawling village and remarked, "Longwu Island. The world government has issued a new command, instructing me to eliminate everyone on this island. This is also a test of my loyalty to them." Shirlu shook his head, saying, "Those individuals are perpetually engaged in such schemes. If you were to slay the inhabitants of the island, they would only gain leverage against you. Kahn nodded and said to Shilio, "There is no other choice. We must take action. It is rumored that the tribes on this island possess two formidable warriors, each with the strength of an ordinary lieutenant general. I entrust their handling to you, while I shall take care of the others." Shilio relished the prospect of confronting powerful foes, and he was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement. Kahn ceased his idle chatter and led Shilio towards the village. Under the cloak of night, their movements were eerily silent. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the village. Near the entrance, Kahn paused and addressed Shilio. "I shall initiate the assault. You are free to act on your own and seek out those two individuals." Shilio nodded in agreement. Kahn ascended into the sky above the very heart of the village. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, and the amalgamation of his perception and the formidable power of thunder spread throughout the village. In this manner, he sensed the whereabouts of every villager. Thereafter, with his fingers poised, he unleashed a barrage of thunderbolts, each as thick as a thumb, descending upon the village. Instantly, the houses within were pierced, and the inhabitants within cried out in agony from the electric onslaught. Kahn is incapable of eavesdropping on distant conversations like Enel, who wields the power of the lightning fruit. However, he can indeed pinpoint the locations of others using his mastery of lightning. He is now employing this ability with the intent to incapacitate every villager without exception. The bolts of lightning he unleashes, though slender, are potent enough to render anyone beneath the rank of a school-level officer unconscious. As for those stronger individuals who withstand the electric assault, he shall descend later to deal with them at his leisure. Lightning cascades like rain, illuminating the entire village. The wretched cries of its inhabitants echo hauntingly through the air. Those formidable enough to endure the lightning have fled the village, gazing upon the desolation with fury directed at Kahn, who hovers in the sky above. Yet, they are powerless to intervene, for none among them possess the ability to fly. Kahn disregarded them, continuing his assault on the ordinary villagers who remained conscious. Within the village, those who had survived the electric shocks, filled with rage, hurled curses at Kahn. However, upon realizing the futility of their efforts, they swiftly altered their strategy, urging the villagers to scatter and flee beyond the village boundaries. Yet, they soon discovered that this tactic bore no fruit, for the swiftest among them were relentlessly pursued and struck down by the bolts of lightning. Despair etched upon the faces of the strong. They could only clutch the village children and flee in panic. The children represented hope. They yearned to leave behind a flicker of life for their tribe. Alas, their hopes were once more dashed when a swordsman appeared before them, launching an attack. They could not withstand the might of this swordsman and fell beneath his blade. "Lacey, you all must escape. Take the children as far away as possible." In the depths of despair, their chieftain stepped forth, wielding an iron rod to parry the terrifying swordsman's strike, issuing a final, anguished roar to those who remained standing. The village held a population of over 600 souls. Kahn unleashed a relentless assault for 13 minutes in the air, leaving most of the villagers fallen, with fewer than 200 attempting to flee. As the burly man wielding an iron rod held off Shalu, Kahn descended to the ground, pursuing the remaining strong individuals who sought to escape. Longu Island, isolated from the world, lies beyond the Great Route, which does not traverse this area for 7 days. Consequently, the villagers bore low evil values. The ordinary civilians possessed values ranging from merely 1 to 5, which Kahn found unworthy of his attention. Those fleeing with children had evil values between 20 and 50, an insignificantly small number that did not entice him to pursue. Thus, those he caught were dealt with swiftly and decisively. Among the over 200 who sought to escape, Kahn completed the task in less than 20 minutes, eliminating them all. They met their end without suffering. Their brains were ravaged by lightning, rendering them devoid of any pain as they swiftly departed from life. He dealt with every fleeing adversary. When Kahn returned to the village, the battle involving Shilio had already concluded. The man wielding the iron rod who had obstructed him lay defeated upon the ground, having lost all capacity to resist. Kahn approached Shiloh, his brow slightly furrowed. "It seems we are still missing a formidable presence. The intelligence reports indicate that there are 2 powerful beings here." Shiloh, puffing on his cigar, surveyed the surroundings. "Then I shall investigate the vicinity. You can handle matters here. Your skills are well suited for swiftly eliminating our foes." Kahn nodded in agreement. He cast a glance at the wretched iron rod man lying on the ground, and with a single strike of lightning, he ended his life. Iron rod man, 236 points of malevolence. Such a meager score was beneath his notice. Considering the adversary's slight resilience, he deemed it fitting to deliver a swift death, thereby granting him a semblance of dignity. Having dispatched the iron rod man, Kahn meandered through the village. Kahn resolutely dealt with all the unconscious villagers. His ability to unleash lightning to shatter heads could now only be employed at close range. Beyond a distance of 10 meters, he found it impossible to wield with precision. Thus, he was compelled to address each house individually, which proved to be a considerable waste of time. An hour after Kahn commenced his actions, he sensed Shilio and engaged in a confrontation with a dozen individuals. These adversaries exhibited formidable strength, likely representing the absent Major General's prowess. Given Shilio's capabilities, he was more than capable of handling them. Kahn did not offer assistance in the past. After spending an additional 40 minutes eliminating all the living beings in the village, he sensed the absence of any lingering life. Upon reaching the village entrance, he reunited with Shilio, who was seated by the roadside, enjoying a cigar. As Kahn approached, Shilio rose and remarked, "You haven't collected a single soul. It seems your aspirations for strength enhancement are futile now." Kahn nodded slightly. They possess little energy. I can hardly be bothered to collect it. Upon hearing this, Shilio shook his head. It's rather uninteresting. Only slaying pirates can truly satisfy me. Kahn smiled faintly. In the coming 6 months, our mission shall be to eradicate all pirates from the islands of the Grand Line. You may indulge in your desires freely. Shirita revealed a grin. Only through becoming stronger would he find true happiness. Murder was merely a means to acquire a worthy opponent, one who would challenge him to elevate his own prowess. Alas, within the depths of the underwater prison, none understood him. It was only by following Kahn that he could grow increasingly formidable. At 1 o'clock in the morning on the eastern coast of Longwu Island, Kahn found himself aboard a warship that lay anchored by the shore. This vessel awaited his arrival. Tasked with the mission of addressing the situation concerning the inhabitants of the island and subsequently reporting back, Kahn found himself aboard a vessel. A man adorned with a white mask approached Kahn and greeted him. "Greetings, Admiral Kahn." Kahn cast a glance at the masked man and scoffed. "Have you even sent a CPO? If so, why not resolve this matter yourselves? Why must I be summoned to handle it?" The masked man remained composed and replied, "General Kahn, this is an order. Do not question me." Kahn curled his lip in disdain, stating, "Forget it. I cannot be bothered to explain. I have dealt with every last person in the village. As for whether there are others on the island, that is for you to manage. After all, you must verify that I have left no one behind. The aftermath is yours to handle." The masked man readily acquiesced. "Very well, we shall take it from here. Safe travels, General Kahn." Kahn cast a fleeting glance at the masked man before transforming into a streak of lightning and departing. Once Kahn had left, the masked man instructed his associates to search the island. He retrieved a communication device and dialed, stating, "My lord, Kahn has successfully completed his mission." The voice on the other end inquired, "What is the situation?" The masked man replied, "His methods were decisive, with no hesitation. Everything has been dealt with." "Excellent," remarked the man on the device, clearly satisfied. He casually added, "Very well, you may return. Do not concern yourself with matters over there." "Understood." The masked man responded before ending the call. At 5 o'clock in the morning, within the opulent bedroom of the Castle of Sin, Kahn and Nicole Orbia engaged in a passionate encounter for 2 hours, culminating in a satisfying conclusion. Once they settled down, Nicole cast a glance at Kahn and huffed, "Do not forget the promise you made to me." Kahn gently patted Nicole Orbia's head and, with a faint smile, reassured her, "Rest assured, from now on, this will be your home as well." Nicole Orbia glanced at Kahn before closing her eyes to rest. Kahn threatened her with Robin, which left her exceedingly displeased. However, in order to ensure a better life for Robin, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing Nicole Orbia resting with her eyes closed, Kahn smiled and wandered about the castle, familiarizing himself with his new home. The castle was quite spacious. Coupled with the gardens, it could easily accommodate 2,000 people. As for sustenance, it seemed that hunger and thirst were non-issues here, rendering the need for food and drink unnecessary. After exploring the castle, he returned to his chamber and held the rigid form of Nicole Orbia as he took a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he departed the castle, setting off towards Amabuchi Island. His intention was to complete the journey that had been left unfinished last time. With half a year at his disposal and at his current pace, he could afford to take his time. Otherwise, in 2 months, he could traverse all the islands. On June 16th, at 3 in the morning, he arrived at Amabuchi Island, a territory under naval control. Kahn's purpose in coming here is to facilitate Grenette's release. He intends for Grenette to return home briefly before completing the tasks assigned to him. Grenette's future plans involve establishing an assassin's guild dedicated to hunting down individuals with high levels of malevolence. By eliminating these targets, Grenette stands to earn substantial profits while simultaneously providing Kahn with valuable information on their nefarious deeds. During this return home, in addition to delivering funds, Grunnet aims to recruit some of the gifted young assassins from his clan to strengthen their ranks. This endeavor takes place along the coast of Damabuchi Island. Upon releasing Grunnet, Kahn smiled and remarked, "You may return on your own from here on. You are free to act independently. Should you require assistance, please reach out to me at your residence. But refrain from using the telephone bug to contact me. We must not maintain further communication to avoid arousing suspicion regarding our connection." Grunnet nodded and replied, "My lord. When the time comes for my kin to enhance their strength, I hope you will lend your support." Kahn waved his hand dismissively. "As long as you provide the sin value, enhancing your strength is not an issue. If you wish to expand your family, then put in the effort." Grunnet nodded in acknowledgement, bowed to Kahn, and proceeded toward the illuminated area of the island. From that moment on, Grunnet's affairs were no longer connected to Kahn. No matter the extent of his misdeeds, they bore no relation to him. As he watched Grunnet depart, Kahn transformed into lightning and left Damabuchi Island. His next destination was the first isle of the fifth line of the Grand Line, a perilous land indeed. The danger did not stem from its inhabitants, but rather from its treacherous terrain. On Ziohu Island, 9/10 of the land was comprised of unfathomable swamps, leaving less than 1/10 suitable for human habitation. Moreover, that scant portion was scattered. A segment lay at the island's center, making it exceedingly difficult to traverse. In essence, the entirety of the island's livable space was confined to a mere area of less than 5 square kilometers along the coast, where all those eking out an existence on the island congregated. Ziohu Island was fraught with peril, yet it stood as a haven for pirates. For within the swamps lurked countless swamp-dwelling creatures. Capturing even a single specimen could yield several million berries, alongside an array of precious swamp herbs. Thus, it attracted many reckless souls eager to profit. Over the decades, the island's solitary safe zone had burgeoned into a vast urban expanse, teeming with countless adventurers, pirates, and bounty hunters. Kahn's ambition soared as he prepared to reap substantial rewards. The concept of sinfulness is not exclusive to the act of murder. Those who kill animals for profit also bear significant moral culpability. This time, he intended to ensnare everyone within his grasp. Naturally, adventurers and bounty hunters would be spared in the end. However, for pirates, he would assess the extent of their transgressions. If their deeds amounted to merely a handful of lives lost, they would be allowed to depart unscathed. Yet, should the toll exceed 10, he would cast them into the sea to fend for themselves. Survival, in such a case, would be a testament to the grace of fate. Kahn raced along the road, reaching the vicinity of Chowdo Island before dawn, and then descended near the only small town on the island. It was still early morning, and there were few people in the town. After releasing Shilio, Kahn remarked, "This is a zone of chaos. You may indulge as you please. Just remember that if you are killed, there will be no reward." Upon hearing the mention of the chaotic area, Shilio's spirits lifted. He gazed into the town and declared, "Then let us proceed. I can hardly contain my eagerness." Kahn smiled and said, "Then let us commence. I shall take care of the conclusion." Shira did not hesitate and readily agreed. He then unsheathed his sword and ventured into the town, seeking out those he deemed particularly fierce. Disregarding the ordinary passers-by whom he looked down upon, Shira could not discern the common folk. In the eyes of Kahn, the malevolence of passers-by was deemed to hover around a score of 80. Consequently, he incapacitated each encountered individual, casting them into the Tome of Seals. Their actions, however, were soon discovered. A bystander recognized Kahn and, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Oh no, it's the pirate Bane, Kahn. How on earth did this fellow end up here?" Cursing under their breath, they lamented that such a figure ought to reside in the new world, urging one another to flee post-haste. Flee? As if. We ought to find a place to hide. Do you think you can run as fast as lightning? Upon realizing Kahn's presence, the townsfolk erupted into chaos, with some fleeing and others seeking refuge. Upon witnessing this, Kahn ascended directly into the sky. Similar to the village on Longwu Island, he unleashed a tempest of thunder and lightning upon his foes. Those who fled in weakness were rendered unconscious by his electric assault, while the more formidable adversaries who managed to escape were dealt with by Shirlu. In this instance, Kahn refrained from assaulting the houses, for this was not Longwu Island, and wreaking havoc upon the town would surely incite discontent among the populace. Instead, he bellowed with authority, commanding everyone, "Remain indoors and submit to inspection. If you're not pirates, you shall be released upon passing the examination. Anyone who dares to flee shall be treated as a pirate." His thunderous voice instilled a semblance of calm among the panicked crowd. Adventurers, bounty hunters, and merchants conducting business on the island dutifully retreated into their boats, refraining from venturing outside once more. In no time, the streets fell silent. Those who had attempted to escape were swiftly dealt with by Kahn and Shirlu. The thoroughfare was devoid of any further commotion. Kahn landed and swiftly gathered everyone. Once he had assembled the crowd, he made his way to the town square, where he raised a megaphone and bellowed, "Now, all individuals, gather here in the square. Those who do not arrive within 15 minutes shall be dealt with as pirates." Kahn called out twice, waiting in the center of the square. Soon, the townspeople hurried to the square, and before long, their numbers surged to over 1,000. With more continuously approaching. 15 minutes later, the crowd swelled to more than 700 individuals. Kahn gazed upon their terrified expressions and calmly remarked, "I trust that most of you are already aware of my devil fruit powers. I possess the ability to discern whether you have committed any wrongdoing. Those whom I call upon shortly will be deemed innocent and allowed to return home directly. The remainder must submit to my investigation before they may depart. Those who have erred but once shall be released following the examination. However, those with a history of malevolence should not expect my leniency. That said, I require you to wait a moment. There are some unruly individuals who must be dealt with first." Kahn ascended once more into the heavens. Upon sensing the presence of those still hiding within the town, he unleashed bolts of lightning, each a meter in width, which struck down with ferocious intensity, creating gaping holes in the buildings and causing the concealed inhabitants to scream in terror as they collapsed to the ground. In the square, the onlookers beheld Kahn's actions, swallowing hard, trembling in fear. For them, it was a moment of sheer dread. Kahn's prowess is utterly terrifying. They are completely incapable of interception in the air. Kahn unleashed over 70 bolts of lightning, knocking more than 60 individuals to the ground. However, 7 managed to evade his onslaught and fled in a frenzied panic. At that moment, Shio did not even wait for Kahn's command and darted out to pursue those individuals. Kahn glanced around. The collective malevolence of the 7 fleeing individuals amounted to merely over 50,000 points, and he could not be bothered to pursue them. Instead, he returned to the square, preparing to gather the crowd. Among the more than 3,700 individuals present, their combined malevolence likely exceeded 2 million points. The disparity between 200 and 5,000 was evident, leading him to make a decision. Upon landing, he ascended a stone platform in the square and addressed the terrified assembly. "Now, I shall invoke the power of lightning to signal some among you. Those struck by the lightning may now return home." With that proclamation, he snapped his fingers, unleashing delicate arcs of lightning that descended upon those with a malevolence of less than 100 points, causing a slight tingling sensation throughout their bodies. This process took merely 5 minutes, during which over 1,300 individuals were marked, experiencing a brief paralysis. Kahn spoke, "All right, those whom I have chosen, depart in an orderly fashion." The individuals selected by Kahn instantly departed with joy. As they left, some attempted to opportunistically follow suit, but they were met with a barrage of lightning descending from the sky. The would-be opportunists were struck down, their cries echoing as they fell to the ground. With 7 of them incapacitated in their attempt to escape, Kahn calmly stated, "Among those who remain, I shall likely eliminate only about 30, the rest shall be spared. Therefore, it is wise not to flee, for to run is to invite death." His words quelled the fears of those contemplating escape, as they realized that out of more than 200 individuals, only 30 would face his wrath. They felt a sense of security in their apparent safety rather than fleeing. Being captured by Kahn seemed a far less perilous fate. The crowd settled into a newfound calm. Kahn waved to the crowd, beckoning them to approach him one by one. He seized their arms and cast them into the book of sin. Those who dared to resist were met with no mercy. He unleashed a bolt of lightning, scorching them before consigning them to the pages of the tome. Initially, the onlookers felt a tinge of apprehension. However, witnessing Kahn's simultaneous act of collecting and releasing the majority of individuals allowed a sense of calm to settle within their hearts. Collecting and releasing. Kahn lingered in the square for a full 2 hours, meticulously cataloging the sins of every individual present, extracting their malevolence, and ultimately releasing the majority to depart. However, over 200 individuals, burdened with substantial sin, remained. They would have to wait until evening, just before dusk, to liberate a significant portion of them. A small fraction consisted of ruthless killers, destined to be sent to Nicole Robin and Nicole Albia as training adversaries, thereby familiarizing them with the sensation of taking a life. In Kahn's mind, both Nicole Albia and her daughter Nicole Robin were destined to become his jailers, and it was imperative for them to acclimatize to combat in advance. In the future, they would need to attain at least the rank of Vice Emperor to be worthy of his stature. As the crowd dispersed in the square, Shiryu approached him and remarked, The three who escaped seem to have entered the swamp. I inquired earlier. And there are still some pirates in the forest at the center of the swamp, individuals possessing considerable audacity. 2 hours prior, among the 7 who fled, Shirita had slain 1 and captured 3. The remaining 3, having evaded capture with remarkable speed, utilized a peculiar type of skateboard to glide into the swamp. A mode of transport Shiryu was unfamiliar with, thus he could not pursue them. Kahn listened to Shiryo's words and smiled faintly. It is well known that they cannot be spared. The profit from this venture is far too meager. And they must be apprehended. Shiryu nodded in agreement. Shall we set off now? Or would it be prudent to rest for a while before embarking? Kahn placed a hand on Shiryo's shoulder and said, let us set off at once. Once we have dealt with them, we shall return here to rest properly. With that, Shiryu was summoned by Kahn. He soared into the sky, heading towards the heart of the island, Jiaohu Island. The entire island was enveloped in marshlands, with only a few patches of forest scattered throughout. Kahn searched the skies for a brief moment, and soon discovered a forest inhabited by people, ultimately landing in a grove bustling with the greatest number of individuals. Upon his descent, he observed numerous quaint wooden cabins nestled among the branches of the trees. It appeared that the inhabitants of this place resided in these arboreal dwellings, though the reason for such a lifestyle remained unclear. Kahn stepped onto the damp ground and immediately understood the reason. This place was utterly uninhabitable. Who are you? As Kahn surveyed his surroundings, 5 individuals approached, wielding spear-like weapons. Kahn turned around and glanced at the 5 individuals. Before he could utter a word, one among them recognized him and, in sheer fright, turned to flee, leaving his 4 companions momentarily bewildered. However, their confusion did not linger for long. As they watched their companion escape, an unexpected paralysis seized their bodies, and they found themselves confined within a cell. Kahn captured 4 dimwits. Transforming into lightning, he swiftly pursued the fleeing individual, casting him into the cell as well. Those daring enough to venture into the heart of the swamp are truly formidable characters. Kahn apprehended 5 individuals, each possessing a malevolence rating exceeding 500. Consequently, Kahn became immensely intrigued by those lurking within the forest. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly traversing the thicket, incapacitating and capturing all whom he sensed. In the Grand Line, formidable pirates are scarce. Islands like Siohu, where only meager fortunes can be amassed, attract no great marauders. Otherwise, the world government would not turn a blind eye to this place, devoid of any true power. Kahn swiftly apprehended individuals, completing the capture of all those within the forest in under an hour. Among them, 2 dared to resist his prowess, while the remainder fell effortlessly before him, succumbing to his might. Over 100 pirates contributed a staggering 17,000 points to his malevolence tally. He found this outcome quite satisfactory. After concluding his endeavors, he returned to the coastal town and sought solace in an inn for rest. The occupants of his prison would require another day to drain the evil essence completely. He had no desire to transport this group to the next island, as their presence would pose a significant hindrance to his strength. Moreover, it is worth noting that Kahn was not pressed for time. There was no necessity for him to rush. Within the confines of the inn, he found respite. Kahn did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he allowed his spirit to immerse itself in the abyss of transgressions. He rested until evening. The innkeeper knocked on the door and inquired, "General Kahn, we have brought your dinner." Upon hearing the innkeeper's voice, Kahn rose to open the door and observed the hotel proprietor at the threshold, who blandly remarked, "It seems I did not request dinner. Please state your intentions directly." The hotel owner, bowing and scraping in flattery, replied, "General Kahn, it is our esteemed honor to offer you a complimentary dinner at our establishment. For having a personage of your stature reside with us is indeed a privilege." Kahn curled his lip. When he first arrived to book a room, the hotel owner was so terrified that he nearly collapsed to the ground. Given the owner's character, he would never have sought Kahn out unless compelled by substantial gain or life-threatening circumstances. Now, observing the hotel owner's trembling calves, it was evident that he was deeply afraid. However, the owner's complexion appeared relatively calm, suggesting he was not coerced, but rather had accepted some form of benefit from another party to facilitate this meeting. Kahn pondered for a moment and, rather bluntly, addressed the innkeeper. "If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper hesitated briefly but mustered the courage to speak. "General Kahn, there is someone who wishes to pay you a visit." Kahn cast a glance at the innkeeper and demanded, "Speak, how much have you taken?" The innkeeper's face turned pale, and trembling with fear, he stammered, "My lord, this 5 million is all for you." 5 million, merely for a word. It is no wonder the innkeeper could not resist the temptation. Kahn cast a glance at the terrified innkeeper, letting out a cold snort. Bring both the people and the money here, if you think you can profit from me. It seems you have yet to learn the value of your life. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper hastily turned to flee, grateful merely for the chance to survive. He had no desire for wealth any longer. Such money was no longer worth pursuing. Once the innkeeper had departed, the staff member responsible for serving the meals remained nervously stationed near the entrance. Kahn cast a glance at them and said, "Bring it in. And you may leave once you set it down." The three employees hurriedly carried the dishes inside, hastily deposited them on the table, and swiftly departed. Kahn did not close the door. Upon reaching the table, he waved his hand and collected all the food. He then took a seat at the table, awaiting the arrival of those seeking an audience with him. Soon, the innkeeper returned to the doorway accompanied by an individual. The latter, carrying 5 million, entered and placed the money before the stoic Kahn, saying, "General Kahn, the money is all here. I wonder if I may take my leave now." Kahn waved goodbye to the innkeeper, who swiftly took his leave. As soon as he departed, Kahn glanced at the young man standing at the entrance and inquired, "What brings you here?" The young man appeared somewhat anxious, but ultimately mustered the courage to bow before Kahn. "General Kahn, I am Tata Lee, and I wish to exchange a piece of intelligence for the return of my uncle." "Intelligence? Exchange for his uncle?" Kahn was momentarily taken aback and inquired of Tatar, "Is your uncle that one?" Tatar promptly replied, "My uncle is Tatar Ku." Upon hearing this, Kahn glanced into the cell and swiftly located the imprisoned Tataku. He recalled that Tataku's criminal score was over 900 points, and now, after the passage of several hours, it was nearly diminished. Releasing him would pose no significant concern. However, he was indeed curious about what information Tataku intended to offer in exchange for his uncle. Kahn pondered for a moment before asking Tata, "Pray tell, what information do you possess?" Tata replied, "It pertains to the devil fruit, a treasure of inestimable value." "Devil fruit?" Kahn raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Indeed, the devil fruit holds considerable value. Pray, enlighten me. If your information proves reliable, I may consider releasing your uncle." Without a moment's hesitation, Tata Lee responded, "My uncle discovered a devil fruit in the marshlands. He initially intended to retrieve it, but the area is rather perilous. He returned to gather supplies for the journey. If you release my uncle, he could guide you there." "The devil fruit? Right here?" Kahn arrived with a certain interest and promptly released Tataku. Upon his emergence, Tataku immediately spotted Kahn and quickly bowed, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet you, General Kahn." Kahn nodded slightly and gestured towards the doorway. "Your nephew claims you are aware of the whereabouts of a devil fruit, stating that your life could be exchanged for it. I had intended to take your life due to your numerous transgressions, but now I shall spare you, provided you lead me to that devil fruit." Tatakudu's expression shifted dramatically, clearly reluctant to divulge the location of the devil fruit. At that moment, Tata reminded him, "Uncle, without your life, you have nothing left." Awakening to this harsh reality, Tatakudu cast a glance at the menacing Kahn. His greed evaporated instantly, and he hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, General Kahn, I shall guide you without delay." Kahn let out a cold snort, then stood up, his tone softening somewhat as he addressed Tataku, "I will take you there. Direct me where to go." Tataku dared not oppose him and allowed Kahn to lead him away from the inn, soaring into the sky, with Tataku in tow, guided by his directions. Kahn soared above a vast expanse of marshland. In the air, Tataka gazed down at the slowly undulating swamp and remarked, "General Kahn, this is the largest flowing marsh on the island. Even with a surfboard, one cannot penetrate its depths. It was from the fringes that I spotted that cursed devil fruit through my telescope. I have attempted to breach its borders 3 times over the past month. All to no avail." Kahn gazed at the ground. The terrain within a 10-kilometer radius appeared to be in a state of flux. This area seemed to be composed of countless swirling marshes. Indeed, this locale was quite extraordinary. However, in the world of One Piece, where the bizarre is commonplace, the peculiarities here, while unusual, were certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Kahn observed for a while, yet he could not discern the whereabouts of the devil fruit. He then directly inquired of Tataku, "Where is that devil fruit?" Tataku, with an awkward smile, replied, "Well, it cannot be seen in a fixed location. You must first find the place where I saw the devil fruit." Kahn was at a loss for words as he gazed at Tataku and said, "Then tell me, where shall we descend?" Tataka glanced around and pointed in a particular direction. "In that direction, my lord. Please fly slowly to avoid missing the sight of the devil fruit." Kahn nodded, gently guiding the Tadaroku through the skies. After approximately 2 minutes, Tadaruku pointed to a specific location. It is right there. Kahn, guided by Tataku, descended gracefully. He halted just 1 meter above the ground, for the terrain below was a treacherous, shifting swamp, threatening to engulf him. Hovering in midair, Tataka gestured towards a specific direction, saying, "My lord, direct your gaze yonder, approximately 300 meters ahead. The cursed fruit will be expelled from the depths of the whirlpool swamp for about 3 minutes every hour, before it sinks once more." Kahn listened, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was no wonder others had been unable to locate that elusive devil fruit. He himself was uncertain when the fruit would emerge. So he had confined Tataka to the cell and waited alone in the same spot. The sky was growing dim. If he waited for an hour, it would likely be completely dark. However, he was not anxious. With the thunder fruit at his disposal, he could transform into a luminous beacon to illuminate his surroundings. Waiting was indeed tedious, as he kept his gaze fixed on the spot where the devil fruit was expected to appear. He engaged in conversation with Nicole Albio within the castle to pass the time, even though she seemed reluctant to partake in the dialogue. After approximately 30 minutes, while the light still lingered, Kahn noticed a devil fruit revealing itself from beneath a tangle of vines. It appeared that the whirlpool swamp had been swirling the mass of vines encasing the devil fruit, only exposing it when it passed through that particular area. Perhaps it was the elevation of the terrain in that location that had pushed the vines above the surface. After a moment of contemplation, Kahn soared into the air above the devil fruit, wielding his sword to sever the vines that encased the fruit, successfully extracting it from its grasp. He now possessed the coveted devil fruit. Kahn glanced at it. It resembled a mango, albeit in a deep shade of black, adorned with intricate patterns akin to spider webs. He was uncertain about the nature of this devil fruit and resolved to inquire with Sengoku upon his return. After securing the devil fruit, he made his way directly back to the Townsend. Once settled on his bed, Kahn retrieved his transponder snail and dialed Sengoku's number. "What is it, kid? You haven't gotten yourself into trouble already, have you? You just left." Upon connection, Sengoku began to voice his grievances. Kahn chuckled and said, "This time, it is indeed a fortuitous event. I stumbled upon a devil fruit on Zyohu Island and called you to help me identify its nature." Sengoku remained silent for a moment before retorting, "You rascal, do you truly believe you were destined to encounter these devil fruits? Some individuals may go an entire lifetime without ever seeing one, yet you have encountered 3. After his jest, Sengoku finally inquired, "Now, please describe the characteristics of this devil fruit." Kahn chuckled, likening it to a mango, albeit a black one adorned with patterns reminiscent of a white spider's web, roughly the size of our fists. After listening, the Warring States replied, "Wait a moment. I shall provide you with an answer in an hour." "Very well." After Kahn agreed, he hung up the phone. Subsequently, he reclined once more in the pool of sin to enhance his physique. At present, his physical capabilities had reached a plateau. Unless he encountered an individual with a unique physique to extract their martial abilities, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to significantly augment his skills. Even someone of the caliber of the 4 emperors, like Shanks, would offer only negligible advancement to his martial prowess. Presently, the most effective method for him to elevate his constitution remained soaking in the pool of sin. However, this approach would require nearly a year to yield even a modest improvement in his strength, a progression that was painfully slow. Individuals with extraordinary physiques? He pondered for a moment and recalled the giant clan. The physique of Saint One the Evil Wolf, confined within his cell, could substantially enhance his own constitution. However, he needed to return it, thus making it off-limits. Sneaking into the giant clan was a possibility, yet if discovered, it could lead to considerable complications, an unnecessary risk. The little garden. There were also 2 giants residing there. If he could eliminate them, it might facilitate a swift enhancement of his physique. Those 2 giants were formidable among their kin, superior to ordinary giants. It seemed prudent to make a trip. Yet, he must not go too soon. His current sin value was insufficient. Defeating the 2 giants would not yield enough sin value to enhance his physique. It would be best to wait at least 6 months before venturing forth. Lost in thought, he swiftly traversed the hour. Upon hearing the sound of the phone bug ringing, he exited the pool of sin and answered the call. Kahn directly inquired, "So, Marshal, what is that fruit?" Sengoku replied in a relaxed tone, "You're quite fortunate. My friend, that is the devil fruit of the ancient Zoan type, worth at least 1 billion berries." Upon hearing ancient, Kahn expressed his disappointment. "Why isn't it of the mythical type?" Sengoku paused for a moment before retorting, "Don't be so greedy. There are hardly any mythical devil fruits in this entire world. Having an ancient type is already quite impressive. Kahn curled his lips disdainfully and remarked, "Marshal, are you not a mythical beast type yourself? I wonder if that is permissible." Sengoku, somewhat at a loss for words, decided against further discussion. "Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Send that devil fruit to headquarters, and I will arrange for you to receive 12 berries." "No way." Kahn flatly refused. "I intend to keep it for my future wife." Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he cleared his throat and suggested, "Ahem, Kahn, there are many beautiful women in our navy. Would you like me to introduce one to you as a potential wife?" Kahn's expression twitched slightly. That fellow from the warring states actually resorted to pimping for his devil fruit. It's simply absurd. However, finding a woman within the navy could provide the world government with a greater sense of security. This seems to be quite a favorable development. After contemplating, Kahn remarked, "No problem, but my standards are quite lofty. Marshal, once you have made your selection, please send me a photograph for my perusal." The tone of Sengoku immediately brightened. "All right. Just wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you." "Then it's settled," Kahn replied, "but I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Understood," Sengoku affirmed before promptly ending the call, not allowing Kahn a chance to respond. Kahn made a couple of remarks before taking a call and then continued to enjoy a soak in the hot spring on Chiahu Island. After a night's rest, Kahn set forth once more, journeying towards other islands teeming with pirates. Over the course of 5 days, he and Shiryu methodically eradicated the pirate presence on 2 islands. These conquests earned Kahn an impressive increase of over 3 million in his malevolent points. However, following the dismantling of these 2 pirate havens, it appeared that the other pirate-infested islands along the Grand Line had become acutely aware of Kahn's intentions. One by one, they fled their strongholds. When Kahn and Shiryu finally arrived at another pirate island, they found it eerily desolate, with all the pirates having sought refuge in other kingdoms. Kahn, constrained by the limitations of not being able to apprehend individuals within the world government's allied nations, found himself in a state of frustration. Consequently, he reached out to Sengoku to express his grievances. After several consecutive islands yielded no captures, Kahn's persistent lamentations became a source of vexation for Sengoku. In response, Sengoku appointed an individual specifically to coordinate with Kahn, enabling him to pursue those pirates whose locations had been uncovered by the Navy. This, however, was strictly confined to the 4 seas and the Grand Line, with no directives for Kahn to venture into the New World. For the subsequent 3 months, Kahn traversed the seas tirelessly, eradicating pirates, while Shiryu was tasked with dispatching the stronger adversaries. Kahn focused on dealing with the lesser minions. This division of labor was not indicative of Kahn's aversion to confront formidable foes. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that if he targeted the leaders, the underlings would invariably flee. Both Kahn and Shiryu found satisfaction in this arrangement, as Shiryu relished the thrill of battle, particularly against powerful opponents, who also offered greater rewards in terms of malevolent points. Thus, he could further enhance his own strength with Kahn's assistance. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was October 19th. Kahn had not received any assignments for 7 consecutive days, which left him feeling exceedingly bored. Consequently, he decided to call General Warring States to request a task. To his dismay, the general abruptly ended the call, leaving Kahn at a loss for words. With no tasks at hand, he contemplated the need to enhance his own abilities. During this period, his sin value had accumulated to over 46 million points, and he believed that absorbing the physique of 2 giants would pose no challenge. Thus, he set off towards the Little Garden on October 21st. After Kahn landed, he released Shilu. Believing there was yet another foe to confront, Shilu drew his sword. To his surprise, he found himself surrounded by towering trees. His observation haki revealed that there was no one in the vicinity. "Is there no one around?" Shilu inquired of Kahn. Kahn chuckled lightly, assuring, "Rest assured, someone will confront you, but whether you can prevail remains uncertain. This time, it involves 2 formidable figures." Shilio paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Well then, it is fortuitous. I have only faced minor adversaries lately. I too yearn for a worthy opponent who can challenge me. Pray tell, who are they?" Kahn gazed ahead at the forest and remarked, 80 years ago, 2 legendary pirates, Captain Dory and Broggy of the giant pirate crew, once roamed these lands. Giants? 80 years ago? Shirlu listened in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Your words have stirred my spirit. I have yet to confront a member of the giant race. Let us embark on our journey." Kahn smiled faintly and walked towards the forest, saying, "Let us not be so hasty. We shall observe the proper etiquette first, and then we may utilize their heads for our purposes." Silu followed behind Kahn, expressing disdain. "You delight in engaging in such trivial matters." Kahn chuckled softly, without offering any explanation. In the realm of anime, he found the personalities of Dolly and Brokey to be commendable. Thus, he desired to share a couple of drinks with them before they embarked on their journey. The two colossal giants, due to their immense stature, were exceedingly easy to locate. It took merely half an hour. Kahn and Shiria soon discovered Brokey, who was peacefully slumbering on a patch of open ground. Upon noticing their approach, he opened his eyes and remarked, "Ah, more visitors have arrived. It seems quite a few have come by in the past year." Shiria gazed upon Brokey's massive form, feeling an undeniable sense of pressure. Although he harbored no fear of the giant before him, the oppressive aura emanating from him was even more formidable than that of the captain of the wild snake pirates, underscoring the terrifying strength possessed by this giant. At merely 80 years of age, Brokey had a bounty of 100 million berries. Considering the inflation of wanted posters over the years, his bounty would likely exceed 500 million now. Coupled with the passage of time, it was evident that Brokey's power had only grown more formidable. Thus, Shiryu began to take the situation with utmost seriousness. Kahn approached Brokey, a faint smile gracing his lips as he took a seat beside him. "I have heard tales of two giants residing on this island, the captains of the formidable 80-faced giant pirate crew. It is indeed a surprise to meet you in person. You must be Brokey. I am Kahn, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. Greetings." Upon realizing that Kahn recognized him, Brokey sat up and scrutinized Kahn, asking, "Have you come to capture me? I seem to recall having a bounty on my head." Kahn chuckled softly as he emerged from the castle, tossing a large barrel of wine to Brokey. "Indeed, I have not captured you, but let us indulge in some wine first. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for you. Managing to survive here for 80 years is quite an accomplishment." Kahn's wine. Brokey lifted it and poured it into his mouth. As for whether it was poisoned, Brokey felt no need to test it, for he sensed from Kahn that there was no malevolent intent towards him. After consuming a barrel of wine, Brokey exclaimed loudly, "How delightful! Yet it is simply too little." Kahn chuckled softly as he produced several hundred barrels of wine. "Drink up. Indulge to your heart's content." Brokey glanced at the wine before him, lifting it to his lips and consuming more than 20 barrels. Once finished, he turned to Kahn and inquired, "What exactly are your intentions?" Kahn offered a faint smile and remarked, "I admire both of you. However, I must apprehend you. Therefore, before we engage in battle, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. Please summon Dongli as well. Today, you may drink to your heart's content. For once this day passes, you may never have the opportunity to drink again." Kahn's words bore a striking resemblance to provocation. Shilio, feeling the tension, instinctively reached for his sword. However, after a moment of intense scrutiny, Brokey suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Hee, Kahn, you are quite impressive. Before we engage in battle, let us indulge in some fine drink." Following his hearty laughter, Brokey bellowed, "Dongli, we have a guest, and he has brought exquisite wine. Come quickly." In response, a distant voice thundered back, "Brokey, you scoundrel, do not consume my wine. You must wait for my arrival, or I shall not spare you." Brokey chuckled, seized a nearby barrel of wine, and downed several more tankards. Turning to Kahn and Shilio, he declared, "How can we have wine without meat? Stay here while I procure some." With that, Brokey dashed off to capture the island's creatures. Once Dongli approached, he joined Brokey in the quest for sustenance. An hour later, Dongli, Brokey, Kahn, and Shilio sat around the campfire, feasting on roasted meat and sipping wine. The two giants engaged Kahn in conversation, inquiring about the recent surge of pirates on the island. Kahn did not conceal anything. He spoke to them about Roger. They dined, drank, and conversed. The day swiftly passed. As night fell, they gathered together, lying down to rest. The night soon elapsed. At dawn, the four of them rose, gazing solemnly at one another. Brokey grasped his battle axe and shield, while Dongli unsheathed his great sword. Kahn and Shirlu drew their swords. Gazing at the two giants, Kahn calmly remarked, "Once you have met your demise, I shall escort you back to Elbaf, granting you a proper burial at home." "Ha ha 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 ha," roared Brokey with laughter. "You audacious lad, how dare you utter such words? Our warriors of Elbaf are not so easily vanquished." Kahn smiled and said to his companion, "Shiloh, I leave Dongli in your capable hands." Shiloh extinguished the cigar resting between his lips, stowed it away, and turned to Dongli, suggesting, Shall we venture to the southern shore for battle? Dongli nodded in agreement and made his way directly towards the southern bank, prompting Shiloh to follow suit. As Kahn and the others moved farther away, he turned to Brokey and said, "Let us commence." Brokey, ungraciously, raised his hand and swung an axe towards Kahn, proclaiming, "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." Kahn raised his dual blades, successfully parrying Brokey's assault. The formidable shockwave sent trees crashing in every direction. The creatures within the forest were rendered unconscious by the force of the impact. Impressed, Brokey, witnessing Kahn effortlessly deflect his strikes, let out a mighty roar and unleashed an even more powerful and ferocious onslaught. Yet, each of his attacks was thwarted by Kahn. Indeed, Kahn also faced considerable challenges. He relied solely on his formidable physique and the power of his armed haki to engage in combat with Brokey. Thus, his strength was hardly superior to that of Brokey. In the face of Brokey's fierce onslaught, he was repelled several times. The battle continued for 10 minutes. Kahn discerned Brokey's overall strength, realizing that it merely equated to that of the ordinary vice-admirals, such as Kree and Jack, 2 decades hence. Thus, he commenced his counterattack. Engaging in direct combat with Brokey, he wielded swordsmanship, physical prowess, and armed haki, clashing fiercely. The battle between the four was cataclysmic for the forests and fauna inhabiting the small island. Not a single tree stood intact within a kilometer radius of the battleground, and no creature could survive within that span. Even animals in more distant locales, frightened, scampered with their tails tucked, trembling along the coastline. After more than 2 hours of combat, the struggle between Brokey and Kahn remained unresolved. However, Brokey discerned that Kahn was not exerting his full strength, a transgression he deemed unforgivable. With a mighty swing of his axe directed at Kahn, he bellowed, "Kahn, unleash your full power. The warriors of Elbaf have never feared death." Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Brokey and remarked coolly, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, a flash of lightning enveloped him, and he instantly appeared at Brokey's chest, delivering a fierce strike with his sword. The blade sank into Brokey's flesh, leaving him drenched in blood. However, this was merely a superficial wound, for the physique of the giant race is remarkably resilient. Kahn's sword did not pierce Brokey's innards. However, it matters not. Kahn had never envisioned the possibility of slaying Brokey with a single stroke. He transformed into a flash of lightning, launching a series of slashes upon Brokey's entire form, causing the crimson tide of his blood to cascade down, saturating the ground beneath. Brokey attempted to counterattack. However, Kahn's swiftness was overwhelming. His assaults were utterly incapable of keeping pace with Kahn's fleeting figure, leaving him defenseless and at the mercy of the onslaught. 5 minutes later, Brokey, having lost a significant amount of blood, felt his strength waning rapidly. Aware of his impending defeat, he let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens before addressing Kahn, saying, "Young one, prepare yourself for my most powerful strike. Should you manage to withstand it, this battle shall be yours." Kahn halted his assault, coming to a stop 20 meters before Brokey. He gazed at the blood-soaked figure of Brokey and calmly uttered, "Then let it come." Brokey's eyes sharpened with intensity. Discarding his shield from his left hand, he gripped his battle axe tightly, channeling his strength for 30 seconds before unleashing a ferocious blow downward, Dominion. This was Brokey's most formidable strike, cleaving the ground and creating a profound chasm that swiftly extended toward Kahn. In the face of this onslaught, Kahn did not dare to be complacent. The power of swordsmanship, the might of the body, the strength of the devil fruit, and the force of armament haki, these 4 elements coalesced into a singular entity. They converged upon the twin blades, resolutely countering the onslaught of the imperial shockwave. However, Kahn faced considerable difficulty. He was forcefully propelled over 20 meters by the overwhelming power of the. Ultimately, when the might of the diminished to half its strength, he raised his dual swords, channeling the force of upwards into the sky, where it dissipated into nothingness. Brokey, having unleashed the power of, found that the majority of his physical strength had been expended, and he sank to one knee, using his axe to prop himself up and prevent his knees from touching the ground. However, after sustaining himself for merely 3 seconds, his battle axe shattered into a pile of debris. In an instant, he collapsed entirely. With a thud, Brokey crashed to the ground. Kahn transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking down upon Brokey's head, placing a hand upon him and uttering, "I apologize, but I require your strength 100 million volts." The ferocious lightning erupted directly from Brokey's cranium, rendering him momentarily incapable of resistance as Kahn swiftly captured him. Upon securing Brokey, Kahn immediately examined the cost of extracting Brokey's physique. which demanded a staggering sum of 17.6 million malevolent points. Gazing at this figure, Kahn's emotions remained largely unchanged, for his budget was set at 20 million malevolent points. Without hesitation, he proceeded to extract Brokey's physique. In an instant, he felt a tremendous surge in his own capabilities. However, he soon realized that his bottleneck remained unbroken. It seemed that only by absorbing Dongley's physique could he hope to transcend that barrier. Dongley. One could only wonder how his battle with Shilio was unfolding. Kahn pondered for a moment before ascending into the sky. From his lofty vantage point, he observed the distant struggle between Doli and Shiryu. As for Shiryu, he was too diminutive and far away for Kahn to discern clearly. He could only perceive Shiryu's ongoing assault through the lightning-infused Kenbunchika haki. At that moment, Doli bore numerous wounds, yet none appeared fatal. The blood he lost was minimal, insufficient to significantly deplete his stamina. Kahn chose not to intervene in the clash between Shiryu and Doli, for such an action would not be welcomed by either party. Instead, he remained aloft, silently observing the unfolding battle. After 5 minutes, Doli's attacks surged with newfound ferocity, forcing Shiryu to retreat repeatedly. It seemed as though Doli was on the cusp of victory. However, Kahn understood that Dong Li's combat rhythm was already askew. Such an approach would deplete a considerable amount of stamina, and when exhaustion set in, he would find himself in a dire predicament. As for the reasons behind Dong Li's rampage, Kahn was well aware that Dong Li had seen him. This indicated that Bloki had been dealt with. Although Dong Li and Bloki had been adversaries for 80 years, their prolonged conflict had forged a bond akin to friendship. With Bloki's demise, Dong Li found it exceedingly difficult to regain his composure. Shilio was not foolish. Upon witnessing Dong Li's fury, he swiftly transitioned to a defensive and evasive strategy, opting not to confront Dong Li head-on. Thus, the skirmish persisted for over 40 minutes, during which Dong Li's strength began to wane rapidly. Shilio, with no reservations, launched a counteroffensive. The number of wounds on Dong Li multiplied at an alarming rate. Ultimately, Shilio delivered a decisive blow that pierced Dong Li's chest. In his final moments, Dong Li unleashed his most formidable strike, propelling Shilio violently away, sending him crashing into the sea a kilometer distant. Notably, even as Shilio was hurled through the air, his sword remained embedded in Dong Li's chest, underscoring the precision of Dong Li's attack, so precise that Shilio had no time to defend himself. The battle concluded. In an instant, Kahn arrived beside Dong Li. As for Shilio, although he was plunged into the sea, his life is undoubtedly secure. At most, he will suffer severe injuries. Eventually, when cast into the pool of sin, his wounds will heal in due time. Kahn approached Dong Li, observing as he sat despondently upon the ground. With a measured tone, he remarked, "Your heart is in disarray. This is the reason for your defeat." Dong Li reached for the sword embedded in his chest and carelessly cast it before Kahn. Responding with serene composure, "I am aware, and I harbor no regrets. To die alongside him is worth my life. Remember to return our bodies to Elbaf for burial. This is the promise you made to us." Kahn chuckled lightly. "No problem. I always keep my word. This is merely a trifling matter." Dong Li nodded, refraining from uttering a word. He reached for the colossal sword beside him, intending to cradle it in his arms. However, the sword crumbled as if it had weathered away, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments. Dong Li was momentarily taken aback, his body tilting toward the ground. As he approached the brink of death, Kahn unceremoniously cast Dong Li into the Book of Sin, expending 17.41 million sin points to extract his physical strength. This surge of power coursed through him, and he immediately sensed an elevation in his physical prowess. Perhaps now, he could contend with the likes of Akiji and Akainu solely based on his physical abilities. This sensation was profoundly exhilarating. During his previous encounter with Big Mom, he had been overwhelmed due to his insufficient strength, sent reeling by her attacks on numerous occasions. Now, should he face her again, he would undoubtedly not find himself in such a predicament. After pondering for a while, Kahn moved his tibia slightly, retrieved Shiloh's sword, and made his way towards the coast where Shiloh lay. Upon seeing Kahn, Shiloh gasped and implored, "Take me to receive treatment. I feel a tightness in my chest that makes it difficult to breathe." Kahn glanced at Shiloh's chest, which was indented significantly. It was likely that Shiryu's bones and internal organs had sustained severe injuries. Such wounds, with proper treatment, would take a month or so to heal. He approached Shiryu, smiling as he placed his hand on him, and said, "Well done. Once you recover, your strength should increase." Upon hearing this, Shiryu's smile reappeared, and he felt a sense of reassurance. Kahn delved into the inferno of the Book of Sin, embarking on the arduous journey to harness the newfound power within him. He dedicated the night to this endeavor, expending over 400,000 points of sin to master this additional strength completely. By this time, Shirya's injuries had nearly healed. Kahn then took out 326,000 points of sin and infused the formidable power of a pirate's Busashoka haki into Shirya's body, thus elevating his capabilities significantly. With Shirya's strength enhanced, Kahn released him, saying, "Your power has increased. Take the time to hone it. We have no pressing matters at the moment, so let us linger here for a while." Shirya, now fully recovered and with his enhanced abilities, nodded eagerly and ventured into the forest to familiarize himself with his newfound strength in the small garden. Kahn and Shirya lingered for 3 days. During this time, the warring states made no arrangements for tasks, leaving Kahn feeling exceedingly bored. Thus, he decided to escort Shirya back to the Navy headquarters. These past 4 months, Kahn roams the seas, traversing the tumultuous Grand Line. The total bounty on the pirates who have perished under his command has nearly reached a staggering 14 billion, thus elevating his name to legendary status, rivaling that of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji. The only advantage these three hold over him is time. Upon returning to the Marine headquarters, he directly entered the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, unceremoniously seating himself across from the Admiral. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Sengoku. "Admiral, if you do not assign me a mission, are you not undermining the confidence of a devoted Marine officer who is committed to combating piracy? This situation leaves me quite unsettled." Sengoku merely shook his head. Kahn's pursuit of pirates is driven by his clear understanding of the benefits it brings. Were it not for the advantages, he would not exhibit such enthusiasm. Presently, the seas and the Grand Line are devoid of pirates, all of whom have retreated in the face of Kahn's might. It has been quite some time since he has heard of any pirate raids upon islands. Shaking his head, he turned to Kahn and said, "Do not waste my time with idle chatter. Are you on a mission? I possess a wealth of information regarding bounties on pirates below 20 million. Would you care to pursue them? There are also those with bounties under 50 million. Kahn is not interested at all, let alone the bounty of 20 million. Kahn cleared his throat and gazed at Sengoku, declaring, as a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, "It is beneath my dignity to concern myself with such trivial matters. I would prefer to be assigned a significant task." "No," Sengoku retorted with a piercing glare. Yet his tone softened thereafter as he continued, "We have only recently stabilized the situation in the Grand Line. What is required now is a period of tranquility. You should take this time to rest properly. After next year, the Navy will venture into the New World, and you shall have ample opportunities to apprehend individuals then. For now, it would be wise for you to behave yourself." "A year? That is far too long." Kahn furrowed his brow, poised to speak. However, Sengoku interjected, "Enough. I am aware of what you wish to say. I advise you to refrain. My decision is resolute. Since you have returned, I would appreciate your assistance. Please oversee the G3 base along the Grand Line for a while. Once you arrive, well, it seems I have an errand to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Marshal." Upon hearing Sengoku's directives, Kahn abruptly slammed his hand on the table and departed in haste, tasked with the role of base commander. Destined to remain stationed there, Kahn is unwilling to remain idle. He intends to occupy himself with tasks of his own choosing. For instance, he plans to gather historical texts and have Nicole or Bia translate them at the naval headquarters. Kahn has acquired a new residence, a quaint courtyard that befits his status as a lieutenant general. Upon returning home, he reclines on his bed, contemplating where to acquire sin points and how to enhance his strength. Sin points, currently, the operations at Granite have commenced. Periodically, groups of pirates are cast into the dungeons. And over the past 3 months, more than 800 pirates have accumulated, amounting to a staggering 1.65 million sin points. Kahn intends to seize an opportunity to transport these pirates to the New World, allowing them to continue amassing sin points. As for those who perish, their demise will merely serve to augment other sin points. The machinations of Granite are underway. Kahn was somewhat satisfied. With this arrangement, he could achieve nothing for an entire year and still amass around 10 million in malevolent points. As Granite grows in stature, his income may increase even further. As for himself, he currently finds little opportunity to accumulate malevolent points on the Grand Line. Presently, the only avenue for enhancing his malevolent score lies within the New World. Given his strength, a casual exploration of the New World should pose no significant issues. Regarding Sengoku's prohibition, he has always chosen to disregard it. His sole objective now is to accumulate malevolent points and expand the ranks of his prison guards. Having been by his side for so long, It is about time he brought Shiryu under his control, allowing him the freedom to act independently. With Shiryu's diligence, he may very well accrue malevolent points at a rate surpassing that of Grunite. In terms of strength, Kahn aspires to enhance his physical prowess. But it seems the only avenue available is to hunt the giant clan. However, undertaking this task himself would invite numerous complications. Therefore, he plans to delegate the hunting of the giant clan to his guards in the future. Additionally, he currently lacks sufficient malevolent points to extract the powers of the giants. The malevolent points associated with the giant clan are rather low. For instance, despite their formidable strength, individuals like Don Krieg and Brooke are bound by their incessant adherence to the code of warrior honor, resulting in a mere 60,000 malevolent points, far beneath that of even a moderately renowned figure in the New World. There exist numerous methods to enhance armament hockey and observation hockey, readily accessible upon venturing into the New World, yet they still necessitate malevolent points. Elevating his swordsmanship, on the other hand, presents both ease and difficulty. It does not require the expenditure of malevolent points, and could even yield a profit in that regard, though locating a powerful swordsman proves to be a challenge. The method to improve swordsmanship involves utilizing the judgment of evil to absorb the memories of swordsmen. However, the techniques extracted from a swordsman are merely their moves and hold little value. His repertoire of sword techniques is already ample, and there is no need for further additions. Yet, to reach the level of a grand swordsman, one must possess unwavering resolve. The likelihood of success in employing the judgment of evil on them is alarmingly low, with an 80% chance of failure. Targeting weaker swordsmen is entirely futile. Given Kahn's elite swordsman status, absorbing the memories of a mere swordsman offers little benefit. What he truly seeks is the memory of a grand swordsman, the knowledge of transcending from swordsman to grand swordsman. Anything less is of no use to him. Lastly, there lies the Conqueror's Haki. Kahn harbored a strong desire to capture an individual endowed with Conqueror's Haki, in hopes of extracting this formidable power. However, those who possess such abilities are predominantly influential figures, rendering the likelihood of successfully apprehending one dismally low. The only individual of lesser strength he was aware of was Don Quixote Doflamingo, yet Kahn hesitated to pursue him at this moment as Doflamingo was a notorious villain, and Kahn required him to accumulate further nefarious deeds. Moreover, there was the Golden Lion, but at present, Kahn was unaware of his whereabouts. Thus, this path necessitated further patience and contemplation. After much reflection, he continued to ponder. Kahn suddenly recalled a matter of significance. In the original narrative, it seemed that recently, Kaido had seized control of Wano country, and ultimately, the daimyo of Wano, Kazuki Oden, had met a tragic end at Kaido's hands. Wano country is renowned for its abundance of swordsmen, boasting several exceptional grandmasters of the blade. If he could capture a few, even if he could not enhance his swordsmanship through the Sin Judgment, he could extract from them the secrets to transcending into a grandmaster himself, subsequently achieving breakthrough through the Chamber of Infernal Flames. Additionally, he could conveniently accumulate some sin points, making it a truly advantageous endeavor. Contemplating this, he resolved to embark on a journey to Wano to assess the situation there. However, before setting off, he needed to prepare a few essentials. For Kaido was no easy adversary. Yet, he still wished to gauge Kaido's strength. Having made his decision, he set forth. Kahn departed from the room and entered the ordnance department, where he sought out the quartermaster in charge of munitions. "Do you possess a bomb capable of annihilating an entire island?" he inquired. The quartermaster, taken aback by the question, hesitated before responding. "General Kahn, we are merely a standard armory. What you seek likely falls under the jurisdiction of the Scientific Defense Department." "Ah, the Scientific Defense Department," Kahn mused. "Isn't that the domain overseen by Admiral Kizaru?" However, that facility seems to be located not at the naval headquarters but on a mysterious island. Seeking out Kizaru could lead to complications, and it's unlikely the world government would grant him permission. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and addressed the quartermaster. "Very well, then, I shall settle for 100 tons of the most powerful artillery shells you have." The quartermaster's expression contorted at the mention of such a quantity. He suspected that Kahn was unaware of just how many shells 100 tons represented. With a sigh, he replied, "General Kahn, have you reviewed the materials provided by the Marshal? Each Vice Admiral is permitted to requisition only 1 ton of shells per month. Any request for additional supplies must be reported to the Marshal. Are you requesting that I allocate an entire ton to you?" "A ton? What use is that?" Kahn initially intended to decline, but after a moment of contemplation, he sighed and remarked, "Very well, a ton it shall be. Please escort me to the armory." The supply officer nodded in agreement, and guided Kahn to the entrance of the underground munitions depot, leading him inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive corridor. After traversing over 30 meters, they arrived at the heart of the armory. Inside, an impressive array of firearms and artillery was meticulously organized, while ammunition was housed in a separate chamber. The supply officer brought Kahn to the doorway of a room filled with shells, opened the door, and said, "General Kahn, we have 5 different types of shells available. Please let me know which one you require, and I will arrange for their delivery to the port." Kahn surveyed the room filled with artillery shells, instantly invigorated by the sight. With such an abundance of ammunition, it was more than sufficient for that rascal Kaido. He then raised his hand, patted the quartermaster on the shoulder, and rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, he commenced his plunder, emptying the armory of its munitions within a mere 10 minutes. After departing from the supply depot, laden with artillery, he made his way directly to the New World. Less than 20 minutes after Kahn's departure, the unconscious quartermaster was discovered, along with the stark realization of the emptied ammunition storehouse. Such a significant event swiftly reached Admiral Sengoku. The quartermaster was revived and brought before Sengoku, who, after inquiring about the unfortunate situation, rubbed his temples and dismissed the quartermaster. As for punishment, that was a matter instigated by Kahn, and thus the quartermaster bore no responsibility and required no censure. Once the quartermaster was sent away, Sengoku attempted to contact Kahn, but to no avail. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. He was not particularly worried about Kahn's potential treachery by stealing the artillery. Rather, he feared that Kahn might cause considerable turmoil in the New World. Such a vast quantity of ammunition could easily devastate a small island. The thought of chaos erupting in the New World was a source of great distress. He found himself lamenting Kahn's actions, yet with no means to vent his frustrations. He could only curse him to step in dog excrement upon his departure. However, Sengoku's curses bore no consequence for Kahn, as he soared through the air, requiring no footsteps. He sped along, and after 13 hours, arrived above Wano, subsequently descending near a quaint town. Upon landing, he donned a new outfit that concealed half of his face and ventured into the town. Within the settlement, a palpable sense of unease permeated the air. Through the power of his conqueror's haki, Kahn discerned the conversations of the townsfolk, meticulously filtering the pertinent information he sought. Currently, Kaido has claimed dominion over Wano, while Kazuki Oden feigns madness, leading the inhabitants of Wano to completely lose faith in him. Presently, Wano is shrouded in darkness. Having investigated the situation, as Kahn departed from the town, he released Shirlu, gazing at him with a sense of urgency. "Shirlu, we have a significant operation ahead." Shirlu surveyed his surroundings and calmly inquired, "What grand operation? Are there formidable opponents?" "Indeed. Does Kaido not count as a strong adversary?" Kahn replied, and Shiloh's expression twitched slightly. He wished to challenge the strong, yet he had no desire to confront someone as monstrous as Kaido. Such a being was far beyond the realm of opponents he could currently contend with. Shiloh cast a sidelong glance at Kahn. "May I retract my earlier statement?" Kahn couldn't help but laugh. "What? Are you afraid? With your strength, you might not be able to defeat him, but surely you can run away. What is there to be frightened about?" Silu remained silent, merely taking out a cigar and lighting it. Kahn shook his head upon witnessing the situation. "Do not fear Kaido so much. I have now developed a new ability that allows me to extract the powers of others' devil fruits and bestow them upon you. What devil fruit power do you desire? You may capture it yourself in the future, and I will assist you in acquiring it, though energy will still be a requisite." Shilu immediately felt invigorated. He was not merely a swordsman. He was willing to do anything to grow stronger. Shilu glanced at Kahn and inquired, "What do you think of the Whitebeard's fruit?" "Whitebeard?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shilu, remarking, "You truly have the audacity to think such thoughts. I had never even considered it." Shilu chuckled lightly. "One must possess dreams, after all. Your strength will undoubtedly surpass that of Whitebeard in the future. I aspire to acquire the Tremor fruit. Surely, it is within your reach as well." Goodness. Shilu has taken to flattery. Though it is somewhat subtle, flattery is still flattery. Kahn secretly scoffed and, with a smile, said to Kahn, "If you are willing to wait, it is not entirely impossible. However, I fear I will be unable to deal with him for at least a decade. You should find another devil fruit to tide you over for now." Silvers nodded slightly. He mentioned Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi merely in passing. Let alone a decade, even 20 years would not suffice. Whitebeard is not to be trifled with. Moreover, Silvers felt that the Gura Gura no Mi was ill-suited for him. His physique lacked the formidable strength of Whitebeard. Utilizing the Gura Gura no Mi could potentially lead to his demise at a quicker pace. So what devil fruit should I ultimately choose? Silvers pondered, contemplating which devil fruit to obtain in the future. Kahn patted Silvers on the shoulder and remarked, "All right, we can discuss this matter later. We have now arrived in Wano. It would be a wasted trip if we do not capture some individuals." Silvers snapped back to reality and followed Kahn to find a place to rest. The two had been collaborating for nearly a year, and they had gained considerable experience in capturing the maximum number of people. This time, they intended to employ their tried-and-true methods. As night fell, Kahn employed his observation of the lightning-infused haki to ascertain the circumstances within the town. Subsequently, the two stealthily infiltrated the settlement. Those chosen by Kahn were swiftly apprehended, allowing for a silent operation to capture all intended targets. Moreover, during the capture, the individuals were rendered unconscious, and once their malevolent points were extracted, they were discreetly deposited in an isolated location. Thus, no one would suspect the involvement of the duo. Upon awakening, the captives would find their possessions intact, perhaps grumbling about their ordeal before returning home, devoid of any further complications. As night descended upon the forest, the townsfolk, having rested sufficiently, the two commenced their mission. Their first objective was the nearby town, where they infiltrated and began apprehending those with malevolent points exceeding 500. The number of individuals within the town holding such a score was relatively scarce. Within an hour and a half, they successfully captured all those with malevolent points above 500, thereby concluding their operation in the current town. Kahn, accompanied by Shirlu, set off towards the nearest town, belonging to the kingdom of He. Kahn possesses a remarkable memory. The town where he and Shirley recently apprehended individuals is a dilapidated settlement in the Haimai region of Waji country. Their next target is the bustling town of Buro in the Juli region, a locale far more prosperous than the previous one. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they arrived in Buro. Within the town, they captured a significant number of individuals, each possessing a malevolent score ranging from 1,000 to 500 points. These individuals appeared to reside in the same vicinity, seemingly under the command of Kaido, constituting a faction of pirates stationed in Buro. Kahn observed 2 individuals whose malevolence ratings exceeded the threshold. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to apprehend those with ratings between 500 and 5,000. As for those above 5,000, he resolved to wait until the lower-tier individuals were secured. By 4:30 in the morning, all individuals with malevolence ratings below 5,000 in Buro Town had been captured. No one could impede Kahn. With Shirley's stealthy maneuvers, they dealt with these individuals efficiently. As dawn approached, Kahn and Shirlu prepared to apprehend those with ratings exceeding 5,000 before the first light of day. Typically, individuals with considerable prowess possess malevolence ratings that are not particularly low. While they may refrain from taking lives, their formidable abilities allow them to influence the fates of others with ease, resulting in a certain level of malevolence. However, those whose ratings surpass 5,000 are unlikely to be virtuous, even if they do not engage in outright malevolence. They have likely caused numerous deaths in the pursuit of their own interests. It is akin to 2 nations at war, where neither side is inherently right or wrong. Everything revolves around self-serving motives. As they prepared to capture individuals with ratings above 5,000, both Kahn and Shirlu became increasingly cautious. During the apprehension, Shirlu remained on standby, ready to assist should any irregularities arise. Fortunately, their luck held, as they encountered no one capable of resisting them. 2 individuals did sense their movements, yet Kahn's speed was so extraordinary that they were captured before they could react. In the land of harmony, renowned as the nation of warriors, it was evident that every individual possessed a malevolence rating exceeding 100. In the dilapidated town of Bolo, Kahn apprehended several individuals, accumulating a staggering crime value exceeding 1.9 million points, which greatly elevated his spirits. The crime rates in these 2 towns were remarkably high. One could only imagine the prosperity and possibly even higher crime values in the capital of the kingdom, Kaishin Town, and the coastal city of Renwu Harbor. Contemplating this prospect filled him with exhilaration. After capturing the inhabitants of both towns, the sky began to brighten. Kahn, accompanied by Shilio, departed directly from the borders of Wano. After more than an hour of flight, he alighted upon a deserted island adorned with lush forests, where he rested for the entirety of the day. As midnight approached, he sought an open area to discard those whose malevolent essence had been fully drained, before making his way back to Wano. This night, Kahn and Shirlio's objective is Blade Harbor, where Kaido's subordinate forces are stationed. Confronting them will not be an easy task, Even Kahn doubts their ability to capture anyone smoothly. They stealthily approach Blade Harbor. Kahn, with his mastery of the observation hockey, instantly perceived that numerous concealed figures were surveilling the entire town harbor. It was evident that his actions from the previous night had drawn the attention of the beast pirates, prompting them to position watchers. Otherwise, given Kaido's nature, he would never have deployed such a multitude of infiltrators. Kahn remained unperturbed, his mastery of the thunderous observation hockey enabling him to deftly evade those adversaries. Thus, alongside Shiryu, he embarked on a mission to apprehend individuals with relatively low malevolence values. 1, 5, 30, 140, 360. 696. By approximately 5 in the morning, the number of captives had surpassed 1,000, resulting in an increase of 2,090,000 in his malevolence score. This brought Kahn immense satisfaction, invigorating his resolve to continue the pursuit. Moreover, during the operation, he stumbled upon an individual with a malevolence value of 4,680,000, 2 others with values around 2 million, and more than 20 with values hovering near 500,000. Additionally, there were over 100 individuals with malevolence scores exceeding 10,000. Should he succeed in capturing them all, his gains could potentially eclipse 15 million, a thought that stirred within Kahn an urge to unleash chaos. However, he restrained himself, for there remained at least 2,000 individuals within the town with malevolence values above 500. Hence, he prudently decided to avoid alarming the masses for the time being. With his newly captured individuals in tow, he stealthily slipped away before dawn. After leaving, Kahn sought refuge on a deserted island. Meanwhile, at Renwu port, as dawn broke, the workers who arrived for their shift discovered that many of their comrades had not shown up for work. This prompted immediate inquiries at their homes. Their vigilance stemmed from the alarming events that had transpired the previous day in Boratown, a dilapidated settlement, which had already circulated among them. They were acutely aware that those who had gone missing might share the same fate as those from the previous night, unaccounted for. The news of the missing persons reached Jane, one of Kaido's 3 calamities, who found the situation exceedingly troublesome. The night before, he had deployed over 100 officers from the beast pirates throughout the town with the intent of preventing any disappearances. Yet, despite such stringent surveillance, over 1,000 individuals had vanished, leaving Jin at a loss for how to report this to Kaido. After tallying the missing, Jin remained silent for a considerable time before finally retrieving his din mushi and dialing Kaido's number. As soon as the line connected, Kaido's voice boomed. "Jin. What is it?" Jin replied calmly. "There are also missing persons at Renwu port, and the number exceeds 1,000. "What?" Kaido exclaimed, irritation evident in his tone. "Who is causing this chaos? Is it those samurai? I shall eliminate them all." Jin maintained his composure. "My lord, I believe it is not the samurai. As the majority of the missing are indeed samurai themselves, only a quarter are our own men. Moreover, I suspect the adversary's strength is not formidable. For those who have disappeared are largely individuals of little prowess." After sharing this insight, Jin added, "My lord, I believe that individual will strike again tonight, though I am uncertain of the location." Kaido contemplated this for a moment before stating, "Over at Kaishin Town, Kurizumi Orochi reported no disappearances. Where do you think the perpetrator will target tonight?" Jin pondered briefly and responded, "It is difficult to say. The adversary is elusive. Our only lead thus far is that someone witnessed a strange flash of light last night." "A strange flash of light?" Kaido remarked with irritation. "What use is that information? It is akin to having nothing at all. I need to ascertain the specifics of this situation." Jin replied nonchalantly, "It is somewhat useful. I have already issued orders that if anyone sees a peculiar flash," Jin remarked, "after tonight, I shall have clarity. If my conjecture proves accurate, we may find ourselves embroiled in considerable trouble, as it appears we are also targets. That individual is exceedingly vile and dishonorable, making him a formidable adversary." Kaido, perplexed by the conversation, decisively responded, "Very well, you may handle the arrangements as you see fit. I shall not involve myself further. Contact me directly when my intervention is necessary." Jin replied, "Understood, my lord. I shall proceed with the arrangements and present the results to you by nightfall." In the early morning, a day had passed. Kahn has once again returned to the land of harmony. This time, he is far more cautious, not even releasing Shiryu. After 2 nights, he recognized that the enemy's defenses would undoubtedly be more formidable. At Blade Harbor, he solidified his suspicions. Hardly anyone in the town was asleep by dawn. This was certainly indicative of trouble. Consequently, he decisively abandoned Blade Harbor and made his way directly toward Fortune Town. Upon arriving, he refrained from entering the town itself, opting instead to capture those with particularly high levels of malevolence in the surrounding villages. After one night, he apprehended over 1,000 individuals. Although the total malevolence was somewhat less this time, not reaching 1,000,000, he was content to earn what he could without being greedy. By dawn, he surveyed Fortune Town and departed once more. At 7 in the morning, Jean received intelligence regarding Fortune Town, reporting that another 1,000 individuals had gone missing from the surrounding villages. This caused Jean to furrow his brow slightly. He had thought the enemy's audacity couldn't be surpassed. Yet it appeared they were even bolder than he had imagined. If this continued, the Land of Harmony would be engulfed in panic, prompting him to urgently contact Kaido, saying, "Master, we must take action. Otherwise, the Land of Harmony will be thrown into disarray by that individual." Upon hearing this, Kaido replied directly, "Speak. What do you require of me?" Jean explained, "Based on the intelligence I possess, this may be the work of Rear Admiral Kahn from the Navy headquarters. 2 months ago, rumors circulated in the underworld that Kahn had been secretly capturing people to train, only to release them afterward, which is why no one sought him out for trouble. Coupled with the inexplicable flashes of light, I believe it is highly likely that Kahn is behind this." "Kahn!" Kaido exclaimed, enraged. "That scoundrel. I haven't even dealt with him about the matter of the wild serpent, and he dares to cause me trouble." Jean calmly replied, "He has the audacity to kill even Big Mom's son. What is there that he would shy away from? Master, prepare yourself for tonight. He will surely return by dawn. Be it to Fortune Town or Blade Harbor." Furious, Kaido declared, "I will slay that scoundrel. I'm on my way." Jean, maintaining his composure, cautioned, "Master, do not act in haste, lest we fall into Kahn's trap. We are at a critical juncture in dealing with the samurais. If our efforts are thwarted due to Kahn, it would greatly hinder our control over the Land of Harmony." Kaido remained silent this time, yet Jean could perceive his furious breaths. However, he found himself at an impasse. The speed of the rumble fruit was too swift, and he had no confidence in capturing Kahn. Thus, he resorted to provocation, hoping to draw Kahn out. Jean continued, "Attempting to obstruct that fellow is nearly impossible. The speed of lightning is exceedingly rapid. I will summon all the samurai to gather at the rocky shore of Blade Harbor. If Kahn wishes to capture someone for training, he must come to the rocky shore to find us." Upon hearing this, Kaido immediately replied, "Very well, I shall arrive tonight. I want to see that scoundrel in person." Jean concurred, agreed. With matters settled, Jean hung up the phone and began his preparations. He contacted Orochi, instructing him to gather all the samurai in the town at Blade Harbor, and then notified the beast pirates to assemble there as well. Amidst this flurry of activity, noon was fast approaching. In the town of Kaishin, at the residence of the Kazuki family, Kazuki Oden also received Jin's summons. He had heard of the missing persons incident. Upon receiving the call to gather, he was informed by his men that it was to confront the mysterious individual. Oden had some thoughts regarding this matter, yet he hesitated to act recklessly. He intended to ascertain the strength of the enigmatic figure and whether it could rival Kaido. If the strength were insufficient, it would be improbable. Given Jin's demeanor, the opponent's power was undoubtedly formidable. If this individual could contend with Kaido, it represented an opportunity for him. Therefore, he summoned his loyal samurai. Among them was Kinemon, one of the 9 red scabbards, who was a subordinate of Kazuki Oden. They met at an agreed location outside the city. Upon their meeting, Kinemon bowed to Oden. "My lord, do you have any instructions?" Oden, gazing intently at Kinemon, replied, "You must immediately arrange for someone to investigate who these assailants from Wano are. If their strength is considerable, this could be our chance to reclaim Wano." Kinemon nodded. "Very well, I shall investigate at once." After a moment of silence, Oden remarked, "This may be our finest opportunity. Kaido's ability to gather so many indicates that he is wary of their strength, otherwise, he would not take such action." Kinemon looked at Oden and inquired, "But will they engage in battle with Kaido? They seem to be stealthily capturing people, likely out of fear of him." Oden gazed up at the sky. "That is why I have sent you to investigate their situation. If their strength is inadequate, then we shall reconsider our approach." Jin Wyman understood. He nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, I shall gather all necessary intelligence." Kazuki Oden responded with a nod, "Go forth, inform the others, and enlist their assistance in uncovering information. However, exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to be captured by Kaido's men." Jin Wyman acknowledged with a nod. After bowing to Kazuki Oden, he retreated. Meanwhile, Kazuki Oden hastily returned to the town, always under vigilant watch. This time, he had stealthily slipped away. If he did not return promptly, Kaido might grow suspicious of his actions. Such a scenario would spell trouble for him, and consequently, for Wano as well. He was acutely aware that Kaido was on the verge of losing his patience and taking action against him. He could not afford to give Kaido any opportunity. Each day he could delay was a victory. He must wait for the optimal moment to act. In the early hours of dawn, near Port Rabu in Wano. As Kahn touched down, he surveyed the situation within the town. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were hardly any inhabitants present. Just as he was preparing to venture into the town to assess the circumstances, the loudspeakers blared, "General Kahn, we await you at the gravel beach to the south. I know it is you orchestrating this, so come and confront us if you dare. Alas, has my identity been unveiled? Who could possess such astuteness to deduce that I am the one behind this scheme?" Kahn pondered for a moment before swiftly shedding his dark attire. He soared rapidly towards the southern direction of the town. For the past 3 days, he had cloaked himself in black while moving, as the brilliance of the lightning would otherwise attract unwanted attention. The black garments served as a veil, obscuring most of the radiant flashes whenever he refrained from striking. However, now that he had been discovered, there was no longer a need for concealment. He ascended into the air and arrived at the gruesome wasteland situated to the south of the town. Upon reaching the ground, he landed with purpose. Kahn hovered in the sky, gazing down at the throng of 5,000 to 6,000 people below, nearly drooling with anticipation. Goodness! The collective transgressions of these individuals could easily amount to a staggering 30 million. If he could capture them, it would not only grant him another guard, but also significantly amplify his own power. As Kahn greedily surveyed the crowd, one among them ascended into the air. Approaching him directly, fixing his gaze upon Kahn, he declared, "The fruit belongs to you, Kahn." Kahn cast a glance at the newcomer, who was adorned with a mask and a pair of wings. It was the Ember of the Three Calamities. After surveying the figure, Kahn remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, is that not Ember?" Ember furrowed his brow slightly and fixed his gaze upon Kahn, inquiring, "What exactly do you intend to accomplish by coming here? Do you truly believe that your swiftness will deter us from taking action against you?" Kahn gazed at the 468 million crime points above Jin's head and immediately recognized that the individual he had encountered the previous night at Blade Harbor was indeed Jin. It was hardly surprising for someone with such a staggering 468 million crime points to exist. He observed Jin for a while. Kahn calmly remarked, "Is it necessary for me to discuss my intentions with you pirates? If I choose to come here and eliminate you, it is only to be expected." Jin's tone suddenly turned icy. "Do you truly believe, Admiral Kahn, that we fear you?" Kahn let out a cold snort, remarking, "With your leader's pitiful demeanor, who could he possibly fear? Have you brought me out here today to engage in a contest of strength?" As Jin prepared to take action, eager to demonstrate their prowess, he was suddenly struck by an intense pressure that enveloped him. This force, while perhaps not rivaling that of his superior, Kaido, was undeniably the hallmark of a formidable warrior. The source of this oppressive aura was Kahn himself. Jin fixed his gaze on Kahn, struggling to comprehend how such a despicable and shameless individual could possess an aura akin to that of Lord Kaido. In his mind, he believed that someone as vile as Kahn could never exude such commanding presence. As Jin contemplated these thoughts, Kahn furrowed his brow slightly, lowering his gaze to the ground. A portion of the warriors lay sprawled upon the earth, yet the majority remained standing, their eyes fixed upon those who had fallen. Kahn suddenly grasped something profound. Just moments ago, he had intended to intimidate Jin with his gaze and presence, compelling him into submission. Yet, within his very being, a formidable force seemed to erupt. Although he did not fully comprehend its nature, Kahn, having witnessed the narrative arc of various anime, recognized it unmistakably. It was the legendary Conqueror's Haki, a rare trait possessed by only a select few. It dawned on him that he, too, bore this extraordinary power, albeit unbeknownst to him until now. Reflecting on this revelation, it seemed only fitting that he possessed the Conqueror's Haki. From the moment he arrived in this world, accompanied by a system, his ambition had been to become its sovereign. He had never feared any individual within this realm. His audacity and courage made the possession of Conqueror's Haki entirely appropriate. As for his penchant for cunning tactics and retreating when faced with formidable foes, that was merely his approach to challenges and did not signify fear of those powerful adversaries. Much like Doflamingo, who would also flee when confronted by Kaido. This did not imply a lack of dominance on Doflamingo's part. As Kahn pondered his newfound ability, Jin regained consciousness and, drawing his sword, launched a fierce strike towards Kahn. Kahn possesses the power of Conqueror's Haki. Jin contemplated this and understood immediately, Yet he was never intimidated by those who wield such extraordinary abilities. Therefore, upon encountering Kahn, he momentarily froze, but quickly regained his resolve and struck decisively with his sword, seeking to inflict a grievous wound upon Kahn while he was caught off guard. Indeed, in the face of Jin's strike, Kahn awoke with a disdainful snort, drawing his sword. There was no time to flee, yet escape was still an option. However, Kahn had come with the intent to engage in battle with Kaido, and thus, he would not retreat. He raised his hand, gripping Jin's sword, and coldly remarked, "Jin, do you underestimate me?" Jin's expression instantly turned grave. His sword, though not the supreme blade, was nonetheless a renowned weapon. Kahn gripped his sword firmly, resisting the force directed against him, demonstrating his formidable mastery of both haki and martial arts, which were undoubtedly superior. "Get lost," he exclaimed as Jin stood momentarily dazed. Kahn radiated with a brilliant flash of lightning. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Jin hurtling through the air, crashing down into the ground with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated through the crowd, causing several unfortunate souls to be caught in the fallout, their cries piercing the air. "Ha! Kaido, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Hiding behind the mountain is beneath you. Do you truly fear me?" With that, he sent Jin flying. Kahn burst into laughter, gazing beyond a small hill. Under the influence of Kahn's observation haki, no one within a 2-kilometer radius could evade his detection, not even Kaido. "Hey, you think you're quite formidable, don't you?" Kahn remarked. Upon hearing this, Kaido emerged from behind the hill, wielding his iron staff. The crowd on the ground swiftly parted to allow Kaido to reach the center of the open space. As Kaido arrived at the center, Kahn descended before him. At that moment, Jin also approached Kaido, his tone somber as he confessed, "Sir, I have brought shame upon our pirate crew." Kaido waved his hand dismissively, fixing his gaze on Kahn. "This fellow is beyond your capabilities. You still have much to learn. Leave him to me." Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retreated. After Jin stepped back, Kaido turned his attention to Kahn and asked, "What brings you here, young one? I assume you weren't sent to confront me." Kaido noted, "The world government has no time to concern themselves with me at the moment." In response, Kahn replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they have not issued any orders to me. I merely came to observe and seek some resources for my training." Kaido's expression sharpened. "I trust that your training resources do not include me?" Kahn squinted his eyes, fixating on Kaido's staggering bounty of over 38 million. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed. However, I wish to challenge you in training. I am still a bit lacking, but I yearn to give it a try." "What a spirited lad you are, truly audacious, worthy of possessing the conqueror's haki." Kahn's words earned him the admiration of Kaido. Following this praise, Kaido brought his iron rod crashing down upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers instinctively retreated, aware that Kaido was about to unleash his wrath. Unfazed by the presence of others, Kaido charged into battle, his eyes fixed on Kahn as he brandished his twin swords. With a booming laugh, he swung his rod downwards towards Kahn. Kahn did not retreat. He wielded dual swords to parry Kaido's iron staff. The impact was thunderous. Indeed, Kaido's strength was extraordinarily formidable. Even with the power absorbed from two giants, Kahn was unable to withstand the force of Kaido's mace, which relentlessly pushed him backward. Ultimately, Kahn withstood Kaido's assault, retreating merely a meter. To have successfully parried Kaido's strike, Kahn felt a sense of satisfaction. He glanced at Kaido and declared, "Kaido, you are not so formidable after all. Now it is my turn." The audacious young man. Upon hearing Kahn's words, Kaido merely uttered a few words in response before swinging his club once more, aiming a fierce blow at Kahn. This time, Kahn was no longer resilient. He transformed into lightning to evade Kaido's assault, then materialized before Kaido, delivering a fierce blow with his twin swords to Kaido's chest, forcing him to stagger back a step. "Not bad, little brat." Kaido, despite being pushed back, became exhilarated, brandishing his kanabo and charging at Kahn once more, exclaiming, "Come on, little brat. Make it more enjoyable for me." Kaido unleashed a relentless barrage. After Kahn successfully deflected several attacks, he ascended into the air. The sheer magnitude of the 200 million volts of thunder left him feeling somewhat at a disadvantage. Consequently, he transformed into the embodiment of the thunder god, wielding twin swords that extended to 3 meters in length. His physique morphed into that of a towering figure, akin to Kaido. Over the course of the past 3 months, he had not idled away his time. During the moments of tedium while waiting, He had thoroughly harnessed the powers of the thunder fruit within the chamber of fiery flames, developing his abilities to a level that would rival even the Enel of 20 years hence. Transformed into the thunder god, he descended from the sky, delivering a fierce strike toward Kaido. In response, Kaido swung his staff upward with tremendous force, crashing it against Kane's thunderous twin swords, laughing heartily. How intriguing, how intriguing. You are far more entertaining than that fellow Kizaru. The air crackled with violent electricity as the two clashed, sending arcs of lightning spiraling outward. Those who had thought themselves at a safe distance were unfortunate enough to be caught in the discharge, receiving a minor shock. Fortunately, the effects were merely paralyzing and not life-threatening. Nevertheless, the crowd instinctively retreated further, seeking safety from the tumultuous spectacle. Kahn, too, had no time to spare. He had condensed the power of the Thunder God, and his abilities had only just managed to withstand Kaido's strength. And that was before Kaido had unleashed the powers of his devil fruit. Thus, he focused intently on Kaido, engaging him in a fierce confrontation. The battle between the two was extraordinarily brutal. Even those who had retreated from the combat zone were filled with trepidation at the sight of their clash. They could only observe from a distance, fixated on the ferocity of Kahn and Kaido's struggle. No one dared to approach this fierce duel, for the violent white lightning and the ominous black electric patterns generated by the conqueror's haki ravaged the battlefield within a radius of 500 meters. Any ordinary person who ventured too close would likely meet an immediate demise. Those of lesser strength could not come near either. Only someone with at least the prowess of a brigadier would be deemed worthy of witnessing the spectacle. Among the onlookers, Kazuki Oden watched the fierce battle between Kahn and Kaido, his expression shifting constantly as he grappled with the decision of whether to launch a surprise attack on Kaido. Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he saw Jin accompanied by a group, all of them scrutinizing him. His samurai had been separated by members of the beast's pirates. How could this be? Who leaked the information? I haven't even decided to act yet, and they are already prepared? Upon realizing this, Kazuki Oden's expression darkened. In such a situation, if he were to strike, his subordinates would suffer grievously. He could only suppress the urge to intervene and feign indifference as he observed the battle in the distance. The battle between Kahn and Kaido persisted for nearly an hour. Kahn suddenly retracted his god of thunder form, transforming into a bolt of lightning that soared into the sky. Fixing his gaze upon Kaido and proclaiming, "Truly, you are the most formidable being in terms of defense in this world. Kaido, your resilience is indeed remarkable. Defeating you is not as effortless as one might hope." Kaido, in turn, refrained from launching further attacks, fully aware that even in his dragon form, he could not match the swiftness of lightning. It was reminiscent of his battle with Kizaru, where the latter could effortlessly escape whenever he wished. Furthermore, Kahn's strength is certainly not to be underestimated. At this moment, his body felt a slight numbness. He rested the mace upon his shoulder and fixed his gaze upon Kahn, saying, "You are quite formidable, young one. However, if you possess true skill, do not flee. Today we shall determine the victor." Kahn gazed at Kaido and calmly stated, "I never imagined you, Kaido, would resort to cunning tactics. However, I shall not be deceived. My intention was merely to test your strength, not that I am a fool. Once I have grown stronger, I will naturally seek you out." Kaido's brow furrowed. With Kahn now fixated on him, how could they continue their business and expand their influence? He feared that amidst their dealings, his subordinates might be covertly captured by Kahn, leading to a significant loss of face. After a moment of contemplation, Kaido fixed his gaze on Kahn and said, "You impudent brat, what exactly do you desire? Should you attempt to ambush my men, do not blame me for allying with Big Mom to launch an assault on your naval headquarters. I am certain Big Mom would be quite willing." Who said Kaido was merely brash? Observe, he has already begun to employ strategy. Kahn pondered silently for a moment before gazing at Kaido and said, "Since you have already uncovered my intentions, and I have witnessed your prowess, I believe it is time for me to take my leave. Within no more than 2 years, I shall return to experience your strength once again." Upon hearing this, Kaido relaxed. Kahn fears uniting with Big Mom, thus he is unlikely to seek trouble. However, 2 years later, Kahn, that young lad, is undoubtedly destined to grow even stronger. It seems imperative to devise a strategy to neutralize Kahn in the future, or at the very least, instill a sense of caution in his actions. Just as Kaido was deep in thought, Kahn cast a glance at him and, with a farewell remark, transformed into a bolt of lightning, ascending into the higher realms. Kahn departed, and Kaido's gaze returned to the ground. He fixated on Kazuki Oden's direction and remarked, "Just now, you were contemplating making a move, weren't you?" Kazuki Oden's expression shifted, for he realized that Kaido intended to strike at him preemptively. This was perhaps incited by Kahn's earlier provocation. It was evident that Kahn would return, and Kaido aimed to eliminate any sources of instability beforehand. Everyone, disperse and flee. Oden bellowed, recognizing the dire situation. Yet, he remained rooted in place, fully aware that as long as he survived, Kaido would not spare them. Thus, he resolved to stay behind, buying precious time for the others to escape. In the air, Kahn did not depart, for he intended to secure one last lucrative opportunity before his exit. He had activated his Conqueror's Haki, albeit with limited proficiency in its application. His plan was to accumulate some malevolent points before retreating to the Room of Infernal Flames to hone his mastery of Conqueror's Haki, thus facilitating his future endeavors in capturing foes with greater ease. When confronted with a multitude of adversaries, he envisioned unleashing a surge of Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate a significant portion of them, followed by unleashing a tempest of lightning to further decimate the remaining strongholds. Ultimately, he would unleash Shirlu to gather the remnants, crafting a nearly flawless scheme. His strategy to amass wealth involved waiting for Kaido to depart, thereby catching the unsuspecting foes off guard and seizing a substantial number of captives. In the aftermath, as long as he refrained from causing further disturbances and released the captives, Kaido would likely refrain from pursuing him. However, he did not await Kaido's departure. Instead, he found himself amidst Kaido's fierce confrontation with the samurai. This unexpected turn of events seemed to present him with a golden opportunity to accrue malevolent points. Upon witnessing the clash between Kazuki Oden and Kaido, Kahn stealthily returned to the surface, trailing the pirates who were pursuing the samurai. Once they had distanced themselves from Kaido, he seized the opportunity to capture them one by one. He apprehended both pirates and samurai alike, and to avoid detection from capturing too few, he ignored those with malevolent points exceeding 500,000, prioritizing the capture of weaker individuals first. The battle between Kaido and Kazuki Oden raged on with fervor. In the shadows, Kahn executed his ambush with remarkable efficiency. Within a mere hour, he had captured nearly 500 individuals, amassing a staggering 6 million in malevolent points. This success invigorated him. Each encounter was met with his swift teleportation followed by a jolt of electricity, rendering his victims unconscious in rapid succession. As Kahn's tally of captives grew, the members of the Beast Pirates began to sense something amiss. Once Jin commanded a gathering, it became immediately apparent that they had lost over 1,000 men, leading him to suspect that Kahn was behind the chaos. No one else possessed such capabilities. Contemplating this, Jin felt a surge of frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. He could only order everyone to assemble and refrain from pursuing the enemy, for fear that Kahn would systematically defeat them, complicating matters further. Seeking Kaido's assistance was imperative. However, Kaido was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Kazuki Oden, leaving him with little time to confront Kahn. Nonetheless, Jin felt compelled to urge Kaido to resolve his engagement with Oden swiftly. Thus, he soared above Kaido, bellowing, "Lord, that scoundrel Kahn is still raiding and capturing our men. You must dispatch Oden post-haste." Upon hearing this, Kaido erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That fool is courting death. I will slay him." Enraged, Kaido unleashed his most formidable form, transforming into his hybrid beast state. With a powerful swing, he sent Kazuki Oden hurtling away, then roared, "Kahn, come out and face me." Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, near Blade Harbor, Kahn continued to ambush the pirates and samurai retreating to the town. Upon hearing Kaido's thunderous roar, he realized that he had exposed himself. His chances of successfully ambushing anyone further were dwindling. Thus, he transformed into lightning and soared above Kaido. Chuckling, "Kaido, why so furious? I merely borrowed a few of your men for my training. Once I am finished, I shall return them. So there is truly no need for such wrath." Kaido, seething with fury, had smoke billowing from his nostrils. He had never encountered someone as powerful yet audacious as Kahn in his lifetime. In that moment, he fully grasped the helplessness that Big Mom must have felt. To pursue Kahn was futile. He would never catch him. Yet, to refrain from pursuing would mean his men would likely remain lost to him. With a glare fixed on Kahn, Kaido declared, "Boy, remember your words. If you do not return my men, I shall accompany Big Mom to the Navy headquarters to demand their return." Kahn had long anticipated such an outcome. He chuckled and remarked, "Rest assured, the world government is currently not inclined to engage in warfare with you. I would not be foolish enough to take such a risk. Once I have utilized them, I shall return them to you." With that, he concluded. Kahn waved goodbye to Kaido, saying, "Farewell, Kaido. I shall return to seek you in 2 years." Just as Kahn was about to depart, Kazuki Oden emerged from a pile of stones, calling out to Kahn. Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Kazuki Oden and replied coolly, "Surely you do not expect me to rescue you and your nation. I shall not do so. You are not a member of the world government, and I am under no obligation to assist you." Gasping for breath, Kazuki Oden gazed at Kahn and implored, "I merely wish to ask you to bring my people here. Surely your navy does not desire Kaido to continue his dominion over our land. If you were to take my people away, they would undoubtedly confront Kaido, allowing your navy to breathe a little easier. Moreover, do you not seek individuals for training? They would be suitable candidates as well." The matter concerning Kahn. During Kahn's battle with Kaido, his subordinates conveyed to him vital intelligence regarding Kahn. He became aware of it. Kahn is the nemesis of pirates. Having learned of Kahn's extraordinary abilities, he devised a plan to escape Wano country with Kahn and his crew. Remaining in Wano country would significantly increase the likelihood of death. Accompanying Kahn offers a glimmer of hope. Hearing Kazuki Oden's words, Kahn scrutinized him and replied, "That is indeed feasible. But Kaido will not permit me to take anyone away so easily." Kazuki Oden turned his gaze towards Kaido, his eyes sharpening with determination. "I will stand in his way." Without further ado, Kazuki Oden shouted towards the heavens, "Warriors, Vice Admiral Kahn will lead you to safety. Remember, one day we shall return to our homeland." With that, Kazuki Oden charged forward, confronting Kaido. Upon encountering Kazuki Oden, Kahn launched an assault, exchanging a knowing smirk with Kaido. "Kaido, those samurai are not your subordinates. I shall not hold back." Kaido seethed with frustration, yearning to ascend into the heavens and teach Kahn a lesson. However, Shin restrained Kaido, stating, "My lord, allowing those samurai to depart is beneficial. Their presence within Wano will disrupt our dominion over the land." Kaido furrowed his brow, but ultimately acquiesced to Shin's counsel. Turning his attention to confront Kazuki Oden. Thus commenced the fierce clash between Kaido and Oden. Kahn's attention had waned. In an instant, he traversed several kilometers. And upon his arrival, he beheld Jin engaged in battle with the warriors. Hence, it was reasonable to deduce that the more formidable warriors were indeed in that direction. Under the influence of Kahn's observation through the thunderous scope of his conqueror's haki, he swiftly located the assembly of warriors and descended before them. Kahn touched down, gazing upon the 47 warriors before him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "You have heard your leader's words. Thus, I shall take you with me without further ado." Among them, Jin Wei-min, the leader of the Red Sky 9 heroes, stepped forward and stated, "We have received the Lord's command and are willing to accompany you. However, we implore you to take the lady and the Lord's 2 children with us. This is our sole request." Kahn raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that by taking the wife of Kazuki Oden, he had unwittingly acquired 2 pairs of mother and daughter. It felt as though he was evolving towards the treachery of Cao Cao. However, such matters seemed trivial. They were merely women. Once he had established his dominance over the world, he could have as many as he desired. Moreover, the warriors before him had accumulated a staggering 8 million in sin value, and he was reluctant to forego that. Thus, he decisively declared, "Very well. You shall lead the way, while the rest of you will proceed to my prison." With that, he strode towards the warriors. The warriors regarded Kahn with considerable wariness. Yet, Kahn apprehended them. In the end, they offered no resistance, allowing Kahn to cast them into their cells. With all captured, the task was complete. Kahn gazed at the Jin guards and inquired, "Speak, where is their family located?" The Jin guard pointed in a direction, replying, "It is in that direction." Kahn was unceremonious as he lifted Jin Wei-min into the air, soaring towards their destination. Upon arrival, he instructed, "Just inform me directly." Jin Wei-min nodded and followed Kahn towards their objective. After 5 or 6 minutes, Kahn had traversed several dozen kilometers, and under Jin Wei-min's guidance, they descended into a mountainous region of Jiuli. Their landing site was the majestic Yutian City, perched atop the mountain. Once Jin Wei-min touched down in the plaza of Yutian City, he called out loudly to the Grand Hall, "Madam, young master, miss, and all the townspeople, please come out." At a summons, the residents of Yutian City emerged promptly. Soon, Lady Kei Gitsutoki, accompanied by her 2 children, appeared. Upon seeing Jin Wei-min, Kei Gitsutoki gently inquired, "What has happened, Jin Wei-min?" Tears immediately welled up in Jin Wei-min's eyes as he knelt before Kei Gitsutoki, exclaiming, "My lady, we must flee Wano immediately. Lord Oden is locked in a fierce battle with Kaido, and this gentleman beside me is Vice Admiral Kahn, entrusted by my lord to escort us to safety." Kei Gitsutoki fell silent for a moment, gazing at Kahn and asking, Is this gentleman from the Navy? Kahn observed the expression on Kazuki's face and discerned her true intentions. With a faint smile, he remarked, I am a member of the Navy, however. I have taken it upon myself to confront Kaido. Regrettably, I seem unable to prevail against him. Thus, should you desire my assistance in rescuing others, that is an impossibility. My only capability lies in escorting you away from Wano and finding an island where you can be safely deposited. Kazuki glanced at Kahn before turning to Kinemon, inquiring, What of the others? Kinemon gestured towards Kahn, explaining, Vice Admiral Kahn possesses unique abilities that allow him to transport individuals. He has already taken Kawamatsu, Kiku, and Shinobu with him. Nodding in understanding, Kazuki then asked Kinemon, How much longer until Kaido pursues us? Kinemon met Kahn's gaze but found himself at a loss for an answer, as he too was uncertain of how long it would be before Kaido arrived. Perhaps only Kahn held that knowledge. Meeting Kinemon's eyes, Kahn calmly reassured Kazuki, They will not arrive for some time. I shall grant you half an hour to gather your belongings. Upon hearing this, Kazuki immediately instructed Kinemon, Take the retainers to gather the valuables within the castle. They are essential for our survival outside. Kinemon promptly rose, leading the retainers to collect their possessions. Once they departed, Kazuki bowed slightly to Kahn, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Vice Admiral Kahn. Kahn waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, There is no need for thanks. Accepting them is beneficial to me as well. You may inquire with Jinwyman later, and you will understand. Mitsuki sighed softly. Regardless of what advantages this brings to you, the fact remains that you have saved our lives. And we must express our gratitude to you, sir. With that, she took hold of her two children and urged, You two quickly thank Mr. Kahn. The children, still not fully grasping the situation, stepped forward and bowed to Kahn as instructed. Kahn gazed at the two children, merely nodding slightly. Tosuk, he must perish. However, not at this moment. When the time is right, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him. It is imperative that Kazuki does not suspect my involvement in this matter. Kahn contemplated a resolution regarding Momonosuke, while Kazuki Tsukiyaki inclined his head slightly towards Kahn. Admiral Kahn, she began, I have an unaccustomed request. Might you consider transporting us to Zo Island? Should you agree, I would be delighted to bestow upon you the treasures belonging to the state within the castle. Zo, the Mink tribe, perhaps? It seems there may be an opportunity to accrue a measure of infamy. Kahn pondered quietly for a moment, gazing at Kazuki Oden, and said, I hold little interest in wealth. If you wish for me to escort you to Zo Island, merely provide the route. Zo Island is elusive, and we have no means to navigate it ourselves. Kazuki Oden nodded. Thank you, my lord. I am aware of the way to Zo Island. Kahn nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. Wang Yue recognized that Kahn seemed somewhat preoccupied and decided not to intrude. At that moment, in Kahn's mind, he was contemplating the matters concerning the Conqueror's haki. Thus, he found himself somewhat distracted. Although Kazuki Hayori was beautiful, he believed that strength held paramount importance. After pondering for a moment, he noticed Kinemon and others arriving at the square, laden with bundles of various sizes. Upon seeing them emerge, Kahn courteously stated, Jinwyman has instructed them not to move. Allow me to apprehend them first, and we shall discuss matters after departing from this place. Jinwyman promptly organized the situation, enabling Kahn to swiftly detain everyone. Ultimately, he secured Jinwyman and the entire household of Keigetsu. Once the apprehensions were complete, Kahn soared into the sky, departing from the borders of his homeland, and alighted upon a deserted island. There, he retrieved his communicator and dialed Sengoku's number. You rascal. Look at the trouble you've caused. As the call connected, Sengoku's furious voice erupted immediately upon the line. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Kahn remained largely unconcerned. In Wano, it was undoubtedly the case that naval spies were present. The battle he had with Kaido was nothing short of cataclysmic. It would be quite abnormal for a spy not to inform Sengoku. Therefore, he dismissed any worries with a smile, asserting confidently, Rest assured, I am quite measured in my actions. Kaido will not trouble the Navy. He is preoccupied with asserting control over Wano. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a sense of relief wash over him. The thought of Kahn engaging in a fierce battle with Kaido had initially caused him considerable distress, almost prompting him to pull Kahn aside for a thorough reprimand. However, he also felt a surge of happiness, for within the Navy emerged a commander capable of withstanding over an hour of combat with Kaido unscathed. This was indeed a boon for the Navy's efforts to maintain global stability. After calming his thoughts, Sengoku inquired, Now, tell me, what matters require our attention? Kahn smiled and said, Upon my visit to the land of harmony, I awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Please share with me the methods of cultivating this formidable power. Sengoku remained silent. Kahn's activation of the Conqueror's Haki came as a surprise. He had not heard the report. Now, out of the blue, Kahn declared that he had indeed awakened the Conqueror's Haki. This left Sengoku momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "You scoundrel! How could you possibly awaken the Conqueror's Haki? I see no qualities of a king in you whatsoever." Kahn's forehead creased in displeasure as he exclaimed, "Marshal, what do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of possessing the qualities of a king?" Unable to restrain himself, the warring states could not help but retort, "You seem to embody the essence of a despicable king." Realizing his words may have been too harsh, he cleared his throat and added, "If you wish to master the Conqueror's Haki, return swiftly, and I shall teach you." Kahn, with a scowl on his face, snorted coldly, "The despicable king, is it? I need no further instruction. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Whitebeard for a few rounds. I am confident I shall learn." "No." Sengoku interjected hastily upon hearing Kahn's intention to provoke Whitebeard. All right. I shall compile some information and contact you shortly. Please, do not antagonize Whitebeard. My heart cannot endure it." Kahn let out a cold snort, urging, "Be swift. I have matters to attend to." Confronting the white-bearded man, Kahn has indeed expressed his thoughts. Currently, he is unable to contend with Kaido or Big Mom. To provoke the robust Whitebeard at this juncture would undoubtedly invite a severe thrashing. Sengoku had promised to provide training materials, yet he promptly terminated the call and submerged himself in the pool of sin for some much-needed respite. After a fierce confrontation with Kaido, he finds himself quite fatigued. It is still the early hour of 5 in the morning, and he intends to rest a while longer before reflecting on the day's bountiful gains. Kahn was exceedingly pleased. Under the cover of night, he apprehended over 500 pirates and warriors, ultimately capturing the most formidable subordinates of Kazuki Oden, amassing a total of more than 15 million in sin points. Coupled with his recent gains from a few days prior, his tally of sin points had surpassed 20 million. With continued diligence, should he accrue an additional 20 million sin points, he would be able to secure an additional position for a jailer, allowing Shiryu to operate independently when that time came. Engrossed in his thoughts, he contemplated the matters at hand. Kahn had rested for quite some time when the call from the Warring States period came again. Providing him with instructions on how to cultivate the Conqueror's Haki, Kahn truly lost track of time in the pool of sin. Upon awakening, he found that the sun was already setting in the west. Kahn slipped into the castle and discovered the rather bored Orbia. She was seated in the courtyard, observing Nico Robin as she practiced. Upon seeing Kahn, Orbia remained remarkably composed. She promptly rose and said, "Are you going to trouble me again? If so, let us retreat to the room." Kahn, somewhat at a loss for words, sat down beside Orbia and remarked, "Do not regard me as a lecher. I have come to discuss a matter of some significance." Orbia cast a disdainful glance at Kahn and retorted, "Who would believe you are not a lecher?" Kahn, feeling somewhat exasperated, simply stated, "If you choose not to listen, we might as well take a nap and discuss it later. After all, it would only be a few hours wasted." Orbia's expression twitched slightly as she replied, "Let's continue with the matter at hand." Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Orbia, saying, "Isn't this just splendid?" Orbia pursed her lips and replied, "If you have something to say, do so promptly." Kahn slightly nodded. Organizing his thoughts before speaking, "I have just encountered a woman named Kei Gitsu, who has traversed time to reach us from 830 years ago. I intend for you to converse with her and extract the truths of the past." Orbia opened her mouth, bewildered, and exclaimed, "Are you jesting with me? Traversing from 830 years in the past? Are you certain she is not deceiving you?" Kahn regarded Orbia with a hint of disdain, reminding her, "Do not forget the existence of the devil fruit." Orbia fell silent, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Did he arrive here utilizing the powers of the devil fruit? Kahn nodded slightly. She is a wielder of the time fruit ability, having arrived here through the power of the devil fruit, and has become the lady of the Wano country's daimyo. Now that Wano has been occupied by Kaido, that daimyo entrusted his lady to me to bring her out of Wano, and she is currently in a cell. Upon hearing this, Orbia felt a surge of excitement. If what Kahn said was indeed true, the lady might possess knowledge about the events that transpired 800 years ago, thus sparing her the trouble of seeking out historical records. With this thought, she eagerly exclaimed, "Please take me to meet her." In the Book of Sins, Kahn is akin to a deity. When Orbia wished to meet Kazuki Toki, Kahn waved his hand and summoned her forth. As Kazuki Toki appeared, she appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon seeing Kahn, she quickly bowed and said, "Lord Kahn, have we made our escape?" Kahn waved his hand dismissively. "No, I still have a few matters to attend to here, and I estimate it will take about 7 or 8 days before I can depart. The reason I came to see you today is that my wife wishes to meet you. She is an archaeologist." Guang Yuesher glanced at Albia and nodded slightly. "Good day, madam." Albia rose, gesturing for Guang Yuesher to take a seat. "Greetings, Mrs. Guang Yue. Let us sit and converse, and do not pay heed to his nonsensical remarks. I am not his wife. You may simply call me Albia." Guang Yuesher looked at Albia with a hint of confusion, then turned her gaze to Kahn, momentarily perplexed about the nature of their relationship. However, she opted to sit down first before addressing Albia. "May I inquire what brings you to seek my company, Miss Albia?" With a glimmer of excitement, Albia looked at Guang Yuesher and asked, "I heard from Kahn that you, Mrs. Guang Yue, traversed through time from the year 830 to this era?" Guang Yuesher furrowed her brow. She had not disclosed her time-traveling experience to Kahn. How could he possibly know? Kahn regarded Guang Yue with a perplexed expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Once you enter my cell, I can perceive all the experiences of a person's past. This is the unique ability bestowed upon me by my devil fruit. Madam, I am aware of your circumstances." Guang Yue was taken aback. If this was indeed a power of the devil fruit, everything began to make sense. After all, her own abilities allowed her to traverse time and space, which was quite extraordinary. The existence of other peculiar devil fruit powers thus seemed entirely plausible. Having come to this realization, Guang Yue turned to Orbia and inquired, "Miss Orbia, do you have something you wish to discuss?" Orbia, visibly excited, asked, "I wish to understand what the world was like 830 years ago. Could you possibly elaborate on that?" Observing Orbia's eagerness, Guang Yue understood that the past held significant importance for her. She hesitated momentarily before responding. "Miss Orbia, I fear you may be disappointed. I have spent my life on a small island, entirely ignorant of the world beyond. Later, when I traversed time and space, I encountered my partner, thus rendering me virtually unaware of past events." Guang Yue's words left Orbia feeling profoundly dejected. Undeterred, she pressed on. "Is there truly nothing you can recall?" With a sigh, Guang Yue replied, "If you wish for me to share, I can only recount tales from our island. Perhaps you might glean the information you seek from them." Orbia nodded, listening intently as Guang Yue began to recount her past experiences. Kahn exhibited a complete disinterest in these matters. He departed from the castle and retreated to the Chamber of Inferno, where he commenced his training in the formidable Conqueror's Haki, eager to swiftly master this invaluable power. Sengoku proved to be remarkably generous, imparting not only the techniques for wielding Conqueror's Haki, but also instructing Kahn on the art of utilizing it for binding attacks, which would suffice for an extensive period of training. As Kahn immersed himself in his practice, days slipped by unnoticed. On the 8th day, he made a brief return to Wano, where he disposed of the individual burdened with a tainted conscience, ensuring that Kaido felt a modicum of assurance. The remaining individuals, possessing a higher degree of malevolence, would likely require approximately a month to be fully subdued. As for those with even greater maleficence, he had captured only a handful. During his time in Wano, the majority of his captures were those with a sin value below 100,000, with the only exceptions being the subordinates of Kazuki Oden. On the Nameless Island, Kahn stayed for a month. During this time, he mastered the use of Conqueror's Haki and learned to entwine it as well. The cost? Over 3 million in sin points. Of course, this merely signifies his acquisition of the skill. He remains far from proficient. Nevertheless, Kahn's request was merely a matter of learning. Further advancements could be addressed once the malevolence levels increased in the future. For now, it sufficed. After mastering these two abilities, Kaido's subordinates were drained of their malevolence, and Kahn returned them to Wano before proceeding to Zou Island. On Kazuki Oden, there lay a life card, a gift from Duke Inuarashi. Initially, when Kazuki Oden feigned madness to comply with Kaido's wishes, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi returned home in indignation. However, their loyalty to Kazuki Oden remained unwavering, prompting them to leave behind the life card for Oden's future convenience in locating them. The journey to Zou was remarkably tranquil. He spent approximately 4 hours navigating through a sea shrouded in thick fog, ultimately discovering the location of the elephant that roamed the ocean. Kahn descended upon the head of the elephant god. Upon landing, he did not immediately venture into the nearby town. Instead, he mentally retreated into the confines of the prison, locating those samurai who were incarcerated yet not secured. The prison cells of the present day were no longer limited to housing a solitary individual. Rather, Each cell could accommodate approximately 100 individuals. However, within these cells, there existed but a single chain, in the presence of those with volatile tempers. Confinement in such close quarters could lead to internecine conflict. Should death occur before all sin points were absorbed, it would result in considerable complications. Thus, housing numerous individuals within a single cell was only suitable for those who were relatively obedient, such as the subordinates of Kazuki Oden, who willingly followed Kahn into this predicament, ensuring their gathering would remain peaceful. Kahn appeared before the assembled warriors and calmly stated, "We have arrived at Zou Island. Once I have absorbed your energies, you shall be free." Upon hearing this, the warriors instantly relaxed, their earlier concerns about Kahn's intentions dissipating. In this moment of ease, Jin Weimin stepped forward and bowed deeply before Kahn, expressing, "Thank you, General Kahn, for your assistance. In the future, should you require our services, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost." Kahn nodded slightly, casting a glance at the warriors, and said, "I have a small favor to ask of you. You are all subordinates of the Imperial Field, correct? Does anyone know the method to advance from a swordsman to a grand swordsman?" Jin Weimin was taken aback for a moment, hesitating before responding, "General Kahn, each swordsman has their own unique path, and the methods to transcend to a grand swordsman vary greatly. If you wish to achieve that level, relying on someone else's approach will undoubtedly prove futile." Kahn furrowed his brow. He had anticipated such an outcome long ago. Now, upon hearing Jin Weimin's words, he inquired, "Is there truly not a more standardized answer?" "Anything will suffice. Do share." Jin Weimin cast a glance at Kahn and sighed. Typically, by the time one reaches the level of a sword master, they have clarified their own path. To advance further requires either prolonged perseverance or a surge of inspiration. We do not possess that kind of inspiration. We only have relentless persistence. If General Kahn insists on an answer, it would be that Lord Yutian once advised us to follow our hearts. When the soul awakens, the swordsmanship can progress further. Jin Weimin's words plunged Kahn into deep contemplation. Following his heart seemed a daunting task, for his desires were manifold. Perhaps appropriating the insights of others was more fitting for him. Coming to a realization, he shook his head. "Never mind, let's not dwell on this matter. I have another topic I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you will not take offense." Jin Weimin grew tense and replied, "General Kahn, you wouldn't intend to keep us from leaving, would you?" Kahn offered a faint smile, saying, "That is not the case. It pertains to your own matters. I initially intended to remain uninvolved, but given that Lady K shares a cordial relationship with my wife, I believe it prudent to assist you in resolving this issue." The assembled warriors gazed curiously at Kahn, eager to discern the nature of the matters he was about to address. Just as their eyes were fixed upon him, chains suddenly cascaded from the walls of the room, ensnaring one of the warriors and binding him to the wall. It was Kanshijiro. Upon witnessing Kahn's predicament, the other warriors erupted in exclamations. The kinsman glared at Kahn with ire, demanding, "General Kahn, what are you doing?" Kahn gazed at the furious warriors and calmly remarked, "My devil fruit ability is rather unique. Once you step into this realm, none of the misdeeds you have committed can remain concealed from me." Kahn spoke, his gaze fixed upon the imprisoned Kanjiro. Meanwhile, Kanjiro's demeanor had shifted to one of palpable tension. The unease emanating from him did not go unnoticed by the assembled warriors. As they observed Kahn approaching Kanjiro, they fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. Kahn approached Kanshirlang and remarked nonchalantly, "Should I refer to you as Sudden Rain Kanshirlang, or perhaps as Charcoal Kanshirlang? The choice is yours." Upon hearing Kahn's words, Kanshirlang's tense expression gradually softened. He gazed at Kahn and responded, "It seems that today, I am destined to meet my end." Kahn was about to speak when Jin Weimin rushed in front of Kanjiro. Gripping his clothing and shouting in fury, "Kanjiro, why are you a member of the Kurizumi clan?" Kanjiro gazed at Jin Weimin, whose eyes were filled with a mix of anger and complexity, and then glanced at the other samurai, who shared similar expressions of indignation. He offered a faint smile and replied, "Are you jesting, Jin Weimin? Can one truly choose their lineage?" Jin Weimin fell silent, words caught in his throat. Just then, Kayashiro stepped forward, parting Jin Weimin, and addressed Kanjiro, "Kanjiro, I have but one question. When Lord Oden returned, was it you who informed Kaido of his arrival? Speak clearly." Kanjiro cast a glance at Kahn before responding to Kayashiro, "It was I. The moment you make any move, I shall promptly alert Kurizumi Orochi." Enraged, Kayashiro drew his sword and lunged at Kanjiro, exclaiming, "Traitor, you shall pay for this." The clash of Kayashiro's blade was met by the rattling chains, halting his strike. Kahn approached the frenzied Lang and declared, "He is now my prisoner. You shall not slay him until I have drained his energy." With that, He transferred Lang to another cell. The betrayal of their comrade left the warriors in a state of profound turmoil, rendering them momentarily speechless. Kahn paid them no mind and casually remarked, "Once I have utilized him, I shall return to you his remains. How you choose to proceed thereafter is entirely up to you." With that, he departed the cell. Upon reaching his castle, it had been a rather pleasant month for Orbia and Keigetsu, as they enjoyed each other's company. Whenever boredom struck, they would often engage in conversations about the upbringing of their children. Simultaneously, Nico Robin and Keigetsu Nichiho, whose offspring were of similar age, played together. Within the castle, there were no other children present, and Nico Robin felt an immense joy at the rare opportunity of encountering a little friend. Kahn arrived at the castle and beheld Nicole Luna and Kagaya Haiwa frolicking in the garden, while Orbia and Kagaya Shima engaged in conversation beneath a tree. Observing the four women, he instantly materialized before Orbia, who appeared startled. Kagaya Shima furrowed her brow slightly. Over the past month, through Orbia, she had come to understand Kahn's true nature. He was no virtuous man, having the audacity to coerce a married woman into being his girlfriend. Moreover, he seemed to harbor ulterior motives towards her, embodying the very essence of a lecher. Initially, when she requested Kahn to bring her 2 children over, he callously declared that his castle could only accommodate him as the sole male, refusing to allow her son, Kagaya Momonosuke, to come, a truly despicable act. However, as she found herself in a position of dependence, escape was an impossibility, for both her son and daughter were under Kahn's control. Utilizing her devil fruit powers, she soon discovered that within this space, her abilities were rendered ineffective, undoubtedly a result of Kahn's restrictions, as Orbia's daughter, Nico Robin, was still able to wield her powers. As Kagaya Shima contemplated this, Orbia directed her gaze at Kahn and inquired, "What brings you here?" Kahn took a seat and smiled at Orbia, saying, "We have arrived at Zo Island. There exists a piece of historical text here, marked in red, which I shall show you shortly." Historical text? In red? Orbia, having studied historical texts, recognized that the red ones referred to landmark historical documents. Instantly intrigued, she replied to Kahn, "Then let us set off without delay." Kahn smiled and turned his gaze toward Guangyue, saying, "Do not rush. Let us first address her matters." Orbia's expression immediately soured as she shot a fierce glare at Kahn, exclaiming, "Are you even human? She is a destitute orphan, so pitiable." Kahn cast a glance at Albia and reassured her, "Rest assured, I am not one to favor coercion." Albia's expression grew even more dismal. Kahn, that audacious individual, dares to claim there is no coercion. Initially, when she resisted, he resorted to threatening her with Nico Robin. Now, she has become somewhat accustomed to Kahn's intimidation and has accepted it with a sense of resignation. Orbia's expression darkened, yet Kahn paid her no heed. He turned to Miss Tianyuesher and said, "I would like you to stay. If you are willing, I can assist in nurturing your children to become formidable warriors, akin to their father. You must have heard of my abilities. Enhancing their strength would be absolutely within my capabilities." Tianyuesher is the name of Kahn's counterpart before her marriage. Kahn possesses the ability to enhance one's strength. On this particular day, you sure had heard of this from Orbia. However, such matters were undoubtedly against her wishes. She fell silent for a moment, gazing at Kahn, and inquired, "What will happen if I refuse?" Kahn calmly remarked, "I will allow you to leave, kill your son, and raise your daughter to marry me. I suspect that as she grows, she will be as beautiful as you." Tianyue's expression instantly darkened. She gritted her teeth and glared at Kahn. "But you are a naval officer. How could you commit such acts?" Kahn chuckled softly, saying, "What does it matter whether it's the Navy or not? I joined the Navy solely for the benefits it would bring me. Once the Navy no longer serves my interests, I shall leave and become a formidable pirate." Tianyue fell silent. Kahn, a man devoid of any semblance of morality, left her at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she gazed into Kahn's eyes and inquired, "If you are willing to let me go, why then did you take the life of my son? He harbored no animosity towards my brother, did he?" Kahn smiled faintly, stating, "He bears no enmity towards me, yet there exists a faction intent on his demise, willing to sacrifice their very lives for this cause. Were it not for your intervention, I would have resolved the matter with a single stroke long ago, and he would not have survived until this day." Tianyue was momentarily taken aback. She could discern that Kahn was not deceiving her. However, she found it incomprehensible that someone as young as Tazizu would provoke such a fervent desire for annihilation among so many. This seemed utterly exaggerated, bordering on impossible. After a prolonged silence, Tianyue finally cast a glance at Kahn and declared, I must take my child to meet Inuzuka and Nekabushi once we have conferred with them. I shall provide you with my answer. Kahn smiled gently and nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you outside shortly, lest the fur tribe launch an attack upon me. Tianwei relaxed, having made her decision. Once she stepped outside, she would utilize her powers to flee with her children. She intended to return in 20 years, at which time a destined child would emerge to assist them. As Tianwei pondered these thoughts, Kahn returned to reality, instantly teleporting to the entrance of the fur tribe city. Upon arrival, he released Tianwei. As soon as she emerged, she glanced at Kahn and inquired, "Where are my two children?" Kahn smiled as he released Momonosuke and Hiyori. The two children appeared, and Tamiyashi hurriedly embraced them, intending to activate her powers to escape. However, she was bewildered to discover that she could not summon her abilities. It seemed as though she had lost her devil fruit powers. In her moment of confusion, Kahn calmly remarked, "I forgot to inform you that I possess the ability to arbitrarily strip others of their devil fruit powers. Your ability was rather impressive, so I have decided to keep it for myself." Tamiyashi's face immediately contorted with fury. She had never anticipated that Kahn would sever her escape route so decisively. Now, she found herself with no option but to yield. Just moments ago, she had resolved to flee with the children once the warriors were released, only to have her determination rendered utterly meaningless by Kahn's actions. Typically gentle in demeanor, this was the first time Kahn had witnessed her in a state of anger. Even when Kinemon had declared that Kazuki Oden was to die, she had remained remarkably composed. Yet now, a single statement from Kahn had shattered her defenses. Kahn glanced at the irate Tianyue and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you upset?" Tianyue, regaining her composure, gritted her teeth and retorted, "I am not angry. Let us hasten to the city and not waste any more time." Kahn smiled lightly and released Urbiya. At this moment, Tianyu's emotions were somewhat unraveling, necessitating Urbiya's comforting presence. Urbiya approached her, observing the distress etched on Tianyu's face, and sighed, "It appears you've been deceived by him once again. There is no need for anger. At least you are still alive, are you not?" Tianyu glared at Kahn, who was heading towards the door, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "How can you endure him? I wouldn't wish to see such a person for even a second." Urbiya cast a glance at Tianyu, then raised her gaze towards the distant city wall, letting out a soft sigh. "I have no choice. The entire world seeks my life. Only he has offered me refuge, despite his nefarious intentions. He is the only one capable of protecting me and ensuring my daughter grows up safely." Urbiya had never disclosed her identity to Tianyu before, but now, she revealed it. Tianyu, taken aback, inquired, "Aren't you an archaeologist? Why would the whole world want you dead? That seems quite exaggerated." Urbiya offered a faint smile as she walked toward Kahn's direction. "The history I study is forbidden by the world government. In their efforts to suppress my research, they exterminated my fellow countrymen. He rescued me, and I saved my daughter." As she spoke, Urbiya glanced back at Tianyu and remarked, "Your situation seems quite similar. Without his intervention, how many of you would still be alive today?" Tianyu listened in silence, contemplative and unresponsive. Kahn may not be a virtuous individual, yet he indeed saved their lives. The two women remained silent as they approached the entrance. At that moment, the grand gate of the city walls stood ajar, revealing a group of fur-clad individuals observing them. Among them, a lion-headed figure addressed Kahn, inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you to our domain?" Kahn remained silent. Tianyu stepped forward and addressed the man with the lion's head. "You must be Pedro. I am Tianyu, the wife of Kazuki Oden. I have come in search of Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi." Inuarashi and Nico Mamushi were esteemed subordinates of Kazuki Oden, a fact well known to Pedro. Upon hearing the woman before him claim to be Oden's wife, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and replied, "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Oden. I shall promptly contact the two leaders and invite you inside to rest for a while." Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. I have long heard from Inuarashi that aside from him and Nico Mamushi, you are the strongest in the clan." Flattered by her praise, Pedro, while leading the way, humbly responded, "Lady Oden, you are too kind. The two leaders have merely praised my abilities. There are many in our clan who surpass me. I am merely riding on the coattails of my youth." Tianyu smiled lightly and chose not to speak further as she followed Pedro into the town. Kahn and Urbiya followed Tianyu, along with her two children, as they strolled through the town, observing the peculiar and diverse inhabitants of the fur tribe. Urbiya, intrigued by the fur tribe, glanced at Kahn and remarked, "The members of the fur tribe truly come in all shapes and forms." Kahn smiled faintly. remarking that the fur tribe was relatively decent in appearance. At least they were not unattractive. The fishmen, on the other hand, were truly unfortunate. Aside from the merfolk who were somewhat pleasing to the eye, the fishmen themselves were quite hideous. Orbia pondered the fishmen she had encountered, and indeed, their appearances left much to be desired, far less appealing than the fur tribe, whose members were mostly rather charming. As the two conversed, they arrived at the central square of the town, where a tall edifice stood prominently. Pedro guided the group into the impressive building. Once inside the grand hall, he instructed everyone to take a seat and cheerfully announced, "Please wait here for a moment. The two leaders will arrive shortly. I shall arrange for some refreshments and fruit. Make yourselves comfortable." With that, Pedro departed. Unable to contain themselves any longer, T-Nosuk and Hiyori began chattering incessantly, especially T-Nosuk, who, having been isolated by Kahn for an entire month, was desperate for conversation. Finally free, he rambled on without pause, lamenting how dull it was in the room and commenting on the few attractive young ladies from the fur tribe. His incessant prattling prompted a furrowed brow from Amatsuki. Finally, Amatsuki, exasperated, tapped T-Nosuk on the head, which brought a momentary silence. The five of them sat quietly, awaiting the arrival of Inuzuka and Nikohibi. After a brief while, as Pedro returned with an assortment of snacks and fruit, Amatsuki turned to Kahn and suggested, "Perhaps we should allow T-Nosuk and Hiyori to return first." Upon hearing this, Kahn revealed a faint smile. The fact that Tianyue had asked him to take away the two children indicated that she had already made a concession in her heart. Thus, he chuckled softly, reached out to gently pat the heads of Tazizu and Ryu, sending the two back into the Book of Sin. He even passed them some snacks and fruits, allowing them to enjoy their treats within. Kahn gazed at Tian Yuesher and said, "From now on, I shall take good care of you." Tian Yuesher's expression darkened slightly, and she could not help but shoot Kahn a glare, retorting, "I do not require your care. Simply remember your promise." Kahn smiled lightly, "No problem." After his agreement, Tamiyoshi turned away, choosing not to look at Kahn any longer. The more she gazed upon him, the more discomfort filled her heart, so she resolved to act as though Kahn were invisible. However, though her eyes could not see him, her mind was consumed with thoughts of him, and the more she pondered, the more stifled she felt, nearly succumbing to tears. At that moment, she found herself unable to contemplate self-harm, for her two children were her Achilles heel. Observing Tamiyoshi's sorrowful demeanor, Orbia recalled her own similar plight, which stirred her sympathy. Consequently, Orbia shot Kahn a disapproving glance before approaching Tamiyoshi to offer comfort. Yet, Orbia's solace was short-lived. Upon the appearance of a dog-headed man, Tamiyoshi swiftly adjusted her demeanor and greeted him. Inuran, the dog-headed man, indeed Inuran, hurried forward to bow upon seeing Tamiyoshi. Inuran pays his respects to the lady. Tamiyoshi promptly assisted Inuran to his feet, sighing, "There's no need for such formality. We have known each other for quite some time now." Inuran nodded, rising to meet Tamiyoshi's gaze, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Lady, your sudden arrival here, does it signify some urgent matter?" Tamiyoshi fell silent, for she had instructed Kahn to conceal the two children, wishing to spare them the heart-wrenching news of Kazuki Odin's death. Now, however, she realized she had no choice but to speak. After a brief pause, she sighed, "Odin may have already been slain by Kaido. We escaped Wano under his orders to seek you." Inuran's anger flared as he retorted, "I knew it. Kaido would never keep his word. The Lord should have confronted him directly from the outset." Tamiyoshi offered a wry smile, recalling how she had once urged Kazuki Odin to engage Kaido in battle. Yet Odin had insisted that enduring for 20 years would eventually lead to a brighter future. She felt a deep sense of helplessness. By the time Odin had come to his senses, realizing he could no longer wait for 2 decades, he lacked the strength to resist and could only continue to endure. After a moment of bitter reflection, Tamiyoshi said to Inuran, "It is futile to dwell on the past now. I have come to seek your assistance in settling some individuals. We have managed to escape, along with Kinemon and others, approximately 40 samurai in total. I hope they can find refuge here." Inuran readily agreed. "Certainly, let them stay here." After his affirmation, Inuran glanced at Kahn and Orbia, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. He turned to Tamiyoshi and asked, "Lady, he appears to be a naval officer. What is he doing here?" Tamiyoshi cast a glance at Kahn and responded directly, "We were rescued by Rear Admiral Kahn. It was Odin's final command to us. The Fur Tribe and the Navy have traditionally maintained a distance from one another. However, they harbor no animosity towards the Navy. Rather, they safeguard a piece of crimson historical text, which must remain concealed from naval eyes. According to Tianyu, it was Kahn who liberated them. The canine warrior bowed to Kahn, expressing, "General Kahn, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my comrades." Kahn smiled faintly and said to Inuzuka, "It's nothing. Just a trivial matter." Inuzuka nodded and inquired of Tamiyoshi, "Madam, when will the others arrive?" Tamiyoshi remained silent, casting a glance at Kahn. For only he knew when they would be released. Kahn, under the gaze of Tianyu, responded with a gentle smile, "Perhaps in about 2 months." In response, Inland furrowed his brow and remarked, "It shouldn't take that long to arrive from Wano. Could it be that they encountered some unforeseen circumstances? I have sent a contingent to assist them, ensuring their prompt arrival." Inland's intentions were certainly commendable. However, Kahn was not inclined to release them prematurely. The cultivation of the Conqueror's haki and the extraction of Tianyue's devil fruit had cost Kahn a considerable amount of sin points. He needed to drain the warriors to compensate for the lost sin points. After pondering for a moment, Kahn reassured Inuzuka, "Rest assured, they are merely occupied with some matters. They shall arrive punctually in 2 months, and there is no need for you to greet them." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka ceased to mention the matter. He turned to Tianyu and stated, "Madam, allow me to arrange a room for you. Your stay here will be as comfortable as it would be in Yutian City." Tianyu shot a glance at Kahn before replying to Inuzuka, "Inuzuka, I will not remain here. My child has become an apprentice to Major General Kahn, and henceforth they shall learn from him to acquire skills, ultimately seeking vengeance for Yutian. Kahn's strength is well established." Inuarashi had also read in the newspaper about Kahn's battle against Big Mom. Thus he was aware of Kahn's formidable prowess. Guiding the 2 children posed no challenge. While Inuarashi was deep in thought, Nikochi hurried over. Inuarashi promptly briefed Nikochi on the situation. Upon hearing this, Nikochi felt a deep sorrow. He turned to Lady Sumuji and said, "Madam, please stay with us for a while. We shall first gather information regarding Wano." Lady Sumuji glanced at Kahn, who shook his head in disapproval, and then turned to Nikochi, saying, "Perhaps it is best to refrain. Major Kahn cannot remain here for long. We shall return in 2 months, and we entrust the samurai to your care." Nikochi and Inuarashi exchanged glances with Kahn, both respectfully bowing and saying, "Major Kahn, we entrust the madam to you." Kahn smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I will take good care of Madame Yutian." Tianyu stood nearby, her teeth clenched in frustration. She was not foolish. She understood perfectly well the weight behind Kahn's words regarding care. Kahn also noticed the expression on Tianyue's face, yet he paid it little mind. He directly addressed the cat-belly serpent and the dog storm, saying, "By the way, could we take a look at the historical text in red that you possess? My wife specializes in ancient scripts." Kahn remarked, gesturing towards Orbia. "She is the historian of O'Hara. You must have heard of her." In astonishment, Jinlong gazed at Orbia. "O'Hara, was it not destroyed by the Navy? I've heard that the civilians who managed to escape are now being hunted." Upon hearing this, Orbia's expression darkened considerably. The world government was indeed pursuing even the civilians. It appeared they had no intention of allowing anyone to escape. Kahn's earlier decision perhaps was indeed the correct one. She had been overly naive, believing that the world government would spare the innocents. Noticing Orbia's distress, Jinlong promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, my words were thoughtless." After taking a couple of deep breaths to compose herself, Orbia reassured Jinlong, "It's fine. I have grown accustomed to it, so there is no need for your apology." Jinlong sensed that Orbia was still somewhat displeased, hence he refrained from mentioning O'Hara again and directly said, "If the lady wishes to see the historical texts, I shall take you to view them." Orbia nodded, "Thank you very much." With a smile, Jinlong replied, "It's no trouble at all. You are our friends, and it would be a pleasure to show you." With Jinlong's agreement, Orbia felt at ease and stood up, saying, "Then please lead the way." "Certainly." Jinlong also rose, beckoning everyone to follow him. The location where the historical texts were stored was quite distant. The 5 of them chatted as they walked, and it took them about half an hour to arrive. The fur tribe was undeniably remarkable in their hospitality. Along the way, many came out to greet them. However, Kahn was deeply disappointed. He had originally intended to venture into the fur tribe to accumulate some malevolent points. However, he discovered that the ordinary individuals of the fur tribe possessed a level of malevolence even lower than that of common humans, claiming instead to be natural-born warriors. It was utterly perplexing to discern any semblance of warrior-like traits in them. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed rather reasonable. The fur tribe venerates a life in harmony with nature, leading a leisurely existence, which renders the notion of committing malevolence utterly implausible. Furthermore, on Zwa Island, no one had visited for several years. Even if they harbored intentions of wrongdoing, the opportunity was simply non-existent. Thus, their malevolence points were pitifully low. Kahn had lost interest in the Fur clan. He planned to peruse the historical texts before venturing into the New World. For those nations that were not part of the world government, he intended to amass a considerable amount of evil points, aiming to gather a total of 100 million to ultimately deal with that fellow, Shiryu. As these thoughts occupied his mind, they arrived beneath a colossal tree. Inuzuka and the cat-belly serpent led the group into a hollow within the tree. Inside the hollow, they discovered a grand hall where a crimson historical text lay prominently displayed. Upon sighting the red historical text, Orbia could hardly contain her excitement and rushed towards it. Kahn displayed little interest in the text of the red history, opting instead to find a place to stand and rest while awaiting Albia's translation. The four of them waited for 5 minutes. Once Albia had thoroughly examined the red history, she returned to Kahn and remarked, "This historical document records how to navigate the misty seas. It appears to be a barrier leading to Lavdru." Kahn responded with a faint smile, "Well, having seen it, we should take our leave. This is merely of interest to pirates, and I have no inclination towards it whatsoever." Albia remained composed. Having accompanied Kahn for some time, she had come to understand his character. For Kahn, only matters that could yield benefits captured his attention. Whether it involved the Navy or pirates, he would not hesitate to eliminate even celestial dragons if it served his interests. Conversely, if there was no advantage to be gained, he would remain indifferent to the situation. Albia realized that if she wanted Kahn to assist her in locating historical texts, she needed to demonstrate that such an endeavor would also be advantageous for him. However, she had yet to ascertain how finding the historical text would benefit Kahn. Thus, she could only wait for him to find the time to aid her in her quest. Upon hearing Kahn's words, she simply replied, "All right, let us go." Kahn then addressed Inuarashi and Nikumushi, saying, "In 2 months, I will send the samurai over. Please be prepared to receive them." Inuarashi nodded. "Very well, we shall make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry, Vice Admiral Kahn." Kahn nodded and addressed Tianwei and Orbia, saying, "I have permitted your departure. You may remain within the castle to diligently cultivate your skills. After some time, I shall assist both of you in enhancing your abilities." Having spoken, he concluded his remarks. Kahn extended his hand, gathering Orbia in the celestial moonlight. The canine gale and the feline serpent were well aware of Kahn's prowess from the news that had circulated about him. Upon witnessing the two women vanish, they paid it no mind. They escorted Kahn out of the tree hollow, watching as he transformed into lightning and vanished, departing from Zayo. Kahn roamed the New World, wandering aimlessly in search of his next target. To accumulate his nefarious reputation, it was only natural to pursue pirates, as they provided the quickest means to achieve his goals. The Marine Admiral had forbidden him from confronting Kaido, Big Mom, or Whitebeard, so he turned his attention to other pirates, of which there was no shortage in the New World. After spending 18 days at sea, he had vanquished 7 pirate crews, all of whom were relatively weak in comparison to his own prowess. Their combined bounty amounted to less than 4 million points. Of course, when he referred to their lack of strength, it was in relation to himself. Those individuals, in the Grand Line, would likely command bounties of around 60 million, with the strongest among them potentially reaching around 200 million. On December 17, 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, at 4 in the afternoon, in the New World, upon the vast ocean, Kahn was strolling leisurely when he suddenly beheld a fierce skirmish involving a dozen pirate ships. Instantly, Kahn has arrived, his presence casting a formidable shadow over the battlefield. He roared from above, commanding all to cease their hostilities. At the sound of his thunderous voice, the combatants paused, their gazes drawn skyward. Upon recognizing Kahn, a cry of alarm erupted. "Good heavens, it is Vice Admiral Kahn. We must flee at once." The pirates, upon sighting Kahn, immediately halted their skirmish, hastily preparing to escape. Kahn, the bane of pirates, possesses the formidable strength of a marine admiral, rivaling even the infamous Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Such a being of unparalleled power is a force that the pirates cannot hope to contend with. Most crucially, Kahn relishes casting pirates into the treacherous sea. The New World is fraught with peril. Falling into its depths is akin to embracing death itself. Consequently, the pirates are gripped by fear and hastily flee. The pirates yearn to escape. How could Kahn possibly acquiesce? Just moments ago, he had intervened in the skirmish, fearing the demise of the malevolent entity. For such a loss would be utterly wasteful. Now that this wicked force seeks to flee, his reluctance is even more pronounced. Having found himself aboard a pirate ship, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, producing a shockwave that felled half of the pirates in an instant. Subsequently, he commanded Shiryu, engage. Over this period, Shiryu had synchronized his efforts with Kahn, successfully dismantling 7 pirate crews, and had become quite adept in the process. Upon Kahn's command, he sprang into action. Shiryu proceeded with his movements. Kahn proceeded to other vessels, initiating the capture of those pirates attempting to flee. Resistance? Such a notion was non-existent. With Kahn's formidable strength, any bounty under 500 million was utterly inconsequential. They could scarcely lay a finger on him before being incapacitated and whisked away into the corridor. In a mere 40 minutes, the skirmish concluded entirely. Kahn was elated, for the 2 pirate crews engaged in battle this time had amassed a considerable amount of infamy, providing him with over 7 million points of notoriety. These individuals, while lacking in strength, possessed remarkably high infamy scores, indicating that they were indeed ruthless and formidable characters. As Kahn was tallying his spoils, Shiryu approached him and said, "Kahn, a fighter I just battled mentioned he would trade a devil fruit for his life. We should search the ship. We might be able to locate that devil fruit." A devil fruit? Kahn was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Was it that bounty of 270 million that the Red Dragon mentioned?" Shiryu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was he. The Red Dragon pirates have engaged in battle with the Black Tide pirates, seemingly over that particular devil fruit. It is said that they conspired together to launch a surprise raid on a town to seize it. A surprise attack on a town undoubtedly resulted in the loss of many lives. Otherwise, their infamy would not be so pronounced. What kind of fruit could incite such conflict and warfare? After reflecting for a moment, Kahn said to Shiryu, "Let us go and inspect the ship of the Crimson Dragon. Since he mentioned exchanging your life for the devil fruit, it must be aboard that vessel." Shiryu shook his head, replying, "I had the same thought. Which is why I thoroughly searched the ship, but to no avail. It is possible that it resides on another pirate ship." Kahn furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Well, it matters not. Who knows where he has concealed the devil fruit? I shall interrogate them and inquire directly about its whereabouts." Shiryu nodded and found a place to sit and rest. Kahn found a place to sit and opened the Book of Sin. He located the cell where the captain of the Red Dragon pirate crew, Borg, was imprisoned. Stepping into the cell, he confronted Borg, asking, "Are you the infamous Borg of the Red Dragon?" At that moment, Borg was bound to the wall, and upon seeing Kahn, he immediately pleaded for mercy. "Lord Kahn, please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything." Borg's willingness to surrender to Shiryu now seemed trivial in the face of his current predicament. Kahn glanced at Borg and inquired, "Where is that devil fruit?" Borg hesitated. The sole opportunity for his survival lay within that devil fruit. If he disclosed its location to Kahn, if Kahn refuses to release me, it will pose a significant problem. However, disregarding the immediate threat to my life, Borg hesitated for a moment before asking, "My Lord Kahn, may I inquire if you would permit my departure?" Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Borg and remarked, "If that devil fruit meets my expectations, I shall not only release you, but also grant freedom to all of your companions. Of course, you are aware of my capabilities. I shall only set you free once I have honed my skills using your assistance." Upon hearing this, Borg felt a slight sense of reassurance. After contemplating for a moment, he responded to Kahn, "That devil fruit must be exceedingly powerful. It is precisely because we have heard tales of its might that we ventured forth to seize it." Kahn furrowed his brow, expressing his disbelief. "Are you truly attempting to seize a fruit of which you possess no knowledge?" Borg offered an awkward smile in response. "Well, we have heard that the previous owner of that devil fruit was none other than the founding king of the nation established on this island. Subsequently, the 5th king discovered this devil fruit and enshrined it within the royal palace. I believe a devil fruit capable of empowering someone to establish a nation must indeed be formidable." Borg's words carried a certain weight. A devil fruit that could enable nation building should be quite remarkable. Kahn pondered for a moment and remarked, "Have you not thought to capture someone and inquire about the nature of the devil fruit you seek?" Borg glanced at Kahn cautiously and replied, "We did apprehend individuals and posed our questions, yet they remained reticent, and ultimately, we were unable to extract any information." Kahn narrowed his eyes. Observing the flickering gaze of Borg, he realized that Borg and his companions had likely annihilated the entire royal family, yet he refrained from inquiring further. After a moment of contemplation, he pondered the implications. Kahn, uninterested in further discussion, directly inquired, "Now, where is the devil fruit?" Borg hastily replied, "It is located within the storage compartment of the Yuyo ship. I can escort you there." Kahn nodded, returning to reality. He summoned Shilio and instructed him to release Bork, allowing him to lead the way to the fishman's ship. Within the ship's warehouse mezzanine, they discovered a devil fruit. At that moment, it was evident that this devil fruit was no ordinary item. It resembled a small pumpkin, pristine and immaculate, devoid of any markings, save for 2 tiny horns atop, akin to the antlers of a creature. Kahn toyed with the devil fruit in his hand, and then inquired of Shiryu, "What kind of devil fruit is this? It seems I have never encountered it before." Shiryu glanced at Kahn and replied, "Did you not request the marshal for the devil fruit compendium? Surely, this fruit must be documented within its pages." Kahn waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No, the devil fruit encyclopedia is provided solely by the world government. Certain powerful or unique devil fruits are not documented. Only the world government is privy to their existence." Shiryu furrowed his brow, intrigued by the devil fruit in Kahn's possession. During this period, he had also been observing various devil fruits, contemplating which might suit him best. However, acquiring such fruits proved to be quite challenging. Recently, he had accompanied Kahn in capturing several users of abilities, yet none possessed the powers he desired. Thus, he continued to await the arrival of his own devil fruit. After some contemplation, Shiryu felt a surge of desire and inquired of Kahn, "May I give it a try? If it turns out to be a worthless devil fruit, will you assist me in extracting it?" Kahn, noticing Shiloh's interest in the devil fruit, chuckled softly and remarked, "If you desire it, there's no need for you to experiment personally. Your strength is formidable. Consuming it might enable you to adeptly wield the powers of the devil fruit. However, extracting it later would require significant energy. It would be wiser to find an ordinary person to consume it first, as this would conserve energy during the extraction." Upon hearing this, Shiloh nodded and replied, "Then let us capture an ordinary person to test it." Kahn stowed away the devil fruit and remarked, "Let us scour the ship for supplies before seeking out an ordinary person. I have a strong feeling about this devil fruit." Shiryu nodded in agreement. The two then diverged to commence their search, collecting valuable items from over a dozen pirate ships. While they were still engaged in their treasure hunt, Kahn sensed an approaching presence, moving with remarkable speed, almost as if it were flying. He called for Shiryu, and they ascended to the deck to await the arrival. The scene was chaotic. Soon, they spotted a large azure bird soaring towards them. Shiryu furrowed his brow upon recognition. "It is the Phoenix Marco. What brings him here? The Red Dragon and the Black Tide pirates do not belong to the Whitebeard pirates, do they?" Kahn also recognized Marco. Calmly, he remarked, "What does it matter? It's merely Marco. There's nothing to fear. It's not like Whitebeard has come to stir trouble. If he did, he would be apprehended immediately." Shiryu nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Given their combined prowess, dealing with Marco would certainly pose no challenge. In the air, Marco recognized Kahn and Shiryu. Upon seeing the two, he felt a surge of confidence. However, his father's mission still loomed, and thus he descended before them. Once on the ground, Marco addressed Kahn and Shiryu, saying, "General Kahn, General Shiryu, greetings." Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, regarded Marco with a composed demeanor. "Marco, this is not the territory of your Whitebeard pirates, is it? What brings you here?" Shiryu's attitude left Marco feeling helpless. He was acutely aware that this task was becoming rather troublesome. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and replied, "Gentlemen, the Red Dragon pirates and the Black Tide pirates have launched a surprise attack on the Kingdom of Kivni. The King of Kivni is a friend of my father, and hence he has dispatched me to apprehend them. I hope you will consider my request and hand over those two to me." Kahn, unable to contain his laughter upon hearing Marco's words, exclaimed, "Marco, are you jesting? I am a Navy officer. Why should I show any deference to Whitebeard? If it weren't for the fact that I am currently unable to contend with him, I would have captured him long ago." Marco's face flushed red. He felt indeed quite embarrassed by his earlier statement. Kahn, even daring to confront Big Mom, surprisingly chose to show respect to Whitebeard. Reflecting on this now, he feels rather foolish, especially under the gaze of Shiryu, who observes him as if he were a simpleton. Marco, feeling a flush of embarrassment, coughed lightly and inquired, "Admiral Kahn, I wonder if it would be possible to exchange some treasures for the two of them." Kahn cast a glance at Marco, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I am not in want of money. My capabilities are well known to you. If you wish to exchange the two of them, then I require some truly heinous criminals in return. Nothing else will suffice." Upon hearing this, Marco's spirits lifted immediately. "General Kahn, we have imprisoned numerous individuals within the Whitebeard pirates. You may take them all. If you entrust us with the two in question, what do you think? The prisoners of the Whitebeard pirates undoubtedly possess extraordinary strength. It is quite possible that they are individuals who have been personally defeated by Whitebeard himself. Their level of malevolence is likely to be considerable. Just imagine. Kahn arrived with a spirited demeanor and exclaimed, "All right, I concur, let us depart at once." Upon hearing Kahn's agreement, Marco instantly relaxed. Kahn's strength should not be underestimated. He harbors no desire for conflict with Kahn. A peaceful resolution would be the most desirable outcome. Marco gestured towards a direction and said, "Our ship lies that way. Admiral Kahn, please follow me. I shall take you to meet our father." With that, Marco transformed into a bluebird and soared away. Upon witnessing this, Kahn withdrew with Shiryu and followed Marco's lead. This time, the Whitebeard pirates deployed not only Marco but also 3 ships in their quest to locate the Red Dragon and the Black Tide. Marco, possessing the ability to fly, merely had the advantage of swiftness. Kahn followed closely behind Marco, swiftly arriving aboard a pirate ship. On the vessel stood Diamond Jozu. Upon seeing Marco descend with Kahn, he quickly approached Marco and whispered, "Marco, how did you bring him here?" Marco offered a resigned smile. "We arrived too late. The Black Tide pirates and the Crimson Dragon pirates have already been vanquished by him. I struck a deal with them, exchanging the prisoners we captured for his assistance." Jozu's expression shifted to one of realization. He glanced at Kahn, furrowing his brow. "Marco, is it wise for us to engage in dealings with the Navy? Such actions may lead others to underestimate the Whitebeard pirates." Marco patted Jozu's shoulder. "When has our father ever concerned himself with the opinions of others? For him, it is paramount that words are followed by actions." Jozu's demeanor softened as he nodded in agreement. Noticing Jozu's silence, Marco turned to Kahn. "Admiral Kahn, we shall set off now, and we should return to our father by evening." Kahn cast a glance at Marco, casually selecting a spot to sit before declaring, "I shall take a moment to rest. To bring me some refreshments." Upon hearing this, Jaws was decidedly displeased. Kahn treats them as subordinates. However, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Upon noticing Jaws' displeasure at the sight of Kahn, Marco swiftly intervened, pulling Jaws away to prevent any confrontation. With the absence of the elder, these individuals stand no chance against Kahn. Should a conflict ensue, it would be they who suffer the consequences. Even if they were to emerge victorious, Kahn could effortlessly make his escape. Thus, engaging in battle is entirely unnecessary. Kahn closed his eyes to rest as he watched Jaws and Marco depart. Soon, he would meet the white-bearded man. Kahn sought to conserve his energy in preparation for his encounter with Whitebeard. Aboard the ship, he reclined and rested for half the day. After casually partaking of a modest meal delivered by Marco in the evening, he beheld the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates anchored along the coastline as the sun began its descent. The vessel appeared even more formidable than it did in the anime. Before Kahn, the distinction between man and ant is stark. Observe its form. The vessel stands nearly 30 to 40 meters tall, capable of accommodating giants aboard. Marco and his companion ship swiftly approached the Moby Gandhi. Kahn did not follow Marco and the others up. Instead, he transformed into lightning and ascended to the Moby Gandhi, manifesting on the bow deck. The crew aboard the Whitebeard had already received Marco's call, aware that Kahn was on his way to them. Thus, Kahn made his entrance, yet the crowd remained relatively unfazed. They scrutinized him, eager to discern his true nature. As the onlookers assessed Kahn, Marco hastily ascended to the deck and addressed the gathering pirates, commanding, "Fetch father." With that, a few individuals promptly dashed into the ship's cabin. Kahn surveyed the multitude of pirates, feeling the urge to salivate once more. The members of the Whitebeard pirates bore sinister reputations that rivaled those of Big Mom's crew, revealing that the Whitebeard pirates were hardly paragons of virtue. A pirate is a pirate after all. Within the Navy, aside from a few hardliners, even those at the vice admiral level harbored malevolent reputations exceeding 100,000. Many of the lesser members of the Whitebeard pirates surpassed this threshold, while the captains boasted infamy in the millions. For instance, Marco's infamy stood at an astounding 2.62 million. Should the members of the Whitebeard pirates be apprehended, their combined notoriety would undoubtedly exceed 1 billion. Hence, Kahn found himself greatly intrigued by the prospect of capturing individuals from the Whitebeard pirates. However, he possessed the wisdom to bide his time. Waiting until his own strength had ascended to greater heights, Kahn stood at the bow of the ship for a while. Whitebeard slowly emerged from the cabin. Whitebeard, with a malevolent value of 37.68 million points. Kahn gazed at Whitebeard's infamy score and nodded slightly. This score was relatively normal. After all, Whitebeard had no desire to take lives. Even when unleashing the power of his Tremor fruit, he inadvertently submerged some islands, leading to fatalities. In contrast, Kaido's infamy score was significantly higher due to his penchant for obliterating entire nations without provocation, which contributed to his considerable culpability. As for Big Mom, despite her frequent acts of murder, her killings were limited. Unless you were to act like Kaido and recklessly destroy several islands, her infamy would remain comparatively lower. Unfortunately, her ambition to establish a nation prevented her from indiscriminately annihilating islands, resulting in a score less than both Kaido and Whitebeard. Kahn gazed at Whitebeard, lost in thought. Whitebeard then settled himself on a step and looked at Kahn, saying, "Youngster, judging by your expression, it seems you are eager to take action." Kahn glanced at the malevolent aura emanating from Whitebeard's head, his eyes narrowing slightly as he remarked, "You are correct. If I were to harness your power, my strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. However, I possess the wisdom to refrain from action today." Suddenly, Whitebeard erupted into a hearty laughter, his conqueror's haki surging forth, sweeping towards Kahn with formidable intensity. Kahn remained utterly still, refraining from unleashing his conqueror's haki. He understood all too well that his ability was still insufficiently developed. Should he attempt to wield it, it would merely shatter under the might of Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, leading to his own humiliation. Thus, he deemed it wiser to forego its use entirely in the face of such formidable power. Kahn's attire remained utterly undisturbed. He utilized the power of the Thunder Fruit to shield his body, effectively nullifying the impact of the Conqueror's haki. After unleashing his Conqueror's haki, Whitebeard glanced at Kahn, whose clothing was unruffled, and chuckled, saying, "Youngster, I sense the immense ambition within your heart. Being in the Navy, it seems you cannot fulfill your aspirations. Why not abandon the path of a Navy officer and embrace the life of a pirate instead?" Kahn's eyes flickered slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I was under the impression that you wanted me to become your son." The old man shook his head. "You and I are not of the same ilk, and I shall not accept you. Moreover, I foresee an inevitable confrontation between us in the future." Kahn cast a glance at Whitebeard and nodded slightly. "You are right. We are not kindred spirits. Let us expedite the transaction, after which I shall take my leave." Whitebeard turned to a companion beside him and said, "Sachi, please escort him." Sachi nodded and addressed Kahn. "General Kahn, please follow me." Kahn did not hesitate. He followed Sachi out. However, before his departure, he entrusted the two captains of the Black Tide Pirates and the Crimson Dragon Pirates to Whitebeard. How Whitebeard chose to handle them was no concern of his. Moreover, he had already honored his promise to Borg not to kill him. As for whether Whitebeard intended to take his life, that was entirely beyond Kahn's purview. The malevolence of the two captains had been established prior to their arrival. Kahn subjected them to the judgment of sin, absorbing their malevolence. For those two fearful souls, with their cowardice, it was utterly impossible to withstand such a trial. The Moby Gandhi, deep within its hold. Kahn followed Sachi into a chamber filled with iron cells. Within each cell, several individuals were confined. Observing the demeanor of the prisoners, it appeared they were faring relatively well. It seemed that the white-bearded man had refrained from mistreating them and had even provided sustenance for their nourishment. Kahn casually surveyed the confines of the cell. Even with a criminal value exceeding 4 million, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon entering, Sachi summoned a subordinate from within the cell, instructing, "Bring me the keys." All of them. The guard responsible for overseeing the cell hurriedly approached, clutching a multitude of keys, which he presented to Sachi. Sachi accepted the keys and handed them to Kahn, saying, "These individuals are now under your jurisdiction. They represent all the criminals in our possession, freshly brought over from the prison on the island. Our patriarch is not particularly fond of apprehending and detaining individuals, and thus, this is the entirety of our lot. They are quite troublesome characters, and our patriarch fears that releasing them could lead to complications. Indeed, the inmates within the cell were a collection of notorious offenders, each with a criminal value no less than 100,000, embodying the essence of formidable adversaries." Kahn took the keys, smiled, and said, "I will assist you in dealing with them." Sachi glanced at Kahn but chose not to respond further. Kahn entered the room, clutching the key in his hand. Approaching the iron cage, he unlocked the door and unceremoniously tossed the prisoners, one by one, into the Book of Sin. As he apprehended them, some attempted to resist, but they were swiftly subdued by Kahn's electric grip, leaving the remaining individuals compliant and obedient in his grasp. These individuals were not inherently fearless, otherwise they would not have remained captive for so long, nor would they have displayed such docility. Kahn possesses formidable strength. They dare not resist. Within the confines of the cell, There were merely 39 inmates. Kahn devoted half an hour to subduing each one of them. And these 39 prisoners yielded a staggering 7,650,000 in malevolent value to Kahn. Kahn believed that by completely absorbing the sins of these individuals, the accumulated evil value within the Book of Sin would reach an astounding 200 million. At that point, he would confine Shilio, allowing him to act independently. As long as Shilio could consistently provide him with a stable 2 million evil value each month, Kahn would find himself in a more comfortable position, no longer needing to toil so hard after the collection of souls. Kahn returned to the doorway and addressed Sachi, saying, "Well, our transaction is complete. I hope that our next encounter will not be upon the battlefield." Sachi scoffed and retorted, "Even on the battlefield, I would not fear you. With my father by my side, your navy is of no consequence." Huh. The young Sachi still lacks an understanding of this world. While the navies may not be sufficient to confront the Whitebeard pirates, the world government possesses the power to do so. If the world government deems it necessary to pay the price, then the annihilation of Whitebeard is not an impossible feat, just as with rocks. When the world government decided he must perish he did. Kahn smiled and departed from Sachi, returning to the deck above. At that moment, Whitebeard was no longer present. Only Marco awaited on the deck. Upon seeing Kahn emerge, Marco approached him and said, "Father has taken the two fellows ashore. He intends to use their heads as offerings to honor his friend." Kahn cast a glance at Marco and remarked, "Since Whitebeard is absent, I shall take my leave." With that, he departed. Kahn was on the verge of departure when a sudden thought struck him. He halted his steps and inquired of Marco, "By the way, I have heard whispers of a devil fruit belonging to the destroyed kingdom. Do you have any knowledge of this?" Marco shook his head, responding, "I am not certain. Perhaps you might inquire with Dad for more information." Marco's lack of insight left Kahn somewhat disheartened. Had Marco been privy to the information, Kahn would not have needed to test that devil fruit with his sin points. "If you do not know, then so be it," Kahn sighed, transforming into a bolt of lightning before vanishing, departing from Whitebeard's presence. Kahn continued his leisurely exploration over the sea, searching for any vessels that might be afloat. After more than an hour, as darkness enveloped the sky, he chose a random direction and sped forth. Upon encountering an inhabited island, he descended without hesitation. He landed near a quaint village by the shore, intending to capture an ordinary individual to experiment with that cursed fruit. However, as he descended, he sensed a gaze scrutinizing him. Yet, the feeling vanished almost as swiftly as it had come. Who could it be? Kahn furrowed his brow. Upon landing, he activated his observation haki, enveloping the entire village and its inhabitants within his surveillance. Most of the villagers appeared to be resting, seemingly incapable of spying on him, while the few who remained lit and engaged in their tasks did not possess the ability to perceive his presence. At this moment, capturing individuals to test the devil fruit was no longer Kahn's objective, for that task could be undertaken at any time. Instead, he sought to locate the individual who was observing him, as possessing the capability to do so would indicate formidable strength. Such strength would inevitably correlate with a high degree of malevolence, and discovering this person could yield substantial rewards. Thus, he commenced his meticulous examination of each dwelling within the village. Ordinary citizens were unlikely to have excessively high malevolence scores. His aim was to identify those with elevated levels of wickedness. After a thorough search throughout the village, he found that the malevolence scores of the inhabitants typically ranged from 20 to 100 points, a general reflection of the New World's populace. After several minutes of searching, he arrived at a secluded residence at the village's entrance. Inside, he detected the presence of a single individual, seemingly resting upon a bed. Kahn leaned closer to the window and immediately revealed a cold smirk. A malevolent score of 63 million points. How could such a person possibly be an ordinary citizen? Now, he feigned sleep, attempting to deceive him, which was utterly implausible. However, had he been unable to see the other's malevolent score, he might have considered sparing him. But now, that was out of the question. He stood resolutely by the window, intently observing the interior. He was eager to see how long the other could maintain this charade of slumber. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 3 minutes, the occupant of the room sat up, gazing at Kahn outside the window, and sighed. "Good sir, I merely happened to glance at you by accident. I have not provoked you in the slightest. Why must you pursue me so?" Kahn shattered the window and leaped into the room. He extended his hand, conjuring a luminous sphere the size of a football, illuminating the interior. Seated upon the bed was an unremarkable middle-aged man, resembling those who toil the fields in the countryside, appearing far from sinister. Yet, His malevolent score indicated he had taken many lives. Thus, Kahn remained vigilant and remarked coolly, "Who are you? And what brings someone like you to dwell in such a humble village?" The middle-aged man gazed at the orb of energy in Kahn's hand and sighed. "The power of lightning, I see. You must be the recently prominent Vice Admiral Kahn." Kahn furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "You may call me Drew. I am merely a retiree. I hope that you, the illustrious Major General, will refrain from causing me any trouble. I simply wish to enjoy my twilight years with such a high degree of malevolence." One might ponder the naivety of wishing for a peaceful retirement. Kahn chuckled coldly. "You have harmed so many. Yet you still seek to live out your twilight years in peace?" Drew's expression shifted subtly. He had never encountered Kahn before, and just moments ago, Kahn had inquired about his identity. Now, Kahn seemed to possess knowledge of the lives Drew had extinguished. This was indeed peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Drew's demeanor returned to calm as he regarded Kahn with composure. "I have long heard of your reputation as the nemesis of evil. It appears that your devil fruit has endowed you with a unique ability to perceive the transgressions of others." Drew was quite astute. It was truly remarkable that he had never heard of such an individual. It seemed that he was not even listed in the Navy's wanted notices, which was indeed astonishing. Kahn pondered for a moment and decisively stated, "I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. Surrender at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Drew furrowed his brow. After several seconds, he sighed, "What a nuisance. It seems I must seek a different location." Kahn raised an eyebrow. "Change of venue? I believe a prison suits you better." Drew glanced at Kahn with a faint smile. "Kid, how do you think you measure up against Roger?" Roger? Could it be that Drew had once battled with Roger? Given Drew's notoriety, it seemed quite plausible. As Kahn pondered this, Drew suddenly vanished without a trace, jolting Kahn back to reality as he surveyed his surroundings. "What? He's gone. Where's my observation hockey? Good grief. That rascal has already sprinted several hundred meters away. This is absurdly swift. It was merely a second or two. Damn, I was just contemplating. And he has already vanished several hundred meters. This must undoubtedly be the power of a devil fruit." Kahn stood stunned for 5 seconds, while Drew had already sprinted far ahead. This compelled him to transform into lightning and swiftly pursue Drew's direction. The speed of lightning is indeed remarkable, however. It is only swift over a straight distance. That scoundrel Drew dashed into the forest, making it exceedingly difficult for Kahn to catch up. After a while of pursuit, he still could not reach Drew. Kahn chose not to pursue within the confines of the forest. Instead, he soared into the sky, fixating on Drew. Patiently awaiting his emergence from the thicket, Kahn fixated on Drew for a moment, only to discover that Drew had halted in the heart of the forest, ceasing his flight. Infuriated by this apparent betrayal, Kahn unleashed a tempest of lightning upon the woods, igniting them in a fiery blaze. As the forest succumbed to the flames, Drew, having concealed himself for a time, was ultimately forced to emerge, choking from the smoke. Upon witnessing this, Kahn immediately gave chase. "Drew, did you not claim to have battled with Roger? If you possess such courage, then do not flee. I perceive your timidity. Did you perhaps fire a shot at Roger from 10 kilometers away?" He continued to pursue Drew. Kahn continued to provoke Drew, who remained silent as he sprinted towards the coast. The village where Drew resided was already in close proximity to the shore, having traversed the forest. He was merely a few hundred meters away from the water's edge. His speed resembled that of a fleeting specter, and for a moment, Kahn found himself unable to keep pace with Drew. By the time he drew near, Drew had already reached the shore and leaped directly into the sea. Kahn was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't Drew a user of the devil fruit powers? Why would he jump into the ocean, which seemed akin to courting death? As Kahn stood perplexed on the shore, he witnessed Drew astonishingly running across the water's surface, much like the light-footed heroes in martial arts novels. Goodness, what remarkable abilities he possesses. Kahn gazed at the fleeing Drew, unable to suppress his admiration for Drew's remarkable abilities. Kahn hovered above Drew, his hands coalescing with lightning as he relentlessly bombarded him, aiming to diminish Drew's speed. As Drew's pace slowed, he would gradually sink into the ocean's depths. At that moment, Drew's fruit powers would become unusable. He would then instruct she to leave water behind to retrieve Drew. Kahn's thoughts were commendable. However, he soon realized that the lightning he unleashed would decelerate when it approached Drew, merely 50 meters away. Drew effortlessly evaded the assault and continued to dash along the coastline, his movements unrestrained. The lightning's velocity diminished. Kahn furrowed his brow as if a realization had struck him. He resolved to conduct a test to ascertain whether the situation aligned with his suspicions. Transforming into lightning, he pursued Drew. Upon nearing Drew within a mere 50 meters, he suddenly sensed that Drew's speed had accelerated beyond what it had been before. This prompted him to retreat, embodying the very essence of lightning. Indeed, the circumstances were as he had conjectured. Drew's devil fruit might be an exceptional paramecia-type fruit, granting him extraordinary speed, which enabled him to run with agility akin to his own. His ability to traverse the sea stemmed from his remarkable velocity. His feet barely touched the water before he lifted them again. As for the moment earlier when he approached Drew and perceived a surge in Drew's speed, it was merely the manifestation of Drew awakening the latent powers of his devil fruit, which affected the surrounding area. It was not that Kahn had observed Drew's speed increase. Rather, his own speed had diminished. Drew was proving to be quite a formidable adversary. It appeared that the closer he drew to Drew, the slower he would become. Even with the swiftness of lightning, he might find himself at a disadvantage within Drew's domain, rendering direct confrontation impossible. At this juncture, the most effective strategy would be to execute a wide-ranging attack, preventing Drew from escaping altogether. However, gathering such an expansive assault would require time, and by then, that troublesome individual might have already distanced himself. How vexing. Trailing behind Drew, Kahn pondered, struggling to devise an offensive plan. Just then, Drew cast a glance at Kahn and remarked, "Kid, I bear you no ill will. How about you let me go? I have no desire to continue this entanglement." Kahn listened, feeling quite displeased. Typically, he would retreat on his own accord, but today he found himself forced to withdraw by another, which irked him greatly. He fixed a cold glare at Drew, declaring, "I shall see just how long you can run." At that moment, Drew felt a profound sense of helplessness. For Kahn's speed was such that evading him was nearly impossible. If Kahn were to pursue him for a day or two, Drew would surely exhaust himself, leading to his inevitable demise. The relentless determination emanating from Kahn left Drew in a state of distress. After grappling with his thoughts for a while, Drew reluctantly returned to the shore. He paused, gazing at Kahn, and said, "I am aware of your intentions. You wish to capture me solely for the purpose of your training. I am willing to allow you to seize me for that purpose, provided you vow that once your training is complete, you will release me and ensure my safe departure." Kahn immediately raised an eyebrow. He looked at Drew and said, "Are you not afraid that I might change my mind? If I capture you, you will be entirely under my control." Drew, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I have no means of escape. Can you possibly think of a better solution?" Kahn nodded slightly. Drew was indeed swift in his movements. However, his endurance was not boundless. As time progressed, he would inevitably slow down and be caught. In contrast, Kahn pursued him with the power of lightning, expending almost no energy. Thus, the balance of their abilities rendered Drew incapable of escape. Therefore, surrender was undeniably the most prudent choice. Kahn pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I promise that after your training, I shall release you." Drew exhaled in relief and gazed at Kahn, saying, "Individuals of your caliber rarely go back on their word. However, I am rather timid. I require you to swear that you will not abandon me and that you shall never father a son. Once you take this oath, I shall allow you to seize me." Kahn's expression darkened. How dare Drew threaten him with an oath? It was utterly intolerable. However, once an oath was made, it was indeed difficult to retract. It was not that he feared the fulfillment of the oath, but rather that it would tarnish his reputation. Nevertheless, he could let Drew go, but only on the condition that he extract the power of the devil fruit from him. Consider it a lesson for him. Kahn pondered for a moment, then turned to Drew and said, "Very well. I can swear that once my training is complete, I shall ensure your safe departure. Should I breach this oath, I shall be condemned to live eternally without a son." Upon hearing this, Drew regarded Kahn with dissatisfaction and retorted, "Young man, are you jesting with me? As a male, you are incapable of siring a son. You ought to say that your woman cannot bear a son, even if she does. He would not be your child." Goodness, Drew truly is astute. It is no wonder that despite his high level of malevolence, he remains unpursued and continues to thrive. Kahn muttered under his breath, declaring, "Very well. I swear I have broken my promise. My woman shall never bear me a son. Surely, that should suffice for your satisfaction." At last, Drew calmed down, standing still and responding, "Then come forth." Upon witnessing the situation, Kahn approached Drew with utmost caution, wary of any last-minute antics. However, Drew ultimately refrained from any mischief, allowing Kahn to grasp his arm. Just as Kahn was about to confine Drew within the warehouse, Drew suddenly broke into a smile. Freed himself from Kahn's grip, and swiftly dashed out. Kahn was eager to pursue, but suddenly realized that his speed was exceedingly sluggish. Even if he wished to transform into lightning, it would take an inordinate amount of time. He felt as though his velocity was at least diminished by a factor of 100. Meanwhile, Drew had already sprinted a kilometer ahead. Kahn was infuriated. As the future king of the world, he found himself outwitted today. The ability of that individual to restrict his speed undoubtedly required physical contact. Otherwise, there would be no reason to resort to such elaborate deceit. Kahn, increasingly infuriated, released Shilio and instructed him, "Shilio, I entrust you with a task. Keep watch over the entire island. If anyone or any ship ventures out to sea, eliminate them immediately." Shilio appeared, bewildered as he gazed at Kahn. To him, Kahn's speech and movements seemed excruciatingly slow. It had taken nearly half a minute for Kahn to utter those words. In a state of confusion, Shilio's expression contorted as he exclaimed, "Kahn, what is the matter with you? Why do you speak so slowly? And your movements are as sluggish as a snail." Kahn's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I've fallen into someone else's trap. The opponent possesses the ability of the speed fruit, and I have been slowed down to 1/100th of my normal speed." Finally grasping the situation, Shilio glanced at Kahn and remarked, "Given your condition, it appears that maintaining this state may take quite some time. It would be wiser for you to return to the cell space. Perhaps you could find a way to engage with this state." Upon hearing this, Kahn suddenly realized. The realm of the Book of Sin is unlike this world. Within it, he is akin to a deity. It should be no trouble to alleviate his negative states. "Shilio, you are rather astute. Wait a moment, I shall return and experiment with this." Kahn came to a realization. He exchanged a word with Shilio and then waited for a minute before retreating into the Book of Sin, returning to the castle. Kahn made a slight movement, yet his speed remained as sluggish as ever. After a moment of contemplation, he dispelled the negative state that plagued him. In an instant, he felt his speed return to its normal pace. With this restoration, he promptly exited the castle, re-entering the realm of reality. Upon seeing Kahn emerge, Shilio noted his movements had also returned to normal and smiled, saying, "It seems your speed has been restored. What shall we do now?" "I will slay that scoundrel." Kahn's expression darkened as he utilized his lightning-imbued observation hockey to scan a 5-kilometer radius, yet he could not locate Dulu. It appeared that the adversary had already fled to a considerable distance. However, it mattered not. The island was not vast. Even if he had to search inch by inch today, he was determined to uncover the location and eliminate the foe. Otherwise, he would be left feeling unsettled. Kahn said to Shilio, "Wait here. I shall seek his whereabouts. Until I find him today, I shall not depart from this island." Shilio glanced at the irate Kahn and shook his head, replying, "Then I shall wait for you here. Should you require any assistance, simply call upon me." Kahn nodded, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he vanished. He ascended into the sky, circling the island to ensure that no one had fled before descending to the ground to conduct a thorough search. Meanwhile, Drew, concealed within the forest, began to feel a throbbing headache. His abilities should have allowed him to control his opponent for 4 hours, ample time to reach another island. However, his adversary had unraveled his power in merely 5 minutes, leaving him stranded on the very island he sought to escape, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. With Kahn's keen observation skills, he realized that it was inevitable he would be discovered today. The thought of impending doom consumed him. What to do? What to do? As he pondered, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Drew's eyes, prompting him to spring into action and begin preparations. The night swiftly passed. Kahn scoured the island throughout the night, meticulously searching it 3 times over. Yet, he found no trace of Drew, which left him profoundly disheartened. He ultimately returned to Shirley's side. Upon seeing Kahn's troubled expression, Shirley took a deep drag from his cigar and remarked, "Do not dwell on it. He is merely a minor figure. Relying on the power of the fruit to escape is hardly a significant matter. It would be best to forget him swiftly." Kahn sat beside Shirley and shot him a glare. "He is no mere lackey. His abilities are sufficient to elevate your strength significantly." Shirley was somewhat taken aback. "Is it such a fellow? What a pity indeed." Kahn shook his head in resignation. "Recently, we have experienced too much good fortune, which has made us somewhat complacent. This individual serves as a timely lesson. We must exercise greater caution in the future to avoid falling into the traps set by others." After speaking, he gestured towards a direction and continued, "I shall rest here for a moment. There is a village over there. Go and capture someone, so we may test that devil fruit." "Understood," replied Shiryu as he made his way forward. Kahn sat beneath the tree, allowing his body to rest while his spirit retreated into the abyss of transgressions. After about an hour, Hiliu approached Kahn, leading a timid figure, shivering with trepidation. Kahn beckoned Shirlu to approach, and casually tossed the devil fruit to him, saying, "Take this and conduct your research. Once you have thoroughly examined it, return and inform me. Remember to act swiftly. The shorter the time it takes for him to consume it, the less energy I shall require." Kahn took hold of the devil fruit and led the trembling man into a nearby forest, where Shiryu forcibly compelled him to consume the fruit. 10 minutes later, Shiryu hurried back to Kahn, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "This devil fruit possesses remarkable abilities. It allows the body to transform into a ghostly form. I believe it to be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. I want this fruit. You should extract its powers." Mythical Zoan? Ghostly form? Upon hearing this, Kahn found it quite agreeable. He accepted Shirlu and his entourage into the cell. After securing them, he glanced at the required malevolent points needed to extract the devil fruit. To his astonishment, it amounted to 1.68 million malevolent points. This figure indicated the extraordinary power of the devil fruit in question. Within the depths of the underwater prison, Kahn had dispatched over 3,000 individuals, among whom were several devil fruit users. Prior to their demise, he had extracted their abilities for future use. For inmates located above the third level of the underwater prison, their devil fruits typically belonged to the common paramecia or weaker Zoan types, with extraction costs averaging around 200,000 malevolent points. Slightly more formidable Zoan types and stronger paramecia range from 500,000 to 1 million points. However, as one descended to the fourth and fifth levels, the extraction costs for their advanced abilities surged to between 1 million and 3 million points, due to their superior mastery of the devil fruits. As for the prisoners on the sixth level, although he had refrained from extracting their powers due to heightened scrutiny, he had observed that the costs for their devil fruits generally ranged from 2 million to 5 million points. The requirement of 1.68 million malevolent points was tantamount to consuming this particular devil fruit, thereby bestowing upon its possessor a comprehensive strength equivalent to a bounty of 100 million. It was evident that such an ability was indeed formidable. After contemplating for a moment, Kahn extracted the power of the devil fruit from the man and then directly transferred that power to Shiryu. The ability of the devil fruit was successfully transferred. Kahn released Shiryu, saying, "Familiarize yourself with the powers of the devil fruit here. I must continue my search for that individual." Shiryu nodded and distanced himself from Kahn, seeking a more secluded spot to acclimate to his newfound devil fruit abilities. Shiryu departed. Kahn circled the island, conducting a thorough search once more, then returned to rest for an hour before embarking on another search. His relentless pursuit stemmed from a deep-seated anxiety that if he allowed himself to rest too long, Drew might seize the opportunity to escape. An hour was hardly sufficient for Drew to venture far. Kahn was confident he could catch up. If, in the end, he was unable to locate him, he would simply regard it as waiting for Shirlu to complete his training. After all, it was not a waste of time. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. Meanwhile, the concealed Drew grew increasingly despondent. In a desperate attempt to evade Kahn's keen observation, he rendered himself unconscious, believing that once Kahn was unable to find him, he would eventually depart. Yet, each time he regained consciousness, just as he prepared to escape, the thunderous sounds of the sky compelled him to once again succumb to oblivion. This cycle of fainting had occurred 7 times. Now, hunger gnawed at him mercilessly, and he realized that if Kahn did not leave within the next 4 or 5 days, he might perish from starvation, which weighed heavily on his spirit. Surrender was out of the question. He had outsmarted Kahn twice and was acutely aware of the animosity Kahn harbored towards him. It was no surprise that Kahn had relentlessly pursued him for 3 consecutive days. Therefore, he could only gamble on the hope that Kahn would depart within 4 days. On the morning of the 4th day of Drew's concealment, as Kahn prepared for yet another round of searching, Shirlu approached him with a smile and declared, "Stop searching. Leave the rest to me." Kahn cast a glance at Shirlu. A wicked grin adorned his visage, suggesting that his spirits were exceedingly high. Kahn chuckled and inquired of Shiryu, "What is this? Your fruit ability appears to be quite remarkable. It's rare to see you smile." Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, replied with a cheerful demeanor, "You are absolutely right. This devil fruit suits me perfectly. In future encounters with Big Mom and Kaido, I shall confront them with my dual blades, showcasing my formidable prowess." Kahn chuckled softly. "What power allows you to be so audacious?" Shiryu glanced at Kahn, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "I would refer to it as the fruit of all mythical beast type, Phantom King form." I can now transform into the Phantom King form, concealing my physical presence, which serves as a form of invisibility. Moreover, in this state, I am immune to all physical harm. Kahn raised an eyebrow. He recalled that in the original storyline, Shiryu possessed the ability of invisibility through the use of a fruit. To his surprise, he too now wielded this power. As Kahn pondered this revelation, Shiryu continued, "Furthermore, I have developed two new abilities. One harnesses the force of psychic shockwaves, akin to your conqueror's haki, capable of impacting creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer. The other allows me to summon restless spirits and wraiths, bending them to my will. Soon, I shall employ this ability to search this island. These spirits can traverse both heaven and earth, and if any foe remains on the island, they will undoubtedly uncover him." Shiryu's abilities were indeed quite impressive. Kahn chuckled and said, "In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you." Shio nodded slightly and replied, "Wait for me. I shall first eliminate a few individuals and summon some spirits. This desolate place has too few souls. I doubt there are any wandering ghosts." Indeed, Shio, the god of death, was not one to shy away from taking lives. However, since it was not his own life at stake, he couldn't be bothered to concern himself with the consequences. Kahn readily agreed. "Very well. I shall await your return here." Shiryu nodded and proceeded towards the village. Soon, anguish screams echoed from within the settlement. After a mere 5 minutes, silence enveloped the village. Shiryu returned to Kahn's side and reported, "I have subdued those spirits," instructing them to scour the entire island. If they yield no results, it is likely that they have fled. Kahn nodded thoughtfully and inquired of Shiryu, "Did you not bring back a single ghost?" "I have yet to encounter one. Allow me to witness this so-called specter." Shiryu took a draw from his cigar and replied nonchalantly, "Those ghosts are of little consequence. Mere ordinary spirits that dissipate within 6 months. They perish even faster under sunlight. I merely intend to utilize them at my convenience. If you wish to see, I can conduct some research and summon a few phantom generals in due time, those of formidable strength that can assist in battle." As Shiryu spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he added, "In the future, should there be any physically powerful prisoners, do remember to set them aside for me. The creation of phantom generals necessitates robust corporeal forms. After all, it would be a waste to slay them when I could put them to use." "That capability is quite impressive," Kahn exclaimed, breaking into a grin as he looked at Shiryu. "Henceforth, we need not dirty our hands with the lesser minions. We can leave those to them to handle. We shall focus solely on the more formidable adversaries." Shiryu nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This fruit bestows many unknown abilities. I must diligently explore them. Surpassing the director will not pose a challenge." Upon hearing the mention of the director, Kahn, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Shiryu, "What exactly is the prowess of our director?" Shiryu cast a glance at Kahn, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I have heard that in his earlier days, the director was a pirate who once vied with the likes of Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion. Subsequently, he was recruited by the world government to serve as the warden of the underwater prison. Thus, it is indisputable that the director possesses strength on par with that of an admiral." "A pirate?" "Indeed, he was a pirate." Kahn was momentarily taken aback and shook his head in disbelief. "I never imagined that the director was actually born a pirate." Shiryu chuckled softly. "Who can deny it? However, I believe we are destined to become pirates ourselves. Given your circumstances, it is only a matter of time before you are cast out from the Navy." Kahn chuckled softly, remarking that in the past decade, it would be quite impossible. The terror of the world government is not to be taken lightly, and he certainly does not wish to live under the constant threat of being hunted. Shiryu nodded in agreement. The dread associated with the world government is something he comprehends well, being acquainted with the notorious underwater prison where numerous criminals are often dispatched. After a brief conversation, the two settled down to rest. A few hours later, a transparent specter glided from the depths of the forest. Upon noticing this apparition, Kahn scrutinized it carefully. Upon closer inspection, he shook his head. The ghost appeared exceedingly feeble, its form flickering uncertainly. It was scarcely capable of inflicting harm, much less pose a threat to him. One would struggle to even threaten an ordinary individual. While Kahn was observing the ghost, it approached Shiryu and began to converse in a peculiar manner, though Kahn could not comprehend a single word. A minute later, Shiryu smiled and informed Kahn that they had located the individual and that capturing them would be quite effortless. Kahn raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What does that mean?" Shiryu chuckled and replied, "That fellow is quite ruthless. He hid himself in a pit, and even knocked himself unconscious. So naturally, you wouldn't hear a peep from him. Kahn's expression twitched slightly. His heart's network, akin to the observation hockey, was devoid of any joy for the unconscious. For they emitted no spiritual fluctuations. That fellow Drew was indeed ruthless, having rendered himself unconscious. Nevertheless, this was a consequence of his own actions. Now that they had located him, he found himself with no means of escape. Kahn suspected that Drew had played a trick on him and immediately urged Shilio. Lead the way. Shilio nodded, beckoning the spirit to guide them. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the cave where Drew was hiding. Kahn lifted the lid of the pit and swiftly descended into its depths, where he encountered Drew, who lay unconscious upon the ground. Without hesitation, he reached out toward Drew. As soon as his hand made contact with Drew's body, the latter opened his eyes, intent on activating his fruit ability. However, he soon realized that his body felt utterly limp, rendering him incapable of utilizing his powers. Glancing down, he discovered that his wrists were encased in a pair of handcuffs. These were sea prism stone handcuffs, which effectively suppressed his abilities. Seeing Drew's bewildered expression, Kahn scoffed. Do you truly believe I would fall for the same trick twice? My observation hockey is not merely for show. The moment I opened the passage, you should have awakened to reality. You still wish to deceive me? Drew gazed at Kahn and sighed helplessly. Release me, and I shall willingly serve you. Kahn smiled and turned to the recently arrived Shilio, saying, This fellow possesses quite remarkable abilities. I believe your ghostly commander has found a promising candidate. Shilio glanced at Drew, took a puff of his cigar, and exhaled a light plume of smoke, replying, Indeed, I shall accept him. Let us hasten to prepare for departure. Kahn nodded, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Drew. Dare to toy with me? You are doomed. The color drained from Drew's face, terror overtaking him as he sought to plead for mercy. Yet, Kahn offered him no reprieve, swiftly casting him into the book of sin, ensnaring Drew within its depths. Kahn surveyed his condition. This man was indeed no good. He committed murder alongside the entire village, leaving no survivors. He spoke of seclusion, yet every few months, he would venture out to kill, set fires, indulge in debauchery, and squander the plundered riches, only to return to this island for a few months of respite. Then, the cycle would begin anew. A person like him is far more despicable than an ordinary pirate. As for Drew, Kahn showed no mercy, directly administering the judgment of sin. Given Drew's cowardly nature and his level of malevolence, he would likely be unable to withstand it. The judgment of sin on Drew would probably take an hour to conclude. Once dealt with, the absorption of his malevolence would likely reach 200 million points. It was time to discuss with Shiryu about appointing him as a prison warden. Kahn regained his composure, beckoning to Hilliyu as he emerged from the opening. He gazed intently at Hilliyu and said, Hilliyu, there lies an opportunity before you, an opportunity for eternal life, coupled with the ability to wield my powers. Are you intrigued? Eternal life? To harness Kahn's abilities? Hilliyu furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon Kahn. Just speak plainly. What does this matter? Kahn gestured towards himself, stating, You have already seen my cell. Now, I can recruit some guards who can utilize my ability to bring individuals into the prison, as well as access the pool within the cell that enhances physical prowess. Furthermore, there is also a training room that amplifies cultivation speed by 1,000 times. Shiru's expression grew serious. He took a few puffs of his cigar and remarked, Such generous privileges must come with certain restrictions, do they not? Kahn chuckled softly. Naturally, there are limitations. As a jailer, you find yourself powerless against me. With but a single thought, I could take your life. This is the sole restriction. Shiru furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at Kahn and inquired, What does it mean to be immortal? Kahn gestured towards himself and remarked, The moment I acquired the power of the fruit, I ceased to grow. I have become your warden. As long as I remain immortal, you shall never age. Even if you were to be slain, I could revive you. Shiru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Immortality, a power coveted by all, and he was no exception. Most significantly, during this period spent alongside Kahn, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. He desired to kill. Kahn has always been indifferent. Furthermore, leaving Kahn behind, the pursuit of enhancing one's strength becomes an arduous endeavor. Staying with Kahn offers a multitude of advantages with only a singular drawback. After contemplating for 2 minutes, Shirlu resolved to take action. I shall handle this jailer. Kahn smiled and nodded. Very well, it is settled then. In an hour, I shall appoint you as a guard. Now, let us discuss your future endeavors. Shilu understood. Becoming a guard entailed work, yet it was a role he was willing to embrace. provided that Kahn was prepared to offer him certain advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Shilu inquired, "Speak, what is it that you wish for me to do?" Kahn smiled and said, "I have no expectations of you. Your sole task is to capture criminals and confine them in cells. Their energy shall be divided, and you will receive 1/3 of it for your cultivation. This is a system of merit. As long as you do not slack off, you will be rewarded. This demand is straightforward." Shilio nodded, "No problem." Seeing Shilio's agreement, Kahn nodded with satisfaction and further discussed the functions of the Abyss of Sin and the Chamber of Inferno to facilitate Shilio's future choices in cultivation. Additionally, he briefed Shilio on the matter of Grunet, indicating their potential for collaboration. As their conversation continued, 40 minutes slipped by. Drew could not endure for an entire hour and ultimately succumbed, his sin value absorbed. His accumulated sin value reached 200 million, granting him an additional prison guard position, which he promptly assigned to Shilio. Now a prison guard, Shilio perused the Book of Sin, delving into its contents for some time. Finally, he glanced at Kahn and remarked, "I sense that this is not the capability of a devil fruit, is it?" Kahn smiled slightly and remarked, "Who knows? In any case, I believe it to be the power of the devil fruit. Otherwise, how can one explain it? I cannot fathom any other explanation." Shira shook his head. He sensed that this was not the power of the devil fruit. However, he found himself unable to articulate his reasoning, so he had no choice but to regard it as such. Shaking his head, Shiru looked at Kahn and said, "It appears that I must act independently from here on. Do you think I should join the Navy, or should I confront them directly?" Kahn cast a sidelong glance at Shilio and replied with a faint smile, "I have no preference. You may decide for yourself. After all, it is through your labor that you garner the energy needed for cultivation." Shilio took a deep drag from his cigar and lamented, "I feel as though I've become a mere wage laborer." Kahn patted Shilu gently, stating, "In this life, who among us is not working for someone else? Am I not laboring for the sake of my own abilities? There is no distinction." Shilu's expression twitched slightly. The remark struck home, leaving him unable to counter. Indeed, upon reflection, Kahn was indeed working for the benefit of his own capabilities. After pondering for a moment, Shilu replied, "Then I shall remain here in the New World, for I have acquired the power of a devil fruit. When the time comes, you can simply inform those above that I betrayed them after obtaining the devil fruit. That would appear quite plausible." Kahn smiled and nodded. "Very well, let it be so. However, you would do well to accomplish something significant, for then I can claim that you have betrayed me." Shilu nodded in agreement. "Precisely. I require some formidable beings to forge ghostly generals. In due time, I shall launch an assault on several kingdoms, thus providing you with an excuse." "Agreed," Kahn affirmed, before casting a glance at Shilu and reminding him, "In the future, do not indiscriminately slay everyone you encounter. Spare the common folk. If we extinguish all humanity, from whence shall we draw our energy? We must allow them the opportunity to bear more children." Shilu's expression twitched slightly. "You are treating them as mere chaff, are you not?" Kahn shrugged, expressing, "Without the newcomers, our strength cannot be enhanced. I would prefer that everyone bears 10 children before passing away. Therefore, when encountering the young, let us refrain from taking their lives if possible. As for the old ones, who can no longer procreate, do as you wish." Shiloh took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette and regarded Kahn with a look of utter exasperation. Upon witnessing this, Kahn chuckled and said, "All right, let us embark. We must find a lively island, and I shall leave you there." Shiluan nodded, retreating into the Book of Sin. December 23rd. New World. Coast of Boglen Island. Kahn released Shiryu, granting him the liberty to act independently. He then returned to the naval headquarters. After wandering outside for a while, he had nearly drained the wicked essence from the 3 notorious pirates. He ultimately cast them into the pool of sin for the final absorption. Now, it was time to return these 3 to the depths of the underwater prison. Upon arriving back at the naval headquarters, he first made a trip to the underwater prison to deposit the 3 back into their confinement before presenting himself before Admiral Sengoku. Upon seeing Kahn, Sengoku was quite pleased. Although Kahn possessed a certain cunning, as long as he could strike a blow against the pirates, it was a favorable outcome in Sengoku's eyes. With the rampant surge of piracy, the Navy required formidable individuals like Kahn. After contemplating for a moment, Sengoku remarked, "You, young man, I have heard that you sought out Whitebeard for a high-stakes transaction. Are you truly unafraid of the repercussions that Whitebeard may impose upon you?" Kahn curled his lips and found a place to sit, exclaiming, "If it weren't for your insistence on preventing me from confronting him, I would surely teach him a lesson. So he understands my prowess. Zhanghua cast Kahn a disdainful glance, retorting, "You, my friend, have truly become arrogant, even looking down upon the old man with the white beard. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in a predicament." Kahn chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, I fear death more than anything, as you well know. Now, hasten and assign me a task. I am positively languishing in boredom." Zhanghua pondered for a moment, then retrieved an appointment letter from his drawer and tossed it to Kahn, saying, "Originally intended for you in February of next year, I am now presenting it to you ahead of schedule. This outlines your new position." Kahn took the appointment letter and glanced at it. It was for the position of Deputy Commander of the Naval Headquarters Mobile Forces. This appointment, was it not akin to being the deputy leader of a firefighting team? Kahn furrowed his brows, gazing at the warring states. "Marshal, I believe this appointment is ill-suited for me." The warring states cast a sidelong glance at Kahn. "What do you understand? This position will not confine you, for you are merely a subordinate. If it were not for matters of great importance, you would not have been summoned at all. You are free to act as you wish, but should you require assistance, you may summon the mobile troops to aid you. During ordinary times, feel free to pursue whatever endeavors you desire." Upon hearing this, Kahn immediately felt invigorated. If such a position were to be offered, he would be more than satisfied. Consequently, he tucked away the appointment letter and the accompanying documents, turning to Sengoku and stating, "If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to the New World to capture some pirates." "Not so fast," Sengoku interjected, presenting a document to Kahn. "A task?" Kahn inquired, as he took the file and perused its contents. It was a report concerning missing personnel, indicating that a unit had vanished near a certain island. Subsequently, 2 additional teams had ventured forth, only to meet the same fate of disappearance. After reviewing the information, Kahn contemplated the gravity of the situation. Kahn smiled at Zhanghua and said, "Is my presence truly necessary for this task? Simply dispatch a few ships to retrieve the individuals. That should suffice." Zhanghua, rubbing his temples, sighed in response, "That area is under the control of the Whitebeard pirates. We are ill-prepared for a confrontation with them. Sending a handful of people to search would be utterly futile. The more individuals we send, the more likely they will attract Whitebeard's attention. Your formidable strength and swift speed make you the ideal candidate for this mission. If you manage to locate them, please bring them back. If not, any leads would be invaluable. We cannot allow our people to perish in vain. In the world of pirates, being missing often signifies death." Kahn, upon hearing the words of Sengoku, inquired, "Could it possibly be the work of Whitebeard?" Sengoku shook his head and replied, "No, given Whitebeard's nature. If he were to take action, he would do so openly without resorting to subterfuge. He would act directly, and there would be nothing we could do to stop him. Furthermore, while the island lies within Whitebeard's domain, it is an obscure isle, one that even his crew may not be aware of." Kahn glanced at the documents in his hand, furrowing his brow. "What could possibly be on that island that prompted your superiors to send personnel there? Is there something of great value?" Warring States pondered for a moment before replying, "It's no secret to you. Intelligence reports suggest that there are ancient ruins on the island. Our team was dispatched to investigate, but upon arrival, they vanished without a trace. Both our organization and their sent teams to probe further, yet they too disappeared. Therefore, we have refrained from any hasty actions. Kahn is aware that the 3 missing individuals are undoubtedly deceased. Given the capabilities of the world government, creating a life card is a trivial matter. The current discourse surrounding their disappearance merely serves to provide the public with a semblance of hope." Kahn pondered for a moment, then gathered his documents and remarked, "Very well, I shall proceed to take a look." Sengoku nodded in response. "You should first head to Fire Rock Island, where our personnel are awaiting you. For more detailed information, you may inquire with General Zoro." "Understood," Kahn affirmed, before asking Sengoku, "Is there anything else? If not, once I complete my mission, I shall have the freedom to move about as I wish." Sengoku shook his head. "No, it has been relatively quiet lately, with nothing of note occurring. You may depart directly, and should any matters arise, feel free to contact me via telephone." With that, Sengoku had no further arrangements to make. Kahn bid farewell to the warring states and departed. He returned home to tidy up, purchased some provisions in the city, and then made his way towards Fire Rock Island. On December 25th at 3 p.m., he arrived at Fire Rock Island, where he discovered a warship anchored along the coast and proceeded to disembark. Kahn has become exceedingly renowned within the Navy. Upon his arrival aboard the vessel, the sailors promptly approached to pay their respects. Kahn glanced at the sailors and inquired, "Where is General Zolo?" One of the Marines pointed towards the shore, stating, General Zolo is on the shore and should return shortly. Kahn then spotted someone on the shore, hastily making their way towards the port. It must be Zoro. Kahn awaited on the vessel for a brief moment. Zoro swiftly arrived at the shore, then gracefully leapt before Kahn, saluting him with respect and stating, "Good day, Admiral Kahn." Kahn gazed at Zoro and nodded. "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. The Marshal should have been in contact with you. Please elaborate on the circumstances concerning that island." Zoro nodded in acknowledgement and recounted the details to Kahn. Based on Zoro's narration, Kahn became fully aware of the situation. Individuals within the world government discovered relics on that island. Subsequently, one of them reported the findings, leading to an investigation on the island. However, they vanished without a trace. In response, the world government dispatched another team, accompanied by a naval contingent, to further investigate. This team returned only once with confirmation of the relic's existence on the island, after which all communication ceased. Ultimately, the Navy and the world government jointly sent a 12-member team to the island for exploration, but this time, they disappeared without a single trace. Thus, the intelligence was conveyed. Kahn nodded and said to Zoro, "I am aware of the situation. I shall conduct an investigation. You all wait here. I will inform you as soon as I have news." Zoro nodded in agreement. Kahn ascended into the air, embarking on a journey to that enigmatic island. Devoid of any navigational markers, en route to the island, he encountered tumultuous weather, which unleashed chaos upon the seas. For an ordinary person, traversing such waters would be a perilous endeavor, fraught with life-threatening risks. Only a vessel of exceptional quality could withstand those treacherous challenges. Nevertheless, Kahn soared through the skies, impervious to the weather. He needed only to advance in a singular direction. High above, he traversed over 40 kilometers to the southwest, crossing through a tempestuous zone until he beheld an island upon the sea, adorned with majestic mountains and lush forests. The trees on the island flourished abundantly, cloaking the land in a verdant embrace. Kahn soared above the forest, diligently searching for any signs of human presence on the island. After traversing its entirety, he found himself disheartened by the silence. Neither human nor animal sounds reached his keen senses. It seemed evident that the inhabitants of the island had perished entirely. The prospect of discovering any survivors appeared utterly futile. Resigned to his fate, he decided to seek out remnants of the past, capture some photographs, and return to provide a report to the warring states. Kahn pondered for a moment, then descended to a lower altitude, embarking on a quest to locate the remnants hidden within the forest. Searching for ruins proved to be far simpler than seeking out individuals. Within 20 minutes, he alighted on the southern flank of the island's highest peak, where he discovered a series of structures, unmistakably of architectural origin, albeit shrouded in a veil of creeping vines. He landed atop the ruins and retrieved his communicator, dialing out. Before long, the call connected, and the voice of the warring states period resonated. "So, young one, have you found anyone?" Calmly, Kahn remarked, "There is no one here, not a single large living creature on the island, only insects and small birds. Your people are likely deceased. Not even animals?" Warring states furrowed his brow. "This is rather peculiar. If there are no animals, how did our people perish?" "Who can say?" Kahn replied, "I shall not concern myself with that. I will simply find some ruins to photograph and fulfill my obligation. Once I've taken the pictures, I shall depart." Warring states, exasperated, said, "You fool, taking a bit more time will not hinder you. Search the island further. Perhaps you might discover where our people met their end. They once claimed to have found ruins. Since you are already seeking to photograph them, you might as well look for any clues." Kahn scoffed at most. "I can spare just one day. I must depart by tomorrow morning. I can no longer squander my time here, as it is exceedingly dull." The cold snort from the warring states echoed, "Isn't Shirido accompanying you? Allow him to assist you in your search. If the two of you collaborate, the process may be expedited." The mention of Shirido lingered in the air. Kahn cleared his throat and remarked, "Hilu has departed. He did not remain with me." "Hilu has left?" Warlord was taken aback and inquired, "Where has he gone?" Kahn smirked, stating that his fierce battle with Kaido had provoked him, igniting a desire for greater strength. To aid in this pursuit, he had bestowed upon him a devil fruit to enhance his powers. He recalled the transaction made with 2 pirates to acquire it, having seized the fruit from their grasp. Shiryu, having consumed the devil fruit, expressed his intention to seek a secluded place for rigorous training, vowing to return once he had honed his skills to join forces with Kahn. The matter of Kahn's dealings with Whitebeard has been thoroughly investigated by the world government. In the interim, there are no issues. Sengoku is also aware of this situation. Upon hearing Kahn's words, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why does he choose to cultivate outside? It is far too perilous out there. You should insist on his return." Kahn glanced dismissively at the man who had consumed the devil fruit, which appeared to possess the power to command spirits. He intended to seek out some wandering souls for his cultivation. If you were to allow him to return, would that mean you would entrust the souls of the Navy to him for his training? Sighing, Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly admit to providing the souls of the Navy for Shiryu's practice, lest he provoke outrage among his comrades. Even the souls of fallen Navy members could not be offered for such purposes. Ultimately, he sighed and said, "Very well, once he has completed his training, you may bring him back." "Agreed," Kahn replied promptly. Just as he was about to converse further with Sengoku, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. An ominous sign. Damn it, something is amiss. I must cut our conversation short. With that, he terminated the call. Harnessing the power of lightning, he enveloped his surroundings. Regardless of what mysterious force had clouded his mind, he resolved to dismantle everything with his lightning, determined to overcome that enigmatic adversary. The tempest of electricity raged forth. Kahn's sense of lethargy did not deepen. At that moment, he took a moment to glance around. With that glance, a faint white mist began to rise from the ground. It seemed as though it had been absent moments before. Evidently, this mist could be toxic, for its potency was sufficient to cloud his mind in an instant. It was no wonder that none of those who had come before him had managed to escape. The toxicity was exceedingly severe, likely capable of inducing unconsciousness within 5 seconds. What, one might ponder, could possibly be the source of such a formidable poison? Kahn surveyed his surroundings, unable to pinpoint the source of the toxic gas. In a fit of fury, he unsheathed his dual swords and unleashed a flurry of strikes, reducing everything in his vicinity to mere fragments. With this decisive blow, he uncovered the origin of the noxious fumes. The severed vines emitted a dense, white mist, identical to the one he had encountered moments earlier. Upon witnessing the white fog expand, he swiftly ascended into the sky. After soaring 50 meters above the ground, he paused to observe the scene below. What he beheld made him gasp in shock. The vines sprawling across the mountain began to writhe, releasing toxic gas. It was evident that within mere moments, the entire island would be engulfed in poisonous mists. In the air, Kahn gazed upon the writhing mountain, his expression twitching ever so slightly. This was nothing short of a monster island, more terrifying than any inhabited land. These vines, were they moving of their own accord, or was there an unseen force guiding them? This island, indeed, was intriguing. A thorough investigation was imperative. Kahn pondered for a moment as the mountains became engulfed in a profusion of white poisonous mist, which spread across the entire island and continued to rise into the sky. Consequently, he ascended to a higher altitude, reaching a point where the toxic fog could not ascend, thus evading the noxious fumes. Kahn retrieved the telephone insect and assessed the situation. To his dismay, the insect had succumbed to poison, appearing to be on the brink of demise. Consequently, he cast the telephone insect into the abyss of sin, expending a few points of malevolence to revive it. Once restored, he extracted it once more and dialed the number for the warring states. The call connected, and the anxious voice of warring states resonated. "Kid, what on earth just transpired?" Kahn bluntly remarked, "Marshal, this is not an island. It is, in fact, the lair of the vine creature. The entire island is alive with vines that emit toxic gas, and I fear your men are surely doomed." Upon hearing that Kahn was unharmed, Sengoku felt a sense of relief and said, "In that case, you must leave at once. I shall report this matter to my superiors." Kahn glanced at the writhing vines within the island, letting out a cold snort as he remarked, "I nearly fell into their trap just now. I shall show them a thing or two. Marshal, wait for my news. We shall eradicate those vines before contacting you. You truly bear a grudge against them." War Era could not help but interject, followed by a sigh, "Just be cautious. If anything seems amiss, make your escape." "I understand," Kahn replied before abruptly ending the call, tucking away the communication device. Kahn gazed at the writhing vines upon the ground. He raised his right hand towards the heavens, as a sphere of lightning gradually coalesced and expanded in his grasp. Within the span of a minute, it swelled to a formidable size of 50 meters in diameter. Yet Kahn was undeterred, relentlessly augmenting the sphere. 5 minutes later, the lightning sphere burgeoned to an impressive 100 meters in diameter. At this moment, the interior of the sphere shimmered with electric brilliance, intermittently discharging bolts of lightning that struck the earth, exploding into clearings upon impact. This sphere of lightning resembled an unstable explosive device, pulsating with raw energy. "Humph," Today I shall test my new technique upon you. Let us see if you can withstand it, he declared, as he continued to concentrate the energy within the sphere. Kahn uttered a few words with a casual tone before striking fiercely towards the summit beneath his feet. A crackling sphere of lightning descended upon the peak, emitting an exceptionally piercing hiss. Simultaneously, the electrical energy within the sphere began to erupt, unleashing bolts that detonated upon impact, filling the island with the cacophony of explosions. As the detonations occurred, flames ignited sporadically, engulfing the island in fire. With a resounding boom, the lightning sphere obliterated the towering trees atop the mountain before crashing to the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that birthed a formidable mushroom cloud of electricity. The sphere detonated, releasing hundreds of thousands of arcs of lightning that engulfed the entire island, even reaching the distant sea. The landscape was rife with explosions and flames, painting a vivid picture of apocalyptic chaos in the air. Kahn saw nothing, for the blinding flashes of the explosion compelled him to shut his eyes. Only when the external radiance ceased to be so glaring did he dare to open them and assess the situation. The summit of the ground had vanished significantly. It seemed that several meters of the peak had been obliterated, leaving behind a pockmarked expanse. The entire island was engulfed in flickering flames and thick plumes of smoke. However, it appeared that the fire would not spread extensively, as the humidity on the island was substantial, causing the flames to extinguish after a brief period. Otherwise, the volume of smoke would not have surpassed that of the flames. As for the state of the island, he held no interest. What preoccupied his thoughts now was the condition of the vines. After observing for a while, he discerned that, aside from the severed vines, the remaining ones were retracting into a valley down the mountain, as if beckoned by some unseen force. Kahn's curiosity was piqued. Following the winding vines, he ventured deep into the valley, where he encountered a vast expanse of vines sprawled across an area of approximately 600 to 700 meters. These vines, what was their purpose? Why had they congregated here? As Kahn pondered these questions, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. In an instant, a fissure opened up, and a figure emerged from the earth. The surrounding vines swiftly coiled around the figure, enveloping it completely. Gradually, the vines converged, transforming into a towering giant over 40 meters high. Remarkably, this entire spectacle transpired in less than half a minute. Kahn did not intervene in the adversary's actions. It was not a matter of reluctance. Rather, he was momentarily taken aback. When the troublesome figure emerged from the ground, he beheld the staggering amount of malice radiating from them. A staggering 174.65 million points. This malevolence left Kahn in a state of bewilderment, rendering him momentarily immobile. It was only when the vine giant's colossal hand came crashing towards him that he regained his senses. Awakening to the reality of the situation, Kahn felt a surge of exhilaration. For this figure possessed nearly 200 million in malice, a bounty ample enough to elevate his Busashoka Haki and Kinbunshika Haki by 1 or 2 levels. With such power, he could finally wield the might of a true marine admiral and contend with the likes of Kaido and Big Mom. Unlike the present, where they refrained from unleashing their full potential against him, merely regarding him with a modicum of respect due to his swiftness. Thrilled by the prospect, Kahn unsheathed his twin swords and, facing the impending assault of the vine giant, slashed fiercely at the giant's wrist. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Kahn's sword became ensnared within the vines, buried 30 centimeters deep, rendering it impossible to cut further. He was then forcefully struck away by the colossal hand of the vines. Kahn found himself in a predicament. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelling himself backward to mitigate the impact. Soaring over 40 meters away, he gazed at the towering vine giant, feeling somewhat challenged. The adversary's defense was exceptionally robust. He had exerted 6/10 of his strength, yet had failed to sever even a single limb, which proved to be quite vexing. While he pondered his next move, the vine giant advanced toward him, its arms morphing into countless slender tendrils that swept menacingly in his direction, accompanied by a dense cloud of white poisonous mist. Toxic. Kahn could not withstand the assault. He evaded the attack and soared over 100 meters into the sky, gazing down at the colossal vine creature. Pondering how to confront such a formidable beast, Kahn fled as the colossal vine giant extended its hand towards the heavens. Countless tendrils, imbued with toxic mist, surged forth towards Kahn, compelling him to ascend ever higher in evasion. Only upon reaching an altitude of nearly 300 meters did he finally evade the onslaught of the vine giant, finding himself free from peril. Kahn unleashed a tempest of lightning directed at the colossal vine giant. However, he soon realized that his ordinary electrical assault could not penetrate the giant's formidable defenses. Perhaps only the devastating technique he had employed to obliterate the small hill moments ago could inflict harm upon the vine giant. The typical lightning strikes proved to be of little consequence against this formidable foe. Kahn attempted various methods, yet none proved effective. Approaching the vine giant for an assault yielded slightly better results. However, the giant's venom posed a considerable nuisance, rendering Kahn's situation exceedingly troublesome. As Kahn pondered his predicament, a multitude of vines began to accumulate beneath the vine giant, forming a substantial platform. The vine giant ascended this elevated ground and launched an attack upon Kahn. Kahn found himself in a predicament. He ascended another 100 meters before the crisis was averted. Gazing at the vine giant, Kahn contemplated for a moment, then extended his hand to coalesce a massive ball of lightning, intent on obliterating the vine giant in one decisive strike. The vine giant remained grounded, seemingly unfazed by Kahn's gathering of energy. It appeared devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct to attack everything in its path. Had Kahn been the vine giant, he mused, he would have harnessed his abilities with finesse rather than charge recklessly into battle. Moreover, Kahn's impression of the vine giant as non-human was reinforced when the diminutive figure crawled from the earth, its entire form cloaked in a verdant hue reminiscent of vines. Observing its appearance, he surmised that its body might indeed be constructed of vine-like material. He speculated that perhaps a single vine had absorbed the essence of a malevolent fruit, resulting in the emergence of this vine-shaped colossus. The vine giant's high malevolence rating could be attributed to its prolonged existence. As Kahn pondered, 4 to 5 minutes elapsed. He summoned a colossal ball of lightning, measuring 100 meters in diameter, and hurled it forcefully towards the vine giant, determined to eradicate it. As the massive lightning sphere descended, the grounded vine giant unleashed a multitude of vine tendrils to assault the impending storm. However, those tendrils were swiftly obliterated upon nearing the lightning sphere, utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Yet, the vine tendrils were plentiful and valueless, and countless others surged forth in a relentless wave towards the sphere. Ultimately, one of the vines managed to penetrate the sphere's core, causing the already unstable lightning ball to explode at an altitude of over 100 meters, scattering countless smaller bolts of lightning in all directions across the island. Upon witnessing this, Kahn felt a sense of helplessness. The scattered bolts of lightning proved ineffective against the vine giant. His original intention was to harness the extreme heat generated by the interactions within the electric sphere to vaporize the vine giant directly. However, this plan had now come to naught. The ordinary lightning explosion failed to breach the vine's defenses. 2 minutes later, the power of the lightning sphere dissipated. The outcome, as Kahn had anticipated, revealed the vine giant in a somewhat disheveled state, with numerous wounds inflicted by the explosion. Yet, in reality, the adversary remained largely unscathed. The body, composed entirely of vines, sustained damage, but the diminutive figure within remained unharmed. Kahn gazed at the vine giant for a while and discerned certain clues. The areas on the vine giant's body that were damaged seemed to bear dark spots. These were the marks left by the intense heat of an explosion. This indicated that the vine giant's vulnerability lay in high temperatures. Contemplating this, Kahn's entire being crackled with arcs of lightning, which gradually converged upon his twin swords. Soon, his blades shimmered with the brilliance of thunder, their edges beginning to glow a deep crimson. With a moment's preparation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantaneously appearing beside the colossal vine giant. His dual sword struck fiercely against the giant's chest. With a sizzling sound, the intense heat of the blade sliced through the layers of vines. However, the sheer abundance and thickness of the vines, coupled with their relentless regeneration, posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the wound began to emit a noxious mist, forcing Kahn to withdraw after penetrating merely half a meter, retreating back into the air. Kahn felt a heaviness in his head, a clear indication of poisoning. He gazed at the malevolent aura of the vine giant, unwilling to concede defeat. Yet, overcoming this formidable adversary proved exceedingly challenging. What could possibly be the solution to vanquish this foe? None of his attacks seemed to inflict substantial damage. As for the poison, it was the least of his concerns. Should he succumb to its effects, he could swiftly seek refuge in the pool of sin to cleanse himself of the toxin. Just as Kahn was deep in contemplation, the vine giant suddenly stirred. It appeared to sense its impending defeat, and its form began to dissipate gradually, ultimately transforming into a chaotic mass of vines, with the diminutive figure vanishing altogether. Thus unfolded the process of the vine giant's dissolution. Kahn did not take action, for the malevolent essence had vanished before the colossal vines dissipated. The absence of malevolent essence indicated that the adversary had slipped away in an instant. His attempts to strike the vines were merely a futile expenditure of time. The vine creature's escape caused Kahn to furrow his brow slightly. With such a high level of malevolence, he was resolute in his pursuit. Even if it meant remaining here for an entire year to confront his opponent, it would be worth the effort. Physical damage proved ineffective. How could he possibly bring his foe to resolution? Kahn was lost in thought when suddenly he froze. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Physical attacks are ineffective. Isn't there still the option of mental assaults? Halu's new ability. Is it specifically designed to handle such a situation?" Kahn experienced a moment of clarity, which instantly filled him with joy. He closed his eyes and sensed the Darkstar mark upon Shirlu. Through the power of his mind, he transmitted a message to Shirlu, instructing him to return to the Book of Sin. The Warden's mark was not merely a means of imprisoning the soul. It granted him the ability to obliterate Shirlu's essence entirely. Naturally, it also allowed him to establish direct communication with Shirlu. The only limitation that the Warden's mark imposed upon Kahn was that the Warden could not reach out to him directly. Each time Granette sought him, he had to leave a message in the Warden's residential area. Kahn contacted Shilio. 5 minutes later, Shilio returned to the guard's living quarters. Kahn then directly summoned Shiloh before him. Shiloh appeared, and upon witnessing himself suspended in midair, his body gradually became translucent. Thus, he floated effortlessly in the air. Upon witnessing this, Kahn chuckled and remarked, "Not bad at all. You've even developed new abilities." Shiloh glanced at Kahn and replied, "This ability has always existed. As the king of ghosts, how could I not fly? Now, please, state your business without delay." Kahn, with a serious demeanor, pointed towards the islands below and spoke to Shiloh. "This time, we are facing quite a formidable opponent. If we manage to capture them, you could cultivate in the Chamber of Inferno for 5 days and nights without issue. If you seek to enhance your strength, I can assist you in advancing your conqueror's haki." Upon hearing this, Shiloh's spirits were instantly lifted. He glanced at the ground and inquired, "Where is the person?" Kahn replied with a smile, "This time, it is not a person, but a creature." After elaborating on the specifics, he continued, "This entity possesses an exceptionally high defense against martial attacks, leaving me at a loss. This time, we must rely on you." Shiloh, having absorbed the information, nodded affirmatively and said, "I will return shortly with some spirits. If I cannot locate that entity, please wait for me. I will only need half an hour." Kahn nodded in agreement and returned Shiloh to the Book of Sin. Within its confines, Shiloh could utilize his replica within the Book of Sin to return to his original position. Shiloh departed, and half an hour later, he reappeared in the prison warden's quarters. Upon witnessing this, Kahn summoned him forth. As Shiloh made his appearance, he conjured over 20 spirits, directing them to soar towards the island to commence the search for the whereabouts of the diminutive vine creature. The focal area was the valley beneath their feet, the very place from which the tiny vine being had emerged. However, Kahn surmised that if the little vine creature were to flee, it would not conceal itself in its previous location. His conjecture was soon validated. A spirit, dispatched to search the upper valley, swiftly returned, indicating that the little vine creature had not been located. The two were left with no choice but to wait. After a span of over 20 minutes, a spirit approached Shilio, chattering incomprehensibly for a moment. Subsequently, Shilio informed Kahn that fellow has taken refuge within the mountainside. "Please wait. I shall attempt to resolve this matter." Kahn nodded, observing as Shirlu descended to the ground, entering the very heart of the mountain. The soul entity, how remarkably versatile it is, allowing one to effortlessly burrow underground. Kahn longed for that extraordinary ability. Unfortunately, his lightning could at most allow him to slip into underground crevices. The notion of casually burrowing underground was a mere impossibility. As Kahn pondered, the vines on the island suddenly began to writhe with wild abandon, their movements aimless and chaotic, akin to a body twisting in agony after experiencing pain. It appeared that Shilio had already taken action, inflicting some form of harm upon the adversary. Otherwise, such frantic writhing would not have ensued. Kahn contemplated as he observed the frenzied writhing of the vines upon the ground. Gradually, the tendrils began to coil around the towering trees, reducing the stones beneath to mere dust. It appeared that their struggle was intensifying. 3 minutes passed, then 5, and after 8 minutes, the vine's thrashing began to wane. It seemed that Shilio had emerged victorious. Otherwise, the vines would surely retract to rescue their master instead of remaining stationary. Another 3 minutes elapsed before the vines ceased their struggle entirely. Shilio emerged from the earth, accompanied by a diminutive vine creature, suggesting that he had successfully exerted control over it. Sinister points. I have arrived. Kahn was somewhat exhilarated. He descended directly to the ground, arriving before Shilio, and promptly retrieved the vine creature. Delightful. He had successfully captured the vine creature. Kahn's spirits were exceptionally high. He gazed at Shilio and remarked, indeed, it is a case of one thing overcoming another. Your abilities are remarkably effective against such creatures. Should we encounter such beings again, I shall summon you for assistance. Shilio withdrew a cigar, took a puff, and said, this is indeed a rare find, and acquiring such a thing again would prove quite difficult. Kahn nodded in agreement, observing the vine-like creature, and realized it was precisely as he had surmised, a monster that had survived for over 1,000 years. The malevolence it harbored was the result of nearly a millennium of accumulated wickedness. It appeared that this vine creature was crafted by ancient humans to defend against enemy incursions. After the inhabitants of the island departed, it remained, dutifully tasked with protecting the island for nearly 1,000 years. Anything larger than a cat that ventured onto this island met its demise at its hands. Over the course of a millennium, humans, animals, and even fish that approached the island were ruthlessly exterminated. It was no wonder that the sum of these beings contributed significantly to its malevolence. Staring at the diminutive vine creature, Kahn pondered. After pondering for a moment, Kahn's expression suddenly darkened. The reason was the exceedingly high level of malevolence possessed by the little vine creature. Moreover, employing the judgment of sin against it proved futile. It lacked sufficient awareness to comprehend the judgment itself. Thus, the endeavor was destined for failure. The vast amount of malevolence within the little vine creature would require no less than 30 years to be completely absorbed, and even if placed in the pool of sin, it would still take 3 years. This duration felt excessively long to Kahn, to the point of causing him a headache. He had envisioned that absorbing the creature's malevolence would immediately enhance his own power, yet the outcome was utterly contrary to his expectations. On the side, Shirluo observed Kahn's expression shift from excitement to despondency, and out of curiosity, he inquired, what happened? Why the sudden change in mood? Kahn rubbed his temples and waved his hand dismissively at Shilio. It's nothing of great importance. You may return to your own affairs. Later, I will allocate you 8 million sin points. Consider how you wish to utilize them. Should you wish to extract from others, simply inform me. Shilio pondered for a moment before responding. Never mind. I shall reserve these sin points to gradually immerse myself in the pool of sin to enhance my physique. I can cultivate the devil fruit and hockey on my own. Utilizing sin points for such purposes would indeed be a tremendous waste. Kahn cast a glance at Shilio, a faint smile gracing his lips. You certainly are frugal. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. I have been tasked with investigating the ruins, so I must attend to my duties. Shilio nodded in understanding, allowing Kahn to take him under his wing. With Shilio in tow, Kahn released Orbia and Tianhua, cheerfully remarking, this island is replete with numerous ruins. You too should explore to your heart's content. Ruins? Orbia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she inquired of Kahn. Where might these ruins be located? Kahn gestured towards a direction, saying, over there, numerous relics are concealed by vines. They are remnants from a millennium ago, possibly of interest to you. Upon hearing this, Orbia immediately sprinted towards that location. However, after just a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled Tianhua and turned around, hesitating as she glanced back at Tianhua and Kahn. Upon witnessing this, Kahn calmly replied, rest assured, I shall not harm her. After all, she has remained unharmed for so many days. Today shall be no different. Orbia pondered this. Kahn did not force Tianhua. He merely nodded and turned to dash towards the ruins. As she departed, Tianhua gazed at Kahn with indifference and said, what do you intend to do by releasing me? Kahn smiled faintly, seated himself, and remarked, I thought it would be pleasant for you to wander about a bit. Spending too much time at home can become rather tedious, don't you think? Tianyu furrowed her brow. For several days now, she had been consumed by worry. What does Kahn intend to do to her? She has heard that Orbia was coerced, yet as days pass, Kahn did not do anything to her, leaving her momentarily perplexed about the situation. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant. She fixed her gaze upon Kahn and inquired, speak, what is it that you truly desire? Kahn cast a fleeting glance at Tianhua and nonchalantly remarked, it's fine, you may leave now. The more Kahn behaved in this manner, the more deliberately anxious Tianhua felt within her heart. She was constantly under the impression that Kahn was poised to undertake some significant action. Thus, she kept her gaze firmly fixed upon him. Upon witnessing this, Kahn chose to disregard Tianyue and closed his eyes, retreating into the abyss of sin for his cultivation. Indifferent to the passage of time in the outside world, Kahn took a brief respite. Suddenly, he realized that he had yet to report to General Zhanghua. Consequently, he opened his eyes, retrieved his communicator, and dialed the general's number. The call connected, and Zhanghua's voice resonated through the line. "Well, young man, has the matter been resolved?" Kahn curled his lips in disdain. "Marshal, do you doubt my capabilities? I have already dealt with the monsters on the island. You may send someone to investigate, but alas, the missing individuals are most likely deceased. This creature consumes their bodies for sustenance. It is probable that not even their remains remain." The Warring States period fell into silence for a moment before sighing. "I understand. I shall report this to the higher authorities. Your task is complete. You may now attend to your own matters." "Very well. I shall take my leave." Kahn uttered a brief remark before abruptly ending the call. After putting away his phone, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of Orbia and Tianyue, indicating they had likely ventured into the ruins. He accessed the network to ascertain their location and discovered they were heading towards a valley from which small vines emerged. It appeared that Orbia had uncovered something significant. Otherwise, she would not have made a beeline for the valley. Kahn held little interest in the relics. With the absence of danger on the island, he chose to continue his repose. As slumber enveloped him, twilight approached. Taking a moment to observe, he noted that Orbia and Tianyue were still situated across the valley. Consequently, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and swiftly made his way to Orbia's vicinity. Kahn landed beneath a precipice. At that moment, the verdant foliage atop the cliff had been parted, revealing an ancient, ajar stone door, suggesting that Orbia and her companions had ventured inside. Kahn glanced at the stone door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he discovered that the corridors on either side were constructed of iron walls, adorned with various light fixtures that appeared to lack power, leaving them extinguished. Judging by the presence of the small vines, this place was likely the abandoned base that the vines were meant to protect. As he ventured down the corridor, he arrived at an exceedingly spacious hall, which was utterly devoid of any contents. It seemed that everything within had been removed, presumably taken away by those who had evacuated the premises. At that moment, Orbia and Tianyue were in a room to the left of the hall, observing something intently. Kahn surveyed the hall briefly before approaching the doorway of their room. Inquiring of Orbia, "Have you uncovered any clues?" Orbia cast a sidelong glance at Kahn before turning back to the carvings on the wall, responding, "This appears to be an abandoned base of the lunar inhabitants. It seems they were conducting research on new species, seeking to combine humans with plants to create a new race." Upon hearing this, Kahn exhibited a flicker of interest and stepped inside the dwelling. Observing the engravings adorning the walls, "These lunar inhabitants have quite the penchant for murals," he remarked. Orbia cast a sidelong glance at Kahn and scoffed. "Why do you inquire of me? Why not pose your questions to the moon dwellers themselves? Please refrain from disrupting my research." Kahn chuckled, his attention not on the mural. As it was beyond his comprehension, he surveyed the room, which lay desolate, devoid of any possessions. It seemed that those individuals had taken everything when they departed. With nothing to captivate his interest, he exited the room, saying, "Please take your time. I shall await you by the door." After exchanging a few words with the two women, he made his way to the stone door, settling down to rest. After a moment's pause, Tianyue suddenly approached Kahn, gazing at him intently, and inquired, "What is it that you truly desire? Do you intend to withhold my people unless I yield?" Kahn opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Tianyue, then closed them again, softly declaring, "I shall not go back on my word. When the time comes, I will release them." Tianyue furrowed her brow, as an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She could not shake the sense that Kahn had committed some wrongdoing against her, particularly regarding that fateful night. Kahn approached her, but she expressed her reluctance. Kahn merely cast a glance in her direction before turning away and departing. From that moment on, Kahn seemed indifferent to her presence. As he ventured to the castle, directed towards Orbia, it was as though she were but a phantom. Tianyue stood in silence for a moment, gritting her teeth, and directed her gaze at Kahn, exclaiming, "What is it that you truly desire? Must I deliver myself unto you?" Kahn opened his eyes and glanced at Tianyue, saying, "Do you truly believe I would lack for women?" Tianyue fell silent. With Kahn's prowess, he could easily find someone more beautiful than her, and he had the means to do so at any moment. After a moment of silence, Tianyue offered a wry smile and replied, "Speak your mind. I am willing to acquiesce to your request." Kahn smiled faintly and remarked, "No need for that. Your well-being is of no consequence to me. I have already sent your son away as a consequence for your rejection.